In the southern continent region of the Thunder Magnetic Spirit Realm, the unique terrain features a plethora of floating islands. On the podium, geography teacher Qing was delivering a lecture. Meanwhile, Zhang Ye, seated in the last row by the window, gazed blankly outside, seemingly lost in thought. He could vaguely perceive a faint breeze lingering just outside, a breeze that seemed to have a trace hovering around. Faintly, he could also hear the whisper of the wind. The wind was saying something, light and cheerful, yet its words were indistinguishable. Zhang Ye had long grown accustomed to this as he aged. His hallucinations and auditory hallucinations had intensified. However, Zhang Ye did not view this as an ailment, but rather as a form of superpower. This 16-year-old fool harbored a heart brimming with youthful zeal and an over-the-top heroic dream. Just as Zhang Ye was drifting off in his thoughts, Qin's voice jolted him awake. Zhang Ye, please answer the question about the precautions for entering the Thunder Magnetic Spirit Realm. Oh. Zhang Ye quickly stood up, pausing for a moment before responding. What was the question? Qin sighed, a bit exasperated. This boy excelled in academics, had a great physique, and was well-behaved. He was good at everything except for his frequent daydreaming and his mischievous antics. She had no choice but to repeat the question. This time Zhang Ye understood and immediately said, "You cannot carry iron objects into the spirit realm because the southern continental region of the Thunder Magnetic Spirit Realm possesses a powerful magnetic field, much like a gigantic magnet." Very well. Now, assuming you have no iron objects on you, why are you still halted at the gate to enter the spirit realm? Qing adjusted her glasses and continued. Zhang Ye pondered for a moment before confidently declaring, "Because I possess an iron will." Instantly, the entire classroom fell silent for 2 seconds before erupting into applause. "Good. Well said, young master. Impressive, young master. As expected of you." Classmates cheered, and Zhang Ye, with an air of invincibility, motioned for silence, saying, "Keep it low-key, just a basic response." Qing was face-palming inside, yet she had to let him sit down. After all, who could deny that he was the top student in the grade? If only he could behave with a bit more decorum, he would undoubtedly become a pillar of the nation in the future. As it stood, he remained a pillar, albeit a rather wobbly one. To respond to the previous hypothetical, the reason you cannot enter the Thunder Magnetic Spirit Realm despite having no iron objects on you is that your body is housing electronic devices, such as an adrenaline pump or a cardiac pacemaker. These devices would be affected by the Thunder Magnetic Spirit Realm. Before long, the last class of the Friday afternoon concluded. Today's lesson ends here. The monthly exam is approaching, so please review your materials and don't let your studies slip with the Spirit Awakening Day around the corner. Though I hate to dampen your spirits, remember that less than 30% of the population can potentially awaken spirits above the mortal level. So, study hard, and it might open more avenues for you in the future. And Zhang Ye, come to my office for a moment. Class dismissed. Goodbye, teacher. As soon as class ended, Zhang Ye's best friend, Zhang Longxing, leaned in beside him. Throwing an arm around Zhang Ye's shoulders, he asked, "Young master, what trouble have you gotten into this time?" Being called in by Ms. Qin for a little chat, Qing, the geography and language arts teacher as well as the homeroom teacher, was affectionately referred to as Ms. Qin by the students. While packing his bag, Zhang Ye replied, "What trouble? I'm a model student. She must be calling me to give me extra help. I'm going to take copious notes and outshine you all. You can forget that. He'll borrow your notes later. Beg me, please." "Fine. Good brother." Arriving at Qing's office, Zhang Ye placed his bag by the door and swaggered inside. He had visited this place more than 30 times in a single semester. It was simply a word. Familiar. With practiced ease, he approached Qing's desk and came to attention, saluting dramatically. "Reporting for duty, ma'am." Qing, just about to take a sip of water, almost choked, half amused and half irritated. "Must you always be a troublemaker? Can't you ever be serious?" Nearby, the gym teacher chuckled. "That's what they call personality." Zhang Ye playfully punched his chest and gestured to the gym teacher, as if to say, "You get me." Qing rolled her eyes and then motioned for Zhang Ye to take a seat. "All right, Zhang Ye, I remember your birthday is coming up soon, right?" "Yes, tomorrow. What are your plans?" Zhang Ye pondered for a moment and replied, "I want chocolate mousse topped with almond flakes." Qing found this both amusing and exasperating. "I meant your awakening at 16. Every single person typically awakens at this age. It's a significant event. Aren't you even a little concerned?" "Not at all. It's 3 parts destiny, 7 parts hard work, and 90 parts looks. A favored child of destiny, like me, can only look forward, not worry," Zhang Ye claimed with great seriousness. And even if I awaken a remain spirit, I can still work wonders with it. You should have seen how fast my neighbor's wheelchair accelerated when he awakened. He could hit 140 on the highway. Ching. Watching Zhang Ye's self-assured demeanor, Ching couldn't help but feel a hint of concern. While Zhang Ye was playful, he was just playful enough to bring joy to everyone around him, earning high regard from both students and teachers alike, herself included. She had witnessed many academically gifted students awaken to the worst of spirits, leading them into deep gloom and despair. She didn't want to see the sunny and cheerful Zhang Ye suffer the same fate. So, she nodded, saying, "In reality, it doesn't matter what kind of spirit you awaken, what's crucial is to not lose heart. And you mustn't become overconfident." Initially intending to preemptively deflate Zhang Ye's ego, she couldn't help but add, sensing his inflated self-confidence, to prevent him from becoming arrogant should he wake up a spirit above the mortal level. Zhang Ye nodded, "Don't worry, I understand that well." Seeing his resolve, Ching felt reassured. As long as he grasped the essence, even if he did awaken a remained spirit, she would offer him psychological support again. "You will turn 18 in 3 days, but don't rush into awakening. Wait for the official awakening day 1 month from now when the Star Spirit Alliance will send people to guide you. It will be official, safe, understood?" "Got it." Zhang Ye nodded obediently. "Also, on your 16th birthday, you can measure your innate spirit energy index, but remember, don't expose your spirit energy index before awakening day." "Understood. And take this." Saying this, Ching produced a fist-sized round instrument and handed it to Zhang Ye. Zhang Ye accepted it, astonished. "Spirit measuring device. This must be worth several thousand. Are you really giving this to me?" Ching smiled. "I bought it with my bonus. You've earned the top spot so many times that the Academy's rewards have allowed me to purchase several of these. Consider this your birthday present." Zhang Ye's face lit up with gratitude. "Miss Qin, this great kindness, I vow to excel even further, ensuring you receive abundant bonuses. Enough of your chatter. Off you go, and remember to be safe on the way back." "Sure thing, Ms. Qin, take care." As Zhang Ye joyfully left, Ching shook her head, bemused by his enthusiasm. With a flick of her fingers, her water cup gleamed with a blue glow as it floated into the air to fill itself with hot water. This was Ching's spirit and embodiment type, mortal spirit, a water cup with a 1-liter capacity. "I hope this child awakens a good spirit." Meanwhile, Zhang Ye strolled back to his dorm, contemplating what to have for dinner when he suddenly noticed a familiar pushcart outside the cafeteria. His eyes brightening, he rushed over. "Ah, old Lu, setting up shop again?" "Of course. Just returned from my hometown a while back. Want some buns?" The elderly Lu, with a head full of white hair, grinned, revealing a few shiny dentures. "Absolutely. Same as always." Zhang Ye nodded eagerly. Old Lu deftly wrapped up 2 buns and said, "That'll be 5 coins. "What? Wasn't it 4? Prices of pork have gone up. But these are vegetable buns?" "Pork prices went up, so the vegetable merchants want a piece of the action thus. Vegetable prices have gone up too." "That's logical." Zhang Ye glanced at his pocket, realizing he only had 4 coins, and old Lu only accepted cash. What to do? After a moment of thought, Zhang Ye smiled and suggested, "How about you charge me 4 coins now? And if anyone else stops by for buns, you charge them 6? That way you won't lose out, right?" "Hey, you little scoundrel. Smart move." "All right then. Great. Keep that money safe. We'll be back for more tea next time. Off you go." Old Lu beamed as he waved Zhang Ye off, just as another student approached the cart. "How much for the buns, old Lu?" 2 for 6. At that moment, Zhang Ye was merrily munching on his buns. Old Liu's buns were something else, at least the size of 3 fists, and once he took a bite, wow, they were stuffed with a bun too. These 2 hefty buns would serve as Zhang Ye's dinner. He was now pondering what type of spirit he might awaken when suddenly a voice rang out. Ding! The system is binding. Chapter 2. Allergic reactions. Oh, do not misunderstand. That is merely the ringtone of Zhang Ye. After all, what adolescent has not harbored dreams of being the protagonist, with a system in place and handsomeness to boot? One cannot go wrong, can they? Glancing at the caller ID, it was his close friend, Xingzai. "Hello, young master, are you returning home this week?" Came the voice of Zhang Longxing from the other end of the line. The reason everyone referred to Zhang Ye as young master was quite simple. This lad had a penchant for writing novels and had amassed a considerable fortune, making him rather affluent compared to his peers. Coupled with his generosity towards his good friends, this moniker had been bestowed upon him. Not going back. "What's up? Perfect. Tomorrow we shall go to the beach and celebrate your birthday." Upon hearing this, Zhang Yu's spirits were instantly lifted. "Sounds great. By the way, could you bring me some food on your way back?" ID like the Sichuan-style water-boiled beef with a fatty beef set. Kai Gaodong and Zhu Jiangdong wants them too. Gaodong is craving spicy dry pot, tofu puffs, and sausages. Jiangdong desires water-boiled sliced meat with an egg, and it should be a soft-boiled egg. Zhang Ye glanced at his phone and nodded. 3 portions of fatty beef. Right? Okay. Xing Zai. After hanging up the phone, Zhang Ye promptly made his way to the cafeteria to fetch his meal. However, in the next moment, a violent tremor suddenly shook the ground beneath him, prompting Zhang Ye to instinctively spread his arms to maintain his balance. What is happening? An earthquake. Before he could comprehend the situation, the ground abruptly sank, and Zhang Ye felt a fleeting moment of weightlessness before crashing back down. Had it not been for his years of training and exceptional balance, he would have likely found himself sitting unceremoniously on the ground. The tremors intensified, reaching a point where it became nearly impossible to stand. Surrounding buildings began to collapse, and countless students emitted terrified screams, darting about like headless flies, desperately evading the falling debris. Fortunately, Zhang Ye was en route across the playground, situated in its center, where the expansive space provided a temporary refuge from the threat of falling objects. However, given the current circumstances, he could hardly claim to be safe, for unbeknownst to him, a towering wall had risen in the distance. Within mere seconds, the wall ascended several meters high. Upon noticing the damaged pipes atop the wall, Zhang Ye realized that it was not merely a wall that had emerged. Rather, the entire campus had sunk into the earth. From an aerial perspective, one would observe the entire institution rapidly descending, with countless individuals rendered paralyzed by the abrupt upheaval. Soon, 3 minutes elapsed, and the entire campus had plunged underground, leaving only a vast circular pit visible from above. The pit was engulfed in darkness, its depths unfathomable, with faint echoes of screams and cries resonating, alongside a roar that sounded akin to a ferocious howl. Zhang Ye opened his eyes, rising to survey his surroundings. At that moment, he found himself no longer in the center of the playground, but rather upon a vast plain. He vaguely recalled that after the ground had caved in, it continued to descend until light could scarcely penetrate, enveloping everything in gloom. But soon enough, he beheld a dazzling array of colors, as if he had entered a tunnel filled with mesmerizing effects that nearly made him nauseous. It was overwhelmingly dizzying. Then, he truly lost consciousness, only to awaken in this new location. Zhang Ye stood up, and aside from himself, he noticed some peculiar creatures on the distant grassland. Observing those creatures, Zhang Ye immediately realized that he was not on Blue Star, for no large animals with 2 heads existed there. Shortly thereafter, he felt a sharp, stinging, and burning sensation in his hands. Upon inspection, he noticed that the hands which had touched the grass were beginning to exhibit an abnormal purplish hue. Zhang Ye, who had consistently ranked first in his grade, had a flash of knowledge from his studies. This was an allergic reaction from a foreign source. What exactly is an allergic reaction from a foreign source? It is important to note that long ago, Blue Star was a realm of harmony, until after the Day of Restoration, when various spiritual realms, also known as otherworlds or alternate continents, began to manifest on Blue Star. The ecological environments within these realms differ significantly from that of Blue Star. In most spiritual realms, humans can survive, yet as they are not native species, they can trigger a series of adverse reactions. For instance, certain substances from these other worlds can be harmful or difficult for humans to adapt to, and the microorganisms and bacteria also differ from those of Blue Star. Generally, individuals entering a spiritual realm for the first time are prone to experiencing allergic reactions. Since these reactions are induced by substances from beyond Blue Star, they are designated as foreign to differentiate them. Zhang Ye was currently experiencing such an allergic reaction. His skin, having come into contact with the grass of this place, recognized certain substances within it as antigens, prompting his body to produce antibodies in excess. Moreover, after exposure to the air of this world, other areas of Zhang Ye's skin began to redden and heat up, while his respiratory tract and lungs gradually developed a prickling sensation. If this continued, he would soon face an anaphylactic shock, with swelling and blockage of the respiratory passages leading to fatality. Zhang Ye admitted he felt a twinge of panic. However, he quickly regained his composure. He possessed a unique neural circuitry and extraordinary nerves, granting him psychological resilience far superior to that of the average person. But he surmised that a newly emerged portal to a spiritual realm had opened beneath the academy, causing a subsidence, and until the portal was fully stabilized, any beings entering it would be randomly teleported to any location on the surface, generally within 1 to 3 meters of the ground. Such occurrences were not without precedent, Currently, there are over 1,000 known spiritual realms, with a few opening directly within human cities or populated areas, causing significant impacts. To ensure public safety, almost every school conducts relevant education on self-defense during foreign subsidence events, akin to earthquake preparedness. However, the severity of foreign subsidence disasters can far exceed that of earthquakes, thus drawing global attention. Herein lies the crux of the matter. Otherwise, how could one claim the excellence of the Huaxia government? The possibility of foreign subsidence occurring in school areas had long been considered by the government, which has established detailed and efficient response measures for such events. One of these measures is the self-rescue school uniform. Self-rescue uniforms are widely adopted in nearly every school, with costs only slightly higher than regular uniforms, making them a low-cost, high-reward safety measure. Consequently, virtually all students don such uniforms. The primary function of self-rescue uniforms lies in their ability to facilitate self-salvation following an anomaly entrapment, thereby enhancing the probability of survival. At the collar of each student's uniform, a small pouch containing anomaly tranquilizer is stitched in, a substance that effectively alleviates allergic reactions. Without hesitation, Zhang Ye pressed the red button located at the collar, activating the miniature puncture mechanism, and then bit down forcefully on the marked area. The puncture needle, propelled by his bite, pierced the thick capsule, causing a purple liquid to surge forth. Zhang Ye eagerly drew the collar into his mouth, inhaling deeply. To his surprise, it was rather sweet. Within 3 minutes of ingesting the anomaly tranquilizer, his feverish body began to return to normal, and the swelling of his hands, which had taken on a purplish hue, gradually subsided. With his breathing now unobstructed, Zhang Ye exhaled in relief. However, the threat was far from averted. The effects of the orally administered tranquilizer could last a maximum of 12 hours, half a day. Yet if he ventured into perilous zones or faced danger, such as the invasion of otherworldly substances, the duration would be significantly diminished. Fortunately, he had more than one emergency measure at his disposal. By pulling back the sleeves of his uniform, he discovered additional pouches containing tranquilizer capsules, 3 in each sleeve, totaling 6. Along with the one he had just consumed, he had enough to last him 3.5 days. He then lifted his wrist to reveal a rather substantial smart wristwatch. Switching the watch to anomaly survival mode, a small compartment sprang open, revealing 3 miniature syringes. Such wristwatches equipped with anomaly survival features are plentiful on the market, varying in price, yet they are generally more expensive than standard smartwatches. However, for the safety of their children, most parents are willing to invest. The particular watch in Zhang Ye's possession was custom-made by his father, featuring enhanced functionalities and substituting the oral tranquilizer for an injection type A1 variant. This injection type A1 tranquilizer boasts a potency far superior to that of standard tranquilizers and is more readily absorbed by the human body, allowing each syringe to provide effects lasting a full 3 days. The paramount survival element in the otherworld, spiritual realm, is to endure for 200 hours, for after this period, the body, aided by the tranquilizer, begins to acclimate to the local environment, with the time difference typically not exceeding 24 hours. Thus, Zhang Ye's current stock of tranquilizers was more than sufficient. Not to mention, he was also carrying a backpack equipped with the anomaly survival function, a bestseller in its own right. Chapter 3. Forever 16. After inspecting his backpack and confirming its integrity, Zhang Ye breathed a sigh of relief. He then unzipped the largest compartment, revealing an unexpectedly intricate inner layer. It was adorned with an array of survival supplies, compression biscuits, a 300-milliliter bottle filled with water that possessed purification capabilities, multifunctional nylon ropes, a compact medical kit, and sweets. Essentially an impressive collection that could ignite the desire for survival at a mere glance. However, a frown creased Zhang Ye's brow as he noticed that some of the supplies had shifted positions, misaligned from their designated slots, with some even askew. The most conspicuous issue is the crushed biscuits. Although there are no leaks, the integrity of the tightly sealed packaging reveals that the biscuits have indeed crumbled. It is worth noting that he diligently checks his belongings each day before venturing out, ensuring that everything is foolproof. This was a lesson imparted by his mother. Never gamble with one's life unless there is no other option. Consequently, Zhang Ye dedicates a few minutes each morning to meticulously inspect his supplies. The broken biscuits and the dislodged items indicate that his backpack has endured some impact, likely from the moment of transportation upon landing. With this thought, Zhang Ye promptly opens the small medical kit, which contains a small vial of alcohol, a roll of gauze, a few medications, and most importantly, a tube of adrenaline. The contents of the medical kit remain unscathed. allowing Zhang Ye to breathe a sigh of relief once more. Aside from the vital water filtration bottle, this medical kit is of utmost importance. After reorganizing his backpack and discarding unnecessary books to lighten his load, he retains only 2 volumes, a survival guide tucked within the pouch and a notebook gifted by his father, filled with invaluable notes and knowledge regarding the spiritual realm, which should aid him in enduring this environment. With everything confirmed, Zhang Ye, invigorated and brimming with enthusiasm, prepares to set forth. To where? Naturally, to seek a relatively safe haven to establish a temporary shelter. Although the distant creatures appear to be herbivorous, Zhang Ye dares not assume there is no danger. And the vastness of the grasslands presents a precarious situation. Should a carnivorous predator discover him, escape would be futile. Such lessons are well covered in the spiritual realm survival course, of which Zhang Ye, as the top scholar of his grade, retains a vivid recollection. The first step is to locate a water source and a shelter, followed by the search for food. The second step involves utilizing the signal amplifier located at the collar of his school uniform to send out a distress signal. The third step is to endure until rescue arrives. There is a fascinating aspect to this place. Although it is an alternate realm, most of the spiritual realms can receive signals from Blue Star. And due to the influence of the spiritual realm portal, these signals are amplified exponentially. For instance, Zhang Ye can still connect to public Wi-Fi with his phone. However, while signals can be transmitted from Blue Star, sending them from within the spiritual realm proves to be exceedingly difficult, necessitating the use of a signal amplifier. By connecting his phone to the amplifier, he can compose a distress message. Speaking of the phone, upon checking it, Zhang Ye is taken aback. There are hundreds of missed calls and an overwhelming number of messages exceeding 999. He must have only fainted for a brief moment, as there are calls from his parents, 3 from his roommate's son, a disorganized class group chat, and 1 from 10086. Zhang Ye attempts to send a message, but it fails to go through. Hence, he removes his school uniform and locates a green triangular emblem on the back. He affixes the phone to it, and soon the device vibrates. Connected to the ancient spirit mini-signal amplifier, your device is establishing a connection. Please be patient. As Zhang Ye waits, he scans his surroundings and quickly zeroes in on a distant grove. There, he observes the presence of vegetation and trees, appearing quite promising, as it should provide some windbreak. The wind on this prairie is indeed fierce, and Zhang Ye feels that if he lingers any longer, he may catch a cold. Thus, Zhang Ye decisively made his way toward the direction of the forest. As he walked, he reveled in the beauty of this otherworldly realm, his steps light and carefree, seemingly unfazed by the perilous situation he found himself in. Before long, the path had been cleared, and Zhang Ye attempted to send a message in the class group chat. To his delight, it was successfully dispatched. Zhang proclaimed, "I have exited the warehouse, feeling splendid." Instantly, the entire class group fell into a momentary silence. Given the gravity of the situation, everyone was consumed by panic. Feeling utterly helpless, students sought out teachers. Teachers reached out to the administration, and the administration contacted the authorities. Chaos reigned, as all awaited the official emergency protocols to be released, opting for silence to avoid missing any crucial updates. Yet, this fellow nonchalantly decided to make a jest, disrupting the tense atmosphere. However, some reacted swiftly, such as Zhang Ye's 3 loyal companions. Dog Dong. Kai Wei Dong, I will exit the warehouse soon. Feeling splendid. Sauce Dong. Zhu Jin Dong, I have yet to exit the warehouse. Feeling splendid. Starboy. Zhang Longxing, I will exit the warehouse next time. Feeling splendid. The crowd was left speechless. What was going on that they could still joke around? Truly, they were the F4 of the academy. Miss Qin exclaimed, "Zhang Ye, you are alive. How wonderful." Qin Qin was the first to respond, clearly elated by Zhang Ye's message. The classmates bombarded him with inquiries about his well-being, asking if he was injured or in danger. Touched by the concern of his teachers and peers, Zhang Ye picked up his phone and began snapping selfies. At that moment, Qin Qing and the others eagerly awaited Zhang Ye's reply, only to be met with a barrage of photos a second later. To their astonishment, there was a multitude of selfies, complete with peace signs, against the backdrop of the enchanting otherworld. In the distance, majestic mountains loomed, lending an unexpected charm to the scene. The group could only chuckle at the absurdity of it all. Yet, this lad had the leisure for selfies, and his complexion appeared rosy, indicating he was temporarily safe. Wait. After a moment of silence, the entire chat erupted. What the hell is that in the last photo? It seemed to resemble a bear. Oh my goodness. Young master. Behind you. Behind you. Zhang Ye. basking in the anticipation of compliments for his looks, was suddenly taken aback. Behind. A bear? Where? He turned to survey his surroundings, and when he glanced to his left rear, he froze in disbelief. There, at a distance, sat a bear clad in stone-like armor, looking at him with an adorably clueless expression. Zhang Ye was struck dumb. He had glanced in that direction before, but there had only been a pile of rocks. It appeared that this creature had been lying there, cleverly camouflaged as stone, thus evading his notice. The creature indeed resembled a bear, its fur a grayish hue, adorned with a heavy shell of stone. From this distance, it didn't seem particularly large, but comparing it to the trees nearby made Zhang Ye's heart race. The tree stood at least 6 or 7 meters tall, and this bear, merely sitting, was already half the height of those trees, meaning it must be around 5 or 6 meters long. This was utterly colossal. After a moment of stunned silence, Zhang Ye sent a message to the group. Forever 16. Yay. Chapter 4. The land shark, what's the matter? Hurry and run, young master. The urgency in their voices was palpable. Even Zhang Ye's 3 close friends found themselves momentarily paralyzed with fear. However, Zhang Ye shook his head. Putting away his phone, it was unwise to flee recklessly at this moment. Although the bear was over 100 meters away, one must not forget that this was an open plain, even with the distant forest. It was still far off. Despite the bear's seemingly clumsy appearance, bears on Blue Planet could run at nearly double the speed of an average human, making escape virtually impossible. Moreover, the bear showed no intention of pursuing Zhang Ye. It merely glanced in his direction before beginning to look around, clearly unaware of his presence. If Zhang Ye were to flee without caution now, it would undoubtedly draw attention, sealing his fate. He recalled his father's advice. Among the myriad creatures inhabiting the spiritual realms of Blue Planet, there were commonalities despite their diverse forms. For instance, felines, canines, and bears shared certain behavioral traits. When faced with a bear, if one is at a distance, remaining silent and circumventing the creature is advisable. If the bear is nearby, one should refrain from unnecessary movements. Although bears are formidable and powerful, they typically do not initiate attacks on humans. As long as the bear does not approach, one can slowly retreat until out of its line of sight. Should the bear advance towards you, muster your courage to strike its face with a torch or bear spray, then make a hasty escape. Do not engage directly. Instead, delay and navigate around trees, seeking the downwind path. While bears are swift, their bulk renders them less agile, and with clever maneuvering, it may be possible to shake them off. However, it is crucial to remember that climbing trees is inadvisable, as some bears can ascend faster than you can run. If you find yourself defenseless, inciting the bear's ire in an open area, seek a conspicuous spot to lie down, facilitating the rescue team's ability to locate your remains promptly, thereby minimizing economic and human resource losses and inadvertently bolstering national strength. As for playing dead, bears may have poor eyesight, but they are not foolish, and if hungry, they will not hesitate to consume you regardless of your state. Therefore, Zhang Ye believed that remaining still and waiting for an opportune moment to escape was a far more prudent strategy than feigning death. The bear's vision was generally subpar. At this distance of over 100 meters, Zhang Ye could not ascertain whether the armored bear had spotted him. Thus, he needed to remain vigilant, observing the bear's movements while gradually retreating. Zhang Ye noted that the terrain behind him sloped downward. If he could back away sufficiently, the armored bear would lose sight of him, at which point he could dash into the woods. He began to retreat, his steps slow and measured, while the armored bear seemed oblivious to his presence, continuing to glance around and occasionally scratching its rear, perhaps still dazed from waking. Before long, Zhang Ye had retreated to the mid-slope of the plain. A little further down, the bear would be unable to see him at all. Furthermore, the wind was blowing towards him, ensuring that his scent would go undetected by the armored bear. If he could maintain this position, he would achieve safety. Lost in thought, Zhang Ye was suddenly startled by a gust of wind passing by his ear. Faintly, he seemed to perceive an ethereal voice, as if she were saying, "Run." Run? Run from what? Zhang Ye felt a twinge of confusion. Having always been able to vaguely hear the whispers of the wind, he would often endeavor to decipher its meaning and attempt to communicate with it, which led others to believe he was merely daydreaming or talking to himself. Yet this time, it was the clearest message he had ever received that it was indeed a command to run. But what was the wind trying to convey? Was it urging him to flee? However, there was no apparent danger in his surroundings. If he were to run heedlessly, it might attract the attention of the bear nearby. Nevertheless, Zhang Ye ran. Why? There was no reason. He thought little of it. After all, the wind commanded him to run, and he simply took off. From the moment the wind urged him forward to the instant he began to sprint, scarcely a second had elapsed. Just as Zhang Ye's feet left the ground, a colossal shark erupted from the earth beneath him. Propelled by its momentum, the shark lunged directly at Zhang Ye. At that moment, Zhang Ye had barely covered any distance. And aside from a slight tremor, he remained oblivious to the gaping maw of the shark hurtling toward him. Yet, in the next instant, a fierce gust of wind swept through. The prairie winds were already strong. But this gale was ferocious, reaching the speed of a Category 3 hurricane, 50 meters per second. Before Zhang Ye could grasp the situation, he was swept off balance by the gale, rolling sideways in a tumble. He fell awkwardly, yet narrowly evaded the giant shark. The enormous creature landed on the grass, but did not immediately burrow back into the ground. Instead, its massive scales rapidly undulated like a serpent, shifting direction before swiftly gliding toward Zhang Ye. As he regained his footing, Zhang Ye finally beheld the true form of the monstrous shark. Firstly, it measured around 7 to 8 meters in length, somewhat resembling a shark, yet was adorned with thick, formidable scales that enabled it to maneuver swiftly across the terrain. Its flanks were not adorned with fins, but rather a series of elongated bony spines, likely employed for turning in the earth. There were no gills, clearly indicating that it merely resembled a shark, but was not one. After all, no legitimate shark would swim on land. Its head was sharply pointed and appeared remarkably sturdy. While its gaping maw bore a resemblance to that of a crocodile, its mouth lined with several rows of backward curving teeth akin to those of a python. How magnificent! It was as if a creature from a film had come to life. Zhang Ye's eyes sparkled with wonder, yet it was evident that this was not the time for admiration. The terrestrial shark moved with remarkable speed across the ground, reaching approximately 20 kilometers per hour, nearly matching the pace of a human sprint. Thus, Zhang Ye swiftly turned and fled. 20 kilometers per hour converted to over 5 meters per second, while Zhang Ye's current speed soared to around 10 meters per second, significantly outpacing the land shark. In fact, Zhang Ye's previous best record in physical tests was merely 9.45 meters per second, yet he had now surpassed his limits. His ability to run at such velocity stemmed from not only the enhanced physical capabilities of contemporary humans compared to their ancestors, but also from the education and training imparted by his parents, which endowed him with a physique far superior to that of his peers. Some fortunate individuals, having awakened powerful spirits, already possessed superhuman physiques from the outset, easily surpassing speeds of 100 kilometers per hour. On the other hand, it is the wind that propels him forward. During the process of running, there exists resistance, commonly referred to as wind resistance. Consequently, many individuals can achieve a speed of 10 meters per second on a treadmill, comparable to sprinters from the era before the transformation of the blue planet. However, when running on a track, a speed of 7 to 8 meters per second is quite sufficient at this moment. The wind encircling Zhang Ye felt like a protective shield, significantly reducing his wind resistance, while the airflow behind him continuously propelled him forward. As a result of this interplay, his speed surpassed that of the land shark by more than double, allowing him to swiftly distance himself from it. Yet, the situation was far from straightforward. Due to his rapid pace, Zhang Ye even had the leisure to glance back at the land shark. He noticed that the creature had not burrowed underground, and that its abdominal cavity beneath its head had begun to swell ominously, instilling a sense of foreboding in Zhang Ye. In the next moment, he understood. This massive shark not only possessed the capability to swim underground, but had also equipped itself with jet propulsion. Chapter 5. Adrenaline. The reason the land shark did not dive underground in pursuit of Zhang Ye is rather easy to deduce. Given its immense size, even if its scales aided its movement beneath the earth, it would be challenging for it to achieve the same speed on land. The land shark was likely lurking underground, as such a large creature traversing the earth would undoubtedly cause vibrations. Zhang Ye only felt the tremors after the land shark initiated its attack, indicating that it had not emerged from the depths but had been lying in wait, with Zhang Ye unwittingly stepping into its hunting ground. Had it not been for the wind's warning, Zhang Ye could have faced a dire fate. Thus, one of the land shark's instincts appears to be ambush hunting, a method employed by many predators due to its energy efficiency and higher success rate. If the land shark, after a missed strike, continued to pursue Zhang Ye, it likely believed it could catch him. As Zhang Ye accelerated, the land shark remained tenaciously in pursuit, further validating this notion. If it held such confidence, it certainly possessed additional hunting skills. Therefore, upon observing the swelling of the land shark's abdomen, Zhang Ye became increasingly vigilant. In the next moment, the scales on the land shark's back expanded to their fullest extent, revealing multiple jet ports beneath. Subsequently, the creature's abdominal cavity contracted violently, and the jet ports erupted with searing flames, propelling the land shark with immense force. A thunderous roar reverberated across the plain. In an instant, the land shark resembled a low-flying projectile, swiftly closing in on Zhang Ye, leaving him momentarily stunned. Was this truly jet propulsion? Although curiosity flared within him, Zhang Ye had no time to ponder its mechanics. He hastily shifted direction. The land shark's massive jaws surged past him on the right. Given the sheer speed of this behemoth, its kinetic energy was undoubtedly substantial, making sharp turns nearly impossible. He believed he could evade it. Yet, he was overly complacent. Just as he brushed past the land shark, its flanks simultaneously unfurled. Gazing into the gaping jet ports, Zhang Ye barely had time to exclaim in disbelief before he was violently propelled away by an overwhelming force. The entire body was propelled several meters forward, and coupled with the fact that he was already sprinting at high speed, he landed and rolled away for several more meters, the total distance exceeding 10 meters. This impact left Zhang Ye's head ringing, and his right side bore the marks of burns. Fortunately, the flames emitted from the jet nozzle lasted only for an instant, merely delivering a powerful shockwave. Otherwise, Zhang Ye would surely have been transformed into a mere husk of a person. For an average individual, such an encounter would be akin to having a large air cannon discharged at point-blank range. One would either perish or suffer severe concussions. The reason Zhang Ye retained his consciousness was twofold. Firstly, he instinctively curled up to protect his body upon landing, and secondly, the wind provided a cushioning effect. When the Luhang shark struck, a tempest enveloped Zhang Ye, mitigating a portion of the impact, and upon landing, he resembled an airbag, absorbing further shock, thus sparing him from an untimely demise. Lying on the ground, Zhang Ye could not hear the wind, as a persistent buzzing filled his ears, whether he was rendered deaf by the explosion. He could not tell, but he could feel the refreshing breeze caressing his body. This coolness alleviated much of the excruciating pain from his burns. After a significant moment, once he regained his composure, Zhang Ye laboriously sat up. His first instinct was to glance towards the Luhang shark, only to see it propelled forward by tremendous kinetic energy, traveling 50 to 60 meters before it began to turn back. Clearly preparing to indulge in a feast, Zhang Ye hastily attempted to rise and flee, only to discover that his left foot was unnaturally angled to the side. Was it dislocated or broken? He quickly examined it, a sharp pain coursing through him, causing him to grit his teeth in agony. Soon, he determined that his ankle was indeed dislocated, and quite severely. Thankfully, his other foot was intact. However, his right arm suffered significant burns, and his left arm was also dislocated. Adjusting the position of his left arm, he exerted a gentle force. With a crack, the bone returned to its rightful place under the strain of his muscles. The pain was minimal, as Zhang Ye had developed a certain resilience, having frequently dislocated his arms during childhood escapades with his parents. With the dislocation addressed and the burns pending treatment, the paramount concern now was to devise a means of surviving in the presence of the Luhang shark. Even though the odds of survival appeared slim, he refused to succumb to despair. His parents had imparted knowledge on emergency treatment for injuries sustained in the wild, but this did not encompass the restoration of a dislocated ankle. And other emergency measures were evidently too late for implementation. As the Luhang shark halted, steam began to emanate from its body, indicating an excessive internal temperature, likely exacerbated by the tremendous energy expenditure required for its jet propulsion. Its movement had slowed considerably, and after traversing a short distance, it came to a standstill, continuously releasing vast amounts of steam to facilitate cooling. Although it possessed no eyes, Zhang Ye sensed its gaze upon him. While unaware of how long the Luhang shark would remain in this state, he was certain it would not afford him an extended reprieve, at most 5 minutes before their inevitable confrontation. In this fleeting 5 minutes, how could he save himself? Zhang Ye felt a surge of despair, for the surrounding plains offered no cover, and given his present condition, he could hardly run far. Yet, he did not yield to hopelessness. In haste, he rummaged through his backpack. His hands trembled violently, a manifestation of agony and terror, rendering them somewhat uncoordinated. Yet, he gritted his teeth, inhaling deeply in a fervent attempt to regain his composure. Fortunately, amidst such overwhelming chaos, his backpack remained intact. All supplies were unharmed, and the medical kit was unscathed, save for the utterly shattered compressed biscuits. He extracted the medical kit and retrieved a vial of adrenaline, promptly injecting it into his thigh. In moments of dire peril, Adrenaline can prove pivotal, offering a temporary enhancement of physical capabilities that it augments the respiratory system with additional oxygen, enables the circulatory system to transport more nutrients to areas in need, and allows the muscular system to alternate in supporting the skeletal framework, thereby facilitating swifter reactions at that moment. Zhang Ye administered an intramuscular injection, recalling his father's admonition to avoid intravenous injections unless on the brink of death. Approximately a minute after the adrenaline entered his system, Zhang Ye perceived a shift in his vision, akin to having engaged a wide-angle lens, while simultaneously experiencing a rising sense of unease. His heart raced, quickening with each beat, blood flowed more rapidly, and his breathing became increasingly labored, as his body demanded more oxygen to sustain its heightened functionality. Consequently, he was compelled to breathe through his mouth. Each inhalation tugged at his internally injured organs, and the increased breathing rate brought forth sensations of thirst and irritation in his airways. Yet, after a brief interval, the pain began to diminish in a matter of moments. The discomfort lessened significantly, to the extent that even the agony from his ankle joint became imperceptible. From a third-person perspective, one might observe Zhang Ye's visage first turn pale, then swiftly flush crimson due to increased blood flow, his eyes gradually becoming bloodshot. The surge of blood flooded his muscles, causing them to swell and his veins to bulge, filling him with an almost inexhaustible vigor, accompanied by an inexplicable urge to engage in combat. This was the quintessential response to an adrenaline injection. However, Zhang Ye was acutely aware that the enhancement in physical prowess was transient. While his oxygen intake and strength had increased marginally, his endurance and sensitivity to pain were merely masked for a fleeting moment. Though he could perhaps momentarily topple a robust opponent, it was evident that he would stand no chance against the formidable land shark. Moreover, this heightened state could only be sustained for roughly 10 minutes, during which he would have to endure the adverse effects of anxiety, nausea, chest tightness, and thirst. Once those 10 minutes elapsed, he would be left utterly drained. Thus, the immediate priority was to flee, with a dislocated ankle. Running was impossible, so he opted to leap instead, determined to escape as far as he could, resolutely casting aside any thoughts of retaliation. With great difficulty, Zhang Ye managed to rise on one foot, then exerted all his strength, hopping away from the land shark. Remarkably, he leaped with considerable speed. At that moment, a gust of wind enveloped him, aiding in dispersing heat while providing a semblance of balance, allowing his single-footed leaps to rival a brisk jog. The distant land shark, witnessing Zhang Ye's ability to flee, became agitated in its desperation to capture this seemingly delectable prey. It unleashed its most potent skills. The jet propulsion was an energy-intensive maneuver, and should Zhang Ye evade capture, it would be a significant loss. Thus, it ceased to radiate heat and hurriedly swam towards Zhang Ye, its speed considerably surpassing Zhang Ye's single-legged hops. As Zhang Ye leaped while glancing back, he noticed the Lu Xingxia drawing ever closer. Was he destined to meet his doom? However, in the next instant, a deep roar suddenly resonated through the air. The Lu Xingxia was taken aback, swiftly turning its head, adopting a posture of imminent threat. Zhang Ye was momentarily stunned, following the sound with his gaze. There, atop a grassy slope, an enormous figure had appeared unbeknownst to him, Shijia Xiong. Chapter 6. A narrow escape due to the sudden assault from the Lu Xingxia. Zhang Ye's escape route veered not towards the woods ahead, but rather towards the side and rear. While the Shijia Xiong was a mere 100 meters away to capture Zhang Ye, the Lu Xingxia resorted to jet propulsion, unleashing a tremendous force at that moment. Zhang Ye's ears were nearly deafened by the sheer volume. In this vast plain, sound could travel far, and the Shijia Xiong, 100 meters away, was drawn by the commotion. Upon arrival, it beheld the Lu Xingxia within its territory, igniting its fury. The Shijia Xiong possessed a strong territorial instinct, delineating a region as its own domain. In contrast, the Lu Xingxia roamed and hunted without a fixed territory, meandering wherever food was abundant. Consequently, it could not escape the ire of the Shijia Xiong for encroaching upon its domain. As for Zhang Ye, the Shijia Xiong, with its poor eyesight, relied on hearing and smell for hunting. The jet propulsion of the Lu Xingxia emitted a plethora of pungent chemical scents, effectively masking Zhang Ye's presence. Even if it had noticed him, it would have paid no heed. After all, with intruders in its territory who would still concern themselves with a meal, Zhang Ye posed no threat to it. Thus its focus was entirely on the Lu Xingxia. The latter, too, was preoccupied, The imminent danger posed by the Shijiaxiong overshadowed any concern for Zhang Ye. As a result, the two colossal beasts commenced a tense standoff. Soon, the Shijiaxiong began to close in. Rising on its hind legs, standing upright, it reached a staggering height of 7 to 8 meters, its imposing size radiating intimidation. The Lu Xingsha appeared somewhat intimidated, not yet fully grown. It measured approximately 7 to 8 meters in length, albeit with a considerable portion attributed to its tail. Thus, its bulk was far less formidable than that of the Shijiaxiong. Having recently exerted itself, it found itself fatigued and aware that it was no match for the Shijiaxiong. As the latter advanced, the Lu Xingsha let out a reluctant hiss before turning to flee. Observing this, the Shijiaxiong gave chase on land. The Shijiaxiong was significantly faster than the Lu Xingsha. Just as the Shijiaxiong was about to catch up, the Lu Xingsha hastily burrowed into the ground. Though its speed underground was not as swift as on the surface, the Shijiaxiong could not traverse the earth in pursuit. In mere seconds, a sizable hole was excavated by the Lu Xingsha, into which it quickly dove. The Shijiaxiong, however, was not inclined to relent. It rushed to the edge of the pit and, without hesitation, began to claw at the soil, sending dirt flying in all directions. The stone-armored bear possessed immense strength, swiftly excavating the earth. Ultimately, it ensnared the tail of the land shark with its claws, determined to drag it out. Meanwhile, the land shark desperately burrowed into the ground, resulting in a stalemate between the two colossal beasts. And where was Zhang Ye amidst this confrontation? Alas, he had vanished, having seized the opportunity to flee when the titanic creatures faced off. If not now, when would he retreat? With labored breaths, Zhang Ye hopped away on one foot, panting like a bull. Eventually, he turned his body and leaned against a tree, gradually lowering himself to the ground. At last, he had entered the thicket. Though the grove was not extensive, it served adequately as a hiding place. Zhang Ye's breathing was rapid, a consequence of adrenaline coursing through his veins. His heart raced nearly 200 beats per minute, propelling him to leap into the small woodland. However, as the adrenaline began to wane, Zhang Ye felt an overwhelming heat, a parched and stinging throat, and the dawning awareness of pain radiating throughout his body. The earlier fall had inflicted more than mere dislocated limbs. His internal organs had also sustained trauma, leaving him with numerous abrasions, his visage covered in dirt. Furthermore, his right arm bore extensive burns. Were they mere superficial burns? It would be manageable, but this was far from ordinary. The land shark's jet propulsion evidently stemmed from a chemical reaction facilitated by some substances secreted or accumulated within its body. Following his injury, a greenish liquid oozed from the burns, possessing a caustic effect on human flesh, accompanied by a nauseating odor. Zhang Ye hastily retrieved water and alcohol to cleanse his wounds. Holding a mouthful of water, he forcefully sprayed it onto his arm, endeavoring to wash away the harmful substances before disinfecting the area with alcohol. Fortunately, the fabric of his school uniform was unique. It did not adhere to the skin like plastic would upon burning, which would have complicated the treatment further. When the alcohol made contact with the wound, the excruciating pain caused Zhang Ye to tremble uncontrollably. The entire right side of his body felt numbed, the agony radiating up to his brain, inducing a wave of dizziness. He gritted his teeth to the point of near fracturing them, suppressing any cries that might attract the attention of other predators. Thankfully, he endured the pain. He felt exceedingly fatigued, utterly drained, and acutely uncomfortable, accompanied by a sense of palpitations, chest pain, and a parched throat. These were all side effects of the adrenaline. The situation was dire. Without the adrenaline, he would scarcely have been able to stand. Now, he yearned for a moment of slumber, barely able to hold on. His eyelids were heavy, and, as he watched Zhang Ye's eyes begin to close, a sudden gust of cold wind swept through. The mischievous breeze brushed against Zhang Ye's neck, causing him to shudder involuntarily. How chilling! Yet, it also roused him somewhat. The thought of nearly succumbing to sleep filled Zhang Ye with trepidation. If he were to fall asleep here, whether he would awaken was an entirely different matter. The danger had not yet passed. Thank you, wind. Zhang Ye managed a faint smile. The wind whistled by, as if to say, "You're welcome." In that moment, Zhang Ye also realized that his hearing had returned somewhat. Fortunately, his eardrum had not ruptured, and he had not become deaf. Perhaps this was a stroke of luck amidst his misfortunes. Glancing at the sky, it appeared to be midday, leaving him some time. Zhang Ye slapped his cheeks lightly to awaken himself as much as possible, then sent a message in the group chat. "Surviving my first day, peace sign selfie, image JPG." After that, Disregarding the commotion in the group, Zhang Ye dialed a phone number. Hardly waiting for the ringing to commence, the call was answered instantly. Ye, how are you? Are you dead? Zhang Ye. But indeed, it was his mother. Not yet, Zhang Ye exhaled, smiling as he said, Mom, it's so good to hear your voice. Cut the chit-chat, turn on the video. Upon hearing this, Zhang Ye saw his mother's video call coming through and hurriedly accepted it. A woman with a spirited brow and short hair appeared on the screen. It was Zhang Ye's mother, Liao Jie. Give me a succinct report. What's the situation? Chapter 7. Self-rescue. Upon hearing this, Zhang Ye took a deep breath and replied, I was pursued by a large predator, injected with adrenaline, narrowly escaped, and currently have multiple abrasions all over my body, along with a deep second-degree burn on my right arm, which has been initially treated. I have taken antibiotics and sedatives, and there are no allergic reactions. So as he spoke, Zhang Ye switched the video to the rear camera to allow his mother to assess his injuries. His left ankle seemed to be dislocated and had not yet been treated, showing significant swelling. Zhang Ye directed the phone towards his left foot. Observing the pronounced swelling, Liao Jie furrowed her brow. Get closer, she instructed. Zhang Ye, enduring the pain, straightened up and brought the phone near his left foot. The ankle joint appeared to be dislocated, not merely sprained. The severity suggested possible fractures or breaks, though he could not ascertain without proper conditions for treatment. Show me the burn, Liao Jie continued. All right. Zhang Ye let out a soft grunt, aiming the phone at his bandaged arm. The bandaging looks adequate. The initial treatment seems to be in order? Yes. Zhang Ye nodded weakly. Then there shouldn't be any immediate issues. Liao Jie pressed her lips together, her eyes filled with concern, yet she refrained from expressing it. She understood that at this moment, Zhang Ye was undoubtedly vulnerable. She could offer him comfort, but she must not allow him even a hint of dependence. Zhang Ye seemed to be acutely aware of the gravity of the situation upon glimpsing Liao Jie. His eyes reddened, yet he refrained from shedding tears or uttering superfluous words. The most critical issue at hand is your left foot, which must first be realigned and then stabilized. You don't have any anesthetics nearby, do you? No, Zhang Ye replied, shaking his head. Liao Jie fell silent for a moment before speaking in an unusually calm tone. In this environment, dragging that leg renders you nearly immobile, if we cannot realign it. Any external force could result in complications far beyond mere dislocation. It could potentially lead to permanent disability, significantly increasing your mortality rate. Do you understand? Zhang Ye nodded. I understand. Very well. You are my son, and I have faith that you will survive. The rescue team has already been dispatched, and your father is accompanying them. The current fastest record for extrication from perilous situations is 15 hours. I have tasked him with breaking that record. Therefore, your mission is to hold on until help arrives. You comprehend? Understood. Zhang Ye mustered his strength and nodded vigorously. Good lad. You possess the spirit reminiscent of your mother. Liao Jie smiled, then continued. Without anesthetics, you must perform the realignment without pain relief. Follow my instructions precisely. It will be swift and painful, but you must endure. Imichum. Zhang Ye nodded. How much bandage do we have left? 1.5 rolls. And the alcohol? 1/3. After a swift inquiry, Liao Jie nodded. That should suffice for now. Listen carefully. Bend your knee joint, extend your foot dorsally, and wrap the bandage to create traction, forming an auxiliary joint assembly. Then, heed my command. When the talus and the anterior inferior lip of the tibia are liberated, push the talus downward and backward to realign. Not yet. The auxiliary joint assembly isn't complete. I know it's excruciating, but you must bear it. Zhang Ye clenched his teeth and complied. Wrap the bandage around your nape. Your hand strength is insufficient, so utilize your other leg and upper body to exert force. Yes, wrap another circle for triangular stabilization. Good. That's nearly sufficient. I will count down from 3, and you must act as I instruct, with all your might. The triangular band at the popliteal region serves as a safety valve to limit the degree of leg flexion. So you must exert yourself fully, understood? Understood. Now, find something to bite down on. We cannot have you biting your own tongue off. Upon hearing this, Zhang Ye quickly picked up a nearby twig to bite into. Prepare yourself. Your other foot and upper body must exert force simultaneously. After realignment, you must not lose consciousness. Immediate treatment is imperative. Understood? Understood. All right. On my mark. This moment, Zhang Ye had nearly bound himself like a dumpling. Yet upon closer inspection, each bandage served a specific purpose. Some were for stabilization, others for traction, while some acted as pulleys and others provided insurance. It was a textbook demonstration of the self-realignment method using bandages. To achieve this, he had to endure excruciating pain throughout his entire body. His complexion had turned pale, and cold sweat poured down his brow. Liao Jie did not grant him much time for mental preparation. The countdown had already commenced, and Zhang Ye clung tightly to the branch point 3.2.1. As the countdown reached its conclusion, Zhang Ye exerted a tremendous force with his right leg, while simultaneously leaning his upper body backward. The bandages, working in concert with one another, acted like numerous large hands, applying multidirectional pressure to Zhang Ye's left ankle joint. In an instant, a sharp crack echoed through the air. Snap. The ankle joint was reset. In the next moment, another resounding crack followed. Crack. Zhang Ye astonishingly bit through the thick branch in his mouth. At that moment, Zhang Ye's entire body was tense, agonizing pain gnawing at his nerves, causing his body to convulse as his muscles tightened excessively, leading to cramping. He collapsed to the ground, trembling incessantly. As if even breathing had become an arduous task, his phone slipped from his grasp, and Liao Jie watched as the screen faded to darkness. In that instant, even someone as psychologically resilient as she could not help but feel a surge of panic. Year, she called out, her voice trembling noticeably. Zhang Ye offered no reply, and Liao Jie fixed her gaze on the screen, calling out repeatedly. Year, don't sleep. You must survive. You have to live. Year. 30 seconds elapsed without a response, and Liao Jie's heart sank further. If Zhang Ye were to faint in such a place, his chances of survival would plummet. She fervently prayed in her mind, continuously calling out to him through the phone. Time ticked away, and she pressed her forehead against the device, incessantly uttering his nickname, tears streaming down her cheeks unbeknownst to her. Suddenly, the screen illuminated. That I'm still alive. Within the screen, Zhang Ye had managed to pick up the phone. Sitting up against the tree, the bandages on his body had loosened. His complexion was pallid, his eyelids half closed, and blood oozed from the corner of his mouth. This was due to his excessive biting, causing his gums to bleed. After all, he had bitten through that branch. The excruciating pain at that moment nearly caused him to lose consciousness, his vision darkening, rendering everything invisible. Had it not been for Liao Jie's voice persistently reaching his ears, he feared he might have truly closed his eyes. Fortunately, he persevered. The ankle joint has been reset. Please advise, Officer Liao. Zhang Ye managed a faint smile as he spoke. Seeing that Zhang Ye still had the presence of mind to jest, Liao Jie understood that the lad was likely fine. A profound sense of pride and elation welled up within her. Truly, he is my son. After confirming the reset, Liao Jie continued. Now, we must disinfect the surface of the wound and bandage it with the remaining gauze. Do not discard the gauze that has been removed. Repurpose it, and find some straighter branches to create a makeshift splint, securing the foot in a plantar flexed position. Following Liao Jie's instructions, Zhang Ye proceeded to disinfect and bandage himself, crafting a simple splint. Next, refrain from making any large movements with that leg. If possible, fashion a crutch for yourself later on, Liao Jie advised. However, before the words had barely escaped his lips, Zhang Ye interjected. I recall there is a hidden compartment at the bottom of my backpack, where I stowed a collapsible trekking pole. Let me have a look. As he spoke, Zhang Ye retrieved his backpack and extracted a concealed compartment, revealing indeed several segments of a folded trekking pole. The pole consisted of 6 segments, each measuring 20 centimeters, secured with threaded fittings at both ends, allowing for easy assembly by twisting the segments together. Crafted from carbon fiber reinforced polymer, the trekking pole was both lightweight and sturdy, extending up to a length of 1.20 meters, making it more than adequate for use as a walking stick. Additionally, the trekking pole came equipped with specialized attachments, such as a spearhead that could convert the pole into a harpoon, as well as hooks and a small axe. With this trekking pole in hand, Zhang Ye would find himself considerably more capable. Now, you need to find a shelter and ensure the signal amplifier remains undamaged. Otherwise, they will be unable to locate you, Liao Jie remarked, suddenly raising an eyebrow. Zhang Ye felt an ominous premonition wash over him. Judging by the visuals from the video call, Liao Jie appeared to be engaged in some activity. Zhang Ye surmised that, barring any unforeseen circumstances, his mother was likely in communication with the rescue team, monitoring the progress of their efforts, which probably faced some difficulties. Sure enough, the next moment, Liao Jie spoke. I have good news and bad news. Which would you prefer to hear first? Chapter 8. Good news and bad news. Upon hearing this, Zhang Ye swallowed nervously, uncertainly replying. The good news? Liao Jie responded. The custom boxing gloves I ordered have arrived. They are exquisite and highly durable. Zhang Ye inquired. And what is the bad news? While testing the gloves, I accidentally shattered your witness collection. Liao Jie replied. Zhang Ye exclaimed. Come on, can we not joke around at a time like this? He lamented, his face a picture of despair. Yet Liao Jie could not help but chuckle that it was evident to whom Zhang Ye's temperament resembled. Nevertheless, Liao Jie's playful banter did ease the tension that had gripped Zhang Ye's heart, allowing him a moment to breathe. After all, at merely 16 years of age, Zhang Ye had endured experiences that would challenge even the most resilient of adults, necessitating Liao Jie's constant vigilance over his mental state. If one were to remain too tightly wound, the nerves could snap. Observing Zhang Ye relax somewhat, Liao Jie continued. Now, to the matter at hand. The good news is that the entry point to the spirit realm manifested by the anomaly is actually an expansion of an old spirit realm that was discovered years ago, rather than a newly formed one. In other words, we possess some familiarity with this alternate world, and based on the images you shared in the group, the Witnesses team has already pinpointed your approximate location and has initiated a rescue operation. Upon hearing this, Zhang Ye's heart leapt with joy. The Witnesses are also involved. That is my father's team, and every member is exceptional. Liao Jie, being part of the Witnesses, represented Zhang Ye's greatest aspiration to join their ranks, a goal he had diligently pursued. Given that the son of their leader was in peril, the Witnesses would certainly not remain idle. Liao Jie added with a chuckle, if I weren't currently abroad, I would join them myself. The mere mention of this filled Zhang Ye with a sudden surge of security. However, before he could relish the moment too long, Liao Jie doused his excitement with a splash of cold water. But don't celebrate too soon. Observing the joyful countenance of Zhang Ye, Liao Jie shook his head and spoke. No matter how swift the rescue, it will still be no sooner than 10 hours. Based on our understanding of this spiritual realm and the current time calculations, we have at most 2 hours before nightfall. Is this the bad news? Zhang Ye inquired. However, Liao Jie continued to shake his head. No, the grim tidings are that the plane you find yourself in is situated within an anomaly zone. Each nightfall, an anomaly occurs. What kind of anomaly? Zhang Ye asked. Weather anomalies, Liao Jie replied. Once night descends, the entire plane will be engulfed by a frigid current. With temperatures plummeting below -20 degrees Celsius, Zhang Ye gasped in shock. -20 degrees. What does that even mean? A person in good health, exposed directly to such an environment, would lose consciousness and suffer from frostbite within approximately 15 minutes. I'm clad only in a thin shirt and a tattered school jacket. How am I to withstand such cold? Start a fire? I have flint, but in my current state, walking is a struggle. How can I gather enough firewood to last 10 hours? Am I to set the mountain ablaze? But that would require a spark, and with the ground either damp from rain or inherently moist, the fallen branches are all soaked. My backside is already wet. How could I possibly ignite a fire? Noticing the signs of despair in Zhang Ye, Liao Jie promptly urged, maintain your will to survive. You have 1 minute to regain your composure. Remember, you endured the days leading up to Recovery Day. You are not weaker than before. Liao Jie's resolute words struck Zhang Ye's heart like a hammer, and he suddenly felt a surge of strength. Indeed, he had survived the days prior to Recovery Day, and now he no longer required a wheelchair. What was there to fear? Zhang Ye slapped his cheeks with determination and nodded. All right. Seeing Zhang Ye's rapid self-recovery, Liao Jie displayed a satisfied smile and then said, now, report the remaining battery life of your phone. Zhang Ye promptly replied, 71. Excellent. There is still a substantial amount left. This indicates you weren't playing on your phone during class. Liao Jie expressed his approval. Zhang Ye was left speechless. Now switch your phone to power-saving mode to prolong standby time as much as possible. Although the temperature will be exceedingly low after nightfall, nature will not sever all paths to survival. This world exhibits notable geothermal activity, and within your plane, there are 18 geothermal hotspots. The temperature of these hotspots can exceed 26 degrees Celsius, which is sufficient to see you through the night. Based on your signal location, I have calculated that the nearest geothermal hotspot lies in your 9 o'clock direction. I will send you the route shortly. You must reach the hotspot, located 6.5 kilometers away. Within 2 hours. 6.5 kilometers? Zhang Ye exclaimed, urgently adding, but can I really traverse such a distance in 2 hours? Liao Jie paused for a moment before responding. That depends on how much you wish to live. Zhang Ye. Without further ado, move immediately. Considering your physical condition, this is the quickest and most gentle route available that I have already sent your father and the others rushing towards that hotspot. Either you will endure until rescue arrives, or they will come to collect your remains that I in any case. Rest assured, Mother will definitely bring you back. Zhang Ye. How splendid. This return does not even encompass life or death. However, despite Liao Jie's words, does Zhang Ye not understand her? When he is in trouble, even though she appears calm, she is undoubtedly the one who is most anxious. Thus, as he spoke, Zhang Ye had already equipped his climbing pole and was using it to support himself as he stood up. Do not worry, Mother, I will return home, and you must come to see me then. Zhang Ye smiled as he spoke. Upon hearing this, Liao Jie nodded without hesitation. Good. Finally, after reminding Zhang Ye of some precautions for the other world, she ended the communication. Zhang Ye had already memorized the route Liao Jie sent him, setting his phone to power-saving mode to ensure prolonged standby and maintain communication. Now then, it is time to set off. Zhang Ye, leaning on his climbing pole, moved toward the hotspot with a slight limp. His pace was not particularly fast, yet not slow either. To hasten his movement, Zhang Ye picked up a branch, roughly the same length as his climbing pole, and combined it with the pole to use as crutches. Remarkably, aside from the discomfort in his armpits, his speed had notably increased compared to using only the climbing pole, achieving approximately 1 meter per second. With a distance of 6.5 kilometers, a pace of around 0.9 meters per second is akin to the average walking speed of an ordinary person, so a speed of 1 meter per second should be achievable. However, the critical factor is that this is not a flat road, but a grassy plain with undulating terrain, where steep slopes or other obstacles may arise. Thus, maintaining a speed of 1 meter per second is not guaranteed. Therefore, Zhang Ye must ensure he moves as swiftly as possible. The faster, the better. Suddenly, as he walked, Zhang Ye noticed something familiar on the grass ahead. Upon closer inspection, it turned out to be a bundle of money. The bills were neatly stacked and secured with rubber bands. All were 5 yuan notes, with the largest denomination being 10 yuan. Inside the stack were some coins, including 1 yuan, 5 jiao, and even a 2 jiao coin. Mother, I found Huaxia currency here. Is this reasonable? Zhang Ye could not help but call Liao Jie to inquired. It is reasonable. It might have been dropped by someone passing through the spirit realm gate, randomly transported away. Liao Jie replied calmly. Do not worry about the money for now. You need to focus on your journey. Zhang Ye nodded and stowed the money in his backpack. Whose money this might be is unknown, but given its careful preservation, it must be significant to its owner. Perhaps he should report it as lost upon returning, though he was uncertain if that person would survive. After this brief interlude, Zhang Ye continued onward. Soon, he navigated around a small grove. Moving in the direction of his memory, the route was quite easy to remember. Just keep going straight, and he would eventually see a river, then follow the river downstream for a while, turning right at the third river branch. He recalled all of this clearly. After all, if his memory were lacking, he would not have excelled academically. As he progressed further, after 1 kilometer, he finally spotted the small river. He remembered Liao Jie's warning. Always be cautious of the river. When the water flows swiftly, one may draw from it, provided safety is ensured, and it is permissible to approach the riverbank. Conversely, during tranquil water conditions, it is advisable to maintain a considerable distance. If one can avoid proximity, it is best to do so, for one can never ascertain what lies beneath the placid surface. Thus, upon nearing the river, Zhang Ye observed its considerable width, measuring over 10 meters, with a gentle current and murky waters that obscured the bottom. He promptly retreated a safe distance, as long as he could keep the river in sight. Ensuring he progressed alongside its course would suffice. The river's vastness, concealing dozens of land sharks, did not come as a surprise to Zhang Ye. Prudence dictated he maintain a safe distance. Chapter 9. Low-pressure warning. What is the situation? The voice of Liao Jie echoed through the phone. Every 10 minutes, Liao Jie would call to ascertain the circumstances and require Zhang Ye to report his movements in real time. Although the signal amplifier on Zhang Ye's person could transmit signals, it did not do so instantaneously. Thus, for Zhang Ye's survival probability, Liao Jie needed to monitor developments as closely as possible. The situation is manageable. My armpits are chafed and my legs ache slightly, but it's nothing serious, Zhang Ye replied. How is your progress? Zhang Ye surveyed his surroundings and cross-referenced Liao Jie's map, stating, I have reached point B2. 5. On Liao Jie's route, numerous points had been marked for Zhang Ye's convenience. Your pace has slowed. At this juncture, You should have reached point B3 with approximately an hour and a half until nightfall. You must accelerate. Upon hearing this, Zhang Ye felt a twinge of frustration. Under the current circumstances, even a slight increase in speed would result in a significant expenditure of energy. Nevertheless, he refrained from voicing any complaints and nodded resolutely. Understood. Liao Jie, recognizing the need for brevity in their conversation to conserve Zhang Ye's energy for the journey, offered no further elaboration that a typical individual with sound legs could traverse about 10 kilometers in 2 hours at a steady pace. However, Zhang Ye, impeded by one immobile leg, expended energy equivalent to that of an average person walking 20 to 30 kilometers in the same duration. Those skeptical could simply try hopping on one leg to comprehend the exertion involved. Despite utilizing crutches, his energy consumption remained substantial. Soon, 10 minutes elapsed, and Liao Jie's call rang out once more. "Where are you now?" he inquired. "Approaching B4, Zhang Yi responded. "Plans have changed. You must accelerate." "What?" Zhang Yi was taken aback. Momentarily halting to glance at his phone, Liao Jie explained, "There is a survey station in your vicinity. It has just detected a drop in atmospheric pressure in the plains, indicating that cold air flows may arrive sooner than anticipated. You must increase your speed." Upon hearing this, Zhang Yi felt a weight settle in his chest that a decline in atmospheric pressure often heralded inclement weather. The best-case scenario would be overcast skies, while worse conditions could entail heavy rain or storms. And the direst could lead to hurricanes. In essence, it invariably signified adverse weather. Bad weather in this unfamiliar world seldom boded well. Understood. Zhang Yi inhaled deeply and resumed his pace. Fortunately, the terrain along the riverbank was flat and sloped downward, allowing for a swifter pace, provided he remained cautious to avoid falls. With 1 hour and 11 minutes remaining until nightfall, Liao Jie prompted, "Report your status." Zhang Yi replied, "I have reached D2 and am progressing at a steady pace. This speed is acceptable. Maintain it. Can your stamina endure?" Biting her teeth, she thought it should be manageable. "Mom, I'm starting to feel a bit cold." After a moment of silence, Liao Jie inquired, "Is it internal cold or external cold?" "Internal cold." On the other end of the line, Liao Jie snapped the pencil in her hand with a decisive crack, her gaze trembling slightly. She was acutely aware of Zhang Ye's condition. His injuries could be classified as severe, compounded by the adrenaline he had injected, with its side effects persisting. After tending to his wounds, Zhang Ye had immediately set off on a strenuous journey. Thus, his situation was undeniably precarious. Her inquiry about whether Zhang Ye felt internal or external cold was to ascertain the specifics of his condition. External cold refers to a sensation of chill emanating from the environment, with no significant drop in body temperature, typically induced by external factors. If it were merely external cold, it could be somewhat alleviated, considering that a cold front was imminent and temperatures would gradually decline. Internal cold, however, presented a different scenario. It indicated a chilling sensation within the body, with a gradual loss of heat, often stemming from internal factors. This was a sign that Zhang Ye was beginning to adapt to this new world. Self-adaptation. Self-adaptation indicated that the body, aided by the anomaly suppressor, was gradually acclimatizing to the foreign environment. The onset of self-adaptive responses typically manifested as internal cold followed by fever. Once the fever subsided, the individual could move freely in this alien realm without relying on the anomaly suppressor, significantly reducing the likelihood of experiencing adverse reactions. Furthermore, various bodily functions would experience some degree of enhancement. Yet, Liao Jie found no joy in this development. The emergence of self-adaptive responses, while generally a positive sign, was ominous given Zhang Ye's current life-threatening predicament. With his severe injuries, it was uncertain whether he could reach the hot spot before the cold front arrived. The occurrence of self-adaptation now felt like an additional burden. Liao Jie could not comprehend why Zhang Ye exhibited such rapid self-adaptive responses. Typically, this phenomenon would only arise after surviving over 200 hours in the alternate world. It was only then that the body would start to adjust to the environment under the influence of the anomaly suppressor. Yet, how long had Zhang Ye been in this world? The timeline for self-adaptation also varied based on physical constitution. For the average person, it took around 200 hours, with some individuals lagging behind by dozens, even hundreds of hours. The longest recorded duration was 312 hours, and while longer durations existed, those individuals had not survived. Self-adaptation was indeed a double-edged sword. If one could not adapt, the only outcome was a dead end. Conversely, some individuals with robust constitutions could adapt more swiftly. Take Liao Jie herself. For instance, she had achieved self-adaptation in merely 101 hours. Zhang Ye's father, Zhang Tianyin, had accomplished it in an even shorter span of 98 hours. But what of Zhang Ye? All told, he had barely exceeded 5 hours. Even if intense exercise and stimulating reactions could expedite self-adaptation, Liao Jie had never heard of anyone exhibiting such responses within 10 hours. Mom, a chewed is something wrong. Zhang Ye, noticing Liao Jie's silence, could not help but inquire. However, Liao Jie refrained from providing a direct answer, instead speaking with grave seriousness. You must understand that you need to accelerate your pace, and no matter how uncomfortable your body feels, you must endure from this moment on. Do not stop until you reach the hot spot. Zhang Ye could detect the barely perceptible tremor in Liao Jie's voice. Coupled with his own bodily sensations, he surmised that something was amiss with his physical condition. However, Zhang Ye did not dwell on those thoughts, for contemplating them would only weaken his will to survive without yielding any benefit. His immediate task was to reach the hot spot as swiftly as possible. The sky was growing increasingly dim. Looking up, he saw an overcast horizon, devoid of sunset. Only thick layers of clouds. One could only imagine the profound darkness that would envelop the night. The wind was intensifying, and the temperature, once pleasantly warm, had turned somewhat chilly. Year, do not hang up the phone from now on, Liao Jie instructed. Zhang Ye nodded and tucked his phone screen out into the pocket of his school uniform. It's already this dark before nightfall. I can hardly see the path. Zhang Ye gasped, his breath labored. You should have an emergency flashlight in your bag, right? Liao Jie inquired. Yes, take it out and hold it in your hand. Most animals in this world are attracted to light, so turning on the flashlight would undoubtedly signal them that dinner is served. So avoid it unless absolutely necessary if you encounter carnivorous creatures. Switch to strobe mode. Also, I recall that your father customized a watch for you with a noise deterrent feature. Remember to activate it when the time comes. It can emit a high decibel sound, which should significantly enhance your safety, but use it sparingly. Otherwise, you risk damaging your hearing. Listening to Liao Jie's reminders, Zhang Ye nodded lightly, emitting only a faint nasal sound. This moment, he felt his body growing increasingly weary. Chapter 10. Charging towards the wind and snow. Time slipped away, second by second. Report your status. The call remained connected, and every 10 minutes, Liao Jie's voice would echo through. Reached E3, feeling more fatigued. Zhang Ye licked his dry lips, struggling to speak. The water had been consumed, and although a small bottle hung on his backpack, capable of collecting moisture from the air, its pace was far too sluggish to meet Zhang Ye's needs. He had already traversed over 5 kilometers, with just one last kilometer to reach his destination. Yet, Zhang Ye was on the verge of exhaustion. The discomfort in his body bore down on him with immense pressure. He had to endure and push himself to move as quickly as possible. The temperature had plummeted below 15 degrees Celsius, leaving his skin icy, yet within him, it felt as though a furnace blazed, generating an intense heat. This was the fever induced by his body's adaptive response. At this juncture, Zhang Ye had surmised what was transpiring within him, yet he was powerless to alter it. All he could do was endure the heat, weakness, and thirst, tightly wrapping his thin school uniform around himself to minimize heat loss and stave off hypothermia. Hearing Zhang Ye's voice, Liao Jie was frantic. She understood that his condition had reached a critical threshold, but what could she do? She was not there by his side. Unable to offer substantial help, he had to rely on himself. The cold front was approaching. If he did not hasten to reach the hot spot, Zhang Ye would undoubtedly perish. Year, you have fallen behind by half a point. You must quicken your pace, Liao Jie gently encouraged. You can do this. Just increase your speed a little more. Listening to Liao Jie's words, Zhang Ye's gaze fell low. At that moment, he truly wished he could simply collapse, had it not been for the searing agony that surged through his left foot with each accidental touch to the ground. Keeping him in a state of perpetual alertness, coupled with the incessant echo of Liao Jie's voice reverberating in his ears, Zhang Ye might have already succumbed to slumber. Liao Jie continued to offer words of encouragement. While Zhang Ye gritted his teeth and pressed onward, he had long since exhausted the energy to observe his surroundings, his head bowed and neck retracted. Despite the heat raging within him, his hands and feet were painfully cold. His vision blurred, and in this already dim environment, he could scarcely discern the path beneath his feet, relying solely on his trekking pole for guidance. Suddenly, an abrupt slope appeared ahead, and Zhang Ye lost his footing, tumbling sideways down the incline. Fortunately, he came to a halt after rolling a few meters. His entire body throbbed with pain, particularly his left foot, which emitted a grinding sound upon impact, causing him to curl up in agony. Trembling uncontrollably. Year. His phone had fallen to the side, and he reached out to retrieve it, cradling it against his chest. Mom. I might not be able to hold on. His voice quivered, not solely due to the cold. Liao Jie could detect the fear in his tone, an all-consuming fear of death. Merely 16 years of age, Zhang Ye had already surpassed Liao Jie's expectations by this much. Yet, there was no alternative. He must be compelled. If he did not push forward, he would perish. You can do this. Don't give up, please. Your mother said you were only 600 meters away from the hot spring. Just 600 meters. Can you stand up for me? Zhang Ye's eyes brimmed with tears as he struggled to rise, but faltered. His voice cracked with despair. Mom. I can't do it. You can. Liao Jie's voice boomed from the phone. First, brace yourself with your hands. Rise little by little. Don't rush. You can do it, and you will survive. But, Zhang Ye trembled. No buts. Liao Jie's voice rang out, deafening in its urgency. There are no excuses on the path to survival. If you wish to live, you must crawl if necessary. At this, Liao Jie's tone softened. You must be capable of anything for yourself. And you must believe that you can achieve anything. This is for survival. Live. Liao Jie's words echoed in his ears like a surge of adrenaline coursing through Zhang Ye's veins. He did not respond, yet his actions spoke volumes. With a determined swipe of his forearm, he wiped away the tears from his eyes. In their place, an indomitable will and a fierce desire to survive ignited within him. This is for survival. This is for survival. He repeated this mantra in his mind, and in that moment, he felt a rush of blood, his heartbeat quickening, as if a surge of strength had awakened within him. He let out a desperate scream, veins bulging as he summoned all his might to lift his body, retrieving his trekking pole that was within arm's reach, and gradually began to rise, gripping the pole firmly. He fixed his gaze ahead and began to advance slowly, yet resolutely. This moment, his pupils dilated, allowing an influx of light to penetrate his eyes. His vision became increasingly clear, enabling him to discern the path ahead in the encroaching darkness. Gritting his teeth, he dragged his injured leg forward, inch by inch. The pain coursing through his body seemed to dissipate, leaving him with a singular thought: advance. This was a fight for survival. This was the effect of adrenaline. He had but one dose of adrenaline, already expended in his desperate bid to escape the jaws of the land shark. Yet, let us not forget, the human body possesses the remarkable ability to secrete adrenaline on its own. As Zhang Ye's will to survive surged to its zenith, it appeared as though his body had shattered some invisible shackles. Initially, his system was barred from producing more adrenaline, as the side effects of the administered dose lingered, imposing a safety valve upon him. However, now, Zhang Ye's indomitable will to survive struck like a hammer, obliterating that very safety valve in an instant. This moment, his body was unfettered. His heart raced, his temperature soared. He breathed deeply, and every system within him surged into overdrive. More oxygen was required, more energy, more drive. Break down glucose, metabolize fat, accelerate the metabolism, speed up, further accelerate, without any constraints. Just one more step, just a fraction faster, just to survive. Thus, he exerted himself fully. Messages coursed through his body, from his brain to his limbs, from his central nervous system to the peripheral, conveying one imperative: move. Damn it, I must survive. His pace quickened. And at that moment, Zhang Ye was oblivious to the fact that his injured left foot had touched the ground and was now able to move as freely as his right. It was as if a mystical force were continuously mending the wounds on his left foot. His speed surged. 1 meter per second, 3 meters, 5 meters. Ultimately, he was running. The sensation of any abnormality in his left foot faded, and Zhang Ye's velocity escalated. Just then, a frigid wave surged forth. The white mist that swept through froze the very ground beneath it. The cold front advanced rapidly, propelled by the wind towards Zhang Ye. He did not glance back, nor did he look around. He simply knew to charge ahead. The cold front was swift, advancing at a pace of several meters per second, drawing ever closer to Zhang Ye. Yet, he continued to accelerate. 8 meters per second, 10 meters, 12 meters. His speed soared, surpassing his previous records. Before him, there was no wind, for the wind had enveloped him, forming a conical vortex, diverting all oncoming gusts to either side, while simultaneously propelling him to greater speeds. The cold front loomed ever nearer behind him. 10 meters, 5 meters, 1 meter. In the next heartbeat, the cold front surged forth like a raging tsunami, ready to engulf Zhang Ye. The wind and snow danced around him, and where the cold front passed, frost began to form. The stone-armored bear curled up, exposing its frost-covered back to the icy air, using its stone shell and thick fur to fend off the blizzard. The land shark, having lost its tail, burrowed deeper underground to escape the frost's onslaught. Pairs of two-headed horses huddled together, forming a circle, seeking warmth in one another's proximity. Various creatures employed their unique abilities to withstand the bitter chill. After all, that those unable to withstand the harsh cold had long since succumbed to the dust of oblivion. Yet, amidst the tempestuous snow and wind, a figure dashed forward with remarkable speed. The wind enveloped him like a protective shroud. Repelling all attempts by the encroaching ice and snow, which seemed on the verge of solidification, snowflakes danced along the swirling current, gliding against his skin, yet not a single chill could penetrate and affect him in the slightest. He resembled a knight clad in crystalline armor, charging valiantly into the roaring blizzard. Chapter 11. Silver Wing's blood coursed through his veins, igniting a fervor that dispelled fear. In its place surged an exhilarating excitement. Indescribable in its intensity, Zhang Ye could perceive the swirling snowstorm ahead. No matter how swiftly he ran, the snow would not touch him. He extended his hand, marveling as snowflakes twirled around his fingers, forming a semi-transparent, crystalline glove. How enchanting! Year, Liao Jie's anxious voice echoed from his phone. Yet amidst the howling winds and his fervent spirit, Zhang Ye could not hear him. He was solely focused on surging forward. At that moment, his speed reached an astonishing 15 meters per second. What does that mean? It was significantly faster than the quickest sprinter prior to the recovery day. At such velocity, Zhang Ye felt as though with a mere leap, he could soar into the air. Suddenly, a colossal stone, towering over 2 meters, loomed ahead. In a moment of desperation, Zhang Ye leaped without a second thought, akin to a dolphin breaching the ocean's surface, his form both harmonious and graceful. In that instant, he soared over 2 meters, clearing the massive rock with ease. He landed, rolled to absorb the impact, and without pausing, propelled himself upward again, landing smoothly to continue his wild sprint. A broad smile adorned Zhang Ye's face. For in that fleeting moment, every movement felt effortless and beautifully coordinated. The wind swirled around him. When he leaped, his body was nearly parallel to the stone, the wind encircling him, allowing him to maintain balance and preventing any uncontrollable spins or shifts amidst the blizzard. As he rolled upon landing, the wind acted as a cushion, absorbing much of the impact from such height and speed, sparing him from significant harm with each motion he made. The wind seemed to assist in preserving his equilibrium and safeguarding him from injury. It felt as if if the wind were his protector. In that moment, he felt invincible, impervious to any harm. With each stride, he drew closer to the geothermal hotspot. At last, he beheld the layers of mist in the distance. That was the location of the geothermal hotspot. Due to the stark temperature differential inside and outside the hotspot, a thick fog formed in the buffer zone. By traversing through this mist, he could enter the warm embrace of the hotspot. Yet, in the next heartbeat, Zhang Ye was startled to see a massive rift ahead, emerging from the fog. According to Liao Jie's planned route, he was supposed to veer left and circumvent the rift by 100 meters. But at that moment, Zhang Ye had other intentions. He aimed to leap across it. Were it not for the extraordinary circumstances, he would never have entertained such thoughts, nor would he have believed in his capacity for success. Previously, Liao Jie had informed him about this chasm, which, when viewed from above, revealed an average width exceeding 12 meters. Even during his prime, it would have been nearly impossible for Zhang Ye to leap across such a distance. Although his physique, honed through his parents' rigorous training, surpassed that of his peers, he was still merely 16 years old. It is noteworthy that the world record for the long jump, prior to the rehabilitation day, stood at a mere 8.95 meters. Thus, the 12-meter-wide fissure was an insurmountable obstacle for Zhang Ye. Yet, at this moment, a voice within him urged, "Leap across." And so he did. As he approached the chasm, Zhang Ye did not slow down. Instead, he gritted his teeth and charged forward with unwavering determination. Faster, faster, even quicker. The biting wind and snow rushed past him. His arms swung with increasing frequency. His legs moved with greater urgency, and his breathing quickened. Speed, once more, escalated 18 meters per second, adjusting his breathing rhythm to synchronize with his strides. 19 meters per second. The chasm loomed ever closer, and Zhang Ye's muscles tensed in anticipation that he whispered to the wind, I implore you 20 meters per second. This was the moment. As his foot landed at the edge of the fissure, cracks appeared in the solid rock beneath him. All his strength coalesced in that one foot. And the powerful reaction force propelled Zhang Ye into the air. He was flying. At the instant of takeoff, he drew his legs up as much as possible and extended his arms backward, resembling an eagle unfurling its wings. In that fleeting moment, a fierce wind swept through the heights, dispersing the thick clouds and revealing the moon suspended in the night sky. The moon in this world was vast, its radiance strikingly bright. Moonlight pierced through the clouds, akin to focused stage lights illuminating him, casting a silvery sheen upon his dark hair. The argent glow enveloped his face, showcasing the exhilaration in his smile and the dazzling brilliance reflected in his deep-set eyes. Such passion, such fervor. Behind him, the wind coalesced almost into a tangible form. The moonlight traversed the currents of air, and due to the varying density of the atmosphere, it refracted in midair, emanating a wing-like luminescence. It was as if a pair of silvery wings unfurled behind him. It appeared not as though he had leaped over, but rather that he had soared. He had succeeded. The argent wings behind him allowed him to glide effortlessly. The wind, illuminated by the moonlight, created an almost perfect silver arc in the air. Thus, he flew across. His form descended directly into a shroud of mist. Upon landing, he rolled to absorb the impact, yet this time, he did not execute a flawless landing. Due to the height differential on either side, his speed was too great, and the force too overwhelming. One roll was insufficient. He tumbled 4 or 5 times across the grassy expanse before finally coming to a halt. Fortunately, this side of the slope was a gentle incline. Had it been a decline, he might have rolled all the way down. Thankfully, the softness of the grass and his proper landing posture spared him from serious injury. Aside from some abrasions on his back, he did, however, feel slightly dizzied at this moment. The fervent Zhang Ye was utterly indifferent to such matters. Rising to his feet, he could not help but let out a triumphant roar. Woohoo! How exhilarating! Oh, wind, may I experience that once more? No sooner had the words left his lips than a fierce gust of wind swept past, sending him sprawling onto the grass. Still somewhat dazed, that a chill coursed along his neck, prompting Zhang Ye to shudder involuntarily, which helped him regain a modicum of composure. He sheepishly scratched his head upon hearing the wind's displeased huff, clearly indicating that another round was out of the question. Nonetheless, the previous sensation had been so intoxicating that even after calming down a bit, Zhang Ye still yearned for another thrill. Here, he had entered the geothermal hotspot. The winds surrounding him had dissipated, yet he no longer felt the cold. If he ventured a little deeper, he would traverse the misty veil and enter the heart of the geothermal haven, where the warmth would be even more pronounced. However, Zhang Ye found himself reluctant to move. After being blown to the ground, he simply reclined on the damp but warm grassy slope. The geothermal heat emanated from the Earth's core, rendering the ground considerably warmer than the air above, making Zhang Ye feel as though he were luxuriating in a shallow hot spring, enveloped in warmth. His phone, which he had clutched tightly in his hand, inadvertently powered off due to a long press of the shutdown button. Apart from the occasional whisper of the wind, all was silent. Suddenly, he burst into laughter. The more he laughed, the more joy he felt, even extending his hands to applaud vigorously for himself. The sound of applause, laughter, and cheers resonated through the mist. I'm alive. Woohoo. Ha! Mom, I love you. Woohoo. He seemed to be releasing the exuberance of survival. Shouting with all his might, he expressed his gratitude. Gratitude to Liao Jie, without whom he would never have reached this point. Gratitude to himself for never giving up. Gratitude to the wind for saving him time and again. Gratitude to the world for imparting these realizations. Gratitude for everything worthy of thanks and appreciation. In that moment, he felt profoundly fulfilled. A wave of fatigue began to wash over him like a tide. His voice grew softer, his hands fell to the ground, exhaustion nearly engulfing him, and drowsiness made his eyelids flutter. Yet, he continued to murmur in a faint whisper, "Thank you, wind. I am truly grateful. Really very thankful." That a gentle breeze brushed past his ear, and Zhang Ye could hear that ethereal voice, unusually clear this time. "You're welcome." In response, a smile of unparalleled satisfaction and happiness spread across Zhang Ye's face, and he slowly closed his eyes. Moments later, the sound of steady snoring filled the air. Chapter 12. A beautiful world. At this moment, Liao Jie was on the verge of tears. The computer before her was connected to the monitoring system of the spirit realm, and the screen displayed the climatic map of the plane where Zhang Ye resided. A massive vortex of air had enveloped a significant portion of the plain, including Zhang Ye's location. This was the largest storm to have emerged since the discovery of this spirit realm. The lowest temperature had plummeted to an astonishing -54 degrees. The maximum wind speed is reached an astonishing 52 meters per second. What does this signify? The frigid temperatures of Antarctica. The wind speed of a Category 3 hurricane. In such a dire environment, how could a weary and gravely injured 16-year-old child possibly survive? It is almost akin to a death sentence. Liao Jie, however, strives to maintain her composure. She presses a button on one side of her earpiece and inquires, "How much longer?" The first sound that greets her ears is the howling of the blizzard, and Zhang Tianyan's voice emerges, strained and labored, as if forced through clenched teeth. 6 hours. Please go faster. Liao Jie implores, her voice trembling with suppressed emotion. Understood. Zhang Tianyan responds without a moment's hesitation. As communication ceases, Liao Jie intertwines her fingers tightly, closes her eyes, and fervently prays within her heart, hold on. Mom believes you can survive. You can do it. She is currently abroad, and all she can do is pray for a miracle. Meanwhile, amidst the tempestuous winds and snow of the spiritual realm, 6 silhouettes press forward against the terrifying storm, moving with lightning speed. Their velocity is astonishing. Propelled solely by their legs, they defy the fierce winds, surpassing a speed of 200 kilometers per hour. A robust man leads the charge at the forefront of the group. A faint red glow emanating from him as his veins bulge with exertion. Snowflakes fall upon him, only to vaporize almost instantaneously. His blood surges with fervor. In this moment, he serves as the vanguard, pushing ahead of the team, which resembles a high-speed train racing across the plains, advancing rapidly towards Zhang Ye's location, leaving the National Rescue Team trailing over 100 kilometers behind. Hold on. Zhang Tianyan, like Liao Jie, continually prays in silence. Time ticks by, each second slipping away. The witness squad draws ever closer to the signal source where Zhang Ye resides. Zhang Ye finds himself in a dream, a most wondrous dream. He dreams that he is floating in the cosmos, surrounded by darkness and void. Suddenly, points of light begin to emerge, coalescing before him. These points merge into an ever-expanding orb, ultimately transforming into a stunning blue planet. Zhang Ye recognizes this as the world he depends upon for survival. Blue star. From a divine perspective, he gazes upon this planet, witnessing the towering mountains, expansive grasslands, lush forests, vast oceans, and arid deserts. He sees golden sunlight filtering through the gaps in the tree canopy. Casting its glow upon the forest floor, he observes the wind sweeping across the plains, bending the grass as it takes on form. He glimpses the azure ocean, adorned with vibrant corals and schools of colorful fish frolicking joyfully. He sees so many. His heart swells with emotion that he longs to explore those beautiful and magnificent places, to witness them firsthand. Moreover, the myriad spiritual realms that emerge upon Blue Star are equally vibrant and diverse. This world is so beautiful. Is there anything more splendid than this? He cannot help but ponder, and the answer he receives is a resounding no. Gradually, his gaze becomes entranced, fixated on this breathtaking world. Unable to look away. After 6 hours of relentless sprinting, nearly every member of the witness squad has exerted themselves to their utmost limits in their eyes. It was a fierce contest with the specter of death. A moment's hesitation could very well lead to Zhang Ye being claimed by the Grim Reaper. Thus, they could only muster all their strength and sprint forth with unbridled urgency. At last, the intense signal source dwindled to a mere 800 meters. Glancing at the personal terminal on his wrist, Zhang Tianyan discovered that Zhang Ye's signal had remained stationary throughout the past 6 hours. Could it be? No. Zhang Tianyan let out a roar of fury, his voice resonating powerfully, even scattering the fierce winds that met him head-on. Soon, they caught sight of the mist ahead. That a flicker of hope surged within Zhang Tianyan's heart. That was the geothermal hotspot. Zhang Ye was within the geothermal hotspot. If that were the case, there was a possibility that Zhang Ye was still alive. Motivated by this thought, Zhang Tianyan's speed surged once more, leaving his teammates far behind. In mere moments, the enormous fissure appeared before him. He did not pause for an instant. From a distance of about 10 meters from the chasm, he leaped into the air. This leap spanned dozens of meters. Soaring over the fissure, and upon landing, he charged forward without a hint of a roll. Yet in the next moment, he beheld a familiar figure lying amidst the mist. Zhang Tianyan's pupils dilated in shock, and he slammed to a halt, uprooting a considerable patch of grass, before hastening to Zhang Ye's side. As he beheld Zhang Ye's tightly shut eyes, tears of overwhelming sorrow welled up in Zhang Tianyan's eyes, enveloping his heart in profound grief. However, before he could succumb to tears, he witnessed Zhang Ye smacking his lips, turning over with a silly grin, mumbling in his sleep. Zhang Ye. He, so beautiful. Zhang Tianyan. In that instant, a wave of immense joy enveloped Zhang Tianyan, who promptly pulled Zhang Ye into his embrace, holding him tightly as if fearing he might vanish at any moment. Naturally, Zhang Ye was stirred awake by his action, still in a daze, believing he was at home, and thus yawned, asking, "Dad, what time is it? You little rascal, how can you still be sleeping?" Zhang Tianyan couldn't help but scold with a chuckle. "I thought you had already kicked the bucket." "What?" As Zhang Ye slowly regained consciousness, he finally remembered that he was not at home. With a few swift sounds, the other 7 members of the witness team jumped over the fissure, joining the two. Seeing that Zhang Ye was still alive, everyone breathed a collective sigh of relief, gazing at him with disbelief. Once emotions were stabilized, Zhang Tianyan released Zhang Ye and inquired, "How did you survive?" Zhang Ye blinked, replying, I just lived." "What on earth?" Zhang Tianyan was utterly perplexed. "I just ran, then jumped, and then lay down to sleep," Zhang Ye explained, scratching his head. "Everyone. Is that it? Where are the serious injuries? What about the dislocated ankle? How could you still run and jump? Show me." With that, Zhang Tianyan began to inspect Zhang Ye's injuries. Meanwhile, a female team member with a high ponytail took off her backpack, extracting a plethora of medical supplies, preparing to re-bandage Zhang Ye's wounds. However, when the bandages on Zhang Ye's body were removed, everyone was left in stunned silence. In pristine condition, both the burned arm and the dislocated ankle are now restored to perfection. Not a single scar or trace remains, let alone any sign of injury. Zhang Ye himself was momentarily taken aback, and then exclaimed in astonishment, "Huh, where are my injuries?" The onlookers exchanged bewildered glances. Liao Jie had shared screenshots of Zhang Ye's injuries with them, clearly depicting the severe wounds he had sustained. Yet now, "Captain, could it be that Xiao Yi has undergone self-awakening?" At this moment, a man with a braided ponytail interjected. Upon hearing this, Zhang Tianyan nodded in acknowledgement. "It's a possibility." The sudden recovery of Zhang Ye's injuries could likely be attributed solely to natural self-awakening. Every individual has the opportunity to awaken their spirit at the age of 16. The most undergo a process termed guided awakening, necessitating the assistance of an already awakened spirit to channel their own spiritual energy. However, success is not guaranteed. Some individuals must attempt awakening multiple times, while others may not succeed until they reach their 50s or 60s. Conversely, certain individuals, either under the age of 16 or yet to undergo guided awakening, may awaken their own spirit independently, a phenomenon known as self-awakening. This self-awakening manifests in various ways. Some might experience a spontaneous awakening, such as while drinking water, suddenly realizing, I've awakened. Others, however, may awaken in response to external stimuli, such as facing danger or life-threatening situations, which significantly increases the likelihood of self-awakening. Generally, the spirits awakened through self-awakening tend to be more potent than those achieved through guided awakening. A defining characteristic following awakening is that the spiritual energy automatically cleanses the body, removing impurities and, to some extent, healing one's injuries, akin to experiencing a diminished version of a recovery day. In some cases, individuals who undergo self-awakening may even manifest a powerful spirit capable of regenerating severed limbs. Thus, the notion that Zhang Yi self-awakened during a perilous encounter, subsequently healing his injuries and narrowly escaping danger, seems the most plausible explanation to the onlookers. However, as they discussed this, Zhang Ye appeared somewhat perplexed. He examined his hand and took a moment to reflect before stating, "But I don't feel my spirit at all." Chapter 13. The cruel truth. Upon hearing this, Zhang Tianyan pondered for a moment and inquired, "Not a single sensation. Well, if I had to say, does being able to converse with the wind count?" Zhang Yi queried. Zhang Tianyan replied, "That does not count." This young man had long claimed that he could hear the whispers of the wind, even before the cataclysm known as the Recovery Day had occurred in Blue Star. Both Zhang Tianyan and Liao Jie dismissed this as a manifestation of Zhang Ye's youthful fantasies. After all, it was quite normal for boys to indulge in such daydreams. Before the Recovery Day, The concept of superpowers existed solely within the realms of novels and films. That it is likely that his abilities have yet to manifest. Many who have recently awakened cannot perceive their spirit until they undergo testing. As Zhang Tianyan spoke, a sudden thought crossed his mind, prompting him to add, "By the way, you should share the good news with your mother. She's been nearly frantic with worry." With that, he tapped his earpiece, and Liao Jie's urgent voice immediately filled his ear. "Have you found Ye?" Having found him, the young lad seems to be in good spirits and may have even awakened a sense of self-awareness. His injuries have healed, Zhang Tianyan remarked with a smile. After ensuring Zhang Ye's safety, the weight that had pressed upon Zhang Tianyan's heart was instantly lifted, a grin spreading across his face. Upon hearing this, Liao Jie was overwhelmed with joy, tears welling in his eyes. "That's wonderful. Truly wonderful." After stabilizing his emotions, Liao Jie continued, "In just a few hours, the storm will pass. Make haste and return." "Understood." Zhang Tianyan nodded. "Let me speak with Ye." Upon hearing this, Zhang Tianyan removed the headset and handed it to Zhang Ye. "Your mother wishes to speak with you." Zhang Ye replied, taking the headset and donning it. "Hello, Mom. What was it like to experience life and death?" Liao Jie's voice was gentle, laced with mirth. Zhang Ye chuckled. "Quite thrilling." "Indeed, you even shed tears," Liao Jie teased. Zhang Ye immediately stiffened his neck. "Was that crying?" "I was merely shedding manly tears for not being able to fulfill my filial duties." All right. Your flattery is noted. In any case, remember this feeling. I believe you will grow tremendously from this experience. You are far more capable than we were at your age. Your father and I could not achieve what you have at 16. As a reward, I have decided to enlist you in the witness preparatory camp." "Really?" Zhang Ye exclaimed, overjoyed. "Would I deceive you, my son?" Liao Jie retorted with a chuckle. "Does that mean I won't have to attend school?" Zhang Ye inquired excitedly. Liao Jie replied, "You don't wish to join the witnesses merely to avoid school, do you?" Liao Jie raised an eyebrow. Zhang Ye chuckled awkwardly. "Of course not. Is it permissible?" "Absolutely not." Liao Jie responded with irritation. "Your future witness assignments will be scheduled during holidays. Your studies must not be neglected. Now that the new policy has been implemented, many universities are offering programs related to spiritual realms, although currently, only key universities have established such courses. Therefore, if you wish to explore the spiritual realms legally and reasonably, it is imperative that you gain admission to a reputable university and subsequently obtain a spiritual realm exploration permit. Do you understand?" "I understand." Zhang Ye nodded vigorously. Securing a spiritual realm exploration permit at university is the simplest and most effortless approach. For one must understand that the spiritual realms are not accessible to just anyone. Driving requires a license, so exploring an unknown otherworldly domain is no different. Without a permit, entry is strictly forbidden. Ordinarily, to acquire this permit, one must either attend private or government institutions and undergo a series of assessments that are 10 times more complicated than obtaining a driving license, or one could pursue further education in the military. A challenge akin to becoming a special forces operative. The most straightforward method is to obtain it through university. At 16, Zhang Ye has accelerated his studies and is now in his 3rd year of high school, effectively counting down to the college entrance examination. Hence, gaining admission to a good university is his current priority. Suddenly, Zhang Ye recalled something significant and asked Liao Jie, "By the way, Mom, what should I do since my school is no more? This is but one of the campuses. You should be transferred to another one later." However, Liao Jie paused for a moment before continuing. "It remains uncertain how many students are left." Zhang Ye found himself momentarily taken aback. Indeed, amidst such dire circumstances, how many teachers and students could possibly survive? As this thought crossed his mind, a wave of discomfort washed over him, prompting him to hastily reach for his phone. Although it had been submerged in water, it was still operational. Once powered on, Zhang Ye quickly accessed the group chat. To his dismay, the chat was enveloped in silence. With the most recent message dating back 3 hours, he swiftly typed a message. "Is everyone still alive? If you are, please respond." Zhang Ye fervently hoped for replies. "Please respond. Let it not be that everyone has perished." Perhaps his prayers were answered, as a flurry of messages soon followed. "Xing. Zhang Ye? That's wonderful. You're still alive. How are you doing now? Xingzai. No way. You haven't risen from the dead, have you? Zhu Jiang. We've all been burning money for you. Go Dong. I burned 200 for you. Remember to pay me back later. Zhang Ye." Seeing that these 3 close friends were still safe, Along with teacher Qin, Zhang Ye let out a significant sigh of relief. Subsequently, messages from classmates began to pour in, as the class group chat seemed to come back to life. However, Zhang Ye noticed that, including the teacher, only a little over 10 individuals had responded, while more than 30 remained silent. Zhang Ye inquired, "What about the others? Teacher Qin, could you please all members? Those who are alive, please respond." Before long, Xianzai replied, "We've already taken 2 head counts. The first time, we were short 3 people, and the second time, only 13 remained." Zhu Jiang added, "Earlier, Chun Yu sent a distress message, saying he was trapped on a cliff, and then he went silent, not responding to any messages." Upon hearing this, Zhang Ye's pupils trembled, and he quickly scrolled through the chat history. 3 hours prior, many messages had been sent by classmates, detailing their real-time situations. Some reported hiding in caves, others mentioned injuries, and some spoke of horrifying sights. Among these, Chun Yu's messages stood out prominently, especially since he had attached several images. The first image revealed his location, not on solid ground, but precariously perched on a cliff. He sat atop a protruding tree branch beneath the cliff, which loomed above him, a sheer vertical wall devoid of any climbing points. With a drop of approximately 20 to 30 meters, below him lay a scattering of rubble and a shallow stream. Qin Yu found himself in an agonizing predicament, clinging to the branch in fear of moving. The subsequent image was a selfie, but not the kind Zhang Ye would take, filled with playful charm. Rather, it was a grim portrayal. In the photo, Qin Yu's face was smeared with blood from his mouth and nose, a tooth missing, and multiple abrasions marred his body. The most severe injury was to his left hand. His pinky finger had been bent at an alarming 90-degree angle, clearly broken. Tears and blood mingled on his face, painting a haunting picture. Accompanying this were his intermittent voice messages, filled with distress. "The ground collapsed, nearly claiming my life. But fortunately, there was a tree. My arm is broken. I dare not move. The pain is excruciating. Help me. The call won't connect. The tree seems on the verge of breaking. Cough, cough. I can't hold on much longer. Save me. Is anyone there? Anyone will do. Help me. Mom. Mom. Save me. Mom." It is uncertain whether it is due to signal issues or something else, but his voice comes through in intermittent bursts. Moreover, his tone is exceedingly frail, trembling with despair, and one can easily imagine him weeping as he conveys his words. As time progresses, his sentences grow increasingly terse, accompanied by faint cracking sounds, as though the very trunk that supports him is splintering bit by bit. Zhang Ye can vividly envision that sense of hopelessness and can empathize with it even more profoundly. Had it not been for Liao Jie, he might have completely surrendered to despair. Chun Yu's final voice message consists of a vague syllable, barely discernible as a plea for help, followed by a cacophony of cracking branches. And then, silence envelopes the air. Below, classmates are incessantly offering comfort, brainstorming ideas, and attempting to communicate with him. Yet despite everyone's efforts, he remains unresponsive. Some students, mid-conversation, suddenly typed a series of garbled characters, and then fell silent as well. Observing these chat records, Zhang Ye's heart feels unbearably heavy. The joy of having narrowly escaped death has, in this moment, been significantly diminished. This calamity is destined to be far more brutal than he had ever imagined. Chapter 14. Special Ecosystem. After successfully connecting with his good friend Xingzai, Zhang Ye inquired, "Hello, Xianzai, how are things on your end?" "I think it's not too bad," came Xingzai's immediate response. Simultaneously, 2 additional voices emerged from the phone. "Zhu Jiang, I also think it's all right. Go Dong." "Same here, Zhang Ye." That although somewhat speechless, Zhang Ye felt an unexpected surge of delight. "Are the 3 of you together?" "Yes," they affirmed. Following Xingzai's explanation, Zhang Ye learned that these 3 were actually playing video games in their dormitory when the anomaly occurred, mistakenly believing it was an earthquake, prompting them to flee. However, before they could cover much ground, the entire dormitory building began to sink. Xingzai fell first, and then Zhu Jiang and Go Dong managed to grab hold of him as the dormitory descended. The trio descended hand in hand, and subsequently they were teleported to the same location through the portal of the spiritual realm. Furthermore, Zhang Ye discovered that these 3 were particularly fortunate, having been teleported to a geothermally active area, where they were currently attempting to create fire by friction. However, it was evident that geothermal hotspots tend to be quite damp, leading to blisters on their hands without igniting any flames. Fortunately, the area was filled with luminescent plants, and the local fauna exhibited no inclination to attack one another, allowing them to coexist peacefully. This, in essence, reflects the laws of nature. Much like during a drought, animals near a water source, be they herbivores or carnivores, typically refrain from engaging in aggression towards one another. Situated within the geothermal hotspot, the primary intention is to evade the biting chill of the night. Thus, these creatures seldom engage in mutual aggression. This phenomenon evoked yet another exclamation of wonder from Zhang Ye regarding the marvels of nature, as well as the remarkable fortune of these three beings. As for the other students who managed to survive, they are either nestled within the geothermal sanctuary or ensconced in a place that offers protection from the frigid elements and predatory beasts. In essence, those who have persevered can indeed be deemed exceptionally fortunate. Yet, turning the focus back to ourselves, how did you manage to endure such a colossal bear? Zai inquired, a hint of trepidation in his voice. From the images Zhang Ye had sent, it was abundantly clear to anyone with a modicum of sense that the bear was a formidable giant, and their curiosity about Zhang Ye's narrow escape from its jaws was palpable. Thus, Zhang Ye recounted his harrowing experience to his three close friends, who listened in awe. Nearby, Zhang Tianyin and others expressed their own sentiments of amazement. The Luxing shark, a premier apex predator of this realm. To achieve such a feat, Zhang Ye is truly remarkable. Indeed, he is the son of the witness's leader and vice leader. Young master, might we negotiate for some assistance from your uncle? Zai cautiously proposed, although we seem safe for now. There remains a sense of uncertainty. Upon hearing this, Zhang Ye turned to Zhang Tianyin. The speakerphone was on, and everyone present could hear the exchange. Predictably, Zhang Tianyin shook his head. Not at this moment, given the current weather conditions. Even if we could withstand it, you would not manage. The difficulty of a rescue is insurmountable. We must wait for dawn. Once daylight breaks, I will escort you airback, and the rest will proceed to rescue you. Rest assured, we will not abandon the effort. It is imperative that you maintain your will to survive. Upon hearing these words, Zai and the others felt a great deal of relief and expressed their gratitude profusely. Zhang Tianyin continued, before we proceed, you must heed my counsel. We have a fair understanding of this secret realm. The periphery of the geothermal hotspot is enveloped in a mist, a fog belt. Under no circumstances should you venture beyond this area. For within the geothermal hotspot, both day and night offer relative safety compared to the outside world. There exists a unique ecosystem known as the luminescent forest. Should conditions permit, seek out a flower that emits an orange-red glow. It is easily located, and you should remain near this blossom. This flower, named the stinking king flower, possesses a foul odor and an intimidating appearance, yet it is quite safe, as many creatures abhor its scent. Staying close to the stinking king flower will enhance your safety. Once you locate the stinking king flower, see if you can collect the nectar from its stamens. This nectar is the source of its odor, and applying it to your body will yield better results. In the event of an encounter with a wild beast, this can be used to deter it, proving particularly effective against scent-oriented animals. Moreover, during the day, while conditions are significantly better than outside the geothermal hotspot, you must still be wary of hunting and being hunted scenarios. Therefore, minimize your activities and conceal yourselves as best you can. Subsequently, Zhang Tianyin imparted his understanding and knowledge of this mystical realm, transforming it into survival wisdom for Zai and the rest of the students in the class group. This was the only contribution he could make at present, as this knowledge could potentially aid those trapped in enhancing their chances of survival. Having uttered these words, he promptly terminated the communication, ensuring that his mobile device possessed sufficient battery life for an extended duration. The next course of action was, of course, to await developments. However, remaining here was not an option. Zhang Ye reclined upon this damp terrain, his hands wrinkled from the moisture, prompting the group to decide to traverse the misty zone and venture into the geothermal hotspot. Why is this misty zone so expansive? Zhang Ye could not help but exclaim after walking for half an hour, still enveloped in a shroud of fog. Zhang Tianyin chuckled and replied, do you really believe that the misty zone is narrow? How else could it withstand the tremendous winds and snow from the outside? Do not assume that the geothermal hotspot is merely a pinpoint. In truth, it occupies a vast area. The smaller ones encompass over 10,000 hectares, while the larger hotspots can extend to over 800,000 hectares, roughly equivalent to the expanse of Yellowstone National Park. This vastness is what enables the formation of a unique and distinct assemblage of ecosystems. A unique assemblage. Father, is that what you referred to as the luminous forest earlier? Zhang Ye inquired. Indeed, that is one of them, and it is the most widely distributed unique assemblage within this geothermal hotspot. The luminous forest exists here. Zhang Tianyin nodded. The flora within this assemblage emits a cold light, hence its name. Furthermore, the luminous forest can be considered the most welcoming ecosystem for us outsiders. Many plants therein possess self-defense mechanisms, utilizing spores, scents, and other means to repel ferocious beasts, resulting in a scarcity of large predators. Of course, with the arrival of cold currents, there is a possibility that large predators may enter the geothermal hotspot seeking refuge from the harsh chill. However, as long as you do not initiate an attack or encroach upon their territory, they typically will not strike first, except for the land shark you mentioned. Zhang Ye raised an eyebrow. The memory of that land shark was vividly etched in his mind, as he had nearly fallen victim to its jaws. Named for its resemblance to a shark and its ability to traverse both land and earth, it was colloquially referred to as the land shark, while its scientific name was crackland wanderer, bearing no relation to actual sharks. As they continued walking, Zhang Tianyin expounded, the temperament of the land shark is exceedingly fierce, and its hunting method is one of wandering. It possesses no designated hunting grounds or territories, frequently resulting in conflicts with other creatures. This necessitates that land sharks possess formidable combat capabilities. The one you encountered was, in fact, merely a juvenile. Chapter 15. Adult land shark juvenile? Zhang Ye was taken aback and quickly inquired, "What do you mean by that?" Zhang Tianyin, pleased by Zhang Ye's intense curiosity, responded with a smile, "The simplest indicator is size. The land shark that injured you was likely no longer than 10 meters, correct?" Zhang Ye pondered briefly before replying. "Including the tail, it was around 7 or 8 meters. Zhang Tianyin nodded. An adult land shark typically exceeds 12 meters in length. Moreover, only juvenile land sharks hunt in open plains and grasslands. Adult land sharks, due to their considerable size, find it difficult to navigate the rocky terrain of grasslands and plains, thus they predominantly inhabit the other half of the desert. The desert ecosystem is far more perilous than this place, as it is inhabited by formidable creatures. Consequently, to ensure the survival rate of their offspring, adult land sharks only venture into the plains during the breeding season. Interestingly, land sharks are ruthless beings that part ways immediately after mating. Male land sharks may return to the plains during the juvenile stage to consume the young land sharks. Cannibalism among the same species. Is there no prion disease? Zhang Ye expressed his astonishment. No, the reason for this behavior is twofold. On one hand, juvenile land sharks are attracted by the scent of adult land sharks, making them easy prey. On the other hand, land sharks possess an exceptionally long lifespan, with estimates suggesting they can live up to 120 years based on cellular regeneration rates. Their growth cycle, however, lasts only a brief decade or so, and when adult male land sharks encounter each other, they typically engage in a deadly struggle. Thus, they attempt to eliminate potential rivals while they are still in their infancy. Upon hearing this, Zhang Ye couldn't help but exclaim in wonder, finding the situation exceedingly intriguing. Much like watching a nature documentary in his youth, Zhang Tianyin then smiled at Zhang Ye, saying, "You were fortunate to encounter a juvenile land shark. Had it been an adult, we would now be preparing to collect your remains." "How formidable is an adult land shark?" Zhang Ye inquired with curiosity. "Well, the adult land shark." Before he could finish his sentence, Zhang Tianyin suddenly fixed his gaze and raised his hand sharply. In that instant, everyone fell silent, alert to their surroundings. Zhang Ye, startled, quickly scanned his environment. "Dad, what's wrong?" he whispered, furrowing his brow. Zhang Tianyin looked ahead and said, "Look over there." Following his father's direction, Zhang Ye's face filled with astonishment, and he shook his head. "I can't see anything." Zhang Tianyin replied, "I forgot your optic nerves have yet to be enhanced." After all, Zhang Ye was still an ordinary person, unable to see through the thick water mist in the darkness. Zhang Tianyin then led Zhang Ye a short distance forward, and only then could Zhang Ye discern a massive track on the ground, evidently resembling that of a snake's slither. The trail spanned several meters in width, compressing the grass and soil by at least 10 centimeters, indicating that the creature responsible for it was undoubtedly a colossal being. "Dad, what is this?" Zhang Ye asked, looking towards Zhang Tianyin. "A land shark." Zhang Tianyin replied with a grave expression, "It is indeed as I feared. This is a distinctive mark of land shark movement. If all goes as expected, there is at least one adult land shark within this hotspot. Given their fierce and brutal nature and their distinct hunting methods, they do not adhere to the natural rules of this area. If they are hungry, they may indiscriminately attack the local fauna. Thus, land sharks have gained a notorious reputation in this world. As he spoke, Zhang Tianyan approached the track, crouched down for a closer inspection, and remarked, "From the evidence, its length should be around 17 to 18 meters, which is considerable even among land sharks. However, due to the numerous cavities within its body, its weight is considerably lighter than that of an ordinary shark of similar size, approximately around 20 tons. 20 tons is still light?" Zhang Ye couldn't help but exclaim. Zhang Tianyan nodded. "You see, a megalodon of comparable size could weigh between 50 to 70 tons. But in the ocean, supporting such immense weight on land necessitates an exceptionally high density of bones and muscular strength. The terrestrial shark possesses a significant muscle density, yet its mass is not substantial, primarily utilized for explosive bursts with limited endurance. Moreover, it undergoes a chemical reaction akin to rocket propulsion, which you should have already experienced. Thus, to ensure sufficient explosive power, the weight of a terrestrial shark typically does not exceed 20 tons. Upon hearing this, Zhang Ye inquired, "How can such a skill exist, rocket propulsion, that it's quite absurd? How do they manage it?" The substances responsible for the chemical reaction are not generated within their bodies. Otherwise, the energy consumption required for fire breathing would be immense and counterproductive. This phenomenon is intrinsically linked to their dietary habits and habitat. For instance, the toxins found in pufferfish accumulate over time by consuming food that harbors toxic bacteria, and the terrestrial shark follows a similar principle. Occasionally, they burrow underground to consume a specific mineral, which transforms into a highly efficient fuel resembling rocket fuel within their bodies, subsequently stored for later use. When needed, they inject this fuel into their abdominal cavity, where it is thoroughly mixed with air through vibrations. Their bodies possess specialized electric organs akin to those of an electric eel to ignite the mixture, resulting in a high-pressure expulsion, thus manifesting the skill of rocket propulsion. The mineral ingested by the terrestrial shark is a newly discovered substance of considerable value. With myriad applications, such high-value new materials are abundant in the realms of the spirit world and other dimensions. This is precisely why the spirit realm is so precious, harboring resources that Blue Star lacks. Realizing he had digressed, Zhang Tianyan continued, "From these traces, it appears that this terrestrial shark has recently departed. Given its speed, it should not be more than 3 kilometers away from us." Upon hearing this, Zhang Ye felt a surge of insecurity that he had witnessed the ferocity of the terrestrial shark, and that was merely a juvenile. How terrifying would it be if it were an adult? 20 tons. A rocket-propelled charge would be akin to a tank colliding with us. Just the thought of it was frightening. Observing Zhang Ye's worried demeanor, a woman with a high ponytail chuckled and approached him, saying, "What's wrong, little Ye? Are you scared?" Her name was Chun Lu, a physician from the witnesses. Zhang Ye immediately straightened his posture, exuding an air of fearlessness. "Indeed, I am afraid." The others, they were all accustomed to Zhang Ye's candidness, bursting into laughter. It was precisely this forthrightness that endeared him to them. Being afraid is a natural response. Who wouldn't feel apprehensive in the presence of such a colossal creature? No shame in that. Chun Lu chuckled. "There's no need to fear. We are here. After all, your father can handle an adult terrestrial shark all on his own." Zhang Ye immediately turned to face Zhang Tianyan, who nonchalantly tossed his hair and declared, "Indeed, I can." Zhang Ye nodded in agreement. "All right, then I can too." Zhang Tianyan gave a thumbs up, exclaiming, "Truly my son." Zhang Ye reciprocated the gesture, adding, "Undoubtedly your son." The onlookers couldn't help but chuckle at the amusing exchange between the two, realizing from whom Zhang Ye had inherited such a disposition. Chapter 16. The Radiant Exoskeleton. After wandering for nearly half an hour, Zhang Ye suddenly spotted glimmers of light ahead. As he drew nearer, the nature of the luminous phenomena became apparent. It turned out to be clusters of plants resembling rice stalks. Zhang Ye pointed towards the plants and glanced at Zhang Tianyan, who nodded in affirmation, indicating that it was safe. Zhang Ye promptly approached to examine them. The plants boasted tall, upright stems, approximately 1 meter in height, with hairless, relaxed leaf sheaths. The leaf blades were lanceolate and linear, about 1 centimeter in width, while the tips of the stems bore clusters of glowing bubbles. I have seen this in my textbooks. It seems to be called guangsui. Yes, Zhang Tianyan confirmed. Guangsui is quite common within the luminous forest ecosystem. It is non-toxic, and the glowing bubble-like spikes are its seeds. Moreover, guangsui generally flourishes at the edges of misty areas and geothermal sites. The sight of these guangsui indicated that if they ventured a little further, they would soon traverse the mist and enter the heart of the geothermal zone. Along the way, Zhang Ye encountered numerous glowing plants akin to guangsui. These luminescent flora emitted a cool light. With a brightness that paled in comparison to that of a light bulb, one would hardly notice them unless observed closely. However, due to their abundance, the surrounding area was illuminated to some extent. Not only the plants, but Zhang Ye also spotted many bioluminescent insects, some resembling fireflies with glowing abdomens, while others sported spots of light on their bodies. The fluorescent plants swayed gently on the ground, and luminous insects danced above the grass. Throughout the journey, Zhang Ye's face was adorned with a look of wonder as he scampered about, catching insects. This boy was remarkably bold and had always held a fascination for animals and insects. Displaying immense enthusiasm, the spectators watched him dart around, occasionally exclaiming in admiration, their faces lit with gentle smiles that in his childhood, confined to a wheelchair, he could never roam freely on the grass as he did now, catching small insects by himself. Thus, whenever he spotted little creatures, he would tug at their hands for assistance in capturing them. Thank goodness for Rehabilitation Day. Chen Guang couldn't help but exclaim. Indeed, the others nodded in agreement. Observing Zhang Ye's vibrant and lively spirit brought them unparalleled joy. Wow, Dad, look at this. What is it? Before long, Zhang Ye returned with a large insect in hand, just as Zhang Tianyin was about to enlighten him. A glance at the insect's form sent a shiver down his spine. The creature measured a staggering 10 centimeters in length, its body shimmering with bioluminescence, and its plump abdomen seemed filled with a glowing liquid of a bright orange-red hue. Quick, toss it away, Zhang Tianyin urged hastily. Upon hearing this, Zhang Ye placed the large insect on a nearby flower. Gazing at Zhang Tianyin with confusion, Zhang Tianyin quickly pulled Zhang Ye away, urging him to keep a safe distance from the creature. Father, is it poisonous? Zhang Ye inquired. Not poisonous, but it can explode, Zhang Tianyin responded, a hint of trepidation in his voice. Zhang Ye looked utterly bewildered, gazing at the large insect that had fallen from the flower to the ground. Zhang Tianyin explained. This is known as the light explosion beetle. As the name suggests, it has the capability to explode, and it is a special species that has only been discovered in recent years. The reason the animals here emit light is due to a unique mineral found underground, called radiant ore. The light explosion beetle has a habit of feeding on minerals, leading to a substantial intake of radiant ore, which it stores within its body. Although radiant ore is extremely stable and typically does not explode, the light explosion beetle contains a substance that can react with the ore, triggering an explosion. The one you just caught measures over 10 centimeters in length, and its explosive power could severely injure your hand. Is it that powerful? Zhang Ye exclaimed in astonishment. Moreover, the light explosion beetle can reproduce asexually, and its method of laying eggs is quite unique. It relies on self-detonation to propel its eggs in all directions. Therefore, when faced with danger or provocation, they will issue a warning, and if that fails, they will not hesitate to self-destruct. At this point, Zhang Tianyin suddenly grew puzzled. Logically, given that Zhang Ye had just captured the light explosion beetle in that manner, it should have exploded immediately. Yet, it showed no reaction whatsoever. Not even a warning. Could it be that Zhang Ye was exceptionally lucky and caught a particularly bold one? However, before he could ponder further, Zhang Ye had acquired yet another light explosion beetle. The onlookers were taken aback. Didn't you just say it was dangerous? Why are you still catching them? Zhang Tianyin quickly gestured for Zhang Ye to discard it. Yet, Zhang Ye shook his head. I didn't catch it. It crawled over to me. Look, there are more here, he added as he turned around, causing everyone to feel a chill run down their spines. 3 light explosion beetles, each exceeding 10 centimeters in length, were perched on Zhang Ye's back, with one already climbing onto his shoulder. At that moment, everyone hesitated to make any sudden movements. If any external factors were to provoke these little self-destructors, Zhang Ye would either be killed or severely injured at such close proximity. Nevertheless, Zhang Ye appeared unfazed, gently cradling one of the beetles and stroking its back. A smile spread across his face. I find them rather adorable. The one earlier just crawled into my hand. Look, he continued, placing the beetle on the ground, stepping back a pace, and crouching down with his hand extended. The light explosion beetle seemed to be searching for Zhang Ye. It turned around and steadily made its way toward him, climbing onto his hand and curling up its legs, proudly presenting its round belly, as if awaiting Zhang Ye's touch. The crowd was equally astonished. Their first reaction was to wonder if Zhang Ye had something that attracted the beetles. But it didn't seem to be the case. It appeared as though the light explosion beetles simply desired Zhang Ye's affection. Zhang Tianyin, undeterred by the potential danger posed by the light explosion beetles, mirrored Zhang Ye's actions. Crouching down to observe, several light explosion beetles circled around Zhang Ye. Two climbed onto his shoulders, nuzzling against his chin, while another two nestled in his arms, relishing the gentle strokes he bestowed upon them. All right, off you go. After playing for a while, Zhang Ye felt it was time to stop and spoke towards several luminous beetles. To his astonishment, the beetles seemed to comprehend him, slowly crawling down from Zhang Ye's body and returning to the grass. The onlookers were utterly astonished. Could these luminous beetles truly understand human speech? How could that be possible? Was it that the beetles possessed the ability to communicate through brainwaves, interpreting Zhang Ye's intentions? Or perhaps Zhang Ye's spirit was endowed with a sensory branch of beast language comprehension. Otherwise, how could one explain the behavior of the luminous beetles? In any case, this scene left even the most seasoned members of the witness team in awe. Meanwhile, Zhang Ye continued to joyfully explore around the team. Although he found the luminous beetles quite adorable and desired to keep them, he was aware that taking wild animals from their natural habitats simply for their charm was an exceedingly misguided action, especially when it came to creatures from another realm. Such an act could lead to a cascade of consequences, inflicting significant harm, whether to himself, others, or the animals themselves. His love for these creatures translated into a desire to protect them rather than possess or capture them, a lesson he had grasped long ago. Thus, the team continued their journey toward the heart of the land. Chapter 17. Testing the spirit. After a brief walk, they finally emerged from the misty veil. The sight that met Zhang Ye's eyes left him agape. Towering giant trees loomed above, their branches lush and verdant. Even more wondrous were the leaves, which emitted a soft, ethereal glow, particularly along the trunks, resembling lines of jade green light. Reds, yellows, purples, and greens, the kaleidoscope of colors filled the scene. Their luminescence modest, yet when all the glowing plants congregated, the darkness of night was dispelled. Moreover, as the group stepped into the forest, the moss and decaying layers of the ground radiated light, akin to phosphorescent footprints. Zhang Ye could not resist reaching out to touch the luminescent plants. Those he contacted instantly burst forth with brilliant illumination. Filled with curiosity, he slapped his hand onto a large leaf, leaving behind a glowing handprint. How breathtaking! Zhang Ye was utterly exhilarated. This scene was reminiscent of an early science fiction film, Avatar, where the alien forest was equally mesmerizing. With their return journey set for the next morning, they decided to camp on the outskirts of the misty area instead of venturing deep into the heart of the land. As he spoke, Zhang Tianyan gently snapped his fingers. The other 5 members of the witness team sprang into action. The team comprised 7 members: Zhang Tianyan, the captain, versatile in skills; Liao Jie, the vice-captain, the muscle of the group; Lin Miao, an expert in marine creatures, an adept swimmer, and the elder brother of Linsen, a walking encyclopedia of zoology, highly skilled, and the younger sister of Lin Miao, Shi Qianjun, possessing strength that could move mountains. And Chen Guang, a master healer akin to BNQE.at. This moment, Lin Miao and Linsen were tasked with scouting the surroundings, while Zhang Tianyin and Shi Qianjun unpacked their backpacks to set up a temporary shelter. Chen Guang busied himself with tending to Zhang Ye, carefully removing the bandages and preparing to analyze a blood sample using a personal terminal. Before long, a cozy sanctuary centered around a crackling bonfire manifested itself. The sight sparked a glimmer of excitement in Zhang Ye's eyes. Setting aside the extraordinary technological tents, the method of igniting a fire alone left Zhang Ye in awe. The environment here was exceedingly damp. Even a lighter struggled to ignite a flame. Yet, Zhang Tianyan retrieved a striking red stone from his pack and placed it into the prepared fire pit. Then, 2 elongated electric rods extended from the personal terminal on his wrist, delivering a jolt to ignite the fire. In an instant, the red stone erupted into a vibrant magenta flame, both captivating and remarkably warm. Zhang Ye had read about this phenomenon in books. It was known as hellstone, a material derived from a large spiritual realm that a mere spark could set it ablaze, and it could burn for an extended period that a chunk the size of a fist could easily last a week. However, Zhang Ye had only encountered such knowledge in books and on channels dedicated to exploring spiritual realms. Although both of his parents were members of a spiritual exploration team, they refrained from divulging too much information, as many resources harvested from these realms were restricted or even classified in their words. Until he met the qualifications to enter the spiritual realm, it was best for him to remain unaware of deeper matters, focusing instead on physical conditioning. Solidifying his foundation, and acquiring knowledge. Before long, Lin Sinlimio returned from reconnaissance, bringing back valuable intelligence, such as the location of water sources, signs of large beasts nearby, and information regarding plants and animals that warranted caution. Such knowledge was crucial for exploration teams, and Zhang Ye diligently took note that he harbored an intense desire to join the witnesses. Zhang Tianyan, noticing this eagerness, after wrapping up their tasks, gathered around the bonfire with everyone else. Ruffling Zhang Ye's hair, he chuckled. Your mother must have already agreed to enroll you as a probationary member of the witnesses, right? Zhang Ye nodded enthusiastically. Once we return, I'll take you to the witnesses' headquarters to assess your innate spiritual energy and initiate your awakening. And then you can officially join. These words. Zhang Ye could hardly contain his excitement. The exploration teams in other realms were generally categorized into three types: civilian, guild, and national. Among these, both the civilian and guild explorers and teams required registration and integration into the national system. Civilian exploration teams were composed of ordinary individuals and typically operated on a smaller scale, with a team, including logistics and transportation, not exceeding 30 members, focusing on specific objectives. Some teams specialized in resource exploration, others in mapping, and yet others in resource collection. The guilds, on the other hand, were backed by large corporations or conglomerates, boasting substantial sizes, comprising numerous large exploration teams with over 100 members, as well as many smaller teams of a few dozen. Certain guild members could number in the tens of thousands. As for the national teams, they were affiliated with governmental institutions and comprised the most elite exploration units, primarily with military backgrounds or highly skilled teams recruited by the state. However, this did not imply that civilian and guild teams were any less formidable. Many civilian and guild teams boasted talents on par with those of the nation, such as the witnesses. The entire team, including logistics, consisted of no more than 20 individuals but had already achieved a level 5 status, allowing them to venture into high-risk spiritual realms for exploration. The team level corresponds to the danger assessment level of the spiritual realm. Only teams that reach the requisite level may enter the corresponding realm for exploration. Presently, the highest assessed level of the spiritual realm is merely 6, which speaks volumes about the formidable strength of the witness team. Consequently, the internal facilities and systems of the witness team are exceedingly well developed, featuring their own spirit awakening department. Naturally, upon the completion of the spirit awakening, the results must also be recorded in the national system. The mere thought of returning to become an auxiliary member of the witness team and subsequently being able to undertake exploration missions filled Zhang Ye with exhilaration. Suddenly, he recalled that teacher Qin Qing had gifted him a spirit testing device, which was still nestled in his backpack. That he hurriedly retrieved it and inquired of Zhang Tianyan, "Dad, how do I use this?" Where did you get that?" Zhang Tianyan asked, somewhat taken aback by Zhang Ye pulling out the spirit testing device. "It was a birthday gift from my teacher." Upon hearing this, the others exchanged knowing glances and could not help but chuckle wryly. Indeed, considering the time elapsed from the outside, it was already the second day, Zhang Ye's birthday. They had all prepared surprises, only to be caught off guard by unforeseen events. However, Zhang Ye himself seemed unfazed, even finding the situation amusing. After all, few children could claim to have such an exhilarating and remarkable experience on their 16th birthday. First, unfold it, then wear it on your wrist like a watch. It will extend 2 slender probes into your body, and you will feel a warm current flowing through you. Do not panic. That is merely the device guiding your internal spiritual energy with the stored spiritual energy it possesses. It will then commence the detection of your innate spiritual energy. Zhang Tianyan guided Zhang Ye on how to use the spirit testing device. Soon, the watch-like device was affixed to Zhang Ye's wrist and then activated. Zhang Ye immediately felt a slight itch at his wrist, and upon glancing at the connection seam, he could see 2 exceedingly fine probes penetrating into his wrist. Due to their slenderness, the sensation was hardly painful, akin to a mosquito's bite. Subsequently, Zhang Ye indeed sensed a warm current emanating from his wrist, gradually spreading throughout his body, while the device's display indicated the words, "Detecting." Just wait a moment. This device is not highly precise and has considerable fluctuations. You can conduct a more accurate measurement with a high-precision spirit testing device. Once we return, Zhang Ye nodded and began to listen as Zhang Tianyan elaborated on innate spiritual energy. Although he had previously studied these concepts, he did not mind hearing them again, and the insights imparted by Zhang Tianyan were generally more precise and engaging than those found in textbooks. Chapter 18. Infinity. Generally speaking, innate spiritual energy determines your talent, also referred to as base attributes. For instance, the higher the innate spiritual energy, the better the physical constitution, the stronger the adaptability, and the more pronounced and significant each advancement becomes. The amount of spiritual energy stored within one's body also increases, leading to greater control over one's own spiritual essence. Therefore, it is evident that higher innate spiritual energy is inherently advantageous. However, what most people do not realize is that innate spiritual energy does not dictate everything. It ultimately depends on the individual. Take, for instance, your Uncle Shirtu. His innate spiritual energy is merely 8 units, which is lower than that of an average person. Yet, his spirit is exceptionally well suited to himself, and he has now achieved an exploration assessment level of 4, a feat not easily reached by ordinary individuals. Thus, innate spiritual energy cannot be the sole determinant of one's capabilities. It varies from person to person. Generally, an average individual possesses an innate spiritual energy of around 10 units. Should you attain 30 units, it signifies that your spiritual energy reserves and enhancement rate are 3 times that of an ordinary person. 100 units would represent 10 times. Conversely, some individuals whose spirits awaken may require minimal spiritual energy, relying more on their physical prowess. This underscores the notion that innate spiritual energy does not dictate everything. If we liken spiritual energy to ammunition, then your spirit serves as your weapon. It is the synergy between the weapon and your mastery over it that constitutes the essence of power. However, refrain from disseminating this information indiscriminately, as such understanding must be cultivated over time. The prevailing societal belief is that higher spiritual energy is inherently better, that I share this with you to prevent you from being misled by societal norms. Do not dismiss someone with low innate spiritual energy, for they may possess strengths that could surprise you. Upon hearing this, Zhang Ye nodded in agreement, exclaiming, I understand. One should not look down on others. Zhang Tianyin paused for a moment before bursting into laughter. That is indeed the essence of it, he said. Father, what is your innate spiritual energy? Zhang Ye inquired with curiosity. Previously, Zhang Tianyin would not have divulged such information. But the circumstances had changed. Zhang Ye was now a prospective witness member, so it was permissible to share 110 units. That's 11 times more than the average person, Zhang Ye exclaimed in astonishment. Zhang Tianyin chuckled and replied, What is that in comparison? Not long ago, I encountered a young lad, roughly your age, whose innate spiritual energy reached 381 units. Wang Defa. Zhang Ye raised an eyebrow. Is that the highest? No, the highest recorded is 320. Why is it lower? Because that is the highest publicly acknowledged by Huaxia. The actual peak within internal circles remains uncertain, and I cannot guarantee that the boy with 381 units is indeed the highest in Huaxia. What you perceive as the highest is largely fabricated. These are strategic talents that the state would not foolishly reveal. Generally, nations operate on a level of good enough. Thus, while this is manageable for us, it is prudent for outsiders to keep their innate spiritual energy concealed, as revealing it could allow others to gauge your approximate strength and energy reserves. This is akin to disclosing the number of bullets you possess on a battlefield. The law of the jungle is ruthlessly unforgiving. The spiritual realm is a battleground, and one must never let their guard down. The spiritual realm is devoid of surveillance, and one may never know who has orchestrated an attack. Zhang Ye meticulously committed every word spoken by Zhang Tianyin to memory, for these insights were earned through hardship and sacrifice. The resources and benefits within the spiritual realm are vast, and there are many who would take risks for them. In the old world, poachers would dare to take a life for a rare beast, let alone for the terrifying resources of the spirit realm. Zhang Ye distinctly recalled the countless scars adorning Zhang Tianyin's body, 3 of which were bullet wounds. Just then, a sound emanated from the spirit detection device on his wrist. It's ready. Let us see the results, Zhang Tianyin remarked, as other members of the witness team gathered around to witness this moment. However, in the next instant, everyone wore a look of bewilderment, for the display on the spirit detection device did not present a number, but rather a symbol. The crowd exclaimed, What does this mean? Each individual understood the significance of this symbol that represents infinity. Yet, when displayed on the spirit detection device, everyone was utterly confounded that it was inconceivable for anyone's innate spiritual energy to be infinite. Surely there existed a limit or threshold. Zhang Tianyin pondered. Could it be that this device has malfunctioned due to moisture? After all, the environment here is quite humid, making such a possibility plausible. Thus, Zhang Tianyin took the device and measured his own spiritual energy. The device not only assessed innate spiritual energy but also current energy reserves. Soon, the results emerged. 950. That it's functioning properly, Zhang Tianyin mused, perplexed, as this value was comparable to what he had measured in the witness team's exclusive building. With the discrepancy attributable to the device's precision, indicating that it was indeed operational. He then instructed Zhang Ye to conduct another measurement, this time with everyone attentively observing the display. What unfolded was a captivating scene. Testing. 0, 100, 500, 999. A profound silence enveloped the group, their expressions becoming increasingly vivid. Lin Miao glanced at Zhang Ye, then at Zhang Tianyin, her voice trembling slightly. Captain, surely Xiao Ye's innate spiritual energy hasn't surpassed 999. For this particular model of the spirit detection device had a maximum limit of 999. Zhang Tianyin swallowed hard, then took a deep breath to steady himself, addressing everyone with utmost seriousness. Listen carefully. This matter must remain strictly confidential. Once we return, we will conduct an offline measurement. Upon hearing this, the others recognized the gravity of the situation and solemnly nodded in agreement. Meanwhile, Zhang Ye remained utterly perplexed. What's going on? It's nothing. We have yet to confirm anything that we will retest when we return. Moreover, do not disclose your current results to anyone now or in the future, understand? Although Zhang Ye was unaware of the reasons behind Zhang Tianyin's anxiety, he sensed that this matter bore significant weight, thus placing his complete trust in his family. All right, he nodded affirmatively. Zhang Tianyin then smiled and affectionately ruffled Zhang Ye's hair. Subsequently, the group shared some individual rations before preparing to sleep. Notably, Zhang Ye exhibited an astonishing appetite this time. One ration sufficed for a single meal, yet he consumed 8 and still felt unsatisfied. Zhang Tianyin speculated that perhaps it was due to his prior exertion and the considerable energy required for his body's adaptive response, thus allowing him to indulge at long last. After consuming 10 portions of individual rations, along with 6 compressed biscuits, 8 energy bars, and a generous cup of sugary beverage, Zhang Ye felt approximately 80% satiated. In truth, he still harbored a desire for more sustenance. However, Zhang Tianyin was so taken aback by his prodigious appetite that he dared not allow him to continue eating, fearing potential repercussions. Furthermore, Zhang Tianyin resolved that upon their return, he would also conduct a health examination for Zhang Ye. Thus, Zhang Ye nestled back into his cozy sleeping bag within the dehumidified tent and drifted into a deep slumber. Yet, the others found it difficult to rest, as they were overwhelmed by the astonishing surprise that Zhang Ye had bestowed upon them. That it was hard to fathom that this was a mere 16-year-old child. Chapter 19. The True Beast. As Zhang Tianyin secured the tent's zipper, he nodded towards the group, who then gathered around the campfire, their expressions solemn. Captain, do we really have to conduct a spirit assessment? Lin Miao inquired with concern. If the national system fails to locate Xiao Ye, it could lead to complications. Zhang Tianyin sighed and nodded in agreement. Lin Miao's words were indeed rather tactful. The absence of Zhang Ye's spiritual profile in the national system was tantamount to lacking an identity in Huaxia. It would render him a ghost in the system. In this world, every individual possesses a spirit, and they manifest in myriad forms. Some spirits are exceedingly weak, offering little practical utility, such as transforming a red pen into a blue one, enabling body hair to sense temperature fluctuations, or even facilitating one's own euthanasia. These spirits pose little threat to societal order. Conversely, certain spirits are alarmingly formidable, capable of posing a significant threat to not only Huaxia, but to humanity as a whole. Take, for instance, a young boy from an island nation whose spirit embodies a nuclear explosion. He remains unscathed post-explosion, yet devastates everything within a radius of several kilometers, resulting in losses amounting to billions for the island's government. Currently, due to the boy's inability to control his spirit, which detonates uncontrollably during emotional upheaval, he has been forcibly placed into a state of dormancy by the government. Of course, this is merely the official narrative. The truth remains shrouded in mystery. There are others whose spirits can incite plagues, trigger landslides or tsunamis, or even exert mental control. In summary, spirits are diverse, and if some are left unchecked, they could wreak unimaginable havoc on society. Thus, it has become mandatory for everyone to register following their spirit assessment and spirit activation, akin to an identification card, albeit one for spirits. Without this identification, Zhang Ye would encounter numerous obstacles in navigating this world and might even be summoned by state officials for inquiries. However, Zhang Tianyin had certainly contemplated this matter. It has been 8 years since Recovery Day, he mused. The group nodded in agreement. The upheaval of the world commenced following Recovery Day. On that fateful day, the blue planet radiated light, and all ailments and suffering vanished, subsequently giving rise to a plethora of spirits. Now, 8 years have elapsed. Over this duration, the Huaxia government has tirelessly refined the laws and policies concerning spirits, achieving a considerable degree of sophistication. Yet, despite these improvements, dangers still loom large. This is akin to the old world, where, despite the legal framework being impeccably structured, criminal incidents continue to transpire, particularly in recent years. With the gradual enhancement of spiritual abilities, an increasing number of individuals have sought to liberate themselves from the constraints of the law. It can be asserted that the emergence of spiritual powers has given rise to numerous potential offenders. Consequently, the state pays close attention to those with exceptional abilities, aiming to discern the commonalities, origins, controllability, and targetability of these powers. What Zhang Ye currently exhibits may well be a harbinger of a unique spiritual awakening. Although Zhang Tianyin believes that the state would not harm Zhang Ye, sometimes such matters transcend mere concerns of safety, as one may be burdened with responsibilities and weighty obligations. With great power comes great responsibility. Yet at times, it may inversely imply that with greater responsibility, one must possess commensurate capability. Moreover, the world is increasingly transforming. Each year, the discovery of new realms of spirituality is on the rise, with even the native blue star beginning to manifest certain anomalies. Thus, in the future, formidable spiritual adept controllers will be closely monitored and recruited by the state. At merely 16 years of age, Zhang Ye should not be encumbered with undue pressure and burdens due to various circumstances. Subsequently, Zhang Tianyin stated, "Once we return, assist me in contacting Deep Blue." "Deep Blue?" Lin Miao exclaimed, quickly lowering her voice. "Captain, you cannot possibly intend for Deep Blue to tamper with national data, can you?" Zhang Tianyin shook his head. "Certainly not. My intentions are for not for self-destruction. I plan to have Deep Blue encase Yi-Er's data in a protective layer, rendering his uniqueness undetectable to external observers, although it will not escape the notice of the more astute entities within the state. However, this approach affords Yi a degree of buffer time." Upon hearing this, the others experienced a moment of clarity. Zhang Tianyin's maneuver was remarkably astute. That layer of data encapsulation would obstruct certain illicit figures and mid-level officials. It would attract the attention of higher-ranking cadres who possess greater means and discernment. Knowing precisely how to navigate the situation. It is essential to recognize that someone of Zhang Tianyin's stature commands considerable prestige within the domestic circles of spiritual exploration and maintains a close relationship with the state, frequently collaborating with governmental entities while remaining an independent individual. Therefore, by having Deep Blue provide Zhang Ye with a data shell, Zhang Tianyin conveys a message to those in elevated positions: grant him time. This strategy ensures a stable developmental phase for Zhang Ye. After all, we reside in an era of information. What information remains undiscoverable? Rather than engaging in mutual concealment, it is more prudent to reveal some truths and showcase certain capabilities, thereby alleviating many complications. Those influential figures will understand how to proceed. Having grasped this, the others nodded in agreement. Subsequently, after Zhang Tianyin relayed some additional instructions, he prepared to rest, for there were lives to save on the morrow. Zhang Tianyin and Shi Qianjun took turns keeping watch, while the other team members rested. Lin Sun stifled a yawn and waved her hand, causing the surrounding luminescent plants to draw near. The nearby glowing paper strips swiftly wove themselves into a hammock. This was Lin Sen's spirit, an advanced branch of the wood element, gardener of the forest, belonging to the elemental category, capable of perceiving and manipulating various plants to a certain extent, before she could comfortably settle onto the vine hammock. Her expression suddenly shifted. Through the surrounding foliage, she sensed an impending threat. A green luminescence ignited around her, and Zhang Tianyin and the others evidently felt the menace as well, immediately bracing themselves. Every gaze was fixed intently on the depths of the forest. In the glow of bioluminescent plants, a massive shadow could be faintly discerned moving between the towering trees, and soon it emerged into view. It reared its upper body like a serpent, towering several meters high. Its gaping maw reminiscent of a crocodile, with razor-edged beak-like jaws and rows of serrated teeth within. Everyone recognized what it was: an adult land shark. Observing this formidable creature, The gravity on the faces of the crowd gradually dissipated, for they understood that it posed no significant threat. The true beast was yet to reveal itself. As the imposing land shark assumed a menacing posture, Zhang Tianyin inhaled deeply and advanced slowly. His steps were deliberate yet heavy. He approached to within 30 meters of the land shark, a distance already within its striking range. Yet, the land shark hesitated, instead beginning to retreat. A crimson glow enveloped Zhang Tianyin, and a dull thudding resonated through the forest. Thump, thump, thump. It was the sound of his heartbeat. Each pulse resonated like a thunderous drum. Though soft, it carried an overwhelming sense of pressure. Zhang Tianyin's muscles swelled, veins protruding, his body gradually flushed with color. Steam began to rise around him, and even his hair bristled like the mane of a lion. The spiritual energy surged within him. At that moment, the bioluminescent plants within a 100-meter radius dimmed. This was spiritual energy pressure. Under the immense weight of his spiritual might, the surrounding flora instinctively ceased their internal energy flow, unable to sustain their luminescent reactions. In the encroaching darkness, the only source of brightness was Zhang Tianyin's eyes. They glimmered like those of a wild beast. His gaze was fixed unwaveringly on the land shark, akin to that of a predator surveying its prey. The land shark, in turn, began to lower its massive frame, its head gradually lifting to look up at Zhang Tianyin. Though devoid of eyes, the land shark possessed acute sensory perception. At that moment, within its awareness, Zhang Tianyin was no longer a mere lamb awaiting slaughter, but rather a terrifying predator unlike any it had ever encountered. The beast's lips curled back, revealing its fangs, as it seemed poised to feast. Its innate sense of danger blared alarm bells. Even the cold-blooded land shark found itself gripped by fear. Its colossal form trembled. With each step Zhang Tianyin took forward, it retreated a fraction, yet it did not flee. Not out of desire, but out of fear. It recognized Zhang Tianyin as the so-called predator. While it was merely the prey, the land shark understood all too well that turning its back to a predator would be an egregious error. Thus, it dared not turn and run, but could only continue to retreat, emitting deep, resonant sounds filled with dread and warning. In the next moment, Zhang Tianyin's imposing aura receded, restoring the atmosphere to normalcy. He then placed his hands on his hips and waved dismissively, "Let us go. Let us go." As the momentum subsided and the oppressive aura dissipated, the land shark realized that the predator before it had relinquished its pursuit. Thus, it was finally able to turn and flee. It escaped swiftly and distanced itself, vanishing from sight in the blink of an eye. In its heart, this hotspot had become a territory of its arch-nemesis, a realm that was strictly forbidden to enter. It would never return. Meanwhile, Zhang Ye was soundly asleep, utterly oblivious to the events unfolding outside. Therefore, his senses still required cultivation. Chapter 20. The motivation to grow stronger. Before dawn had broken, Zhang Ye awoke. Having already taken a nap earlier, he felt invigorated after merely 2 or 3 additional hours of sleep. Outside, the world remained shrouded in a gray haze, while the members of the witness team rested, with Zhang Tianyin keeping watch. Upon seeing Zhang Ye emerge from the tent, Zhang Tianyin gestured for him to approach and inquired, "How does your body feel?" "Quite comfortable, full of energy, though I do have a slight urge to relieve myself," Zhang Ye replied. Zhang Tianyin chuckled and remarked, "It seems your body has fully adapted. This spiritual realm is rated as level 1. Having completed your adaptation to a level 1 environment, you can proceed to explore other level 1 spiritual realms without much concern for adverse reactions." Zhang Ye nodded, then expressed his surprise. "Dad, if this spiritual realm is already so dangerous at level 1, how terrifying must a level 6 realm be?" Zhang Tianyin smiled and explained, "The rating does not solely reflect danger. It encompasses environmental factors, biological aspects, and various other elements. The danger assessment for this world is level 3, yet due to the presence of hotspots and the pleasant climate during the day, most creatures are relatively friendly and suitable for exploration, leading to an overall rating of level 1. Level 1 is the easiest realm to explore. Naturally, as a general rule, a higher rating indicates a greater peril. There exists a level 6 realm where the danger assessment exceeds level 7. Level 7, what lies within? Zhang Ye inquired. Zhang Tianyin paused for a moment before responding slowly, "Intelligent life." At that instant, Zhang Ye's pupils constricted. Those 4 words encapsulated all conceivable danger, for it signified a potential clash not merely between humans and wildlife, but rather a conflict of civilizations. If 2 civilizations cannot coexist harmoniously, one must inevitably be eradicated. Well, these matters are beyond your current reach. The intelligent beings we have discovered thus far are no match for humanity, and the government will endeavor to engage in amicable negotiations. Moreover, at this point, Zhang Tianyan chuckled. It is said that these intelligent beings bear a striking resemblance to elves. If you wish to witness them, you had best strengthen yourself post-haste. Upon hearing this, Zhang Ye was instantly filled with motivation. To grow stronger. Let us get to it. As dawn broke, the group resumed their journey. Zhang Tianyan first escorted Zhang Ye home, while the other team members coordinated with the National Rescue Team to commence their mission. After confirming the rescue route in the middle of the connection, the 5 team members swiftly divided into 3 groups and set off at an astonishing speed, almost disappearing in the blink of an eye, leaving Zhang Ye astounded. The spiritual gateway that had facilitated their entrance had stabilized and found a fixed location, situated in a gorge 69 kilometers away, where troops had already been deployed. We must hasten our journey. Let us go, and try to keep pace with me. With that, Zhang Tianyan surged ahead, and Zhang Ye promptly followed suit. Zhang Tianyan maintained a speed of around 10 meters per second, and initially, Zhang Ye believed that this was his limit. However, in the next moment, Zhang Ye's figure suddenly zipped past him. "Dad, you can go faster," Zhang Ye called out as he raced ahead of Zhang Tianyan. Seeing this, Zhang Tianyan couldn't help but chuckle. "Good lad, then keep up." With that, Zhang Tianyan took a powerful stride, his speed surging dramatically, and in the blink of an eye, he was ahead of Zhang Ye. Maintaining a certain distance, Zhang Ye immediately began to accelerate as well. The exhilarating sensation of such rapid movement was immensely pleasurable, and at that moment, his speed surpassed what it had been before. Since that breakthrough moment, Zhang Ye's physical strength had unwittingly increased significantly. He was unaware of the extent of his enhancement or how fast he had become, yet Zhang Tianyan was taken aback. He recalled that not long ago, Zhang Ye had undergone a physical assessment, achieving a maximum running speed of 9.45 meters per second. Now, however, Zhang Ye's speed had soared to at least 15 meters per second. It is worth noting that in the old world, improving one's running speed by even a single percentage point required grueling training and a comprehensive enhancement of physical fitness. This was due to the fact that running engaged a multitude of muscle groups, particularly in the legs, and the skeletal structure had to endure immense force. Thus, coordination across all aspects was imperative to maintain high velocity. As Zhang Ye ran, he felt no sense of discord. On the contrary, he was incredibly nimble, able to maintain balance while executing various leaps and bounds during his sprint. This unequivocally indicated that both his muscle strength and bone density, as well as his neural reflexes and sensory perceptions, had undergone significant enhancement, an all-encompassing improvement. Such a transformation was truly astounding. Even though completing adaptive responses typically resulted in substantial boosts to one's physical attributes, Zhang Tianyan had never witnessed such a dramatic increase. When he himself completed his adaptation, his running speed had only increased by a little over a meter per second. This only reinforced Zhang Tianyan's belief that Zhang Ye must be on the verge of awakening an exceptionally powerful spirit, one likely connected to his physical prowess. Zhang Tianyan increasingly anticipated Zhang Ye's spirit testing and awakening. What Zhang Tianyan was unaware of was that this was not even Zhang Ye's maximum speed. With the assistance of the wind, Zhang Ye could easily surpass 20 meters per second. However, he chose not to do so. He wished to discover just how fast he could run relying solely on his own abilities. He believed that one should not depend entirely on others, just as during the previous survival scenario. Had he overly relied on Liao Jia, choosing to remain stationary and wait for rescue, his body would have long since frozen solid. Even now, although the wind could aid him in running faster, he yearned to rely solely on his own strength to attain that speed and gradually surpass his own limits. Thus, the two of them ran for over an hour, ultimately arriving at the Lingjing Gate, situated 69 kilometers away. In moments of instability, the Lingjing Gate functions as a one-way passage. The entrance can only be glimpsed from the side of Blue Star, while the exit cannot be located from within the realm of Lingjing. It is only after stabilization that the Lingjing Gate establishes a bidirectional passage within its domain. Upon Zhang Ye's arrival, he beheld the entire canyon encircled by an array of heavy machinery, alongside medium-sized walls constructed in a fashion reminiscent of building blocks. Helicopters, tanks, armored vehicles, and even several missile launchers had been deployed, establishing a series of defensive lines extending kilometers from the Lingjing Gate. Naturally, these defenses were rudimentary, primarily composed of unmanned devices intended for reconnaissance and early warning, lacking substantial defensive capabilities. After all, the new Lingjing Gate had only emerged a day prior and had just stabilized. The forces deployed at the gate still required further refinement. Subsequently, a series of defensive measures, including electric fences, reinforced walls, and fire control networks, would be constructed to prevent the creatures of the Lingjing realm from traversing the gate and entering Blue Star. This area would gradually transform into a military base. Upon Zhang Ye and Zhang Tianyan's arrival, soldiers promptly came to greet them. Among them was a man clad in a military green vest, robust in stature, with scars adorning his face and a buzz cut. The moment he spotted the two, he strode directly towards them, his scarred visage rendering his expression somewhat fierce. However, in the next instant, he broke into a broad smile. "I told you, your son would be just fine." Zhang Tianyan chuckled, while Zhang Ye exclaimed in surprise, "Uncle Chun." This man was named Chun Long, an old comrade of Zhang Tianyan. Upon reaching them, Chun Long extended his rough hand, ruffling Zhang Ye's hair with a beaming expression. "Good lad, much stronger than your father. When he was your age, he could hardly climb a tree." Chun Long was an imposing figure, nearly 2 meters tall, making Zhang Ye, at 1.75 meters, appear as a small chick in comparison. Notably, he had 2 daughters, one of whom was the healer in the witness team, Chen Guang. As for the other that shall be introduced later, chapter 21. "I am alive again, how goes the rescue?" Zhang Tianyan inquired of Chen Long. "Not well. I can't even fathom how many people will freeze to death overnight. Many of those brought back are already as stiff as boards." Chen Long shook his head, sighed, and then pointed towards the Lingjing Gate behind him. "All right, let us hurry back. Your wife is urging you." Zhang Tianyan was taken aback for a moment, then nodded and said to Zhang Ye, "Come on, we shouldn't keep your mother waiting." Zhang Ye retorted, "What do you mean your mother?" "That's my mother." Zhang Tianyan. Chen Long. "Ha!" Subsequently, Zhang Ye and Zhang Tianyan approached the Lingjing Gate, and for Zhang Ye, it was his first encounter with the true Lingjing Gate. The stabilized Lingjing Gate appeared as a colorful ring of light, within which the sights of another world could be glimpsed. The wondrous aspect awaited. The portal to the spirit realm that engulfs the entire school district lies underground. Thus, it is oriented horizontally. In contrast, the portal before Zhang Ye stands vertically, allowing him to witness the scene from below. Gazing upwards at the vast chasm, it is evident that an array of elevating apparatuses has been set up in the sky, with numerous ropes cascading down, penetrating through the portal. The segment of the ropes that traverses the portal hangs vertically downward due to the gravitational pull of this world, creating an illusion as if the ropes are suspended in midair before abruptly bending at a right angle. This phenomenon arises from the differing spatial and gravitational dynamics of the two worlds. Zhang Ye's task is to secure himself with the ascending cable and safety rope, leaving the remainder to the lift. Once prepared, the elevating equipment activates, and the ropes begin to tighten. Before passing through the portal, both Zhang Ye and Zhang Tianyan are drawn forward by the ropes, but the moment they cross the threshold, they are lifted into the air, ascending rapidly. The shift in gravity fills Zhang Ye with a sense of wonder as the ropes pull him higher. He observes numerous construction teams and equipment surrounding the chasm, engaged in renovations and urgent repairs, for many water pipes and cables have been severed and must be mended. Fortunately, the portal is suspended in midair rather than lying flat on the ground. Otherwise, the fallen soil and wastewater would cascade directly into the spirit realm. Clearly, these construction teams possess significant experience, as they excavate a temporary reservoir for the wastewater and debris beneath the portal. Shortly after being hoisted, Zhang Yi witnesses several other students being rescued, similarly ascending back to the surface. However, those students are far less fortunate than he. Some bear additional wounds, while others suffer severe allergic reactions. A few even have severed limbs, their hastily bandaged injuries soaked in crimson, crying out in agony, necessitating transfer via aerial stretchers. Witnessing this scene, Zhang Ye's previously buoyant mood quickly turns somber, but it is crucial to note that his 3 close friends, along with their classmates and teachers, remain in peril. Having always enjoyed harmonious relations with them, he sincerely hopes for everyone's safe return from any angle one might consider. Soon, the ascending cable reaches its zenith, and Zhang Yi finds himself back on solid ground. Yet, just as he prepares to remove the ropes, a fleeting figure catches his peripheral vision. Faintly, he perceives the silhouette as if it were crouched on the edge of the scaffolding. Zhang Yi swiftly turns to look, but this time, he sees nothing. What is happening? Could it be an illusion? He scratches his head and peers over the edge of the chasm several times, but the figure does not reappear. What is wrong? Zhang Tianyan notices Zhang Ye's unusual demeanor and inquires, "Dad, did you just see someone climbing up from the scaffolding?" "Climbing up?" Zhang Tianyan raises an eyebrow. "Who would climb the scaffolding for no reason?" "I thought I saw a shadow." Zhang Ye grins, but struggles to articulate his thoughts, ultimately shaking his head. "Perhaps it was just a figment of my imagination." Zhang Tianyan nods in response, saying, "It is indeed possible to experience illusions upon first crossing the portal due to changes in lighting. With time, you will acclimate. Of course, it is also possible that what you witnessed was merely the shadow of a certain worker." Upon hearing this, Zhang Ye nodded and followed Zhang Tianyan as they made their way out of the heavenly pit. As they walked, he glanced back at the abyss behind him. Was it truly an illusion? He suddenly found himself somewhat distracted, as if he were particularly concerned about that white figure. However, shortly thereafter, a voice seized his attention. "Son." Turning around, Zhang Ye beheld a woman in the distance, beckoning him with a wave. Her enchanting eyes and delicate features bore a striking resemblance to his own, yet she appeared remarkably youthful, looking like a girl in her 20s despite being nearly 40. With her sleek, jet-black hair cut to shoulder length, she exuded an air of competence, clad in practical attire complete with shoulder pads and knee guards, evidently just returned from an expedition in a foreign spiritual realm, which only enhanced her striking presence. "Mom." Zhang Ye's face lit up with joy as he approached his mother. Yet, after just a couple of steps, his expression shifted dramatically, and he began to retreat, ultimately fleeing in haste. Meanwhile, Liao Jie lunged forward, her movements akin to a missile gliding just above the ground, barreling towards Zhang Ye. In that instant, her explosive speed shattered the 100 km/h mark. Each stride sent tremors through the earth beneath them. As Zhang Ye merely turned to escape, Liao Jie had already reached him, enveloping him in a tight embrace. Zhang Ye was swept off his feet by Liao Jie, who then spun around with him in her arms. She held him close, as if still shaken by the near brush with death he had faced, her eyes glistening with tears of joy at his safe return. They twirled through the air for several dizzying revolutions before landing gracefully. Liao Jie's control of her strength ensuring that the momentum posed no real harm to Zhang Ye. However, as soon as they touched down, Zhang Ye collapsed to his knees, retching violently onto the ground. It was worth noting that he had consumed 8 rations of individual combat food prior to his return, and the abrupt spinning had caused him to lose it all. "Mom. Next time, could you express your excitement in a more ladylike manner?" "Ugh," Zhang Ye managed to utter with great difficulty, while Liao Jie laughed heartily, placing her hands on her hips and patting his back. A true warrior must adapt to various extremes, including, but not limited to, your dear mother's spiraling embrace. Zhang Ye, still on the ground, gave a thumbs up. "Indeed, quite extreme. Truly worthy of you." Ugh. Zhang Tianyan approached with a bemused smile. "Even in such a state, you still find time to jest. I wonder who you inherited that cheekiness from." After a brief spell of retching, Zhang Ye abruptly rose to his feet, declaring, "I'm hungry." At this, Liao Jie casually wrapped her arm around Zhang Ye's shoulders and said to Zhang Tianyan, "You go ahead and save people. I'll take my son home to celebrate his birthday." Indeed, Zhang Ye had spent a night in the mystical realm, and today marked his birthday. No rush. Lao Shi and the others have already left. "I have something more important to discuss with you and will also join you in celebrating Ye's birthday," Zhang Tianyan replied. "Very well." The three of them then proceeded to exit together. The area surrounding the heavenly pit had been cordoned off, and without certain means, one could hardly enter. Seated in a floating vehicle crafted from the rare mineral extracted from the mystical realm of Laitsi, the three companions joyfully made their way home. Unbeknownst to them, a small, blood-stained hand emerged from the depths of a chasm, grasping the edge of the railing and pulling itself up. Soon, a figure, covered in blood and mud, clawed its way out. She appeared disheveled, her formerly snow-white hair now matted with blood and dirt, her tattered garments hanging limply upon her frail frame, resembling a beggar. Numerous wounds marred her body, adding to her disarray. Yet, her eyes, akin to violet gemstones, still sparkled with brilliance. Gazing at her injuries and then at the vast chasm, an unexpected smile broke across her face. "I have survived once more." Chapter 22. Happy birthday. She looked at the chasm with palpable joy. Seemingly impervious to the pain of her wounds, completely unconcerned about her injuries, laughing to herself, she absent-mindedly patted her slightly sunken abdomen. "I am so hungry, having narrowly escaped. I deserve to treat myself to 2 vegetable steaks." As she rummaged through her pocket, her body suddenly froze. Huh? 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 With a look of terror, she peered in her pocket only to discover that the cheap shorts she wore had somehow developed a tear, causing the money she had painstakingly sewn into the pocket to vanish without a trace. "Oh, wait, not entirely gone. 2 coins stubbornly clung to the inner pouch of her pocket, one worth $1 and the other 50 cents. Totaling $1.50, my little money. Talking to herself as if no one were around, she quickly glanced down into the chasm, hoping to spot the 226.5 yuan that had slipped from her pocket. However, it was evident that her search would be in vain. A look of hesitation crossed her face as she pondered whether to descend in search of it. The chasm, a result of a sinkhole, led to the entrance of the mystical realm, and its construction relied on suspended operations, employing cranes and other specialized equipment. The only structure along the rim was a scaffold for stabilization. It had taken her an entire night to climb up, and she was reluctant to descend again yet. Those 226.5 yuan represented hours of saving. She had intended to use that money to buy a small phone to replace the old one that had been crushed in an accident. How many bottles would she need to collect to make up for more than 200 yuan? Her initial delight had waned considerably, but upon glancing at the solitary remaining $1.50, she fell silent for a moment before breaking into another smile. At least I still have $1.50. I can still buy 2 vegetable steaks. But first, she needed to clean herself up. With that, she skipped away, her spirits buoyed. Along the way, despite her bloodied and muddy appearance, even as people bustled about, pausing to gaze at the chasm's construction, none cast a glance in her direction. It was as if she were invisible. She returned to the place she referred to as home, where she washed herself and her clothes by a nearby stream. Once cleansed, she emerged radiant, her skin, eyelashes, and hair all gleaming in pure, unblemished white. However, those scars and the healing wounds rendered her appearance somewhat fearsome. Clad in a new set of inexpensive clothing, she stepped out with a cheerful disposition. Yet, she did not immediately head to the bun shop, though hunger gnawed at her, with only $1.50 to spare. She could afford but a single meal, thus she resolved to save it for dinner and utilize this time for work. What kind of work, you may ask? Numerous tasks awaited her, such as collecting bottles, gathering cardboard boxes, or meandering about in search of discarded furniture. As midday approached, she had amassed a considerable collection of bottles and boxes. With practiced efficiency, she secured her finds and returned home, preparing to exchange them for money the following day. This constituted her primary source of income. Once all was accomplished, her wounds had nearly healed. It was worth noting that just this morning they had been oozing blood, but now only faint scars remained. Having shed their scabs, should Zhang Ye and his companions discover this, they would surely be taken aback by her remarkable recuperative powers. Yet, such resilience requires sustenance. After nearly half a day's recovery, her stomach had begun to grumble audibly. Therefore, she resolved to have dinner. Before long, she arrived at a bun shop, where the steamers brimmed with large, succulent meat buns, exuding a delightful aroma. She gazed longingly at the buns, unable to suppress a swallow. However, the meat buns were priced at $2.50 each, while the red bean and vegetable buns were only $1.50, yet one would hardly suffice. Thus, she called out to the proprietress, "Boss, I would like 2 steamed buns, please." The amiable proprietress, warmly welcoming her guests, never once cast a glance in her direction. Undeterred, she stepped inside the shop and mimicked the proprietress's tone, saying, "All right then." With great care, she donned a plastic bag over her hand, and as the proprietress opened the steamer, she swiftly seized 2 buns. "Oh, so hot, so hot," she exclaimed. "All right, here's the money." As she spoke, she placed 2 coins into the drawer where the proprietress kept the earnings. 2 buns for 1 yuan, the plastic bag for 50 cents. It was a perfect match. Clutching the 2 steaming white buns, she walked homeward with a beaming expression. Throughout the entire exchange, neither the proprietress nor any of the customers or passers-by had deigned to glance at her. Moreover, the plastic bag was complimentary. As dusk approached, she returned home. Her abode was quite spacious, for it was an abandoned warehouse. However, at this moment, the forsaken warehouse was surprisingly tidy. The debris and dirt had been cleared away, and in one small corner, a number of furniture pieces were neatly arranged. There were sofas, chairs, and tables. Yet the sofa was patched up, one leg of the chair was secured with a branch and nails, and the table was propped up with bricks, upon which lay some tattered, yellowed books, faintly revealing their titles. Chinese language, Grade 1, Part 1, Mathematics, Grade 1, Part 1, Chinese language, Grade 10, Part 2. Aside from these, there was a bed constructed from bricks, topped with several faded blankets and neatly folded thin quilts. Beside the bed sat a cardboard box containing salt, soy sauce, and other seasonings, as well as laundry powder and some basic living necessities. She approached the table and placed the steamed bun down, then lit a candle, casting a flicker of light in the dim corner of the warehouse. Ever since the old machine broke down, This had become her sole means of illumination. Subsequently, she rummaged through a box by the bed and discovered a nearly empty bottle of soy sauce. It was running low, and she would need to purchase another bottle soon. Muttering to herself, she drizzled the remaining drops of soy sauce over the bun, imbuing it with a rich brown hue, thus completing her vegetarian dish. She licked her lips, eager to take a bite of the bun. But then recollected something and hastily set it down. She fetched a small candle, inserted it into the bun, and lit it. The humble steamed bun transformed into a little cake. She then sprang up and dashed to the other side of the table. Arms wide open and a radiant smile on her face. "Happy 16th birthday to you," she exclaimed, before scurrying back, clasping her hands together. "Wow, thank you." She darted over again. "All right, make a wish. This time it will surely come true." She returned once more, and so she closed her eyes. The night was dark, and the candlelight flickered gently, swayed by the breeze seeping through the cracks in the warehouse walls. The illumination danced across her face, and one could only imagine how exquisite her features would appear devoid of those minute scars. "I wish someone could see me. Then I could treat him to a real steak. Oh, and also, to visit an amusement park. I have always wanted to go, but it's too expensive. And also, I hope that 226.5 yuan can come back. By the way, I want a genuine identity card." "All right, that makes 4 wishes. Any more would be greedy." With that, she opened her eyes and blew out the candle with a puff, delighting in her personal cake. Though merely a bun dipped in soy sauce, she savored it with unparalleled enjoyment, gently swaying as she ate, emitting soft, contented hums. "Happy birthday, dear." Liao Jie approached, carrying an enormous cake, and Zhang Ye's eyes sparkled with excitement. The cake was his favorite chocolate mousse, adorned with a generous sprinkle of almond flakes and topped with 16 beautiful, colorful candles. Not only was there the cake, but also a feast laid out before him, prepared with love by Liao Jie and Zhang Tianen. Dishes like sweet and sour pork, scallion chicken, braised pig trotters, stir-fried okra, and squirrel fish. In short, everything Zhang Ye adored. After a series of errands, compounded by the earlier upheaval caused by Liao Jie's enthusiastic embrace, Zhang Ye was now ravenous, his stomach rumbling audibly, and he could hardly contain his saliva. "Make a wish," Liao Jie urged. Zhang Ye nodded, fingers interlocked, and after a brief moment, he opened his eyes. Liao Jie inquired curiously, "What did you wish for?" Zhang Ye chuckled. "If I tell you, it won't come true." "Indeed. Now eat up, and after that, we'll have cake." "All right." Chapter 23. Dreamscape. As night fell, Zhang Tianyan hung up the phone, wearing an expression of helplessness. It remains a mystery from where those media outlets obtained the news regarding Ye's escape. The information is remarkably well circulated. Ever since Zhang Ye's safe return, countless media representatives have inundated the witness tower with inquiries about him. Subsequently, the witness tower relayed this information to Zhang Tianyan, leading to the recent scene. Zhang Tianyan finds himself quite helpless in the face of these media demands. In recent years, with the emergence of numerous new spiritual realms and increasing anomalies, any minor disturbance tends to attract considerable attention. The current anomaly is attributed to the expansion of the glimmering realm, one of the earliest discovered spiritual domains, which has drawn significant societal interest. The glimmering realm is among the most renowned and extensively explored of these realms. The expansion of a spiritual realm signifies the potential for greater resources, and should one succeed in positioning themselves at the forefront of this upheaval, even a mere pig could soar to success. To omit the implications of this, the sectors of new energy, new materials, and the financial conglomerates behind the interdimensional exploration guilds are poised for a substantial surge in their stock values, making it impossible to ignore the situation. Furthermore, as the son of one of the few level 5 rated explorers in the country, Zhang Ye naturally garners significant attention. Many media outlets and corporate magnates hope to recruit the witness team through him. However, such aspirations are futile. Zhang Qinyan's close ties with the state stem not only from his patriotism, but also from a desire to lean against the formidable bastion of the nation, deterring any reckless actions from others. The emergence of spiritual realms heralds a transformative era for human civilization, and as with any transformation, it inevitably brings with it tumult and bloodshed. A few years ago, the situation was manageable, as nations busied themselves with their own affairs. However, with the global situation now largely stabilized, the specter of war among nations may very well resurface. A certain shameless superpower has shown it can brazenly oppress smaller nations and initiate conflict for oil. One can only imagine the lengths they would go to for the far more precious resources of spiritual realms. In recent years, tensions have been mounting, and the waters of the global landscape are no longer calm. Perhaps the anomalies currently surfacing on Blue Star are mere harbingers of what is to come. Zhang Tianyin and Liao Jie must now endeavor to ensure that Zhang Ye matures to a level of self-sufficiency before the true storm arrives. We need not concern ourselves with the media for now. Has there been any word from the academy? Liao Jie inquired. Compared to the media, he is far more concerned with whether Zhang Ye can continue his education. News has indeed arrived. The military has intervened, and a temporary campus will be established near the Min military district. The military district? Liao Jie was taken aback. Why would a temporary campus be constructed beside the Ba Min military district? This area is a military stronghold. Does this decision carry any special significance? It is highly likely that this relates to future strategies. Previously, an elderly sage had emerged from the mountains, proclaiming that the other worlds within spiritual realms might soon fully integrate with Blue Star. Shortly after, that sage was taken away by state officials, after which the national strategic directives began to pivot towards spiritual realms, suggesting a degree of validity to the sage's claims. Furthermore, future battlefields will undoubtedly gravitate towards these realms, prompting the state to commence the cultivation of a new generation of combat capabilities tailored for spiritual engagements. Those who, like Ye, can return unscathed from the realm of spirits are invariably under the watchful eye of the nation. The recent relocation of the temporary campus to the military district is likely a harbinger of this. A signal for total mobilization. Upon hearing this, Liao Jie's expression grew grave. For if, as Zhang Tianyin suggested, this indeed signifies a call to arms for all, then another signal must surely follow. Why the need for universal conscription? Because the impending turmoil could very well be of national annihilation proportions. Danger, great peril. In that moment, both Zhang Tianyin and Liao Jie fell into a profound silence. Meanwhile, Zhang Ye, lacking the broader perspective of Zhang Tianyin and Liao Jie, remained blissfully unaware of the unfolding events. Cheerfully organizing his collection of witness treasures in his room, he possessed a dedicated wardrobe filled with numerous artifacts, volcanic rocks from Honolulu and the Hawaiian Islands, humus from the Amazon rainforest, and seawater from the Sargasso Sea. Each item represented a place his parents had taken him to witness, every location resplendent and awe-inspiring. Today, he finally possessed a collection of treasures that held true significance for him. Items such as the bloodstained bandages, the tattered school uniform, and the backpack, each served as a testament to his brushes with life and death, marking his journey towards becoming an extramural member of the witnesses. He believed that one day he would become a genuine witness, and like Zhang Tianyin, lead a team of his own. Having organized his treasured collection, Zhang Ye finally settled down for a proper sleep. Reclining on his comfortable bed, he swiftly drifted into slumber. This time, he dreamed again of that beautiful celestial sphere. He beheld numerous luminous points scattered across the stunning planet. Intrigued, he wondered if he could draw nearer to examine them more closely. As his thoughts lingered, his gaze suddenly focused on one of the glowing points, revealing a scene that left Zhang Ye utterly astonished. The location of that luminous point was none other than the land of Min in Huaxia. It was precisely the portal to the realm of spirits that had engulfed his entire academy. Could it be that these luminous points on Blue Star signify the portals to the realm of spirits? At that moment, Zhang Ye noticed that the luminous points on Blue Star exhibited subtle variations. Some points shone a faint white, while others flickered a gentle yellow, and still others glowed a bright green. Drawing nearer to inspect each point, he discerned that the bright green luminous points corresponded to individual portals to the realm of spirits. As for the gently flickering yellow points, they too represented portals to the realm. The white points, however, yielded nothing upon closer inspection, merely revealing the exquisite vistas of Blue Star. Zhang Ye sensed a connection among these points and sought to uncover it, leading him to observe the differences between the green and yellow luminous points. Before long, he discerned both the connection and the distinctions. The green luminous points represented portals that were remarkably stable, while the yellow points indicated portals that had recently emerged. This was not difficult to surmise, as Zhang Ye noted that some of the yellow points exhibited a hint of green, suggesting that those portals were gradually stabilizing. Furthermore, some of the white points had begun to display a faint yellow hue. What could this imply? Could it suggest that new realms are on the verge of emergence? The moment the thought emerged, Zhang Ye was struck with astonishment. At that instant, a flicker at the corner of his eye caught his attention, and he suddenly noticed a luminous point undergoing a transformation. The point was white, yet its brilliance surpassed that of other white lights, and it had begun to flicker in a rhythmic pattern, with a faint yellow hue gradually manifesting at its center. Zhang Ye had every reason to believe that once this white point fully transformed into yellow, the realm of spirits would descend. Moreover, what was even more alarming was that as Zhang Ye zoomed in his perspective, he realized that the location of this luminous point was the Magic City. Chapter 24. I Dare the Magic City. A directly governed municipality of Huaxia, serves as the epicenter of the nation's economy, finance, trade, and shipping, boasting a population nearing 25 million. The area where the luminous point resided was precisely within the most densely populated core of the Magic City. Furthermore, Zhang Ye sensed that the size of the light point likely indicated the magnitude of the portal to the spirit realm. For instance, the portal that devoured the school had a coverage area that coincided perfectly with the entire school district when viewed closely. Similar in scale to the portal beneath the ground. However, upon zooming in on the luminous point in the Magic City, its size was several dozen times greater than that of the portal that engulfed the academy. It is worth noting that this incident had already endangered over 3,000 faculty and students, with the number of casualties still unknown, but one could only imagine the extent of the devastation. Should the size of this portal expand further by several dozen times and manifest beneath the very heart of the Magic City, the ensuing catastrophe, Zhang Ye could scarcely bear to contemplate. In that moment, he envisioned the ground of the Magic City collapsing, with tens of thousands of people screaming in terror as they plummeted into the abyss, the fortunate ones falling into the portal, randomly teleported. And facing repeated trials of life and death, those less fortunate would meet their demise through crushing, suffocation, or fatal falls. The sheer horror sent a chill through Zhang Ye's heart. He abruptly opened his eyes. Sitting up and gasping for breath, cold sweat now beading on his forehead. After a brief moment of composure, he realized it had merely been a dream. Yet, he soon found himself deep in thought. Was it truly just a dream? If it were a dream, why did it feel so real? Why were the memories so vivid? Everything seemed to follow a distinct trail, the portals he had seen in the dream, many of which he was unaware of in reality, were remarkably clear in his mind. Without a moment's hesitation, Zhang Ye sprang to his feet and hurried to his computer, searching for information about the realms associated with those locations. The existence and appearances of these realms were not classified. They could be found on the official Huaxia Spirit Realm website. As the data unfolded before him, Zhang Ye's pupils quivered. Indeed, it was those realms. The very ones he had never encountered yet had appeared in his dream, matching flawlessly with the information he had just uncovered. Was that dream real? But it was, after all, just a dream. How could it be real? Could it be due to his own spirit? Given the series of events that had unfolded around him, it seemed akin to a self-activation of his spirit, yet he felt no awareness of it, leading him to believe he had not awakened his spirit at all. But in reality, he had already done so. That dreamscape was a manifestation of his spirit, was it not? Zhang Ye took a series of deep breaths to calm himself down. Gradually, his breathing steadied, and only then did he realize that dawn had arrived. The time was 6:35 in the morning. He opened the door to find Zhang Tianyin and Liao Jie already awake. Zhang Tianyin was preparing breakfast while Liao Jie practiced martial arts in the yard. You're awake. Breakfast will be ready shortly. After you eat, I'll take you to test your spiritual abilities, Zhang Tianyin remarked. Zhang Ye nodded silently, and Zhang Tianyin, noticing the unusual demeanor of Zhang Ye, inquired, "What's wrong? Having nightmares, perhaps?" Zhang Ye was taken aback, shaking his head, yet simultaneously nodding. Zhang Tianyin chuckled softly. "Having just experienced life and death, it's only natural that your mind is still unsettled. Having nightmares is quite normal. You'll get used to it. At that moment, Liao Jie returned, her body radiating warmth, a towel draped around her neck from wiping her sweat. Upon her arrival, she playfully ruffled Zhang Ye's hair, saying, "Last night, we received news from the academy. Those who encountered danger can recuperate at home for now and need not attend school. However, since you are doing well, I still suggest you take some time to rest before heading back to school. The temporary campus is located within the military district, and the instructors will likely be soldiers. You will have the opportunity to learn many impressive skills." Zhang Ye nodded silently, while Liao Jie was taken aback. She understood Zhang Ye's character. The prospect of acquiring formidable new skills would undoubtedly be monumental news for him. In her mind, upon hearing this news, Zhang Ye ought to be leaping for joy. Yet, he appeared deeply troubled. Before Liao Jie could voice her thoughts, Zhang Tianyin served breakfast, and the family gathered around the table to enjoy their meal. Throughout, Zhang Ye kept his head down, seemingly lost in thought, even oblivious to the food that had fallen from his plate. Unable to contain her curiosity, Liao Jie asked, "What is wrong?" Zhang Tianyin also sensed something was amiss. Given that Zhang Ye had perfectly inherited both of their robust sensibilities, it was expected that merely having a nightmare should not affect him so profoundly. Hearing Liao Jie's question, Zhang Ye finally snapped back to reality. After a brief moment of silence, he appeared to reach a decision, his expression turning grave. "Mom, Dad, if I told you that a colossal spiritual realm gate is about to open in the heart of Magic City, Would you believe me? Zhang Tianyin and Liao Jie exchanged glances before nodding in unison. We believe. Zhang Ye was taken aback. But you believe that so easily? Liao Jie, slurping a spoonful of porridge, replied, Of course, I know you well enough not to take such matters lightly. Zhang Tianyin nodded in agreement, saying, Do elaborate. What exactly is going on? At this, a smile returned to Zhang Ye's face as he recounted everything he had experienced in his dream. So, you mean to say that you can see the forthcoming spiritual realm gate? And that a massive one is set to open right in the center of Magic City? Zhang Tianyin raised an eyebrow. Yes, Zhang Ye affirmed. I researched the spiritual realms I saw in my dream. Many of them I've never encountered before, yet they correspond perfectly with reality. Therefore, I believe this could very well be my spiritual calling. A sharp intake of breath escaped both Liao Jie and Zhang Tianyin at this revelation. If this were indeed true, it would spell great trouble. Zhang Tianyin furrowed his brow and remarked, 25 million people. In the central region. How many lives would be lost? Moreover, such a colossal portal to the spirit realm would nearly set a record. The larger the portal, the more expansive and perilous the other world it connects to. If any malevolent creatures were to emerge, the consequences would be dire. Zhang Ye nodded, then expressed his concern. Dad, what should we do? Can we inform the authorities? Yes, it is possible, but the issue lies in the fact that this is merely a dream, devoid of any tangible evidence, and the truth remains uncertain, even if your mother and I unconditionally believe you. Others may not share that conviction. Evacuating such a vast number of people poses significant challenges. Transportation, communication, and resource allocation are all formidable obstacles. If nothing transpires afterward, who will bear the economic losses and the multitude of subsequent issues? Thus, it is exceedingly difficult for the state to act solely on your word to evacuate 25 million citizens. But what if it is real? Zhang Ye could not help but rise, knocking over his chair in the process. He righted the chair and declared, if it is indeed true, doing nothing would result in countless deaths. Indeed, if it is true, many lives would be lost. Zhang Tianyin shook his head, and the family fell into a profound silence. Zhang Ye resumed his seat, utterly devoid of appetite. Observing his demeanor, Liao Jie inexplicably smiled and even winked at Zhang Tianyin. Zhang Tianyin chuckled softly, but the couple's subtle exchange went unnoticed by Zhang Ye, who was consumed by anxiety. Then, Zhang Tianyin composed himself and said gravely, Actually, there is no way out. What way? Zhang Ye inquired hastily. Do not concern yourself with the method just yet. First, tell me, have you truly thought this through? Zhang Tianyin locked eyes with Zhang Ye. If this information gets out, it could very well incite chaos. Even if the state ultimately believes it and evacuates the populace, should nothing occur, you would bear the responsibility. A considerable burden indeed. You have reached the age of 16, and you will be held criminally accountable. If nothing happens, you may find it exceedingly difficult to ever witness the outside world again. And your dreams may remain forever unfulfilled. Are you willing to shoulder this responsibility? Are you certain? Do you truly dare? Each of Zhang Tianyin's words struck Zhang Ye's heart like a heavy hammer. His pupils quivered slightly. Indeed, if nothing came to fruition, he would be liable. He could not unconditionally drag 25 million people and the nation into a game of pretend. This was a matter of grave responsibility. Yet, what if it were true? Many lives would be lost. In that moment, Zhang Ye's inner turmoil raged. Should he act on a dream that had yet to be substantiated? On one side lay the weighty responsibility, the potential for imprisonment, the prospect of never seeing the beautiful world outside during the prime of his life, and the jeopardizing of his future. On the other side were the lives of countless individuals. How should he choose? Would he dare to choose? Did he truly have the courage? It felt as though voices were relentlessly questioning him. His fist clenched involuntarily, as if a small angel and a little devil had appeared beside him. The angel spoke, in silence and indifference, you have committed no wrong, yet countless lives may be lost as a result. You possess the ability to save, yet choose not to. How can you find peace of mind? Must you wait until everything has transpired to feel regret? Meanwhile, the devil chimed in. I believe he speaks the truth. Zhang Ye replied. Aren't you the little devil? The devil retorted. What of it? Thus, he found himself at a crossroads. He gazed intently into Zhang Tianyin's eyes, his voice resonating with conviction. I dare. I am willing to shoulder this responsibility. Chapter 25. The awakening of spirits. Listening to Zhang Ye's solemn declaration and witnessing the spark of determination in his eyes, both Zhang Tianyin and Liao Jie involuntarily broke into smiles. Truly, he is the son of my mother. Liao Jie rose, affectionately cupping Zhang Ye's face in his hands, unable to hide his fondness. Zhang Tianyin, too, wore a broad smile. To do nothing is to avoid mistakes, but if one maintains such a mindset, the light and warmth within will inevitably fade. In that moment, Zhang Tianyin felt the fierce passion burning within Zhang Ye. He was thoroughly satisfied. This is how a youth should be. A nation must exist for a family to thrive. In times of national adversity, how can a man remain unmoved if one refrains from action out of fear of error? That truly extinguishes the fervor of youth. He then pounded the table and stood up. Very well, since you dare, your father shall accompany you in this grand endeavor, Zhang Ye exclaimed in delight. Dad, do you have a plan? Indeed. Zhang Tianyin nodded. The state is unlikely to trust the words of a 16-year-old, even with spiritual backing, as it requires verification. However, a team of witnesses would present a different scenario. We shall raise our voices in the name of the witnesses. Zhang Ye paused in astonishment, then said, in the name of the witnesses, but then the responsibility would fall upon them, wouldn't it? How can that be? Zhang Tianyin chuckled, patting Zhang Ye on the shoulder. You have grown. You can bear responsibility. That is true. But your father is not yet old. If you are willing to shoulder this burden, how can I, as your father, shy away? If I were to falter, your mother would surely have my head. Nearby, Liao Jia chuckled in agreement with Zhang Tianyin's words. However, Zhang Ye's face was clouded with concern, yet before he could voice his thoughts, he was interrupted by Zhang Tianyin. Aren't you simply worried about your father taking the fall for you? Fear not. We will raise our voices in the name of the witness team. So even if nothing transpires, there is no need for imprisonment. In the end, it will merely result in significant compensation, the revocation of spiritual exploration qualifications and obligations for exploration, but that is far preferable to serving time. Moreover, our witness team indeed undertakes tasks such as geological surveys, spiritual realm assessments, and analyses, which we can leverage to our advantage. If we manage this well, it may even be deemed a mere miscalculation, ultimately for the sake of national security, and perhaps we may escape punishment altogether. Do not perceive nations as devoid of compassion. Our country harbors a spirit of humanitarianism. We are willing to shoulder this risk for the sake of our nation, which will not turn a blind eye to our efforts. Those who gather fuel for the many must not be left to freeze in the biting wind and snow. Those who pave the way for freedom must not be ensnared by thorns. This principle is far clearer to the esteemed figures above us than to ourselves. Moreover, speaking of this, Zhang Tianyin chuckled. The world has already witnessed the mettle of Huaxia. We dare, and so does Huaxia. Upon hearing this, the worry on Zhang Ye's face gradually dissipated as he nodded vigorously. Indeed. Now, let us take charge of this matter. As for your spirit, can you sense it now? Zhang Tianyin inquired. Zhang Ye, upon reflection, shook his head. I cannot feel it. Let us have breakfast, and then test your spirit before initiating the awakening to see the results. Very well. After consuming breakfast with great haste and freshening up, Zhang Ye, accompanied by his parents, proceeded to the witness tower. Seated in the passenger seat, Liao Jia was fiddling with the personal terminal on her arm. Ever since the emergence of the spirit realm, a plethora of new materials and energy sources have emerged, propelling technological advancements. Thus, it is now commonplace for spirit realm explorers to use personal terminals instead of mobile phones. After a moment of tinkering, Liao Jia paused, then said, They have returned. Turning to Zhang Ye, she continued, Your roommate and homeroom teacher are safe, but many others are still unaccounted for, and over half of those rescued have sustained injuries. Upon hearing this, Zhang Ye hurriedly asked, Are Xinzi and the others injured? They were quite fortunate. Aside from some scrapes, they are largely unharmed. As for your homeroom teacher, at this point, Liao Jia could not help but chuckle. Your teacher is indeed formidable. When we found her, she was protecting 2 students, using her water cup spirit to douse the feral dogs with boiling sulfuric water. She and the 2 students emerged unscathed, while the wild dogs were left severely burnt. Zhang Ye could only laugh wryly at this. Ms. Qin's mastery of her spirit is truly remarkable. Although Qin Qing's spirit is merely a 1-liter water cup, there is no rule that dictates a cup can only contain water. It can also hold a liter of magma or sulfuric acid. With Zhang Ye's 3 roommates and Ms. Qin out of danger, he felt a sense of relief, and for the other students, he could only offer his prayers. Soon, they arrived at the witness tower, where Zhang Tianyin and Liao Jia led Zhang Ye to the spirit testing area. At that moment, the other members of the witness team had also returned and were gathering. Captain, everyone has been notified. Should we cut the power now? Lin Miao inquired while pulling the main switch. Yes, Zhang Tianyin nodded. In the next instant, the power was cut, plunging the entire building into darkness, the spirit testing area becoming shrouded in blackness. However, everyone quickly activated the lighting mode on their combat suits and personal terminals, restoring brightness to the spirit testing area. Observing the suits that emitted a soft yet brilliant glow, Zhang Ye felt a pang of envy. Eagerly anticipating the day he too would possess a set dot on the other side, a bespectacled man was tinkering with a machine, which was the high-end spiritual measuring device intended for Zhang Ye. The man with glasses was none other than Shenlan. After a brief moment, Shenlan stood up and handed over a USB drive. All done. I have removed the signal module, severed the connection to the national system, and established a new line to facilitate your operations. Once the spiritual measurement is complete, simply insert the USB drive, and it will automatically overwrite the data. Thank you for your trouble. Zhang Tianyan replied with a cheerful smile as he accepted the USB drive. Indeed, you seem to be aware of the inconvenience. You summoned me back from abroad with just a phone call, Shenlan remarked, casting a somewhat melancholic glance at Zhang Tianyan. Zhang Tianyan chuckled heartily. Rest assured, I won't let your efforts go unrewarded. When the time comes, I will personally assist you in extracting the electric crystallization you desire. Just waiting for those words, Shenlan said, a smile breaking across his face as he adjusted his glasses. You may continue. I shall take my leave. With that, he stood up and departed, offering Zhang Ye a friendly smile as he exited. Shenlan was also acquainted with Zhang Ye, being a friend of his father. Zhang Tianyan.it was said that Zhang Tianyan had once rescued him in his youth, which explained how a mere phone call could summon this hacker. However, he was no longer a hacker in the traditional sense. He now operated as a white hat, a term referring to those hackers engaged in legitimate professions, guardians of the digital realm. Consequently, his personal identity was typically kept under wraps, and assisting Zhang Tianyan with the disconnected spiritual measurement was undoubtedly a risk. Operating within the digital sphere posed the threat of being monitored, thus his personal presence was a testament to the strength of his relationship with Zhang Tianyan. The disconnected spiritual measurement commenced. Zhang Ye entered the measuring area, while Zhang Tianyan began to operate the spiritual measurement apparatus. As the device powered up, Zhang Ye donned the measurement suit connected to the equipment, subsequently linking the data cable. With no external devices connected and the energy source being independent, and with the signal module having been removed by Shenlan, Zhang Ye's spiritual measurement data would not be uploaded to the national system. Are you ready? Zhang Tianyan inquired. Yes, Zhang Ye nodded in affirmation. In the next moment, Zhang Ye pressed a button, and he immediately felt a series of slight stings throughout his body as the probes of the measurement suit penetrated his skin. The spiritual measurement began, and the values on the instrument started to fluctuate, eliciting expressions of astonishment from those present. 0, 500, 5,000, 9999. Chapter 26. The Spiritless One. Everyone stared wide-eyed at the values displayed on the instrument, their faces etched with disbelief. Another instance of, once could be a malfunction, but twice. It was crucial to note that this was a high-precision spiritual measuring device, capable of reaching a maximum threshold of 9,999. Could it be that Zhang Ye's innate spiritual energy had already surpassed 9999? How could that be possible? Let alone innate spiritual energy. Even the beings with the highest current spiritual energy reserves would likely fall short of that figure. This was utterly ludicrous, Captain. Should we measure it again? Lin Miao asked, swallowing hard. Well, Zhang Tianyan also gulped nervously, nodding in agreement. They proceeded with another test, yet the result remained unchanged. Thus, Zhang Tianyan ascended to conduct a test. And after confirming the machine's flawless operation, he proceeded to measure once more. In total, 3 trials were undertaken, yielding identical results each time. Such an outcome left the crowd both astonished and euphoric. If Zhang Ye's spiritual energy truly exceeded 9999, he would possess a remarkable advantage over ordinary individuals, perhaps even all others. What kind of advantage, one might wonder? It would be akin to 2 individuals wielding nearly identical firearms in a confrontation. One has 10 bullets, while the other boasts 9999. Who possesses the superior firepower? The answer is indisputable. Naturally, the spectators remained level-headed, for this figure was utterly preposterous and could not be regarded as a genuine measure. Moreover, the true determinant of strength lies not in the reserve of spiritual energy, but in the essence of the spirit itself. The reserve of spiritual energy is akin to ammunition, while the spirit represents the weapon. A spirit of low potency may be compared to a handgun, whereas a highly potent one could be likened to a rocket launcher, or even a missile, or nuclear weapon. If Zhang Ye's spirit were merely a squirt gun, then the boundless reserve of spiritual energy would hold no value. Would one truly engage in combat with a squirt gun, merely soaking one's opponent? Thus, the next step for Zhang Ye was to awaken his spirit. Regardless of whether Zhang Ye possessed the ability to self-awaken, the act of awakening would yield results. The equipment for spirit awakening was also available within the witness tower. as these were issued by the state, accessible only to highly rated spirit realm exploration institutions, such as the Witness. Soon, Zhang Tianyin procured the awakening device. The apparatus was quite simple, a white disc that, once infused with spiritual energy by Zhang Tianyin, emitted a soft blue glow while a blue handprint materialized upon its surface that by placing one's hand upon it, the device would automatically facilitate the awakening of the spirit, Zhang Tianyin explained. Zhang Ye nodded and placed his hand upon it. In the next moment, he felt warm currents flowing from his hand, entering his body and coursing throughout, reminiscent of the sensation during the spiritual measurement, albeit far more pronounced. His body felt warm and quite comfortable. However, the next moment, the awakening device emitted a series of beeping sounds, and blue letters appeared on its sleek surface. Awakening failed. This, Zhang Tianyin was taken aback, and the crowd found it nearly inconceivable. Unwilling to accept defeat, Zhang Tianyin urged Zhang Ye to attempt once more. Yet the result remained unchanged. Awakening failed. The crowd fell into silence. Generally, there are only two outcomes to spirit awakening: success or failure. Upon successful awakening, a person's spirit would be guided to manifest, forming a certain degree of anomaly. For instance, when Zhang Tianyin successfully awakened, he radiated light, resembling a formidable beast in human form. Liao Jie had manifested a layer of spiritual armor. While Lin Miao was enveloped in a mist of water, Lin Xin saw surrounding plants grow wildly, and Shi Qianjun experienced a surge in muscle mass. Cheng Guang's hands emitted a white light. Conversely, those who failed were termed spiritless, and such individuals are exceedingly rare, constituting less than 1 in 10 million globally. Could it be that Zhang Ye encountered this minuscule probability? Yet how does one explain the dream? Everything within the dream aligned with reality. Evidently, not a mere figment of the imagination. At this moment, the atmosphere in the spiritual measurement area grew palpably oppressive, with Zhang Tianyin and Liao Jie, who typically wore smiles, now wearing expressions of grave concern. What does it signify to be without spirit? This implies that no matter how high Zhang Ye's reserve of spiritual energy may be, it holds little significance. Even if one possesses a warehouse full of bullets, it is futile without a gun. This is akin to the old world prior to the recovery day, where everyone had wealth except for Zhang Ye, thereby placing him at a tremendous disadvantage. In the future, whether in terms of competitive pressure or the challenges faced, he will undoubtedly encounter obstacles far greater than the average individual. Hence, at this moment, no one can muster a smile. Captain, should we conduct another test? Lin San inquired cautiously. Zhang Tianyin remained silent for a moment before responding. Let us proceed to the National Agency for Spiritual Awakening. Upon hearing this, the others nodded in agreement, and the group promptly escorted Zhang Ye to the National Institution for his awakening, undertaking a disconnection test for spiritual energy, only to subsequently choose to go to the National Agency for Awakening. Undoubtedly entailed the risk of exposing Zhang Ye's spiritual testing data. However, at this juncture, the group was beyond concern. Their eagerness to ascertain whether Zhang Ye possessed any spiritual energy outweighed all else. After all, there have been instances where failure in awakening with standard equipment was followed by success with advanced apparatus at national institutions. Throughout the journey, silence enveloped them, with Liao Jie gently stroking Zhang Ye's hair, as if in a gesture of comfort. In reality, Zhang Ye felt a sense of disappointment over the possibility of lacking spiritual energy, primarily due to that dream. He was convinced it was real. Only he had experienced that dream, which set him apart from everyone else in the world, making him unique. Thus, he felt no dismay, but rather a flicker of joy within. Moreover, he could converse with the wind. This too could be considered a form of spirit. Ever since the wind had aided him, whether or not he possessed spiritual energy had become inconsequential. Rather than fret, he preferred to relax and listen to the wind's melodious song. Indeed, at that moment, the wind was singing, humming a light and cheerful melody in his ear, and he was the sole listener. This uniqueness belonged to him, and it brought him happiness as for the enhancements brought by spiritual energy. Zhang Ye was indifferent. The presence or absence of spiritual energy bore little relation to personal growth. Since the recovery day, human beings have experienced improvements simply through exploration, adventure, or pushing their limits, and even in the face of certain anomalous events. For instance, exploring frigid regions enhances one's cold resistance, while diving into spiritual realms under the sea improves swimming abilities. In summary, these advancements held greater significance for Zhang Ye than the allure offered by spiritual energy. This was genuine progress achieved through his own efforts, more tangible and real. Do not be disheartened. Perhaps the awakening device is merely malfunctioning. I believe you shall awaken a remarkable spirit shortly. Observing Zhang Ye with closed eyes and no words, Liao Jie assumed he was in distress and offered words of comfort. Little did she know that Zhang Ye was simply closing his eyes to attentively listen to the wind's song. As the wind had mentioned, she had learned a birthday song to sing for him. Upon hearing this, Zhang Ye opened his eyes, smiling as he shook his head. It's all right, Mom. Whether or not I possess spiritual energy is inconsequential. I will soar regardless. Moreover, lacking spiritual energy is preferable. In the future, when people think of me, they will not first recall how powerful my spirit is, but rather how remarkable I am, which is precisely what I desire. Listening to his words, Liao Jie's gaze softened considerably. Unable to resist, she affectionately cupped Zhang Ye's face in her hands and playfully rubbed it, exclaiming, "What a delightful young man." The other occupants of the car were also influenced by Zhang Ye's optimistic and proactive demeanor, involuntarily breaking into smiles. The atmosphere within the vehicle became increasingly lively as Zhang Ye occasionally indulged in playful antics, filling the car with joyous laughter. Before long, they arrived at the National Spirit Awakening Agency, Huaxia Star Spirit Bureau. Chapter 27. Star Spirit Bureau. The Star Spirit Alliance is a coalition formed by various nations, akin to the United Nations, while the Huaxia Star Spirit Bureau serves as Huaxia's own spirit agency. With the emergence of spirits accompanied by starlight, spirits are also referred to as star spirits. Upon entering the Grand Hall of the Huaxia Star Spirit Bureau, one can observe numerous individuals queuing with their children for spirit assessments and awakenings. Generally, there are 3 avenues for individuals seeking to assess and awaken their spirits. First, through government-certified private institutions. Second, during scheduled awakenings at schools. And third, at the Star Spirit Bureau itself. The advantage of private institutions lies in their convenience: no appointments, no waiting, and no calling of numbers. One simply pays the fee. However, the downside is the exorbitant cost, with assessments starting at 1,000 and awakenings at 20,000, making it unaffordable for the average person. Moreover, precise assessments and awakenings can cost several times more. Scheduled awakenings at schools are free, yet they require patience, typically occurring once every 2 months. In contrast, the Star Spirit Bureau offers the most cost-effective option, with assessments priced at only 100 and awakenings at 800. Consequently, some individuals eager for prompt service opt for the Star Spirit Bureau, though due to the large population, appointments are necessary, often requiring a wait of about a week for assessments and awakenings. As members of a Level 5 rated spirit exploration team, Zhang Tianyin and his companions naturally enjoy certain privileges, especially given their close ties to the agency, which could almost be considered a semi-governmental entity, thus allowing them to reap numerous benefits, such as bypassing queues and fees. As Zhang Tianyin led Zhang Ye into the hall, many eyes turned toward them, accompanied by expressions of astonishment. Presently, the spirit exploration teams have garnered immense recognition, akin to the celebrities of the old world. People evidently prefer to focus on the daring explorations and adventures conducted by these intrepid explorers rather than the flashy performances of pop stars. Many powerful explorers and teams boast their own fan bases, and the Witness team is no exception. Moreover, a certain paparazzo had previously captured the scene of Zhang Tianyin and Zhang Ye's safe return, which led to headlines brimming with news about the Witnesses and Zhang Ye. As the crowd exhibited signs of losing control, the Star Spirit Bureau promptly dispatched personnel to maintain order, while Zhang Tianyin guided Zhang Ye into the interior of the bureau. "Isn't this the wild man? What brings you here?" a jovial voice interrupted, revealing a bearded man in a white lab coat approaching with a broad smile. Zhang Tianyin also grinned, replying, "When did I acquire another title? More untamed than a beast. That certainly qualifies you as a wild man." The man chuckled heartily. "Stop exaggerating. You must be the one spreading all those peculiar nicknames." Zhang Tianyin retorted playfully. "Be careful. I might just sue you for defamation." The man replied, showcasing the evident camaraderie between the two. The bearded man, named Li Jianwu, was a soldier as well as a spiritual research personnel, affectionately referred to as Uncle Li. Zhang Yi greeted Li Jianwu, who, with a cheerful smile, remarked, "Little Yi has grown so tall." Zhang Tianyin, not one for idle chatter, interjected, "All right, let's discuss serious matters. Today, we are here to awaken Ye's spirit." "Awaken the spirit?" Li Jianwu paused in surprise. "Doesn't the Witness Tower have spirit awakening equipment?" Zhang Tianyin offered no reply, merely shaking his head. In that instant, Li Jianwu grasped the situation, turned to Zhang Yi, and nodded. "Follow me. We have just received the latest equipment." "Very well." As Zhang Yi followed Li Jianwu into the internal spirit awakening area, He beheld the so-called spirit awakening device. Rather than a mere machine, it resembled an array from a fantasy novel. The device appeared as a massive formation disk, entirely white, adorned with glowing blue runes, and encircled by rings of blue light. A splendid fusion of minimalist technology and mystical aesthetics. Come, stand within the blue circle, Li Jianwu instructed. Zhang Ye obediently stepped in and then inquired, do I need to wear any special spirit attire? No need, simply stand still, Li Jianwu replied. Don't be nervous, just relax naturally, and we shall begin. With that, Li Jianwu retrieved a tablet and, after a few taps, the array began to rotate. The blue rings, which had been spinning close to the ground, gradually ascended, resembling a semi-transparent hologram. The effects heightened to the maximum. Soon, countless rings enveloped Zhang Ye, who felt a warm current surging through him, clearly indicating that his internal spiritual energy was being stirred. Concurrently, the blue runes on the white array began to float, encircling Zhang Ye and spinning continuously. However, in the next moment, the originally blue array suddenly radiated a burst of red light, accompanied by a buzzing sound. As the rings and runes gently descended, Zhang Tianyan and the others immediately turned their gaze toward Li Jianwu, who furrowed his brow, parted his lips, and ultimately stated, let's try again. Thus, the array returned to its blue state and commenced the spirit awakening once more. Yet again, the outcome ended with flickering red light and buzzing alerts. Li Jianwu set down the tablet and solemnly addressed Zhang Tianyan. I am sorry. It seems that Xiaoyu may truly be a spiritless one. Upon hearing this, Liao Jie turned away, visibly agitated, her aura rising and her eyes reddening. Clearly, the realization that her beloved son lacked spiritual abilities was a profound blow to her. Zhang Tianyan fell into a contemplative silence, fully aware that if such advanced spirit awakening equipment could not aid Zhang Ye, the chances of him ever awakening his spirit were virtually non-existent. Sensing the somber atmosphere enveloping the group, Zhang Ye approached them, gently patting his mother's back, offering comfort. It's all right, Mom. Truly, it is fine that I will never be outdone by those with spirits. Before he could finish, Liao Jie turned and enveloped him in a tight embrace, exclaiming, yes, Mom believes in you. Witnessing Zhang Ye's resolute spirit in the face of his lack of abilities, Zhang Tianyan's previously gloomy countenance lifted considerably, a smile breaking through as he remarked, as expected of my son. Nothing can deter him. In truth, lacking a spirit is of no consequence. You can focus more intently on your personal growth. The true essence has never been about spirits, but rather about the individual. Maintain this mindset, and you will undoubtedly surpass both me and your mother in the future. Zhang Yi nodded vigorously. Thus, the outcome for Qi Ling was established. Within the national system, Zhang Yi was designated as a Wulingxia. He and his companions prepared to return. Aren't we going to measure the spiritual energy values? Li Jianwu inquired. With no spirit, what's there to measure? Let's go. Zhang Tianyan waved his hand, then draped his arm over Zhang Ye's shoulder, resembling a pair of close brothers as they strolled outside. Observing this family, Li Jianwu sighed softly. He held a favorable impression of Zhang Yi, recognizing him as a remarkable child, a prodigious talent poised to be a pillar of strength. Alas, fate can be cruel. The group, much like their arrival, remained filled with laughter and joy, even discussing Zhang Ye's first witnessing task. Dad, how about the roof of the world? Zhang Yi exclaimed excitedly. Not a chance. You're not ready to scale Mount Everest yet. It's December now, and the window for Everest climbing is in May. You need time to prepare. There's simply no way you'll be ready in time. I believe my current physical condition allows me to take on the challenge, Zhang Yi asserted. Chapter 28. Earth Goddess Zhang Tianyan couldn't help but ruffle Zhang Ye's hair. Don't think it so simply. No matter how strong an individual may be, they cannot contend with the true might of nature. Moreover, climbing Everest requires more than just a robust physique. It demands comprehensive experience and preparation. For instance, you must know how to use crampons, understand the use of carabiners and belay devices, be aware of how long your ice axe should be, and know which medications to take in response to various situations. In the past, an ordinary person would need 3 to 4 years of preparation to attempt Everest. And I hope what you aim for is not merely to climb Everest. What then? Zhang Yi queried, puzzled. To conquer Everest. Zhang Tianyan articulated each word distinctly. Do you know that in Tibetan, Zumulangma means mother of the earth? Zumula also signifies goddess. Thus, Zumulangma is the earth goddess. For countless years, numerous climbers have clamored to conquer Everest, and many who have reached its summit harbor such aspirations. But what does it mean to conquer? Is merely reaching the pinnacle sufficient for conquest? Perhaps it reflects success, yet it is certainly not true conquest in its most profound sense. Zhang Tianyin gazed at Zhang Ye, his eyes ablaze with fervor, seemingly infused with an indomitable spirit. Thermal clothing, windbreakers, goggles, ice axes, these are all external possessions, only when you rely entirely on yourself, without any external forces or aids to reach the summit. Can you claim true conquest? In other words, if one day you can ascend to the peak of Everest clad only in shorts and a tank top, unassisted, then you will have genuinely conquered the Earth Goddess. Year, I hope you can adopt this mindset to complete your witnessing, for only in this way can you become the most extraordinary and powerful individual in this world. When you achieve those feats relying solely on yourself, you will truly appreciate the beauty of this world. Listening to Zhang Tianyin's words, Zhang Ye appeared to experience a moment of enlightenment, pondering deeply, the brilliance in her dark eyes growing ever more luminous. Beside her, Liao Jia watched, a gentle smile involuntarily gracing her face, for she perceived the flames in Zhang Ye's eyes, akin to those of Zhang Tianyin, perhaps even more fervent. Father, have you conquered Mount Everest? Zhang Ye inquired of Zhang Tianyin. Not yet. After the recovery day, Everest has become even more perilous. I have only reached the summit, borne witness, but I have not conquered it.to this day. No one has truly conquered it in the fullest sense. Upon hearing this, the brilliance in Zhang Ye's eyes intensified. The group had arrived at the entrance of the Star Spirit Bureau, where the sun shone brightly outside, and a gentle breeze wafted by. Zhang Ye lifted his head, sunlight cascading upon him, enveloping him in a golden glow. Then I shall set a modest goal for myself, to become the first person to truly conquer the Earth Goddess. At that moment, even his smile radiated light, leaving the onlookers momentarily entranced, as if they had glimpsed something profound and felt an undeniable fervor. Perhaps this is what is known as palpable passion. Ha ha ha, good lad. Zhang Tianyin laughed heartily, clearly pleased. Well, Aojia chimed in. Once you conquer it, be sure to bring back proof for your parents to see. Your father, and I wouldn't mind welcoming a grandchild sooner. Zhang Ye responded, is that really what I meant by conquering? With the goal set, it must be pursued, step by step. Suddenly, Zhang Tianyin grinned mischievously. Hike through the Jialigong Nature Reserve. Zhang Ye nodded thoughtfully. All right, but what does this have to do with Everest? Zhang Tianyin replied leisurely. Jialigong Mountain lies in the southern part of the Tibetan Plateau, extending north to south along the western border of Yunnan and Myanmar. The Himalayas, on the other hand, are situated at the southern edge of the Tibetan Plateau, with Mount Everest being the principal peak of the Himalayan range. So, do you think there is no connection? I see. Zhang Ye nodded, then recalled something significant and asked, so who will accompany me? Just you. Zhang Tianyin said with a smile. What, you want me to traverse a nature reserve with all its dangers alone? Zhang Ye exclaimed in disbelief. Yes, Zhang Tianyin affirmed. You are the only member of the witnesses' preparatory camp. So naturally, it will be just you. However, you can connect with the witnesses' logistics team, who will provide the necessary assistance. Although Jialigong is known to have tigers, none have been sighted for many years. So the likelihood of encountering one is minimal. Generally speaking, a tiger would not pose a significant threat to you. Just exercise caution, and you should be fine. In the future, you will also need to venture into even more perilous territories like Shenanjia, the Greater Shingon Mountains, the Taklamakan Desert, the Sahara Desert, the Amazon. And then there are realms far harsher than the environments on Blue Star. Thus, you must first cultivate formidable personal qualities and comprehensive abilities. As for wanting companions. At this point, Zhang Tianyin chuckled. You will have to seek them out yourself. Upon hearing these words, Zhang Ye's countenance did not betray any sense of discouragement. Rather, it radiated excitement, for he found the situation to be intriguing. He nodded vigorously, exclaiming, very well. Zhang Tianyin smiled with satisfaction, then leaned closer to Zhang Ye's ear, whispering, furthermore, regarding the matter of the Lingjing in the Magic City, we shall take charge, this evening. See if you can dream about it. Preferably with as much detail as possible, and keep in touch. However, aside from that, do not mention your dream to anyone else. Understood? Zhang Ye turned to Zhang Tianyin and nodded emphatically. Understood. Upon returning home, the family gathered for dinner, after which Zhang Tianyin set off with the witnesses. Originally, they had accepted a national commission to explore a level 4 rated Lingjing. Had it not been for Zhang Ye's sudden predicament, the witnesses would likely have already been within the Lingjing. Now, with Zhang Ye safe and his birthday celebrated, it was time for the witnesses to commence their journey. Liao Jia had completed his overseas exploration task ahead of schedule and rejoined the witness team to embark on the journey alongside Zhang Tianyin. Meanwhile, the logistics team at the witness building received Zhang Tianyin's updates and began organizing personnel to head towards the Magic City. Stay safe at home. The fridge is stocked. cook for yourself, and avoid takeout. Understood. Liao Jie diligently reiterated before departing, and Zhang Ye exhibited no impatience whatsoever. All right, he replied obediently with a nod. Also, conduct your physical assessment yourself. Just remember the data. Do not upload it to the cloud. Understood. All right. After a series of reminders, Liao Jie playfully pinched Zhang Ye's cheek and said with a smile, I'm off now. Be good. Image him. As he waved goodbye to the witnesses, Zhang Ye promptly proceeded to the basement of the villa for his physical assessment. Where all necessary facilities were available, the assessment commenced. 2 hours later, it was completed. Zhang Ye, drenched in sweat, gazed at the data on the tablet, nodding with satisfaction. His peak sprinting speed reached an impressive 16 meters per second. And with the assistance of the wind, he could achieve even greater velocity. His standing long jump approached 6 meters, while his standing high jump exceeded 1.5 meters. His grip strength measured at 204 kilograms. With left and right arm curling strengths of 91 kilograms and 98 kilograms, respectively. Zhang Ye even measured his bite force, which reached 324 kilograms, shattering previous records from the old world, showcasing the substantial improvement he gained from this life and death trial. It could be said that, with his current physical prowess, he would be regarded as superhuman in the old world. However, in this era, he was merely somewhat stronger than the average person. Zhang Ye had seen in the news individuals capable of shattering 2-meter diameter granite boulders with a single punch, or crushing grenades with their bare hands, emerging unscathed. Thus, he recognized that his journey was far from over. Chapter 29. Is this yours? At 3 o'clock, glancing outside at the fine weather, Zhang Ye decided to venture out to explore a shopping mall. He intended to stock up on some ingredients and procure items needed for the upcoming trek through Jialigong, as this would be a hiking expedition rather than a survival ordeal, necessitating thorough preparation. Regarding the stockpiling of ingredients, it is due to his significantly increased appetite, which has escalated several-fold compared to before. It seems that what he has gathered is barely sufficient for a few meals. Hence the necessity to stock up more. As for the sudden surge in his appetite, the explanation is rather straightforward. Zhang Tianin has already informed him. The greater the strength, the faster the speed, and the quicker the reactions. The more energy is required for consumption. Furthermore, due to adaptive responses, his digestive capacity, energy conversion efficiency, and energy reserves are all enhanced. Presently, Zhang Ye's cellular structure functions as a reservoir for energy storage. Thus, his objective transcends merely satiating his hunger, as he must ensure that the energy stored within his body reaches a state of abundance. Ordinarily, energy within the human body is stored in the form of fat, commonly referred to as calories. However, with the possession of spiritual energy, this energy is now stored within the body in the form of spiritual essence. Spiritual energy is not a solid, but rather omnipresent, capable of permeating every cellular structure, allowing Zhang Ye to dismiss concerns about excessive consumption leading to obesity. As for those who are overweight, it can only be attributed to excessive intake, where the calories consumed have surpassed their own spiritual energy reserves. The surplus consequently transforms into fat. Under normal circumstances, an average individual requires approximately 2,000 kilocalories daily, doubling to 4,000 kilocalories during intense physical activity. 1,000 calories, 1 kilocalorie, 1 large calorie. Given Zhang Ye's superior physical condition and accelerated metabolism, Zhang Tianin has estimated that he can expend over 8,000 kilocalories in a single day. On the last occasion, Zhang Ye consumed a staggering 20,000 kilocalories worth of food in one sitting, which could sustain him for 2.5 days of regular activity, provided there is no intense exercise, as such would necessitate at least double the caloric expenditure. However, after being forced to regurgitate by Liao Jie, he had to continue eating upon his return. Last night, he had one meal, another for breakfast, and following lunch, the caloric reserves within Zhang Ye's body had reached 80,000 kilocalories, allowing him to sustain intense physical exertion for 5 to 6 days without further intake. The upcoming expedition to the Jialigong Nature Reserve will be circular, as per Zhang Tianin's stipulation, for traversing in a straight line would pose little challenge to Zhang Ye. A circular route, however, will provide ample opportunity for training and the chance to witness more scenic vistas. Consequently, the entire route, excluding intermediate travel, requires a minimum of 430 kilometers of trekking, which will undoubtedly entail exceedingly high-intensity exercise, potentially leading to a daily caloric expenditure of around 20,000 kilocalories. With Zhang Ye's current capabilities, covering 430 kilometers will necessitate 6 to 7 days, thereby requiring the consumption of over 100,000 kilocalories. Naturally, there will be supply points along the way. So the actual circumstances will ultimately dictate the specifics. As for equipment, the witness tower is well equipped, and Zhang Ye primarily intends to purchase various medications, such as antidiarrheal and insect repellent remedies. He aims to prepare as much as he can independently, sparing the logistical team of the witness tower from procurement duties. This marks Zhang Ye's inaugural witness mission, thus he is resolute in ensuring its successful completion. Upon arriving at the marketplace, the existence of spiritual realms and essences has ushered in numerous transformations, including shops specifically catering to those who command spiritual attributes, offering potions that restore spiritual energy reserves, armors with strong guiding properties, and even weaponry. Indeed, only nationally certified spirit explorers are permitted to purchase these items. While the spiritual products available to the general populace are primarily mundane household items or trinkets, posing little to no danger, Zhang Ye's destination is precisely these spiritual shops. Numerous high-energy foods originate from the spirit realm, such as energy bars containing a staggering 2,000 calories each, or compressed biscuits boasting 3,000 calories per pack. These compact yet calorically dense foods are precisely what Zhang Ye requires. After all, ordinary ingredients do not possess significantly high caloric content. Zhang Ye must prepare ample sustenance, as he cannot possibly trek across the terrain burdened by a backpack full of common provisions. This is an expedition, not a camping trip. Before long, Zhang Ye spent several thousand yuan procuring a substantial amount of necessary supplies. Anything associated with the spirit realm is typically not inexpensive, yet Zhang Ye is not lacking in funds. After completing his purchases and packing them into his backpack, he was filled with satisfaction and prepared to return home. However, just as he exited the shopping mall, he noticed a urea bag hovering in midair not far away. Leisurely drifting forward, Zhang Ye was taken aback. What is this? An anomalous flying urea bag. The direction of the urea bag's movement happened to align with Zhang Ye's route home, prompting him to follow it out of curiosity. The urea bag was plump, and with an imaginative mind, Zhang Ye began to envision it as a man-eating flying urea bag filled with human remains. Yet, in the next moment, the urea bag descended to the ground, and Zhang Ye swiftly took refuge in a nearby alley to avoid being seen by the flying urea bag creature. Peering cautiously from behind, he observed the urea bag tipping slightly, from which several plastic bottles tumbled out. It dawned on him that the contents were likely plastic bottles, indicating that this was not a man-eating creature after all. Then, Zhang Ye watched as the fallen bottles began to levitate, floating back into the urea bag, leading him to feel as though an invisible entity was collecting the bottles. Narrowing his eyes for a closer look, he discerned a vague humanoid silhouette. To his astonishment, it was not a urea bag creature, but rather an invisible person. In truth, the spirit realm in this world is diverse, and while most would perceive a floating urea bag as a manifestation of someone's spirit, Zhang Ye's mind was filled with notions of a urea bag creature. Gazing at the indistinct figure, Zhang Ye realized that the clearer the focus he applied, the more distinct the silhouette became, prompting him to concentrate intently. As he did, a girl clad in white, carrying the urea bag, strolled along the path, her spirits lifted by the bounty of bottles she had collected, which could fetch her a few yuan. Well, in reality, she was always cheerful, regardless of whether she found any bottles. After a morning of running about, fatigue set in, and she decided to rest, placing the bag on the ground, only for the abundance of bottles to spill out. She hurriedly gathered them up again. Though each bottle was worth mere cents, she cherished them dearly. After readying the bag, she leaned it against a tree and resolved to purchase some steamed buns and water. She kicked her pocket lightly, retrieving a crumpled 5 yuan bill. With over 200 yuan lost, she had no choice but to resort to her spare fund. That money was originally earmarked for tuition. However, it mattered little. At worst, she could collect a few more bottles. Thus, she set her bag down and dashed to a nearby steamed bun shop across the street to buy a bag of buns and a bottle of mineral water. Yet, upon her cheerful return, she was startled to see an elderly lady hoisting her bag of urea. Alarmed, she rushed over, exclaiming, that's mine." However, the old woman did not spare her a glance, wearing a wrinkled smile. She had no idea who had discarded those bottles. But it was a stroke of luck for her. She was unconcerned about whether they belonged to another scavenger. After all, what she found was hers. Glancing around and seeing no one, she hoisted the bag and swiftly departed, moving with surprising speed despite her usual unsteady gait. The girl, witnessing this, reached out to grab the bag, but her hand froze midway. She watched as the old woman, burdened with her rightful bag of urea, gradually disappeared into the distance, her eyes welling up with tears. "That was mine," she murmured, her hand slowly falling to her side as she stood there for a long time. That it wasn't until the old woman's figure vanished at the end of the road that she finally turned and sat down on the curb, beginning to nibble on her buns. The buns were too dry, so she washed them down with water. This bag of buns and a bottle of mineral water constituted her sustenance for the day. She numbly chewed on the buns, staring blankly ahead. Soon, she finished 2 buns, carefully stowing the remaining 2 in her pocket for later. All right, keep it up. I must save up 10 yuan today. She shook her small fist, rallying herself, as if she felt no sadness from the earlier incident. However, in the next moment, a bulging bag of urea suddenly appeared before her. Simultaneously, a voice echoed, "Is this yours?" Chapter 30. It was her. At the sound of the voice, the girl trembled slightly, then mechanically turned her head. She saw a boy, roughly her age, smiling warmly at her. She froze, gazing at him in a daze. Zhang Ye, too, looked puzzled. Why did she seem so dim-witted? He repeated, "Is this yours?" Hearing this, the girl stirred, her gaze following Zhang Ye's hand down to the bag filled with bottles. She stared blankly at the bag, then back at Zhang Ye, tears streaming down her cheeks, falling to the ground. Drip, drop, so distinctly clear. Zhang Ye was taken aback, and she was equally stunned. She touched her face, noticing the moisture on her hand, and in that moment, she could no longer hold back. She began to choke, sobbing incessantly, yet a smile adorned her face, crying and laughing, like a mad woman. Yet in Zhang Ye's eyes, this madness stirred an inexplicable discomfort within his heart. She was so happy, he could feel it. So why was she crying? Because she was truly overwhelmed with joy. She gazed at him, her voice choked with emotion, as if she yearned to articulate something, yet the uncontrollable sobs rendered her utterly speechless. Instead, she resorted to gesturing wildly with her hands. This was not sign language. Rather, it was a haphazard display of movements, shaped by her desire to convey her thoughts, though no one could comprehend her intentions. Nevertheless, Zhang Ye observed her for a moment and nodded gently. "Yes, I can see you." Upon hearing this, the girl's tears surged even more fiercely, yet the smile that graced her face was uncontainable. She continued her gestures. Zhang Ye nodded again. "I truly see you, indeed." She persisted in her animated motions. "Yes, it is you. I can see you. That I am completely certain, absolutely, undeniably, that I can see you." No one could fathom how he deciphered her gestures. Yet he comprehended them, and each of his responses grew increasingly assured, more resolute, and profoundly earnest. Upon receiving the affirmation she so longed for, her tears ceased. She lifted her sleeve and vigorously wiped her eyes, restoring clarity to her tear-blurred vision. She looked at him, the corners of her mouth curving upward, revealing a radiant smile. Her pearly little tiger teeth seemed to shimmer, and the gentle arch of her brows resembled crescent moons. Tugging at Zhang Ye's heartstrings. In that fleeting moment, to Zhang Ye, the originally indistinct silhouette became strikingly vivid. He beheld her skin like jade, her long white eyelashes, her short white hair, her almond-shaped eyes, and the violet gems within them. He also witnessed the smile she offered him. That instant, Zhang Ye resolved. He desired twins. Then her voice rang out, crystal clear and pure. I invite you to have steak." "What?" Zhang Ye was taken aback. To invite him for steak right away, what a delightful surprise. Observing Zhang Ye's bewildered expression, the girl suddenly recalled something and hurriedly exclaimed, "Self-introduction. Yes, don't forget to introduce yourself. You were called by—" "What am I called?" "Zhang Ye." "Ah, no, that's not right. The girl appeared somewhat anxious, her small hands flailing about. Witnessing her struggle to articulate her thoughts, Zhang Ye refrained from mocking her. For her, that brief self-introduction had likely echoed in her mind countless times. She was simply overwhelmed with excitement and required a bit of assistance. Thus, Zhang Ye extended his hand, breaking into a smile. "I am Zhang Ye, and you?" Glancing at Zhang Ye's outstretched hand, Bai looked at her own, then cautiously clasped his. Upon realizing that he bore no aversion, her worries dissipated, replaced by a joyful smile. "I am Bai. You may call me Xiao Bai." She appeared elated, even gripping Zhang Ye's hand with both of hers. It was then that Zhang Ye noticed that her seemingly pristine hands were, in fact, rough. Upon closer inspection, one could discern the delicate, pale pink scars that adorned her skin. What kind of hands were these? Zhang Ye could not articulate, yet he glanced at the coarse urea bag beside him. Understanding the reason behind their condition, Bai continued to hold his hand tightly, one of her small hands clasping 4 of his fingers, while the other clutched his thumb, her face brimming with excitement. "Allow me to treat you to a steak?" Zhang Yi inquired, his hand still lingering. Because I wish to treat you to a steak. Bai replied with a playful smile, revealing her adorable little tiger teeth. Yesterday, on my birthday, I declared that I would invite the one who could see me to enjoy a genuine steak. Upon hearing this, Zhang Ye felt a surge of excitement. Wait, you had your birthday yesterday? Indeed. On December 18th? Yes. I share that birthday too. Zhang Ye exclaimed in astonishment. Really? Bai gazed at Zhang Ye in surprise. Zhang Ye, equally elated, quickly asked, how old are you? 16. I'm also 16. Zhang Ye's excitement intensified. We were born on the same day, in the same month, in the same year. In that moment, Zhang Ye sensed her grip on his hands tightening slightly. Suddenly, he felt a pull, causing his body to lean forward involuntarily as Bai's delicate face drew near to his. They were so close that their noses nearly touched, and Zhang Ye could even feel the warmth of Bai's breath. We are together, she declared. He gazed into her violet eyes, which seemed to shimmer with light. The beauty of those eyes, coupled with her words, stirred an indescribable sense of destiny within him. We are together. We are meant to be. He felt an exhilaration that eclipsed even the most perilous moments of his life. Overcome with emotion, he blurted out without a second thought, then let us get married. A leaf, caught by the wind, danced through the air, drifting past them. Time seemed to freeze. Zhang Ye's expression stiffened, his mind roaring in disbelief. What on earth am I saying? Has my tongue betrayed me? Who proposes such things upon first meeting? In that instant, he wished for nothing more than to vanish into the ground, his face reddening at an alarming rate. Yet before he could devise a way to remedy his blunder, he noticed Bai tilting her head inquisitively. Marriage? What does it mean? Zhang Ye stammered. It means nothing. Bai blinked her large, innocent eyes. Then what does it signify? Gazing into her clear, pure eyes, Zhang Ye found it impossible to deceive her. Embarrassed, he stuttered. It means .2 people. Together for a lifetime. His heart raced, echoing in his ears like a drum. Overwhelmed by shyness, Zhang Ye felt a flush that rivaled that of a monkey's backside. Together forever? Upon hearing this, Bai's face lit up with uncontainable anticipation. Is that possible? Zhang Ye recognized that she had yet to grasp the true meaning of marriage. Of course, he bore some responsibility for not clarifying. Yet, marriage indeed signified a lifetime together, without a doubt. Is it possible? Is it possible? Bai gazed at Zhang Ye with eager eyes. Zhang Ye swallowed hard, and as if making a solemn vow, he replied, yes. Woohoo! Upon receiving an affirmative response, Bai could no longer contain her elation and sprang up with exuberance. This leap reached a height of over 5 meters. Zhang Ye stood there, utterly astonished. It was evident that this girl was no ordinary individual. Lightly landing, Bai once again grasped Zhang Ye's hand and declared, we have made a pact. We shall be together for a lifetime. Such words seemed to belong to a child of 8, yet Zhang Ye did not perceive her as immature. Instead, he felt an overwhelming sincerity and genuine joy. From the moment he laid eyes on her, it was as if a compass had been set in his heart, providing direction and guidance, a voice that whispered within him. That inner voice was proclaiming that in this lifetime, it was her and only her. Chapter 31. Hand in hand, Bai led Zhang Ye forward, for she had promised to treat him to steak, and naturally, he acquiesced. Although he had dined at noon, his energy had yet to be replenished, and he could still indulge. All the while, Bai chattered away like a jubilant little lark, her words flowing endlessly. Zhang Ye felt no annoyance. He allowed her to guide him, his face adorned with a smile, responding to her every utterance. However, his gaze wandered over her form, not out of any inappropriate intent, but rather because he noticed numerous scars upon her body in the midst of December's biting cold. She was clad in inadequate attire, ill-fitting school trousers and a faded tank top, her shoulders and arms exposed to the chill. Moreover, while her skin was as fair as jade, a closer inspection revealed faint pink scars, reminiscent of recently healed wounds. Additionally, she was exceedingly slender. Despite her ability to leap over 5 meters, she bore little visible muscle definition, appearing quite fragile. The presence of a plastic bag, peeking from her pocket and containing buns, perhaps offered an explanation for her condition. Upon observing this, Zhang Ye felt a pang of sorrow, unable to restrain himself as he uttered, Bai. Yet, before he could finish, Bai turned to him with earnest eyes. You must call me Bai, for that is what my grandmother calls me. You may too, but no one else can, for you are the only one besides my grandmother who can truly see me. Bai proclaimed with a huff, then eagerly looked at him. By the way, can I call you Yezi? Her large, sparkling eyes made it impossible for Zhang Ye to refuse her. Sure, but why that name? He inquired. Because I want to give you a special nickname, One that only I can use. My grandmother says it holds special meaning, just like my own nickname. I giggled, revealing her tiny, sharp tiger teeth with each smile. This smile rendered Zhang Ye utterly defenseless, prompting him to turn away and silently scream in excitement. I must devise a way to bring this girl home. After his outburst, Zhang Ye returned with a composed expression. Nodding, then it settled. I appeared quite delighted, then inquired with curiosity, what were you about to say just now? Hearing this, Zhang Ye glanced at her meager tank top and remarked, aren't you cold dressed so lightly? Not at all. I shook her head, only to sneeze the next moment. Zhang Ye was momentarily at a loss for words. Then he removed his sports jacket and draped it over her head. I cautiously poked her head out from under the jacket and said, but this is yours. That you've already said we are in this together, so why distinguish between yours and mine? What is mine is yours. Zhang Ye replied with a wave of his hand. Is that so? I tilted her head in curiosity. Indeed, Zhang Ye nodded affirmatively. Consequently, I broke into a smile. Thank you. Actually, I wasn't cold before, but for some reason, I suddenly feel a bit chilly. She carefully donned Zhang Ye's jacket. She continued to speak. His jacket possessed extraordinary survival capabilities, setting it apart from ordinary outerwear. Fearing that she might inadvertently damage it, I could only cover herself with the jacket, remaining utterly still. Thus, Zhang Ye assisted her in putting it on while chuckling. Perhaps you have simply grown accustomed to the cold. If you stay with me, you shan't feel cold anymore. Upon hearing his words, I was momentarily stunned, while Zhang Ye continued to help her into the jacket, instructing, lift your hands. There we go. Now zip it up. She allowed him to dress her. Her gaze fixated on his face, as if she sought to etch his visage deep into her soul. Will I truly never feel cold again? Soon, Zhang Ye had helped her into the jacket. And when he looked up, their eyes met. In the next instant, her cheeks flushed crimson. She couldn't comprehend why, but she found Zhang Ye exceptionally handsome, his scent utterly delightful, causing her face to grow warm. Yet, she did not shy away, nor did she avert his gaze. She simply continued to look at him, her face aglow, as she beamed a radiant smile and reached out to cradle his face, sweetly calling out the nickname she had just given him. Yezi, I really like you. Zhang Ye was taken aback. Her candid declaration struck him like an arrow from Cupid, piercing through his very soul. Binding him tightly as if with a delicate red thread that he could feel his cheeks burning like a freshly cooked sweet potato. What is happening? Is this a confession? So sudden, so direct. Yezi, your face is so hot. Mine is too. We truly are in this together. I giggled. Well, that's for sure. Zhang Ye struggled to suppress his shyness, stammering, I thought I needed to make a phone call. Just wait a moment. As he spoke, he hurriedly retreated to one side, turning his back to Bai, crouching down, covering his face, and taking deep breaths. Zhang Ye could feel his heart racing faster than ever before. It was as if it had soared to 20 meters per second. Wind. Please, cool me down. Zhang Ye implored. In that moment, clad only in a sleeveless sports shirt, he felt an overwhelming heat in the midst of winter. The wind swiftly rushed by, providing him with a modicum of relief. Subsequently, Zhang Ye took out his phone and dialed Liao Jie. The call connected almost immediately. What is up, son? Well, Liao Jie inquired. Mom, I want to start dating. Zhang Ye exclaimed. Who wouldn't he be taken aback by such a statement? Mom, I've met a girl, and she is the one for me. She is my destiny. Do you prefer twins, or a boy and girl? Indeed, when the time comes for the wedding banquet, we shall set up 20 tables. Liao Jie. Zhang Ye, in a state of excitement, spoke in a somewhat disjointed manner, leaving Liao Jie utterly bewildered. He quickly interjected. Wait a moment. Year, please calm down. Phew. All right, I am composed. Are you saying that you have developed feelings for a girl? Liao Jie inquired. Yes, Zhang Ye nodded. Just now? Liao Jie asked again. Yes, have you already decided on a name for the child? Yes. At this, Liao Jie couldn't help but chuckle, saying, which young lady has captured your heart so? Zhang Ye smiled sheepishly, then seriously replied, you will know in due time. Mother, you understand me. I have never felt this way before, so I am earnest. Liao Jie paused for a moment before asking, have you truly thought this through? I have. Is she like you? Just like me. Well then, consider your actions carefully. Not overstep. Let me see how serious you both can be. Liao Jie nodded and added, furthermore, we will be returning in a few days. So please take us to meet her. I am quite curious to see which girl could make my son behave like this. All right, Zhang Ye responded. After ending the call, Liao Jie exhaled deeply, a faint smile gracing her face. Zhang Tianyan, nearby, could not help but lean in and ask, What happened? Well, Zhang Ye glanced at him, then grinned playfully, pulling him into an embrace and planting a kiss on his cheek. Ye seems to be just like us in the past. Chapter 32. Pristine purity putting away his phone. Zhang Ye turned around to find Bai crouching behind him, arms crossed, tilting her head as she gazed at him. He was taken aback, then swallowed nervously, tentatively asking, "Did you hear that?" Bai nodded. So, what do you think? Zhang Ye inquired further to his words. Bai beamed widely, exclaiming, "You like me too, goodness. What a blow." Zhang Ye sank to the ground, clutching his heart. Why is she so adorably enchanting? Seeing Zhang Ye on the ground, Bai rushed to his side, pulling him up with concern etched on her face. "Are you all right? Is something wrong? Should I carry you to the hospital?" As she spoke, she turned her slender back toward Zhang Ye, signaling him to climb on. Zhang Ye quickly shook his head. "I'm fine. It's just that I can hardly bear it." "What do you mean by hardly bear it?" Bai asked, puzzled. Never mind that. Didn't you say you would treat me to steak? Let us hurry." Zhang Ye, feeling flustered, urged her forward. Right. Let us go quickly. Oh dear, I forgot the bottle." With that, she dashed back to retrieve the bag of urea and then returned to Zhang Ye's side, extending her hand toward him. Upon seeing this, Zhang Ye swallowed hard and slowly reached out his hand. Once their hands were intertwined, she smiled contentedly at him and cheerfully walked ahead. "How did you manage to get this bag back?" Bai asked curiously. Zhang Ye rubbed his nose, offering an awkward smile. "Well, that I found it." Upon hearing this, Bai turned her head to look at him and pouted, saying, "My grandmother told me that one should live with integrity, neither stealing nor deceiving, and to live peacefully and freely. So please do not lie to me, all right?" Gazing into those sparkling eyes, Zhang Ye bit his lip and nodded. "All right, I won't deceive you. I bought this bag from that elderly lady for 15 yuan. Now that's more like it," Bai exclaimed with a cheerful smile, then requested Zhang Ye to hold the bag while she pulled out a neatly stacked bundle of coins from her pocket. The coins were secured with several rubber bands, consisting entirely of small denominations, none exceeding 20 yuan. Upon seeing this bundle, Zhang Ye was instantly reminded of the money he had found in the spiritual realm. Could it be? Here, 15 yuan. That moment, Bai produced a crisp 10 yuan note along with a 5 yuan note, blew on them gently, and handed them to Zhang Ye, staring at the 15 yuan. Zhang Ye momentarily found himself at a loss for words. He was not short of money. He was quite capable of earning it. He had penned novels recounting the wondrous experiences his parents had taken him to witness, earning a substantial fortune in the process. Their documentary series had also garnered considerable profits. Having never worried about finances, he had always lived without the burden of monetary concerns. Hence his classmates affectionately referred to him as young master. Yet, now, this meager sum of 15 yuan felt impossibly heavy. Should he accept it? Yes, he should. Because this was Bai's choice. One must live with integrity, neither stealing nor deceiving, and to live peacefully and freely. Refusing this 15 yuan would render her uneasy and restless. And he could not choose to decline out of pity. She was demonstrating through her actions that she did not require sympathy. After a brief silence, Zhang Ye accepted the 15 yuan, examining it closely, as if he had never seen money before, murmuring, "This is the most beautiful 15 yuan I have ever seen." "Really? What makes it so beautiful?" Bai eagerly leaned in to observe alongside him. "Well, just look at the color-changing ink." Zhang Ye earnestly rambled on, while Bai listened attentively, occasionally nodding in affirmation. The two of them spent an entire afternoon extolling the virtues of the two banknotes. How trivial it seemed, but they were utterly engrossed in their delight. As they walked along, they continued their praises, and eventually, Zhang Ye carefully tucked the 15 yuan into his phone case for safekeeping. Bai witnessed this scene, her heart filled with joy. Soon, they arrived at the place where Bai had intended to treat Zhang Ye to steak. But an unexpected turn of events ensued. Staring at the establishment adorned with a sign reading "temporarily closed," both Zhang Ye and Bai fell silent. It's closed. Bai appeared somewhat disheartened, yet she quickly regained her spirits and said to Zhang Ye, "Well then, let us go eat something else." "All right." Zhang Ye nodded, then inquired, "What shall we eat?" To his surprise, this question left Bai momentarily speechless. What should we eat?" Bai covered her little head, struggling to think, but after a long while, she could not come up with anything appealing, as she had only ever eaten steak. Thus, she turned to Zhang Ye and asked, "Yezi, what do you want to eat?" Zhang Ye, "You." Bai. Zhang Ye, "Ahem. I mean, the food you've prepared." Upon hearing this, Bai hesitated for a moment and inquired, "Then how much does the pot cost?" Zhang Ye instinctively replied, around $100. Only then did he realize that this girl had no pot at home. Upon hearing this, Bai quickly rummaged through her pocket, pulling out a wad of bills, counting them, and then looking at Zhang Ye with a pitiful expression. I don't have enough money. Could you wait for me to go home and get more? Zhang Ye nearly slapped himself in disbelief, then said, no need. I know a place where pots don't cost anything. Such a place exists. Bai asked, astonished. Yes, and the ingredients are free too. Everything is provided. Really? Indeed. Come with me. Great. And so the two little ones held hands and set off towards Zhang Ye's home. Along the way, Zhang Ye asked, by the way, did you lose some money? How did you know? Bai exclaimed in surprise. Her mouth agape. Zhang Ye chuckled softly. You'll find out soon enough. Before long, they arrived at the villa district. Bai gazed at the beautiful surroundings, feeling a bit anxious, tightening her grip on Zhang Ye's hand. Zhang Ye sensed her tension, his heart aching slightly, yet he said nothing, merely squeezing her hand a little tighter. Upon reaching his villa, Zhang Ye opened the gate and was about to stride forward when Bai pulled him back. What's wrong? Zhang Ye inquired. I'm dirty. She looked down at her feet, which were clad in a pair of worn, patched-up gray sneakers. Zhang Ye looked at her, his eyes trembling. Then he suddenly lay down on the ground, rolling along the small path in the yard until he reached the front door. As he stood up, covered in dust, his smile shone bright and clear. I'm dirty too. It's all right. Bai observed him, then hurriedly scurried over to his side, brushing off the dust from his clothes, her eyes already glistening with moisture. You don't have to do this. This is your home, right? I know that. If you said a word, I would have come. You don't need to make yourself as dirty as I am. As she spoke, large tears began to fall, yet she didn't wipe them away, instead continuing to gently remove the dust from Zhang Ye's clothes. Zhang Ye remained silent, but could no longer hold back. That he slowly reached out, placing his hand on her head, and gently ruffled her short white hair. This was how Zhang Tianyan and Liao Jie would ruffle his hair. And it always made him feel warm. He wished for her to feel that warmth too. His voice was soft, very soft. His smile was warm, very warm. Their faces were close, almost touching nose to nose. But this time, it was he who made the move. You're not dirty. Not at all. In my eyes, you are the cleanest. Chapter 33. Wishes stepping into the house, as Bai beheld the spacious and beautifully decorated interiors. She resembled a child who had never seen the world, curiously glancing around but afraid to touch anything. Zhang Ye tidied up the items he had purchased, then took Bai into his room. Wowed out. What is this? Bai inquired, pointing at the showcase filled with witness collectibles. These are the witness collectibles my parents brought back for me. What exactly are witness collectibles? They are small mementos from places I've visited, where I've witnessed awe-inspiring and beautiful things, each holding great significance. As she spoke, Zhang Ye retrieved a small acrylic box, took out 15 yuan from his phone case, placed it inside the box, and positioned it prominently on the showcase. Look, this is also a witness collectible. This is the cleanest and most beautiful 15 yuan in the world, Zhang Ye declared proudly. Bai gazed at him, and in perfect harmony, they both burst into laughter. By the way, this is for you. With that, Zhang Ye pulled out a stack of coins from the backpack that had accompanied him through the spirit realm and handed it to Bai. Bai was momentarily stunned, her eyes gradually lighting up. This is the 226.5 yuan I lost. Zhang Ye chuckled. I happened to find it. I was planning to report it as lost, but now it can be returned to its rightful owner. Bai accepted the money, carefully stowing it away, her smile unwavering. Another wish has come true, she remarked. What wish? Zhang Ye asked, intrigued. Yesterday, on my birthday, I made 4 wishes. One was for someone to notice me, and the other was for my lost change to return. As she spoke, Bai looked at Zhang Ye, her eyes sparkling with brightness. Meeting him had fulfilled 2 of her 4 wishes to owe her. He was the finest gift the world had bestowed upon her. Although they had only met for 2 hours, she had silently vowed a lifelong commitment in her heart. Zhang Ye, what did you wish for on your birthday? She suddenly asked. Birthday wish? Zhang Ye was taken aback. Then replied, isn't it said that saying it out loud makes it less likely to come true? Not at all. Bai shook her head. It's by speaking it that it comes true. I wished out loud yesterday. And look, it has already come to fruition. Is that so? Indeed. Then my wish is for my family to be healthy and safe, and for me to have my own witness team, Zhang Ye said enthusiastically. What is a witness team? Bai asked curiously. It's a team that witnesses the beauty of nature and explores the spirit realm and alternate worlds. Oh, I've read about this in books. Bai's face lit up with longing. The book said it's called a spirit realm exploration team. It also mentioned that they have visited many spirit realms and discovered marvelous creatures, and those places are incredibly beautiful. Exactly, Zhang Ye responded with excitement. That's my wish. Then, may I join your team? I looked at Zhang Ye with wide, sparkling eyes, her anticipation palpable. Zhang Ye paused, and then a light bulb seemed to illuminate above his head. Of course. Didn't my dad say teammates should be found by oneself? Here's one right before me. A girl who can easily lift over 3 meters high and likely possesses stronger physical abilities than me. How could I possibly let such a talent slip away? Thus, Zhang Yi donned a solemn expression, gently patting Bai's shoulder, and declared, from this day forth, I shall assume the role of captain of witness team number 2, and you will be my vice captain. Upon hearing this, Bai immediately stood at attention, mimicking the military demeanor she had observed, and saluted with great formality. Greetings, captain. The two exchanged earnest gazes, but in the next moment, they both succumbed to laughter, clutching their bellies. Ha! It truly is remarkable. Our wish has been granted in an instant, Zhang Yi exclaimed, brimming with excitement, isn't it? Bai replied with a mischievous grin, adding, you can share all your wishes with me from now on, and I shall assist you in realizing them. Great. Then I have another wish. Zhang Yi gazed at Bai with anticipation. In a few days, I need to go to the Jialigong Nature Reserve to complete a mission, and I would like someone to accompany me. Upon hearing this, Bai promptly thumped her chest. I will go with you. This was the answer Zhang Yi had most fervently desired. However, he did ponder for a moment and asked, will your family agree? It might be somewhat dangerous, you know. Bai chuckled. Then we can go ask my grandmother together. What do you think? All right. Zhang Yi nodded, before shifting the topic. But before that, weren't you going to treat me to a meal? There are ingredients in the fridge, but I don't know how to cook. Bai replied sheepishly. No worries. We can cook together. I'll teach you, and then you can enjoy what I make, while I savor what you prepare. How does that sound? Sounds good. Thus, the two little ones ventured into the kitchen to begin their culinary endeavors. Yezi, what is this? This is a gas stove. You turn it on like this. Oh, I see. And what about this? That's the oven. And this? That is the range hood. Since Bai had never encountered such kitchen appliances, Zhang Yi patiently guided her. By the time Bai became familiar with everything, the afternoon had already arrived. Although it was a bit troublesome, Zhang Yi found no monotony in the task. Rather, he reveled in the experience. Eventually, the pair decided to make fried rice and sought a few dishes, as there was an ample amount of leftover rice from lunch. Enough to prepare a large pot of fried rice. Zhang Yi then retrieved a substantial assortment of ingredients from the fridge, which made Bai feel a bit anxious. These the meats that are they very expensive? Bai inquired cautiously. Aside from having eaten steak once 8 years ago, her only experience with meat came from the occasional splurge on dumplings. The array of meats Zhang Yi presented included beef, pork, and ribs, which left Bai salivating yet hesitant to touch them. These are rather pricey. This beef costs several thousand yuan per kilogram, raised on the grass of the spirit realm. Several thousand per kilogram? Bai's eyes widened in astonishment. Oh, this piece of beef is equivalent to my entire tuition for a year? Yezi, let us not eat this. Let us not. Bai shook her head. I don't have enough money. Upon hearing this, Zhang Yi chuckled. There's no need for money. These are all gifts from others, and they will spoil if left too long. You wouldn't want to waste such fine beef, would you? Then that I'll eat it. It would be such a shame to throw it away, Bai quickly replied. Due to her unique circumstances, Bai lacked much common knowledge and practical experience. So Zhang Yi guided her through each step, including chopping vegetables and slicing meat, teaching her everything with great care. However, the joy with which Zhang Yi taught was truly remarkable. Bai demonstrated a remarkable aptitude and diligence in her learning. She understood that any misstep could result in a waste of ingredients. Thus she exerted every effort to excel. Xiao Bai, please hand me the soy sauce. Coming. Xiao Bai, could you help me chop some garlic? Sure. The two busily tended to their tasks in the kitchen, a warm ambience enveloping them, while Bai's smile grew ever sweeter. Chapter 34. Venting. After a while, the egg fried rice they prepared together was complete. Zhang Yi placed the dish on the table, while Bai was responsible for serving. In no time, Bai brought 2 steaming bowls of egg fried rice to the table, and Zhang Yi could hardly contain his eagerness to dig in. However, upon lowering his gaze, he noticed something amiss. The egg fried rice was distinct, with the eggs and rice perfectly separated, glistening with the addition of Chinese sausage and beef, a feast for the senses. Yet, in Bai's bowl, there were only rice and eggs, while Zhang Ye's bowl was brimming with meat and sausage, clearly indicating that she had selflessly left the meat for him. Wow, it smells amazing, Bai exclaimed, her eyes sparkling as she gazed at the delectable dish before her. She eagerly remarked to Zhang Ye, Yezi, hurry and give it a try. Zhang Ye looked at the rather plain egg fried rice in Bai's bowl and said, please bring your bowl over. I will share some of my ingredients with you to no need. You should enjoy it. After all, it's your family's recipe, Bai replied with a playful smile. Yet, Zhang Ye could not join in her amusement and said earnestly, we made this together. You mentioned that we are in this together, so the ingredients should be shared equally. If you don't eat, I shall starve myself. Bai, upon hearing Zhang Ye's declaration of self-starvation, quickly responded, I will eat. That's more like it. Zhang Yu finally smiled, dividing the meat and sausage from his bowl and giving half to Bai. The two exchanged knowing smiles. Let us eat. As the first bite of egg fried rice entered her mouth, Bai's eyes widened in surprise, covering her small mouth as she looked at Zhang Ye. Delicious, isn't it? Zhang Ye chuckled. Absolutely delicious. Bai nodded vigorously. Superb. As she spoke, she began to devour her meal, her cheeks puffing out like a little hamster in no time. Zhang Ye watched her, a smile gracing his face. Don't just focus on the rice. Try the stir-fried beef with bell peppers. Saying this, Zhang Ye picked up a large piece of beef and placed it in Bai's bowl. And some ribs. Look how thin you are. Eat more meat. A bit of greens too. We must ensure a balanced diet. You should eat more of this okra. It's truly beneficial. Before long, Bai's bowl was overflowing with vegetables. Yet Zhang Ye showed no signs of stopping, eager to serve her more. However, when he turned to do so, he was taken aback. There was Bai, cradling her large bowl, the vegetables piled nearly into a small pyramid. Her cheeks were bulging as she chewed slowly, yet her hands had ceased all movement. Instead, she lowered her head, gazing intently at the food in her bowl, utterly still. Suddenly, Zhang Ye noticed glistening droplets fall. Her shoulders trembled as she witnessed her tears mingling with the food, and she quickly turned her face aside. In that motion, she faced Zhang Ye. Zhang Ye observed her eyes, reddened and brimming with tears, as they cascaded down her plump cheeks like pearls. Her nose was on the verge of running, and as she raised her hand to wipe it, she realized she was still clad in Zhang Ye's coat. She appeared somewhat flustered, clutching a large bowl and shifting restlessly, torn between the urge to wipe her tears and runny nose and the unwillingness to relinquish the bowl in her arms. She struggled to swallow her food, her throat constricted with sobs. Desperately, she bit down on her lip, sniffing repeatedly, while her small hand covered the bowl, preventing her tears from falling into it. Unable to bear the sight any longer, Zhang Ye gently took the bowl from her grasp and enveloped her in his embrace, resting her chin upon his shoulder. Just swallow it down, he urged, his voice soft and calming. Bai Wenyan emitted a faint sound through her nose before forcefully swallowing the morsel in her mouth. If you feel like crying, then let it out. Zhang Ye's voice resonated once more. Cry as loudly as you need to. It's perfectly all right. Once you've finished, we can eat together. His hand tenderly patted her back, mirroring the gentleness of his voice. Wu, leaning against his shoulder, her eyes misted over, and her tightly sealed lips gradually parted, releasing soft whimpers that soon escalated uncontrollably. In that moment, she could no longer hold back. Years of pent-up grievances erupted, and as she leaned against his shoulder, her tears streamed down, soaking his fabric like a breached dam. Her cries were no longer stifled. She wept loudly and unabashedly, as if nestled against this person. She could freely express her emotions. All her frustrations surged forth with her tears, and for the first time, her heart felt at ease. As the deluge of tears subsided, the storm passed, and gradually, she ceased her crying. Gently sobbing against his shoulder, relishing the comfort of his light pats on her back, she felt an overwhelming sense of security. Are you done crying? Zhang Ye inquired softly. She responded with a nasal hum, reluctantly withdrawing from his embrace. That moment, she noticed that one side of his shirt was completely drenched with her tears, and not merely tears, but also snot. Suddenly flustered, she exclaimed, I'll help you wipe it off. As she reached out to assist Zhang Ye, he gently grasped her hand, a warm smile gracing his face. No need. Just sit here obediently and wait for me. All right? Bai blinked her large, tear-filled eyes at him and nodded dutifully. Zhang Ye chuckled, tousling her short hair before rising to change into a fresh shirt, returning to the dining table thereafter. All right, let us eat. I almost forgot. Let me get you a new bowl. As he reached for Bai's bowl, noticing tears had dripped into it, Bai quickly seized his hand. No, please don't. That would be too wasteful. It's still edible. Seeing her earnest expression, Zhang Yu ceased his insistence, and the two commenced their dinner. This beef is delicious. You should try some, Bai remarked, carefully picking up a piece of beef and placing it in a Zhang Ye's bowl. Observing this, Zhang Ye immediately popped the beef into his mouth, his face lighting up with delight. As by observed the scene before her, a sweet smile instantly graced her face, and she began to serve Zhang Ye with an abundance of dishes. Her expression radiating joy as if witnessing him eat brought her more happiness than indulging herself. "Don't just serve me. You must eat as well," she exclaimed. Oh. In a whirlwind of activity, the two little ones polished off 2 large platters of meat, 2 generous bowls of vegetables, a pot of soup, and a pan of fried rice, leaving not a trace behind. "Are you full?" Zhang Ye inquired, looking towards Bai. "I'm stuffed," she replied, clutching her belly with a giggle. This was the most satiated and content she had felt in many years. Suddenly, she noticed a grain of rice lodged at the corner of Zhang Ye's mouth. "Yezi, don't move," she instructed. Zhang Ye immediately froze in place as she leaned closer, gently plucking the grain of rice from his lips. "All done," she announced, promptly popping the rice into her mouth. When she caught Zhang Ye staring at her with wide eyes, she tilted her head playfully and beamed. Zhang Ye's cheeks flushed crimson. Who could withstand such a moment? Yet before he had the chance to feel shy, his pupils dilated in surprise, for Bai's body began to emanate a soft, colorful glow. Chapter 35. Bai gazed at her luminous form, clearly taken aback, prompting Zhang Ye to quickly reassure her. "It's all right. It's all right. Just breathe, calm down. Come on, let's take deep breaths together. Bai nodded earnestly, following his lead. Inhale, exhale. Surprisingly, it was quite effective. Bai managed to regain some composure. However, as she continued to gaze at her glowing body, confusion clouded her features. "Yezi, what is happening to me?" she asked. Zhang Ye pondered for a moment. The only certainty he had was that her radiance was linked to her spirit. "Have you experienced this before?" he queried. "No." Bai shook her head. "Does it feel uncomfortable?" "Not at all. In fact, it feels rather pleasant, warm even," Bai responded. No sooner had the words left her lips than the glow faded, and Zhang Ye's eyes widened in astonishment. He clearly perceived the transformation within Bai. Previously, Bai had been slender to the point of appearing gaunt, her complexion pale and somewhat unhealthy. However, as the light subsided, she appeared remarkably vibrant, her face now a rosy hue. Her arms no longer seemed so delicate. Although still lacking in muscle definition, they possessed a newfound softness. Her lips, once dry and peeling, were now irresistibly supple. Her hair, once a dull snowy white, now gleamed with a radiant luster, occasionally reflecting a spectrum of colors. Most striking of all was her skin, which had previously borne faint pink scars that felt rough to the touch. Now, those scars had vanished entirely, leaving her skin smooth and luminous. It was evident that after the colorful glow, Bai had become even more beautiful. Zhang Ye found himself entranced by her exquisite features until Bai tugged at the hem of his shirt. Yezi. Huh? What?" Zhang Ye snapped back to reality. "Yezi, I'm not hungry again," Bai said, clutching her belly and gazing at him with longing eyes. "You're hungry?" Zhang Ye paused in surprise before rising to his feet. "Then I'll go prepare something else. I come to lend a hand." "Very well." Then, the two little ones busily prepared a large pot of delectable food, and as they sat at the dining table, they exchanged a knowing smile before devouring the meal with great enthusiasm. Goodness, the quantity consumed was astounding. By the time they finished, Zhang Ye estimated that he could have stored around 150,000 kilocalories within him. Strangely, each time he finished a meal, the feeling of fullness would dissipate rapidly. Although he wasn't hungry, it was as if he could never truly feel satisfied. Zhang Ye speculated that this might be related to his reserve of spiritual energy. His spiritual energy reserves were likely beyond 9,999, perhaps even infinite, causing the food he ingested to be swiftly digested and transformed into spiritual energy. It seemed he would not experience true hunger until his reserves were completely filled. But the colorful light flared up once more. After the glow faded, Bai appeared visibly more beautiful. Her once frail and emaciated form now radiated health and vitality. Even her face had taken on a hint of baby fat, making her even more endearing. Observing this transformation, Zhang Ye surmised that Bai's spiritual essence endowed her with a remarkable ability to recover quickly. The food she consumed was rapidly broken down into energy, effectively mending all her physical deficiencies and restoring her bodily functions to their peak condition. As for why Bai had never experienced such a transformation before, it was likely because she had never truly eaten to her fill. Yezi. Hearing this, Zhang Ye chuckled. "Are you hungry again?" Bai, somewhat shy, averted her gaze to her toes, fidgeting. "Have I eaten too much?" Not at all, Zhang Ye replied promptly. I refuse to believe I can't fill you up. With that, Zhang Ye rolled up his sleeves, ready to get back to work, while Bai followed him into the kitchen like a little shadow, eager to assist. Finally, after the third meal was consumed, the radiant white glow surrounding Bai dimmed. That I'm full, really full, she declared, cradling her small belly. Shall we not eat a little more? Zhang Ye inquired. No. Bai shook her head vigorously. If I eat any more, I'll burst. Zhang Ye estimated that Bai was now in her optimal state, so he nodded and glanced at the time. Goodness, they had spent over 2 hours feasting. They had left at 5 o'clock. And now it was already past 8. Moreover, the refrigerator was nearly empty. Calculating the ingredients consumed, the two of them had devoured nearly 100,000 kilocalories in just one evening. That it should be noted that many of the ingredients in the fridge were high energy. Special items, mostly related to the spiritual realm, and quite costly. Zhang Ye had previously mentioned that the beef priced at several thousand per pound was still an understatement. Nonetheless, it mattered little. Zhang Ye felt that the energy he had stored from these meals could sustain him for more than half a month without food. Oh, it's already dark outside. Zhang Ye exclaimed in surprise, a hint of reluctance in his voice. Are you heading home? Yes. Bai nodded, equally reluctant, but then her face brightened with a smile. I'll come to find you again tomorrow. Upon hearing this, Zhang Ye laughed heartily. All right, I'll walk you home. After such a meal, we ought to take a stroll to digest. Good. Bai nodded vigorously, clearly wishing to spend a little more time with Zhang Ye. Although it was their first meeting, she already felt a sense of dependence on him in this moment. She experienced a sensation unlike any she had ever known, which captivated her immensely, hand in hand. They walked along the path, enjoying the evening breeze, feeling utterly at ease. She appeared quite vivacious, one hand grasping Zhang Ye's, while the other held a bag of urea, carefully stepping on the bricks, avoiding the seams, lest she should meet her demise. Zhang Ye, too, walked along the white line, careful not to tread beyond it, for there were sharks lurking. Zhang Ye, will you accompany me to visit Grandma tomorrow? Sure. Hee. I must tell her I am married. We will be together for eternity. Ahem. All right. Zhang Ye nodded, a hint of anxiety creeping into his heart, silently pleading, Dear elder, you must listen to my defense when the time comes. By the way, Xiao Bai, didn't you make 4 wishes for your birthday? What are the other 2? One is to visit an amusement park, and the other is to have an ID card. Zhang Ye paused in surprise. Does that count as a wish? Perhaps, for her, it did. Throughout their journey, Zhang Ye had noticed that no one ever looked at her. A girl, radiant in her alabaster beauty, seemingly glowing even under the moonlight, yet not a soul cast a glance her way. This was unfathomable. Clearly, no one could see her. Contemplating this, he instinctively tightened his grip on her delicate hand. Xiaobai, how about this? You help me fulfill my wish, and I will help you with yours. How does that sound? Okay, then we shall visit your grandmother tomorrow, and afterwards, we will go to the amusement park. Great. Thus, the two of them continued down the road, hand in hand, occasionally stepping on the squares, at times walking along the white line, with Zhang Ye teaching Bai how to ride a shared bicycle as they strolled around the lakeside. After more than an hour of walking and pausing, they felt no fatigue. Instead, their smiles never faded. Even in the biting cold of winter, they laughed until beads of sweat appeared. Passers-by cast strange glances at Zhang Ye, unsure of what he was so animated about. Yet Zhang Ye paid them no heed. His gaze was solely fixed on the girl who could shine in the darkness. They walked quite a distance, ultimately arriving at the outskirts, where the roads were old, some even lacking concrete, revealing the imprints left by a procession of excavators. Zhang Ye wondered, did this girl reside here? We're almost there, just ahead. Bai pointed towards a patch of light. Then, somewhat perplexed, remarked, strange, why are there lights? They continued forward, and soon a sign came into view. Bai paused. What is this? I've never seen it before. As they approached, they discerned several large characters on the sign. Construction ahead. Zhang Ye scratched his head, about to inquire, when a white shadow darted past. Bai had already rushed ahead. Zhang Ye was taken aback and hurried after her. He was uncertain of what had transpired, but an ominous feeling began to stir within him. Before long, he spotted Bai, and ahead, the source of the light became evident. There stood a circle of dilapidated walls, large lamps illuminating the area, and a cluster of workers smoking beneath the glow. In the distance, several excavators and heavy machinery were parked alongside a half-demolished, abandoned warehouse. Bai stood before the entrance of the wall, the pure white light cascading over her, imparting an ethereal quality. She stared blankly at the half-demolished abandoned warehouse, motionless, until Zhang Ye approached her side, prompting her to slowly turn her head to look at him. Yezidot, I have no home anymore. Chapter 36. Stimulus. The pure white light illuminated her profile, enhancing her already snow-white complexion, rendering her even more beautiful and ethereal. Yet, despite her beauty, she was achingly solitary, enveloped in desolation. Her gaze quivered slightly, and as she spoke in a hushed tone, Zhang Ye felt a pang of sorrow in his heart. However, in the next moment, she revealed a smile. But it's all right. I can sleep in the park. There should still be benches. Before her words had fully escaped her lips, Zhang Ye stepped forward, taking her hand and leading her back. Who says you have no home? You've always said we are together. My home is your home. Come on, let us go home. His voice rang out unabashedly, capturing the attention of nearby workers who were smoking. Yet he paid them no mind, resolutely holding her hand as he continued speaking. Let us go back, take a shower, change into fresh clothes, and then we can discuss the spiritual realm. Tomorrow, we will visit your grandmother. And afterwards, we'll spend the day at the amusement park until nightfall, returning to cook together and enjoy a feast. And we'll find time for you to get an ID card. Fulfilling all your wishes, staring blankly at his retreating figure, feeling the warmth of his hand in hers, and listening to his murmurs, a sweet curve had unknowingly formed at the corners of her mouth. Her eyes glistened with unshed tears, yet she did not cry. Over the years, no matter the tribulations she faced, tears had never fallen. But today she had cried 3 times, all for him. She would forever remember this day. To her, all her past sufferings had led to this moment of encountering him. Like a beam of light, she felt that he was far purer than herself. He was undoubtedly the best person in the world. A voice within her seemed to echo, proclaiming, in this lifetime, it is only him. From now on, you must never say that you have no home again. Do you understand? Zhang Ye turned to her and said. And in the next moment, I stepped forward and embraced him tightly. Yes, we must always be together, forever together. Feeling the softness in his embrace, Zhang Ye initially felt a bit flustered and shy, but as he heard her trembling, hushed voice, he gradually found his calm. His hands, which had been unsure of where to rest, gently encircled her slender waist, pulling her closer. We are together, we will always be together. I nodded, stepping out of his embrace to flash a radiant smile. Zhang Ye affectionately ruffled her short hair, and the two resumed their walk hand in hand. However, I suddenly halted and exclaimed, "Oh no, my tuition is still inside. Yezi, wait for me. I need to go back and get it." Don't. Zhang Ye quickly grasped her hand, saying, "This building is half demolished. It's very dangerous, but that is a lot of money. And the pendant my grandmother gave me." I looked anxiously at the half-dismantled warehouse. Zhang Ye, upon hearing this, fell silent for a moment before responding, "Then I will go with you. However, they certainly would not allow me entry. You go in first, and I shall take a detour to scale the wall." Yet, I resolutely insisted, "Then I shall climb the wall too." Upon hearing this, Zhang Ye broke into a grin. "That works." Thus, the two little ones, under the cloak of night, stealthily approached the edge of the wall and circled around to the rear of the warehouse. The 2-meter-high wall posed no challenge for them. Zhang Ye could leap 1.5 meters into the air, and with a push of his hands, he effortlessly vaulted over it. By, even more agile, could jump 5 meters high. Her physical prowess surpassed that of Zhang Ye by a considerable margin, and with a delicate bound, she cleared the wall. Like nimble cats, they landed gracefully and hurriedly made their way to the back of the warehouse. Taking advantage of the workers engrossed in idle chatter. "How does it feel?" Zhang Ye asked, his face alight with excitement. Bai's expression mirrored his enthusiasm. "My heart is racing. This is exhilarating, akin to playing stealth games. How do we get into this warehouse?" "Follow me," Bai beckoned, leading Zhang Ye to the back door of the warehouse. The iron door, its lock long rusted, opened with a gentle tug. Upon entering, they found the interior dim, illuminated only by the scant light filtering in from outside. Half of the warehouse had been dismantled, revealing crumbling walls, while the other half remained intact. Observing the well-preserved corner of the warehouse, I exhaled in relief, and the two stealthily approached without attracting anyone's attention. After all, the other half of the wreckage was sufficiently high to obstruct the view. Unbeknownst to them, the creaking of the iron door had already caught the attention of a nearby worker. Upon reaching the corner, Zhang Ye gazed at the makeshift bed and various household items, feeling a pang of sorrow in his heart. In contrast, Bai radiated joy. She approached the brick-made bed, rummaged around, and discovered a pendant. Then she unearthed a tattered children's backpack, stuffing it with all her textbooks and money, even remembering to include a bottle of soy sauce. "All right, let's go. The duo retraced their steps, preparing to leave. However, as soon as the door creaked open, a voice filled with excitement rang out. Who goes there? The two little ones jumped in fright and turned to see a worker clad in overalls shining a flashlight upon them, or rather, upon Zhang Ye. What are you sneaking around for at this hour? Zhang Ye blinked in surprise and quickly grabbed Bai's hand, bolting away. The worker, taken aback, yelled, "Someone come here! Catch the thief! This little brat must be the one stealing our excavator's fuel. Whoever the scoundrel is that dares to steal fuel should target a big truck instead. Stealing from an excavator is downright absurd." Lately, such incidents had been rampant, and the workers had longed to catch the oil thief and give him a good thrashing. To their astonishment, they had finally caught someone in the act. The workers' shout immediately attracted the attention of several others. A crowd gathered, tossing their cigarettes to the ground, brandishing hammers and shovels as they charged over. Cursing vehemently, some even climbed onto the excavator, preparing to block the exit. Witnessing the commotion, Zhang Ye was utterly astonished. "Run, Bai!" The two little ones scrambled over the wall, fleeing as swiftly as rabbits, with the workers hot on their heels. Some employing their own agility to pursue. Some individuals possess the spirit of a motorcycle, others embody the essence of a heavy hammer, and some even resemble a catapult that hurls stones with a mighty hand. In short, they are a motley assortment. Zhang Ye glanced back at the menacing crowd behind him, prompting him to quicken his pace. "Hurry, wind. Lend me your assistance." There was no alternative. One of the pursuers was indeed a motorcycle, revving its engine with an intimidating roar, and without the aid of the wind, escape was nearly impossible. Although Zhang Ye was not a thief, this furious band of workers would likely not concern themselves with such details. They would undoubtedly deliver a beating first and ask questions later. Just as Zhang Ye finished speaking, a whirlwind enveloped him, dramatically increasing his speed to over 20 meters per second. Yet, it was still insufficient. The motorcycle rider was no ordinary foe. He maintained his acceleration on this rough terrain, the engine roaring, and was rapidly closing the gap to Zhang Ye. Realizing the urgency, Bai could no longer hesitate. He reached out to grab Zhang Ye and suddenly surged forward to my goodness. In that instant, Zhang Ye felt as if he were clinging to a high-speed train, the scenery on either side blurring past in a dizzying rush. This was simply extraordinary. Chapter 37. A risky simulation in a moment. The two found refuge in a thicket within a park, as a motorcycling worker grumbled his way past without noticing them. Once assured they were safe, Bai and Zhang Ye let out a collective sigh of relief. That was terrifying. Bai patted his chest, still shaken, then turned to Zhang Ye. "Yezi, are you all right?" Upon turning, he was met with the sight of Zhang Ye's hair slicked back as if styled with gel, revealing a smooth forehead that was quite comical. Bai couldn't help but burst into laughter. "Ha! Yezi, your hair looks like a broom." Zhang Ye blinked in surprise, pulled out his phone for a selfie, and soon joined in the laughter. Subsequently, Bai handed Zhang Ye a pendant she had retrieved, saying, "This is a pendant my grandmother gave me. I can't keep it safe myself, so please help me guard it." Zhang Ye was taken aback. Is that all right? Typically, such tokens bestowed by family members held significant sentimental value. Otherwise, Bai wouldn't have sought to reclaim it. Yet, she was entrusting it to him. Of course, Bai nodded affirmatively. Seeing her response, Zhang Ye nodded earnestly. "Rest assured, I will take good care of it." He then hung the pendant around his neck. Rather than a mere pendant, it resembled a soldier's dog tag, a simple metallic chain adorned with a thumb-sized plate. The metal gleamed with a silvery gray hue, its surface smooth and its texture undeniably sturdy. Zhang Ye couldn't discern what metal it was made from, yet it bore an inscription. Leaning in closer, he examined it. -001. Zhang Ye furrowed his brow in confusion. What could the letter van the number 001 signify? He had an inkling that the origins of this metal plate were far from ordinary, perhaps even linked to Bai's mysterious background. Nevertheless, he refrained from prying and naturally took Bai's hand. "Let us go home." Home. The word seemed to momentarily daze Bai, but she soon nodded vigorously. Before long, they returned home, and upon checking the time, Zhang Ye noted it was nearly 10 o'clock. "You can sleep here tonight," he offered, preparing a guest room for Bai. Gazing at the pristine and beautifully adorned room, Bai, nervously intertwining her pinky with Zhang Ye's, inquired, "Is it truly possible?" Her expression clearly reflected a hint of disbelief at the prospect of sleeping on such a splendidly soft bed. Zhang Ye, feeling a pang of affection, gently tousled her short hair, reassuringly stating, "Of course it is." Bai reveled in the affection of Zhang Ye's gesture, reminiscent of her grandmother's tender caresses during her childhood. She found it hard to believe she could still experience such warmth. Perhaps you should take a shower first. As for clothing. Zhang Ye scanned Bai from head to toe, standing at a height of 175 meters. He noted that Bai, being tall herself, also measured around 1.70 meters. After indulging in 3 hearty meals, she had regained her vigorous figure, no longer appearing emaciated. Her own clothes should suffice. Just wear mine, he suggested, leading her to the bathroom. Aware of Bai's limited knowledge, he began to instruct her. This is body wash, for cleansing your body. This is shampoo, for washing your hair. And this is the shower head. Twist here to release water. I've prepared a toothbrush for you. Brushing your teeth is done right here. Bai blinked her large eyes, diligently absorbing the information. Once finished, she remarked, how exquisite. I used to wash with soap. From head to toe, Zhang Ye couldn't help but ask. Bai nodded her small head, which tugged at his heartstrings. All right, you go ahead and wash that. I've adjusted the water temperature for you. The clothes and towel are right here. Just place your used clothes in the laundry basket when you're done, and feel free to ask me if there's anything you don't understand. As Zhang Ye closed the bathroom door, he exhaled deeply before heading off to take a shower himself. Upon finishing, he emerged just as Bai completed her washing. Opening the bathroom door, a gentle mist billowed out, revealing Bai's delicate figure stepping out cautiously. Upon seeing her, Zhang Ye's eyes widened in astonishment. She was clad in Zhang Ye's white t-shirt, which, due to his preference for oversized clothing, hung loosely on her frame, modestly covering her thighs while revealing a pair of long, slender legs beneath. Zhang Ye, I accidentally got your pants wet. Bai held up his trousers, looking at him with a pitiful expression. The damp, glossy strands of her hair combined with her fair skin and those beseeching eyes made Zhang Ye feel a rush of blood to his head, prompting him to turn away hastily. No worries, just set them aside. I'll find you a new pair. Before long, Bai changed into a pair of loose-fitting shorts, transforming into a vibrant girl with a sunny disposition and short hair. Zhang Ye found himself increasingly enamored by her lively spirit. Come, let me dry your hair. Okay. Her hair, cut to ear length, flowed like silk, exuding a clean and neat appearance, reminiscent of Liao Jie's hairstyle. Liao Jie had opted for short hair due to the nature of his frequent missions in perilous locales, where long hair would prove inconvenient. Bai, too, likely chose short hair for practicality, as maintaining long locks required time and resources she could not afford. Once her hair was dried, the two young souls sprawled across Zhang Ye's large bed. As he held a pictorial guide, enthusiastically introducing Bai to the myriad realms of the spirit world. Given that Bai would be accompanying him on adventures in the future, it was essential for her to be well informed. It was merely when Zhang Ye introduced the myriad of creatures within the Lingjing realm, Bai interjected with her own insights and corrected Zhang Ye's inaccuracies. Zhang Ye remarked, the fungal ecosystem of the mycological Lingjing is remarkably unique. Teeming with a diverse array of fungi and spores, the spore mist poses a lethal threat to living organisms. Hence no creatures have been observed to thrive within it. Bai interposed, not quite. A recently discovered life form known as the bacteriophage ant has emerged. Zhang Ye responded with surprise. Oh, is that so? Consequently, he checked on his phone and indeed found that it had been discovered not long ago. It turned out that the textbook he held was published 3 months prior. And with ongoing exploration, many outdated materials were rapidly being revised. Curiosity piqued. Zhang Ye inquired about Bai's source of information, to which she candidly replied. This revelation left Zhang Ye somewhat disheartened. It appeared that this girl had gleaned her knowledge from reading newspapers. Nowadays, only the older generation still peruses newspapers, while the youth are glued to their phones. However, with the overwhelming amount of information available on mobile devices, not all news can be displayed, whereas newspapers maintain a focused approach. For example, the Lingjing Daily, which specifically reports on matters concerning the Lingjing realm. The affordability is also a plus, as a mere 2 yuan suffices to purchase a copy. Beyond this, Bai's avenues for information were limited to the television and small eateries. Occasional hearsay. In the library. The library was Bai's favorite haunt. It offered a comfort of warmth in winter and coolness in summer, and most importantly, reading there was free. The materials and illustrations within the library were also subject to swift updates, enabling Bai to acquire knowledge that surpassed Zhang Ye's in precision. Although she lacked much common knowledge, Zhang Ye had to concede that Bai was more adept in matters pertaining to the Lingjing realm. Thus, the two youngsters engaged in a dialogue about their various interpretations of the Lingjing, posing questions to one another, simulating real-life scenarios, and deliberating on appropriate responses. Perhaps this was tedious for some students. Yet the pair found immense joy in their exchange. I am Zhang Ye, the captain of the witness team number 2. Currently, I find myself atop the magnificent summit of the Lingjing realm, the highest peak thus far discovered. The grand summit stands approximately 17,455 meters tall, nearly double the height of Mount Everest. Today, my deputy captain, Xiao Bai, and I shall endeavor to conquer this lofty pinnacle, aiming to become the first team to complete such an extreme expedition. Deputy Captain Xiao Bai, what are your thoughts on this? I feel exceedingly cold. The temperature has plummeted to minus 23 degrees Celsius, and this is merely the temperature at the D1 camp, situated at just over 5,000 meters. It will only grow colder as we ascend. There are still camps D3, D4, D5. Up to D18 ahead of us, so I propose we retreat, freshen up, and get some rest. As Zhang Ye spoke, he and Bai glanced at the grand summit depicted in the illustration, exchanged a knowing look, and erupted into laughter. I believe Deputy Captain Xiao Bai has a point. We have yet to conquer Mount Everest, so how can we even contemplate the grand summit? Nonetheless, I am confident that we will soon set forth toward the grand summit and ultimately conquer it. Deputy Captain Xiao Bai, what do you think? I agree wholeheartedly with Captain Yi. Huh? Thus, the simulation concluded. The two continued their conversation until past 11 o'clock, at which point they began to feel drowsy. Yezi, I am feeling quite fatigued. With a yawn, I remarked that I feel the same. Let us retire for the night. We shall rise at 8 tomorrow to visit your grandmother. Very well. After seeing Bai back to her room, Zhang Yi lay down on his bed. Closing his eyes, time ticked away, minute by minute. Zhang Yi drifted into slumber, sleeping, unable to sleep. Zhang Yi opened his eyes, glancing at the clock, which read midnight. He had been lying there with his eyes shut for over half an hour. Uncertain of the reason, he had been overwhelmingly tired just moments ago, yet now, as he lay down, sleep eluded him. His mind clouded with the image of that snow-white figure. He sat up, hesitating briefly before deciding to rise from his bed to fetch a cup of warm water from the living room. However, as he opened the door, he was greeted by the sight of Bai standing there, looking lively. Yezi, I cannot sleep. Zhang Yi blinked, then smiled. What a coincidence. I am in the same predicament. Chapter 38, Convenience. Zhang Yi gazed at Bai, who was reclining on his bed with her feet swinging playfully as she read, and could not help but inquire. How long have you been standing outside? It has been a while. Hasn't he it? Why didn't you come in? I was afraid I would disturb your sleep. Nonsense. In the future, don't stand at the door for ages. Understood? MHM. With that, both Zhang Yi and Bai stifled a yawn simultaneously, the drowsiness washing over them once more. Bai carefully placed her book back on the shelf, then climbed beside Zhang Yi. Yezi, may I sleep with you? Certainly. Zhang Yi lay on his side, resting his head on his arm, nodding in agreement. Upon hearing this, Bai beamed, burrowing into the blankets, then popping her head up in front of him. Inhaling the delicate fragrance that enveloped her, Zhang Yi felt entranced, weariness gradually overtaking him. Little Bai. Why is your entire being so white? Bai replied softly. Albinism. No sooner had she spoken than the entire world seemed to pause, as if time had ceased to flow. Yet soon enough, time resumed its course, as if nothing had transpired. Albinism. Bai continued. Grandmother said I have albinism, and then on recovery day, it was cured. However, although the illness is gone, I remain white. Yezi, do you think I am ugly? How could that be? You are the most beautiful person I have ever seen. Zhang Yi chuckled, lowering his head until their foreheads touched, their noses brushing gently. That I would never deceive you, so you know I speak sincerely. Bai smiled, nuzzling his nose. Then we must always be together, forever and ever. All right. Zhang Ye's voice was soft, so faint that one had to lean in closely to hear. Forever. Ever. Bai watched him, noticing he had already succumbed to sleep. His breathing steady and slow. She gazed at his handsome face, captivated by his every feature. Finally, she chuckled softly, cautiously nestling into his embrace. Forever. Zhang Yi dreamt once more of that enchanting blue planet, observing the azure orb. He recognized this dream was indeed extraordinary. Zhang Yi heeded Zhang Tianyan's admonition, promptly seeking out the glimmering point that signified the location of the magical city. Zhang Yi discovered that although the luminous point remained predominantly white, the yellow hue at its center had begun to diffuse, becoming markedly more pronounced than when he last observed it. Indeed, was the gate to the spiritual realm about to open in the magic city? How much longer would it be? As Zhang Yi gazed at the white and yellow light, a sense of discomfort washed over him, for he could not discern how much time remained until the appearance of the spiritual gate. If only it could be a tad more straightforward, he murmured, No sooner had he spoken than a numeral suddenly materialized atop the luminous points of the magic city. 215, 54, 37.36.35. Zhang Ye immediately recognized it as a countdown. Astonishing. Was this dream truly so considerate, to be straightforward upon request? Incredible. 215 hours, roughly 9 days. Upon confirming the time, Zhang Ye's first instinct was to notify Zhang Tianyan. Yet he soon noticed an additional luminous point on Blue Star. With so many luminous points on Blue Star, how could Zhang Ye discern the presence of one more? It was because that point was multicolored. It radiated a bright, colorful light, and upon magnifying the perspective, the luminous point revealed a humanoid form. This figure was familiar to Zhang Ye. It was Xiaobai. Yet, the expression upon her face was one of anguish. In an instant, Zhang Ye opened his eyes. The moment he did, he was met with a blinding whiteness. Taken aback, he lowered his gaze to find Bai curled up in his embrace, resembling an infant, with one small hand gently sucking her thumb, while the other clutched Zhang Ye's thumb. Observing her, Zhang Ye's gaze softened instantly. Accompanied by a pang of heartache, he understood that such a sleeping posture indicated a lack of security. At this moment, he was unable to provide her with the sense of safety she craved. Suddenly, she let out a soft whimper, tears streaming down her cheeks, her expression shifting to one of sorrow, her lips uttering a continuous plea. Yezi, just look at me. Look at me. Zhang Ye could feel her grip on his thumb tightening, her face reflecting the same pain he had witnessed in his dream. As her expression grew increasingly tormented, Zhang Ye hastily shook her shoulders. Xiaobai. Bai was startled awake, her eyes opening to reveal lingering fear and confusion. I see you. I see you. Zhang Ye held her shoulders, repeating, don't be afraid. Don't be afraid. I have always been able to see you. As she gazed at the concerned face of Zhang Ye before her, Bai finally realized that she had merely been trapped in a nightmare. Instantly, the anguish on her face vanished, replaced by a sweet smile. I'm not afraid anymore. She glanced at the clock on the bedside. 7:32, it was already morning. However, the two did not rise but instead nestled back into bed. Zhang Ye lay on his side, while Bai nestled against him, her face awash with affection. He gently embraced her shoulders, his other hand slowly stroking her silken hair, his gaze drifting into thought. So, did the Blue Star dreamscape reveal Bai's location? Could it also display others? Furthermore, what exactly was the Blue Star dreamscape? How was it generated? Was it perhaps a manifestation of his own spirit? Zhang Ye was beset by a multitude of uncertainties, grappling with thoughts that eluded clarity. Thus, he resolved to relinquish his ponderings and devoted himself to the delightful embrace of Xiaobai. While others reveled in the company of cats, he found solace in the presence of Xiaobai, exclaiming in delight. Inhaling the fragrant aroma emanating from her silvery locks, Zhang Ye felt an overwhelming sense of euphoria. This scent was not that of his own shampoo. It must be an innate fragrance unique to her. The intoxicating aroma evoked a refreshing sensation akin to basking under a cerulean sky adorned with fluffy clouds. However, he could not indulge in this bliss for too long, as pressing matters awaited his attention. All right, time to rise. Very well. The two of them got up, neatly folding the blankets together, and proceeded to freshen up. After brushing their teeth, Bai revealed a set of pearly white teeth to Zhang Ye, saying, Yezi, take a whiff and see if you detect any scent. Zhang Ye leaned in to sniff, finding no unpleasant odor. Only the enchanting fragrance. All clear, it's delightfully fragrant. After completing their morning routine, it was time to prepare breakfast. Breakfast was rather simple. Steamed buns. Before departing, Liao Jie had prepared a plethora of buns and stored them in the refrigerator. Zhang Ye now retrieved 10 large meat buns to steam. Xiaobai, keep an eye on them. They'll be ready when the green light blinks. I'll make a quick phone call. All right. Subsequently, Zhang Ye dialed Zhang Tianyan's number. The call connected swiftly, and he was immediately greeted by a terrifying growl that made him glance at his phone in bewilderment before tentatively inquiring, Dad? I'm here. Hold on a moment, son. There's a mischievous little monkey misbehaving, and I need to give it a good thrashing first. While monkey, prepare to face my wrath. Smack. Whoa. Zhang Ye stared at his phone, utterly perplexed. Soon, the furious roars transformed into pitiful whimpers. How many times must I say that the injections are for your own good? If you dismantle the cage again, I'll dismantle you. All right. Hey, what's up, son? Zhang Ye swallowed hard. Dad, are you not available at the moment? On the other end, Zhang Tianyan glanced at the massive, 12-meter-tall, muscle-bound gorilla, curled up and trembling in fear, and nodded. I'm available. Chapter 39. The Old Tree 9 Days. Hadad understood. Zhang Tianyan nodded. Dad, what should we do when the time comes? Zhang Ye inquired. Leave that to us. As for you, I heard from your mother that you found yourself a girlfriend? Zhang Tianyan asked with a chuckle. Not a girlfriend. Zhang Ye shook his head. Not? But didn't you tell your mother? Zhang Tianyan said in confusion, but before he could finish, Zhang Ye interjected that she's my wife. Staring in astonishment at his phone, Zhang Tianyan remarked, progressing so swiftly, how does the girl feel about it? What is her name? Bai. Just Bai. Yes. Interesting. What does she look like? What is her personality like? What does her family think? Oh, Dad, please spare me the gossip. You'll see for yourselves when you come back. Besides, we're only 16. Marriage is still a distant prospect. At most. We're just engaged. Very well. I suppose I shall refrain from further inquiries. It seems I must tread carefully around my precious treasure. Zhang Tianyan chuckled. And then he heard Zhang Yi continue to be, by the way, Dad, I plan to take her with me to Jialigong. She will soon become the vice captain of the witness team. What? Zhang Tianyan paused momentarily. Are you certain? Aren't you worried about her safety? Zhang Yi replied. She can jump 5 meters high and run at over 100 kilometers per hour. Zhang Tianyan exclaimed. Then let's go together. Truly, you are my son. Your eye for teammates is impeccable. Zhang Yi interjected. All right, enough of that. I need to give this little monkey a shot. As usual, don't share your dreams with anyone. Okay. Upon hanging up, Zhang Tianyan, with a broad smile, carried a syringe nearly as tall as himself and approached the shivering golden-haired giant. Oh, you enjoy fighting? Your wound is inflamed. Hurry up and raise your backside. Meanwhile, Zhang Yi commenced grinding soybeans for soy milk. Once the soy milk was ready, the buns were also steamed. Thus, the two little ones crafted a dozen or so enormous buns, adding several thousand calories to Zhang Ye's reserves. After satisfying their appetites, Zhang Yi draped his coat over Bai. Let us go find your grandmother. This time, they did not walk. Zhang Yi retrieved a bicycle from the garage, with Bai standing on the rear axle. Grasping his shoulders, off we go. Zhang Yi, head that way. All right. Subsequently, Zhang Yi pedaled towards the countryside. After approximately half an hour, they arrived at a mountain village, followed by steep mountain paths. Zhang Yi secured the bicycle at the foot of the mountain, and he and Bai began their ascent, winding their way through the trees for several miles until they were deep within the forest. Who would reside in such a place? Yet, Zhang Yi refrained from asking further, instead frolicking alongside Bai with childlike wonder. Look at all the dandelions and wild tomatoes. Wow, such a large-faced spider. Zhang Yi, you can eat that large-faced spider. Really? Is it delicious? I'm not sure. I've seen villagers eat them. They break off the legs and roast the big belly over the fire, but I've never tried it. Zhang Yi, hurry. There's a small stream ahead. I'm coming. Upon reaching the stream, which was merely half a meter wide and shallow enough to reveal numerous tiny fish, shrimp, and mountain crabs, Bai exclaimed, crossing this stream will lead us to Grandma's house. Then let us hurry. They continued along the dirt path for about 200 meters, and Zhang Yi finally spotted a building ahead. It was a courtyard with a small house, dominated by a massive banyan tree, beneath which lay a stone tablet. Zhang Yi, that's it, Bai exclaimed, tugging Zhang Yi excitedly as they raced towards the front. Grandma, I'm back. However, no response met them. As they drew nearer, Zhang Yi noticed the courtyard's gate was slightly ajar, rusted with age, and the buildings within appeared desolate, with fallen leaves and weeds unattended, clearly abandoned for a long time. Yet, Zhang Yi chose not to inquire further, following Bai to the banyan tree. Gazing at the gravestone entwined in the tree roots, Zhang Yi found himself at a loss for words, his heart enveloped in a subtle melancholy. In truth, he had long anticipated this. Otherwise, she would not have chosen to reside alone in a decrepit warehouse. Bai approached the gravestone with measured steps, delicately brushing away the fallen leaves that had settled upon it, and then offered a gentle smile. Grandmother, I have returned. Clearing the leaves that obscured much of the gravestone, the image of a kindly elder appeared above it. Bai tenderly caressed the yellowed, plastic-encased photograph, her face adorned with a sweet smile. Grandmother, I have found someone who can see me. His name is Zhang Yi. I have given him a special nickname, Yezi. Yezi treats me wonderfully, helping me fulfill my wishes and teaching me how to cook, delighting me with delicious meals. I am incredibly happy when I am with him. Tomorrow, we shall embark on an adventure together to Jialigong. She spoke to herself as she pulled weeds from around the gravestone. Zhang Yi silently stepped forward to assist her in the task. Bai paused for a moment. Then her smile broadened. Grandmother, I must tell you, I am marrying Yezi. No sooner had the words left her lips than the winds began to stir. The great banyan tree rustling its leaves, its branches swaying back and forth. The aerial roots dangling from the tree resembled whips, striking Zhang Ye. He winced in pain but did not flinch, instead gazing intently at the gravestone. Declaring with conviction, "Yes, we are getting married. From now on, I will always be with her. You need not worry. She will not be unseen, nor will she suffer. As long as I have, she will have. Though you may not know me and think me still young, having only met her for a day, you may view my promises as mere folly. Yet, just watch. I shall prove my commitment through my actions. If I fail, I shall come to seek your forgiveness." The winds ceased. The once harsh roots softened, gently resting upon Zhang Ye's head and caressing his cheek, as if a rough hand were tenderly ruffling his hair. Zhang Ye smiled, looking to the side at Bai, who was gazing at him in bewilderment. "Just wait. She will smile more than she weeps." The breeze picked up once more, but this time, the banyan tree merely swayed gently, as if its supple roots were caressing the faces of the two children. The rustling of the leaves sounded like distant, tender reminders and blessings being sent to them. "Yezi," Bai extended her hand, entwining her pinky with his, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. Zhang Ye chuckled as he tousled her short hair. "Do refrain from crying in front of the elder. I have just made a promise." At his words, Bai vigorously wiped away the mist in her eyes, revealing a radiant smile. "All right, let us first tend to grandmother's grave." "Very well." The two children then knelt on the ground, pulling up the weeds by hand. As Bai recounted the tale of her encounter with Zhang Ye, it was clear that despite having known him for merely a day, she had an endless array of stories to share. And Zhang Ye chimed in with laughter. The banyan tree swayed gently, and the gaps between its leaves seemed to form the kind face of an elder. She smiled, while the wind hummed a gentle tune nearby. Only Zhang Ye could hear it, yet he too would hum along, singing it for her. The will of all things is interconnected. Some corporeal forms of life have already transformed into fertile soil. However, their essence will be inherited by other beings. Thus, in this beautiful world, in one resplendent moment, a splendid manifestation is left behind. Chapter 40. Cross-country dash. Before long, the weeds were entirely cleared away. Zhang Ye wiped the fine sweat from his forehead and said, "In a while, we shall purchase some paper money to burn for grandmother." I was pleasantly surprised. We think alike. This is what one calls tacit understanding. Zhang Ye chuckled, and then said, "The return journey is about 5 miles. Walking in a straight line should be around 3 miles, so, shall we engage in a cross-country dash?" "What is a cross-country dash?" Bai inquired, puzzled. Although her thirst for knowledge had granted her much understanding, she still lacked many common-sense notions and specialized knowledge not taught in school. The term dash is a military term, referring to a swift maneuver to engage the enemy from a considerable distance. Cross-country dash, as the name suggests, entails traversing through the wilderness. Though we have no enemies now, in future adventures, we are bound to encounter some so-called foes. Thus this method can serve to hone our skills. A cross-country dash emphasizes mobility, requiring both agility and grace, as one must swiftly and covertly navigate past various obstacles such as trees and rocks, while maintaining a high speed towards the intended destination. Listening to Zhang Ye's explanation, Bai nodded. "So it means we must run fast, no matter where we are, right?" "That's about right." Zhang Ye chuckled, nodding in agreement, realizing she was quite the summarizing prodigy. "Wait, why did I add quite? Given that we must traverse this mountainous forest, which poses certain dangers, we shall refrain from competing, especially since I cannot match your speed." Zhang Ye acknowledged, demonstrating his self-awareness. Previously, when Bai had urged Zhang Ye to run, he had soared with remarkable speed, easily surpassing 100 miles per hour. Therefore, it was likely that Bai possessed the exceptional physical prowess of her parents, making it impossible for him to compete. "Follow my lead, and I will teach you some techniques." "All right," Bai nodded eagerly. "Ready, go." As soon as the words left his lips, Zhang Ye dashed forward, with Bai quickly trailing behind. Initially, Zhang Ye was ahead, but in the blink of an eye, Bai had matched his pace, while Zhang Ye was exerting himself to the fullest, and Bai appeared effortlessly at ease, leaving Zhang Ye astounded. Her physical capabilities couldn't possibly have reached the level of her parents. Could they? Soon, the dirt path veered to one side, while the straight line led down a slope, extending towards the small stream that Zhang Ye and Bai had previously traversed. "Little Bai, take 3 steps back and observe how I descend," Zhang Ye instructed. "Okay." Bai immediately slowed down, maintaining a distance of 3 steps from Zhang Ye. As he approached the edge of the slope, Zhang Ye did not leap impulsively. Instead, he lowered his body, extending his feet forward while leaning back. Transitioning smoothly from a sprint into a slide, he then glided swiftly down the grassy incline. Bai, witnessing this spectacle, was filled with admiration, perceiving his posture as exceedingly cool, and noting that his speed remained largely uncompromised. Now it was her turn. The moment she reached the grassy slope, her mind began to replay every movement and detail of Zhang Ye's actions. For instance, during the slide, her toes needed to be pointed upward. One leg slightly bent to facilitate deceleration and directional change when necessary, and her body should not be flat, but rather angled to the side. Moreover, her upper body should be slightly arched to minimize contact with the ground, thus enhancing speed while simultaneously aiding in speed control. All these nuances were vividly etched in Bai's memory, as if captured by a camera, replayed, and recalled with clarity that a faint red glimmer flickered in her violet eyes. In the next instant, her posture perfectly mirrored Zhang Ye's earlier movements, as she swiftly cascaded down the grassy slope with remarkable fluidity. Zhang Ye, waiting below, was astonished by the sight. Truly a prodigy. She mastered it in one go. Indeed, she is just like him. How was that, Yezi? Bai inquired eagerly, gazing at Zhang Ye. Excellent. Keep it up, he replied, propelling himself forward once more, with Bai promptly following suit. Navigating the rugged terrain was distinctly different from running on flat ground. It required maintaining a high degree of agility, thus speed could not be compromised, especially given the wilderness's intricate landscape. Leaving aside the uneven paths, the dense vegetation that obscured visibility posed a significant challenge. Overcoming such obstacles necessitated ample experience, which Zhang Ye possessed in abundance. Although merely 16, he had traversed the world with Zhang Tianyan from a young age, absorbing various skills along the way. Zhang Ye exhibited extraordinary talent, coupled with immense interest and formidable learning capabilities. For example, he learned to discern whether the ground ahead was a slope or a cliff in conditions of poor visibility, to determine soil types by observing the local flora, and to devise strategies for overcoming any encountered obstacles. All these lessons were imparted by Zhang Tianyan and others, with the entire witness team serving as his mentors. Furthermore, Zhang Tianyan's teaching methodology emphasized practical experience, allowing Zhang Ye to acquire a plethora of skills through diverse and rich practice, such as the art of dislocating his arms at will. Amidst the forest, Zhang Ye moved with remarkable speed, even surpassing the average person's sprint on level ground. The dense underbrush posed no hindrance to him, as he adeptly navigated through the intertwined vegetation, discovering pathways that appeared impassable yet were traversed with ease. Bai, too, kept closely behind him, absorbing all that he taught. Ahead lay two towering boulders, approximately 5 meters high, positioned at an angle, offering a feasible route for traversal. Watch closely, Zhang Yu urged, accelerating forward before leaping into the air. He could achieve a height of 1.5 meters, but with his legs fully extended, he could reach over 2 meters when bending his knees. Thus, at that moment, he propelled himself off the flat surface of the colossal stone on the left, leveraging his strength to leap towards the stone on the right, and subsequently landed on it, using the momentum to spring back towards the left stone. With these two jumps, his height ascended by another 2 meters. And then, supporting himself with his hands on the edge of the giant rock, he effortlessly vaulted over it in one fluid motion. Bai, brimming with eagerness, nodded enthusiastically before dashing towards the boulder as well. Although her physical prowess would allow her to leap directly across, mastering this technique would enable her to surmount 10-meter obstacles with a 5-meter jump. Such is the remarkable power of skill. Upon landing, she rolled to absorb the impact, emerging unscathed, and continued to surge forward. The speed of the two was such that only fleeting shadows could be seen amidst the trees, their swift evasion of the encroaching trees and other obstacles executed with an elegance that evoked the image of a serpent gliding through the forest. At last, they burst forth from the woods, discovering the locked bicycles. Refreshing, isn't it? Zhang Ye inquired. Absolutely, Bai replied, her cheeks flushed with excitement. Perhaps it was the prolonged tranquility she had endured that made this off-road escapade ignite a fervor within her, leaving her yearning for more even as it concluded. Let us do it again on our way back. All right, Bai nodded vigorously. Then, with a playful flutter of her large eyes, added, Yezi, about you. Upon hearing this, Zhang Ye glanced down and couldn't help but chuckle at the sight. At that moment, both of them were adorned with leaves, burdock, and the prickly seeds of the ghost needle grass. Observing the foliage and seeds clinging to them, Zhang Ye shook his head and remarked, We truly need to refine our skills. My parents can traverse 50 kilometers in the wild and emerge spotless. So impressive. Bai's face was awash with astonishment. Zhang Ye grinned. Of course, but we will undoubtedly become even more formidable. Indeed. Chapter 41. Raising the banner of pride. Upon arriving at the Tiandi Bank in the village, Bai stood at the entrance, peering inside before addressing Zhang Ye. Yezi, I'll give you the money. Could you go in and make the purchase for me? Aren't you coming in with me? Bai shook her head and replied, I cannot enter. Why not? Zhang Ye inquired. Previously, when I came here to buy paper money, I left my cash while retrieving the paper money. And when I turned back, the cash had vanished, startling the proprietress, Bai explained. The following day, they summoned a Taoist priest to perform a ritual, and the priest declared that a ghost had exchanged real money for paper money, stating that this contravened the principles of the yin and yang realms, committing a sin in the underworld that could lead to inflation in the netherworld. Zhang Ye, that what the hell, inflation? Thus, the proprietress has posted this notice at the entrance. Bai pointed to the side, and Zhang Ye noticed a talisman affixed to the doorpost, boldly inscribed with, All malevolent spirits shall disperse, the unseen shall not enter. The proprietress 1T, allow me inside. Bai continued, pulling out her small coins from her pocket and handing them to Zhang Ye. So, you can go in and buy. Zhang Ye regarded the coins, then shook his head, saying, Let me ask you, can I see you? Bai paused for a moment, but ultimately nodded. Yes, then how can you be considered unseen? So, let us go. But, Bai hesitated slightly. Xiao Bai, there are certain rules that we ought to adhere to. Yet there are others that we need not follow, and indeed cannot. Zhang Ye gazed earnestly at Bai, and said, The spirits of the underworld are dispersed. Those who cannot see must not enter. This is the decree of the netherworld. Why should we, the living, abide by such regulations? Is that so? Bai blinked her large eyes in confusion. Of course, Zhang Ye replied, ruffling her hair with a smile. It is commendable to observe rules, but you should not feel compelled to adhere to those that do not apply to you. Some rules, in fact, ought not to exist at all. Just like the practice of live sacrifice, you must learn to discern rather than follow blindly. Such unthinking compliance is harmful rather than beneficial. Xiao Bai, I do not wish for you to continually subject yourself to discomfort. You must embrace your pride. Do you understand? Upon hearing this, Bai nodded, yet added, But the teacher said that humility leads to progress, while pride leads to... Zhang Ye interjected, Pride leads to a pleasant state of mind. Bai looked bewildered. Zhang Ye chuckled and continued, Everything possesses duality, and principles are no exception. Excessive humility is tantamount to hypocrisy, while rampant pride breeds arrogance. Thus, understanding certain principles is beneficial, but what truly matters is your ability to comprehend them and form your own insights. Is it not something to take pride in to live independently? Finding joy each day, indeed. Is it not a point of pride to possess the ability to act beyond the constraints of the law, yet choose to abide by it? Absolutely. Is it not commendable to wield great power while refraining from harming the weak, all the while nurturing a kind and innocent heart? Certainly. His words resounded with conviction, and his gaze remained unwavering. Moderate humility elevates the spirit, while appropriate pride enriches the soul. Therefore, stand tall with the pride you rightfully deserve. Shall we? As she gazed into his sparkling eyes, Bai involuntarily exhaled, as if the pressure within her heart had been released, leaving her feeling light and unburdened. Excellent. Zhang Ye beamed, tousling her short hair once more. Good girl. His tone was reminiscent of how Zhang Tianyan would affectionately call him a good lad. Meanwhile, the proprietress observed Zhang Ye conversing with the heir outside the shop, her expression one of utter bewilderment. What this lad says makes some sense. But who in the world is he talking to? She thought, her confusion swiftly transforming into alarm. Come, let us enter together. With that, Zhang Ye and Bai cheerfully stepped into the shop, only to be promptly ushered out moments later. Gazing at the rapidly closing shutter door, Zhang Ye and Bai exchanged glances. Yazi, should I perhaps keep my pride in check? Absolutely not. It must stand tall. He insisted. Let us visit another establishment. Today we shall definitely add a few zeros to your grandmother's account. Seeing the resolute look on his face, I could not help but burst into laughter. And then joined him in his playful banter. Yazi, do you know what a horse urinating on a sweet potato is called? I know. It's called Ma Lin Shu. Huh? Thus, the two companions, filled with laughter and joy, rode their bicycles against the wind, arriving at a different place where they procured a hefty sack brimming with joss paper. Subsequently, the two youngsters, one following the other, hoisted the sack, and dashed up the mountain. Upon reaching the summit, they realized, having forgotten to bring a lighter. Yet, this trivial setback posed no challenge for Zhang Ye, who promptly showcased his skill in fire by friction. However, his efforts proved fruitless, as the recent rain had left the ground damp. Still, Zhang Ye was undeterred. He rummaged through his coat and ultimately retrieved a magnesium rod from beneath the zipper. Such a survival-enhancing coat is truly remarkable. It is resistant to wind, fire, and rain, and is equipped with a saw, a fire-starting magnesium rod, and nylon rope, among other survival tools. There is even a small compass button at the collar. After shaving the magnesium rod with a piece of metal from his coat, a flame sprang to life. Zhang Ye and Bai stood at the entrance of the building, preparing to burn joss paper for their grandmother. Unfortunately, the weather turned unfavorable, as dark clouds gathered above. The humidity within the mountains often brings sudden rain. And soon, raindrops began to fall. Consequently, Zhang Ye and Bai swiftly gathered their belongings and sought shelter in the adjacent building, continuing their ritual of burning joss paper for their grandmother beneath the eaves. The rhythmic sound of raindrops echoed around them, while the heavy downpour outside mingled with a gentle breeze, allowing the cool sensation of rainwater splashing against their skin to be quite refreshing. Gazing at the rain-soaked courtyard, Zhang Ye inquired, "Xiao Bai, is this your grandmother's home?" "Indeed, this was once an orphanage, and grandmother was the director that I grew up here," Bai replied slowly. Perhaps reminiscing, Bai looked towards the now-abandoned orphanage, a wistful expression gracing her features. "In my childhood, grandmother often took us to play beneath this banyan tree. This was our home. Back then, I was frail, and due to albinism, my entire body was white, setting me apart from the other children. While they basked in the sun, I remained indoors, for they teased me, saying that my eyes turned red when I was angry and thought I resembled a vampire from the television. How frightening vampires are, so they refused to play with me. Sometimes, when I attempted to speak with them, it seemed as though they could not hear me. When I approached, they would be startled. I never understood why, for I had always called out to them, yet they remained oblivious. Only grandmother. She cared for me as if I were her own kin, always the first to notice my presence. She would feed me, help me comb my hair, and lull me to sleep. As she spoke, a faint smile illuminated her face, though it quickly faded, and her tone grew somber. Later, grandmother fell ill. Chapter 42. Such a nine-layered fish. Her health continued to decline, and I was increasingly worried for her. Eventually, the day of recovery arrived. Many children who had suffered injuries from play had healed, and ailments had subsided. I even saw Uncle Lou from the village, who had once limped, now running with ease. Yet, my grandmother still did not recover, and I remained oblivious to the reason behind it. Only later did I learn that she was afflicted with an ailment known as old age, one that was beyond remedy. After a period of rehabilitation, my albinism improved, my health grew stronger, and I could bask in the sun once more. However, I found myself incapable of feeling the warmth of its rays, nor could I sense the chill of winter. Moreover, they could no longer see me. My grandmother, too, began to lose sight of me. She could only perceive my presence when I held her hand. Subsequently, my grandmother collapsed and was rushed to a hospital in the city. Concerned for her well-being, I stealthily boarded the ambulance, concealing myself beneath the stretcher as we made our way. Although my grandmother eventually regained consciousness, she was confined to her hospital bed. Her eyes were rimmed with red. And after a prolonged pause, she spoke again. "Yazai, in truth, I used to be incapable of feeling hunger or thirst. My desire to eat stemmed only from my wish to appear as a person. During that time, I remained by her side without eating or drinking, perpetually holding her hand. Yet she incessantly urged me, 'Good girl, go eat. Go eat.' Her words echoed, and I wept, tears flowing endlessly. Eventually, she could no longer hear or see me, and the doctors had to visit multiple times each day. She could no longer grasp my hand. Then, one day, she opened her eyes, and I thought she was recovering, which filled me with joy. She gently stroked my hair and smiled as she advised me to study hard, eat on time, be a good girl, and to always remain cheerful. I promised her all of it. Then, she instructed me to wait outside for her. I feigned compliance, wishing to stay by her side, even if it meant that she would no longer see me once I released her hand. I then witnessed her summon the caretaker from the orphanage, grasping her hand tightly and imploring her to prepare an extra portion of food at every meal. She repeated this insistently until the cook assured her. Only then did she relinquish her hold. After that, she could rise no more. A flurry of doctors rushed in, their voices loud and chaotic, yet they could not rouse her. That year, I was 9 when my grandmother departed. I did not weep on the journey home. I remained dry-eyed day night as I attempted to sleep. The other children from the orphanage had gone to the hospital to pay their respects, leaving me alone in the dark, quiet space. Fear gripped me, and I needed my grandmother to accompany me to the restroom. Upon entering her room and seeing the empty bed, the realization struck me that she was truly gone. It was then that I wept. I cried from night until morning, becoming grimy in the process, believing that perhaps my grandmother would return to help me bathe. Later, when they returned and discovered the mess I had made, the cleaning lady scolded me as she tidied up. However, during mealtimes, that lady always prepared a little extra food, and I would wait until they finished before I ate the age of 10. That lady departed, and a new caregiver arrived, along with a new director for the orphanage. My aunt refrains from cooking, opting instead to order takeout daily, leaving no portion for me. Consequently, I find myself without sustenance. Although I do not truly feel hunger, as I can go without food and water without issue, I still yearn for a meal, for she insists that I adhere to regular eating times. Thus, I resort to consuming what remains of their meals. However, when they eventually moved away, leaving me behind, I was left without food altogether. I contemplated pilfering something to eat, yet my grandmother admonished me to be a good person, never to steal, rob, or deceive. Thus, I resolved to earn money, for people trade currency for food. That I emulated the village elders, scavenging for cigarette butts and bottles to exchange for cash. That on my first attempt, I collected numerous bottles and butts, yet remained unaware of how to exchange them for money. So, I quietly placed the bottles in an elderly woman's home and stealthily extracted 10 yuan from her pocket. When she discovered her loss, she began to scold me, prompting me to return the money and flee. Following the bottle collectors to the recycling station, I learned that those bottles yielded but 2 yuan. Henceforth, after each collection, I dashed to the station, mimicking the adults and weighing the recyclables. That I would then, while the recycling man dozed, pilfer money from his wallet. The joy of earning money was immense, as I longed to buy a steamed bun. However, en route, I observed a young child engrossed in a picture book, which reminded me of my grandmother's urging to pursue education. Consequently, I accompanied the younger children to kindergarten. That it was delightful. The teachers were gentle, and I grew fond of the place. Yet, I soon learned of the tuition fees. The fees amounted to thousands, and it took me a year to save enough to pay my teacher. Then came elementary school, where the tuition was even steeper. I could only defer payment until I had amassed sufficient funds. Fortunately, my physical capabilities improved. I could run swiftly and, in truth, required little sleep, enabling me to scavenge bottles daily. Eventually, I ventured into the city, where I discovered an abundance of bottles, prompting daily trips. That it was in the city that I realized the existence of middle school, high school, and university. I understood I needed to save for tuition. However, the funds I could earn were insufficient, so I resolved to learn quickly, frequently attending higher grade classes. In the end, I saved 2 years' worth of tuition, mastering the knowledge of all grades. I pondered whether my method of learning constituted theft, but it was my only option, as I lacked money that I thought to repay. Once I had saved enough to at this point, she suddenly burst into laughter. Yezi, do you know, I am 16 years old, in my 3rd year of high school, having surreptitiously acquired knowledge from the 3rd, 4th, 6th grades, and even the 2nd year of middle school, accumulating 4 years of unpaid tuition. How amusing is it that a high school junior still owes for elementary and middle school? As she spoke, she turned to look at Zhang Ye, only to find him pointing at his tear-streaked face, choking back sobs. You find my appearance amusing. Bai, taken aback, quickly extended her small hand, attempting to wipe away the tears from his face. However, Zhang Ye suddenly grasped her hand tightly and exclaimed, "Silly girl, do you not realize that there exists something called 9 years of compulsory education? Are all the schools you attended private? How can you be such a fish out of water? Goodness, let me cry for a moment. It pains me too much. And don't mimic my use of foul language." While Zhang Ye wept heartily, he pointed earnestly at Bai, then turned away to continue his lamentation. Observing him in such a state, Bai couldn't help but burst into laughter, alternating between laughter and tears. The 2 little ones cried out in unison, their voices mingling with the sound of raindrops, creating an absurdly melodious symphony. Ultimately, he cupped her face in his hands, causing her lips to pout adorably. And then, gritting his teeth, declared, "Listen carefully. You owe no tuition fees. You owe nothing to anyone. You are in no one's debt. From now on, you will attend school with me. We are in this together. You are my teammate. And I shall pay you a salary, covering your education, food, and lodging. This is the reward for accompanying me on future adventures. We will supervise each other and assist in our studies, multiplying our learning efficiency exponentially. We shall outshine them all. Chapter 43. The amusement park. The rain has ceased. The clouds have dispersed. Golden sunlight streamed into the small courtyard, casting a warm glow upon her face. The pure white silhouette, illuminated by the sun, seemed as if a passionate artist had outlined her with a halo of light. In that moment, her radiant smile made even the sun seem less brilliant, unbeknownst to them. The paper money had burned away, and Bai's laughter intertwined with the sound of raindrops falling from the eaves, ringing like a mountain spring. Yezi, I can forego my salary. How can that be? We have an agreement. But, no buts. I haven't spent my parents' money. This is my own earnings, and I shall spend it as I please. Moreover, let us not forget that we are married. Though merely verbal, I am committed to this decision. If you dare refuse, I shall scatter the money at our doorstep for others to take. Upon hearing this, Bai exclaimed, Oh no, that won't do. I want it. Now that's the spirit. With that, the two clasped hands and stepped onto the damp ground. Heading out. It was noon. Let us have a meal and then visit the amusement park. All right, Grandma, we are leaving. We will come back to see you later. Goodbye, Grandma. With that, the two little ones frolicked down the mountain. The old banyan tree swayed, its leaves rustling like a kind elder bidding farewell to the departing children, the sound a gentle reminder to take care. Arriving at the foot of the mountain, Zhang Ye brushed the rainwater off the seat, mounted his bicycle, and leisurely pedaled through the earthy-scented village, while Bai stood behind him, delightfully basking in the refreshing post-rain breeze. Then the two individuals sought out a quaint rural eatery, where they ordered 2 servings of fried noodles to take away. Squatting beside their bicycles, they indulged in their meal while engaging in lively conversation, occasionally choking on their food due to laughter. At 3 in the afternoon, they made their way back to the city, leisurely pedaling until they arrived at the amusement park. Wow, there are so many people, they exclaimed, exhilarated by the bustling crowd at the park. This is nothing compared to Sunday, when the place is truly packed, Zhang Ye remarked with a chuckle. I'll go buy the tickets. At the ticket booth, he requested 2 adult tickets, raising 2 fingers. The ticket attendant glanced at Zhang Ye and inquired tentatively. 2 tickets? Yes. The attendant shrugged, refraining from further comment as she handed Zhang Ye the tickets. All right, let us go, he called out to Bai, who was eagerly looking around. Coming, the entrance fee for the amusement park was rather steep, costing over 200 per person. However, many attractions inside were free of charge, with only larger rides, like the Ferris wheel, requiring additional tickets. Zhang Ye led Bai to the first attraction, the pirate ship, an essential feature of any amusement park. They chose the most thrilling seat at the back, and as the pirate ship began to sway, Bai's face flushed with excitement as she raised her hands and cheered alongside Zhang Ye. In truth, the pirate ship was not particularly thrilling for Zhang Ye. He had been taken surfing in Hawaii at the tender age of 1, cradled in Zhang Tianyan's arms, rendering this gentle rocking vessel rather tame in comparison. Yet, he was more than willing to accompany her. Having traversed the world in her relentless pursuits, Bai had never experienced such delightful novelties. Thus, even though her speed could surpass 100 and she could leap higher than the pirate ship, she still let out joyous exclamations. After the pirate ship, they moved on to the bumper cars, where the 2 little ones shared a vehicle, colliding haphazardly and bursting into laughter. Following the bumper cars, they took on the roller coaster, raising their hands high and screaming just like passers-by, fully immersed in the thrill. Next came the Ferris wheel, where Bai leaned against the glass, gazing at the breathtaking view below, her eyes sparkling like stars. Wow, it's so high. I've never been to such a lofty place before. Zhang Ye laughed heartily. Just wait until we reach the summit of Mount Everest, towering at over 8,800 meters. Or the Grand Peak of Jia, which stands over 17,000 meters waiting for us. Upon hearing this, a look of longing appeared in Bai's eyes. If the Ferris wheel was so magnificent and high, how awe-inspiring must Mount Everest and Jia be? I truly wish to see them. Zhang Ye shared her sentiments, already formulating a plan that if he was to become the first man to conquer the Earth Goddess, then speed was of the essence. Thus, he resolved to dedicate the next year to self-improvement and preparation, seeking reliable companions thereafter. Early next year, he aimed to set forth towards the summit of Mount Everest, with aspirations to reach the peak during the May window. Before that, however, he needed to train himself to withstand the biting cold of -30 degrees Celsius without any adverse effects. His limbs must possess the strength to endure winds of up to 189 kilometers per hour, and his fingers must be as sharp as ice axes, capable of embedding themselves in rock and solid ice. His eyes must be able to pierce through the thick blizzards. Only then would he stand a chance of conquering the Earth Goddess. As the two individuals were lost in their delightful reverie, the cabin suddenly shook, causing the entire Ferris wheel to tremble. Zhang Ye instinctively grasped the handrail beside him. The tremor lasted only a fleeting moment before it ceased, followed by the distant sounds of the crowd, while the steel framework of the Ferris wheel emitted a resounding rumble, bringing its movement to a halt. What on earth is happening? Zhang Ye furrowed his brow. And then he heard Bai's quivering voice beside him. Yezi, you needn't be afraid. I will protect you. As she spoke, she enveloped Zhang Ye in her embrace, as if to shield him from harm. Observing this, Zhang Ye's gaze softened slightly, and he gently stroked her hair, saying, I am not afraid. You needn't be anxious either. We are destined for an adventure in the spirit realm, and we must remain calm at all times. Hearing Zhang Ye's reassuring words, Bai appeared to relax somewhat, taking a deep breath before nodding. All right, I am calm now. That's the spirit. Zhang Ye smiled, then peered out of the window of the Ferris wheel, only to witness people fleeing below, while the amusement park's loudspeaker issued warnings of danger, urging those nearby to evacuate swiftly. Just then, Zhang Ye felt a gentle breeze ruffle his hair. The wind was picking up. In the next moment, the Ferris wheel jolted violently, accompanied by a thunderous roar from below, and Zhang Ye sensed the viewing cabin beginning to tilt. The angle was slight, yet he distinctly felt it. The windows of the Ferris wheel were sealed shut, preventing Zhang Ye from discerning the situation directly beneath, prompting him to attempt to open the door. However, it was important to note that, for the sake of visitor safety, the door could only be opened from the outside. Zhang Ye pushed against the door, but it did not budge. Cries of alarm from the other passengers echoed in the cabin, mingling with the distant wails of children. Zhang Ye's brow furrowed deeply as he instructed Bai. Shall Bai, step back a little. Bai immediately complied, creating space for Zhang Ye to maneuver. He grasped one of the handrails and kicked the opposite cabin door with force. Bang! The immense power caused the iron door to shudder and twist slightly, yet it remained shut. Undeterred, Zhang Ye delivered another kick, this time successfully forcing the door open. He then leaned over the edge to peer down. The Ferris wheel was colossal, boasting a diameter of 110 meters, with a base height of 10 meters. Zhang Ye found himself in the cabin at the pinnacle, approximately 120 meters above the ground. Thanks to his enhanced vision, he could discern cracks appearing on one of the primary steel supports at the wheel's base, which continued to shake violently. What is happening? In an instant, Zhang Ye realized the cause. It was the wind, an unusual climatic phenomenon. Spherical tornado, Chapter 44. Spherical tornado. It is well known that a tornado occurs between the base of a cumulonimbus cloud and the underlying surface, manifesting as a vertical, tubular column of rotating air, representing a type of localized severe weather phenomenon. The tornado manifests itself as a slender funnel cloud, with wind speeds reaching between 30 to 130 meters per second, a diameter of less than 2 kilometers, and a duration that is typically brief, generally lasting from a few minutes to a dozen minutes. However, the spherical tornado is a different phenomenon altogether. Its formation eludes any concrete understanding. The only certainty is its occurrence exclusively in proximity to the Lingjing Gate. Thus it is classified as a special climatic anomaly. Unlike ordinary tornadoes that connect the earth and sky, the spherical tornado hovers in midair, several meters above the ground, with all air currents moving in a spherical trajectory. Its wind speeds can soar to an astonishing 350 to 550 meters per second. What does this imply? Supersonic winds. If the winds are aligned, it resembles. No. It is indeed a high-velocity meat grinder. Everything caught in its gale is destined to be torn asunder. Amidst the tempest, even a grain of sand, propelled by the wind, possesses a force akin to that of a bullet. The vibrations of the Ferris wheel and the marks upon its steel framework are, in fact, the result of the spherical tornado's emergence, as the dust and debris lifted from the ground collide with the steel structure. Under the influence of this terrifying airflow, the dust behaves like an angle grinder, relentlessly eroding the steel framework of the Ferris wheel. The power supply equipment of the Ferris wheel has been utterly obliterated, leading to its cessation of operation. If this continues, the three-legged steel supports of the Ferris wheel will be ground down, resulting in its catastrophic collapse. Yet, the true peril extends beyond this, as the spherical tornado is in its formative stage. Over time, the powerful currents below will gradually elevate, as if enveloping the Ferris wheel in a spherical embrace, ultimately leading to the entire structure being consumed and shredded by this tornado. Even steel will emit sparks as it is ground down. Little by little, let alone flesh and blood. Once the spherical tornado reaches its full potential, the probability of survival for those inside will be minuscule. Fortunately, Zhang Tianyan had previously discussed this anomaly with Zhang Ye. The formation of a spherical tornado requires time, typically dependent on its size. The current spherical tornado, capable of engulfing the entire Ferris wheel, is estimated to have a diameter of approximately 150 meters, with a formation time likely spanning 2 to 3 hours. However, Zhang Ye found it peculiar that the spherical tornado was supposed to form from top to bottom. Why, then, was this one forming from the bottom up? Yet, it was evident that Zhang Ye had no time to ponder such queries. Wind is invisible, yet its traces are detectable. One can observe the swirling dust lifted from the ground. A grayish-brown disk has already appeared several meters above the Ferris wheel, indicative of the high-velocity airflow. The cabins at the very bottom are vibrating violently, glass shattering, and the structures collapsing, with faint traces of blood mist mingling with piercing screams escaping, merging into the grayish-brown wind disk, indicating that the visitors inside are in grave peril. Zhang Ye even witnessed a blood-red mass being sucked into the wind disk, only to be instantaneously reduced to fragments, turning the entire grayish-brown disk crimson with gore. The scene is horrifically bloody, compelling Zhang Ye to shut his eyes in fear of witnessing more. Such a level of anomaly is beyond the capabilities of firefighting personnel to respond, for its terrifying wind force can affect an area spanning several kilometers, akin to a super typhoon's onslaught, with dust swirling about the spherical tornado's exterior. Fortunately, the center of the spherical tornado remains relatively calm, with the winds primarily concentrated at its periphery. Zhang Ye and his companions are currently safe, albeit temporarily. Once the spherical tornado fully manifests, even if the Ferris wheel can withstand it, the occupants within will not endure. The terrifying wind speeds will act like a vacuum, extracting the air from within the tornado, leading to rapid oxygen deprivation and, ultimately, suffocation. One should not presume that wind equates to oxygen. Once wind speeds reach a certain threshold, the force generated by the human respiratory system becomes utterly inadequate against such formidable winds, rendering one incapable of inhaling oxygen. The spherical tornado forms from the ground upward, granting Zhang Ye a fleeting opportunity to escape. However, how can one flee? Although the Ferris wheel is anchored to the water and a beautiful lake lies nearby, the distance to the water exceeds 20 meters, and the wind disk below has already attained a diameter of several meters. It is utterly implausible for Zhang Ye to leap that considerable distance from his position and plunge into the lake below. Furthermore, at over 100 meters above ground, the impact with the water might not guarantee survival. The world record for high diving is only a little over 50 meters, unless he could harness the wind's power to propel himself outward. Yet, that too would be fraught with peril. Yazi's face was etched with anxiety, and Zhang Ye cast a glance back at her, taking a deep breath before reassuring her. "Fear not, I am here." With that declaration, he hesitated no longer, raising his personal terminal and equipment he received upon becoming a member of the witness preparatory camp. He removed the invisible earpiece from the side of the terminal, inserting it into his ear, and pressed the emergency call button. "Hello, this is Zhang Ye, a member of the witness preparatory camp. Please respond." In an instant, a magnetic voice replied, "Witness building has received your call. Please proceed." Thankfully, the spherical tornado did not interfere with the signal. However, Zhang Ye had no time to breathe a sigh of relief. He immediately stated, "An anomaly has occurred here. A spherical tornado. Please contact the Min Province Military District to initiate a rescue operation. My location is the Ferris wheel at the center of the colorful amusement park in Quanqing City. The spherical tornado is forming, and I am currently unable to escape. Over." Received. The tone on the other end shifted to one of seriousness. This was the crux of the matter. Otherwise, Zhang Ye would have contacted emergency services directly. Given the nature of the anomaly, a typical fire brigade would be utterly incapable of addressing it. Zhang Ye could not directly reach the military and was compelled to communicate through the logistical support of the witness building. Moments later, the voice returned, "The Min Province Military District has been contacted. An anomaly firefighting team is en route. Yazi, you must remain calm." Evidently, the speaker was acquainted with Zhang Ye. "Uncle Gao, I have remained calm," Zhang Ye replied with a smile. Then his expression turned serious as he continued, "I recall that instances of spherical tornadoes are exceedingly rare. There should be little experience in countering them domestically. Please inquire if the firefighting team has any relevant experience. This is crucial." Understood. After a brief pause, Uncle Gao solemnly stated, "There is no actual rescue experience with spherical tornadoes as expected. The occurrence of spherical tornadoes within the borders of Huaxia is minimal, and instances within urban areas are even scarcer. To date, there has never been a situation requiring rescue in the presence of a spherical tornado. Consequently, domestically, we can only engage in communication and acquire experience from relevant foreign incidents. While practical experience is nearly non-existent, this is untenable, Zhang Ye immediately declared. I request to join the Anomaly Firefighting Team's rescue channel. I can provide intelligence and data. Understood. After a brief moment, Uncle Gao's voice resonated. You have been connected to the special channel 119.57. No sooner had he spoken than a deep voice emerged. This is the 7th Anomaly Firefighting Team of the Min Region Military District. I am Captain Meng Fifan. Can you hear me, lad? Quite clearly. Zhang Ye promptly responded. Report the number of rescuers and the rescue equipment. It must be precise. On the other end, a burly soldier hurrying towards the helipad paused. Unable to resist glancing at the intercom, is this a mere child? One might mistake his tone for that of a battalion commander. However, the situation was urgent, and he was well aware that this youthful interlocutor was no ordinary individual. He was the scion of the Huaxia beast. There are 3 teams participating in the rescue, including myself, totaling 36 personnel, primarily equipped with 2 reverse wind military helicopters, standard rescue equipment, and the Wind God air-blowing system. Upon hearing this, Zhang Ye quickly interjected, do not use helicopters. The current spherical tornado is unlike any before. It has originated from the ground up. The updrafts prevent helicopters from getting anywhere near. Ground up? The soldier was taken aback, then immediately shouted, stop, stop, stop. Everyone dismount and board the battle vehicles. What battle vehicles? Zhang Ye inquired. HX-04 light all-terrain anomaly firefighting vehicle. That won't suffice. The light version only weighs 12 tons. Which is inadequate, Zhang Ye asserted. I have a plan. Can we bring in a tank? Meng Fifan looked at the intercom in astonishment. Are you joking? I am not jesting. Winds exceeding 400 meters per second create an almost vacuum-like interior, leading to a siphoning effect that the light vehicle cannot withstand. That we must deploy heavy machinery. Zhang Ye insisted that I require a wind tunnel. Only the main cannon of a tank can generate one in such winds. The Ferris wheel has a diameter of 110 meters, stands approximately 120 meters tall, and boasts 48 cabins, each capable of accommodating 8 to 12 individuals. Although the influx of visitors today is not substantial, it is anticipated that the number of stranded tourists may exceed 100. You must reach the scene within an hour. Before that, I will do my utmost to relocate the trapped individuals to higher ground. If a high-speed passage can be cleared, we will arrive in time. At this point, Zhang Ye took a deep breath. I do not wish to perish. I implore you. Chapter 45. There is no need for justification in saving lives. Meng Fifan listened to Zhang Ye's voice, feeling a heavy weight in his heart, and finally replied, lad, this is the city center. Even in the event of evacuation, it is impossible to fire cannons in the heart of the city. I am aware. Zhang Ye's voice crackled through the intercom, accompanied by the sound of howling winds. What I intend is not to bombard the tornado with tank fire, but to target the lake adjacent to the Ferris wheel. As long as the water spray is sufficiently high, it can create a wind tunnel. Exploding water spray? Meng Fifan was taken aback and exclaimed, you cannot be suggesting that people jump from the Ferris wheel into the lake? Indeed, that is unacceptable. It is far too perilous. Even if we were merely 100 meters high, a fall onto the water's surface, even from a lower altitude, would undoubtedly result in fatality. Moreover, the feasibility of leaping across remains a contentious issue. I am aware, which is precisely why I suggested deploying the tank to create a splash, thereby disrupting the water's surface tension. The strong winds would assist in absorbing some of the impact. This could potentially create a cushion, diminishing the tension and allowing for survival upon descent. I intend to harness the wind's force to propel individuals into the lake. It would be even more advantageous if we could procure a substantial quantity of fluorocarbon surfactants for direct application, as this could reduce the water surface tension by over 60%, significantly enhancing the chances of survival. Meng Fifan, possessing a wealth of rescue experience, listened intently to Zhang Ye's propositions and immediately discerned the potentialities within. Indeed, the plan is plausible, albeit exceedingly outrageous. There exists no precedent for such an endeavor, and it necessitates meticulous coordination while addressing numerous challenges, such as how to utilize the wind to leap into the lake, and so forth. Upon further reflection, It seemed utterly impractical, and no matter how one contemplated it, it simply would not work. Furrowing his brow, Meng Fifan declared, while summoning all team members towards the armored vehicle. This is the only feasible option. Conventional rescue vehicles and helicopters cannot approach unless you possess the means to accurately deploy explosives into the lake while braving the hurricane. Otherwise, we must resort to the tank. Due to personnel requirements, sustained close-range bombardment is imperative. Only a tank can withstand the gale. This is an extraordinary circumstance and cannot be managed through standard protocols. Thus, I implore you to expedite matters. I am preparing to exit the cabin for rescue operations and cannot afford distractions. But please, deliberate on this. Over and out. With that, silence enveloped the air, leaving Meng Fifan and his companions exchanging glances. Captain, what now? Meng Fifan gritted his teeth. In truth, I too believe that lad has a point. Those so-called success stories from the Americans are utter nonsense. They've overturned several lightweight vehicles and still deemed it a success. Damn it, let us get on the tank. Notify headquarters and contact the local police in Quansheng to facilitate the clearance of a high-speed route. Simultaneously, evacuate the surrounding populace. The commotion this time may be substantial. Lao Yu, ascertain the depth of the lake at the multicolored amusement park. Are there any pipelines or such beneath? Xiuji, mobilize personnel to the nearby factory to procure fluorocarbon surfactants for remote deployment. The more, the better. Quickly, quickly, quickly. Meanwhile, Zhang Ye turned to Bai and said, "Stay here. I will descend to rescue the individual that I will accompany you." Bai promptly responded. Zhang Ye was not at all surprised by her reaction. Thus, he smiled and replied, "No, you must remain above to assist. My strength can pull individuals up, but I cannot lift them entirely, so your role will be crucial." "What must I do then?" Bai inquired anxiously. Zhang Ye removed his outer jacket and retrieved a nylon rope from the back. This rope, 1 centimeter in diameter, could easily bear the weight of a 300-pound individual. However, it measured only 18 meters in length. As the folding space in the back of his jacket could accommodate only this much rope, Zhang Ye wrapped the nylon rope around himself and then passed the other end around Bai's slender waist. Securing it into a safety harness, "Follow my lead," as he spoke. Zhang Ye extended his upper body out of the cabin, grasping the edge of the doorway, and hoisted himself upwards. This illustrates the advantages of strength and lightness. Zhang Ye is able to exhibit remarkable agility. "Come up, I'm pulling you," he called, gripping the steel ring of the Ferris wheel with one hand while tugging on the rope. Bai nodded in agreement. Effortlessly ascending to the top of the cabin, much like Zhang Ye, this location was nearly the apex of the Ferris wheel. The Ferris wheel possesses 2 circles of steel rings, each several dozen centimeters wide, making it perilous to stand upon. Thus, the only place one can safely stand is atop the cabin. The cabin, cylindrical in shape, measures approximately 2 meters in both width and height, and extends 4 meters in length. Furthermore, the cabins are connected by dual rods, and typically have counterweights at the base. The presence of both Zhang Ye and Bai on the same side did not result in any noticeable tilt. It remained quite stable. Additionally, the cabins of this Ferris wheel are relatively close to one another. With a diameter of 110 meters, the circumference measures 345.4 meters. Zhang Ye counted a total of 48 cabins, with each interval approximately 7 meters apart. Given that the cabins maintain a vertical alignment with the ground, the vertical spacing between the cabins on either side does not exceed 5 meters. And the lateral spacing along the vertical line nearly overlaps in other directions, accounting for the width and height of the cabins. The spacing remains under 3 meters, regardless of the angle as for the length. That calculation is unnecessary, as it does not affect the spacing between the cabins. Zhang Ye contemplated how to move toward the cabin via the steel rings, enabling the passengers inside to ascend to the cabin and then climb to the upper portion of the cabin's roof. This strategy would maximize the distance from the perilous wind plate below, thereby enhancing the chances of a successful rescue. However, the thought was simple, while the execution proved to be far more complex. If everyone were as agile as Zhang Ye, there would be no issue. Yet, the reality is that even though people's physical fitness has improved over time, many still remain in a suboptimal state of health. To say nothing of climbing a Ferris wheel, even a few pull-ups would be a struggle for them. Moreover, the majority lacked the requisite courage. Therefore, Zhang Ye's immediate task was to sever one half of the rope. One half would serve as a safety line for Bai, who would play a crucial role later on. The other half would assist Zhang Ye in his rescue efforts. He retrieved a Swiss Army knife from his pocket, an item he always carried with him. After cutting the rope, he secured the portion tied to Bai onto the Ferris wheel's steel ring, while carefully coiling the other segment around his arm. Xiao Bai, be cautious. Don't fall down while I go down to bring the person up. I won't be able to focus on monitoring the height of the wind plate while saving someone. So you need to keep an eye on it and report back at all times. For instance, if the wind plate rises to the bottom of the second cabin from the left, shout 2 down. If it's in the middle, report 2 middle. And if it's at the top, say 2 up. Do you understand? I glanced at the wind plate below, which spun like a meat grinder, bit her lip, and finally nodded vigorously. Okay. She did not want Zhang Ye to risk his life to save others. In her eyes, he was more important than anyone else in the world if faced with a choice between the lives of 100 tourists and Zhang Ye's. She would unhesitatingly choose Zhang Ye, regardless of how many times the former's number multiplied. Nonetheless, she did not try to stop him, because that is his choice. In light of this, her duty is to fully cooperate with him and support him. As for other matters, they can be addressed once this ordeal has concluded. Should misfortune befall him, it would merely require her to take a leap of faith. You are holding my phone. Please report the time every minute. Very well. Observing the gaze of Bai Weishuo, Zhang Ye leaned slightly forward and gently kissed her forehead. This kiss of encouragement is borrowed from you. I will return it upon my return. A gentle breeze caressed her face, stirring her pristine strands of hair. She nodded earnestly. Very well. Chapter 46. The Supremely Natural Will. The Wind. Wind. This spherical whirlwind is at you. Zhang Ye walked along the steel rim of the Ferris wheel, maintaining his balance while posing the question. He could communicate with the wind, which would assist him, yet the terrifying wind vortex below, akin to a meat grinder, imparted an entirely different sensation. That it was wild, rampant, and utterly chaotic. The spherical whirlwind is wind, and the wind is also wind. Thus, Zhang Ye harbored a lingering doubt. Are the spherical whirlwind and the wind one and the same? He decided to voice his inquiry, confident that the wind would provide him with an answer as expected. The moment he spoke, a gentle breeze brushed past his ear. Not at all. Indeed, Zhang Ye exhaled in relief. The wind is adorable. So how could this horrifying, murderous vortex be the wind? What then is the nature of this whirlwind? Zhang Ye inquired again. It is the wind that blows from the spirit realm, the wind replied. Upon hearing this, Zhang Ye furrowed his brow slightly. The spherical whirlwind only emerges near the spirit realm, indicating a definite connection, which the wind's response further corroborated. However, the question remains, why does the wind from the spirit realm manifest in this manner? Perhaps sensing Zhang Ye's confusion, the wind provided its own explanation. The laws of the spirit realm differ from those of Gaia. There is a conflict of laws. Laws? Zhang Ye was taken aback. What are laws? Moreover, what is Gaia? Laws are the natural principles governing all living beings and things. Gaia is the wind, and the wind is Gaia. Yet Gaia encompasses more than just the wind. Zhang Ye comprehended little of this discourse. Nevertheless, it was evident that this was not the time for such contemplation, as he had already arrived at the first cabin. Upon jumping into the cabin, he received no response. Peering inside, he found it empty. No one? Excellent. That simplifies matters. On to the next. Zhang Ye proceeded towards the second cabin. Given that the steel rim began to curve downward from this point, he had to switch to climbing to ensure his safety. Simultaneously, he inquired of the wind. Can you control the spherical whirlwind? No, I cannot. Why not? Aren't they all wind? This is the wind of another realm, not the wind of Gaia. It must be transformed into Gaia's wind for me to wield control over it. The wind mentioned Gaia once more, piquing Zhang Ye's curiosity further. However, saving others was paramount. Zhang Ye asked, how can this be achieved? Locate the point of law anomaly, and what happens after finding it? Consume it, Zhang Ye. Does this consume imply a literal interpretation? Zhang Ye gestured towards his own lips. Imaging the wind swirled around Zhang Ye's neck like a scarf, gently brushing against his cheek as it spoke. Yer? Consume the anomaly of the laws, and then Gaia will assist Yer in digesting the aberrant laws in this way. The wind from another realm will transform into Gaia's wind, becoming even more formidable. So, does that mean that by devouring the law anomalies, the spherical tornado can be dispelled? Will I be in any danger? No, not at all. The wind flowed through Zhang Ye's fingers, its voice ethereal and elusive. Yer, Gaia has been bullied. The other realm seeks to consume Gaia. If the laws of the other realm overshadow those of Gaia, Gaia will cease to be Gaia. Yer. Help Gaia. Gaia shall also aid Yer. Upon hearing this, Zhang Ye felt a slight daze, then inquired, "So how do I locate the law anomalies?" Though he harbored numerous questions, he understood that the pressing concern was to eliminate the spherical tornado. While he could descend to rescue individuals, the efficiency of such an endeavor was questionable, as it was uncertain whether those in peril would cooperate, and climbing the Ferris wheel was no trivial task. Initially, he thought that saving even one life would be worthwhile. But now, if he could indeed dispel the spherical tornado, perhaps he could save them all. Zhang Ye was unaware of what might occur upon consuming the anomalous laws from another realm. Yet he placed his trust in the wind. How could the wind deceive him? Moreover, the wind had been his companion for a considerable time. During his days in the wheelchair, the wind had consistently sung in his ear. Though the melody was indistinct, he could not discern the lyrics. It still brought him a sense of cheerfulness. Each conversation with the wind felt akin to a dialogue with his own soul, cleansing it repeatedly and leaving him in a state of serene bliss. Thus, he believed in the wind. Is ye truly willing to assist Gaia? The wind inquired. The wind had frequently mentioned Gaia, and Zhang Ye had already deduced its significance. Blue star. This revelation also served to elucidate the dream he had experienced. Perhaps that was Gaia, calling for help. Reflecting on the words spoken by the wind, Zhang Ye speculated that the emergence of the spirit realm might signify a boon for humanity, representing an increase in resources and a new journey of exploration, beneficial rather than detrimental. However, for Gaia, it equated to an invasion. In truth, this aligned closely with Zhang Ye's suspicions. Every world possesses its own set of rules, or laws. Yet, the laws differ between worlds. Thus, when two worlds connect for some reason, the invasion of laws occurs. When the laws of another realm infiltrate Blue Star, the discrepancies in these laws lead to chaos. Much like how foreign substances entering the human body can cause allergic reactions, this is the origin of the anomaly. The distinction between Blue Star and the human body lies in the latter's ability to mount a rejection response. The human immune system actively combats foreign entities. Allergies are, in fact, manifestations of this self-protective mechanism. Conversely, Blue Star lacks such a rejection response, or rather, it possesses no true immune system. Blue Star does not have genuine immune organs, immune cells, or immune molecules, and thus, when confronted with the incursion from another realm, it possesses no capacity for resistance. When an individual experiences an allergic reaction, they may find relief through antihistamines. But what does the Blue Star rely upon? It can only endure through sheer willpower. Fortunately, the Blue Star possesses a comprehensive self-regulation system, akin to an adaptive mechanism. In the absence of an immune system, immune cells, and immune molecules, it must forge its own. Thus, our dear Zhang Ye has the distinct honor of becoming the Blue Star's first white blood cell. But why Zhang Ye? You may wonder. Is it mere chance that the Blue Star selected this fortunate individual? Certainly not. As you continue reading, the reason will gradually unfold. Listening to the wind's eager inquiries, Zhang Ye nodded. I am willing. Why? The wind asked once more. In that moment, aside from the anomaly, all manifestations of natural forces fell into a profound tranquility. It was as if a volcano, on the verge of eruption, suddenly became serene. The once turbulent seas stilled, and the storms that raged across the plains subsided. It was as if the Blue Star held its breath, awaiting a response from someone. Why? Zhang Ye raised an eyebrow, and then broke into a smile. Saving lives requires no justification. But Gaia is not human. The wind exclaimed. It doesn't matter, Zhang Ye replied with a grin. In an instant, the wind rushed past, and Zhang Ye felt a tickling sensation on his cheeks, as if the wind were teasing him, prompting an involuntary laugh. Wind, stop playing around. Saving lives is paramount. It was evident that he remained unaware of the wind's actions. Gaia is here to assist you. The wind blew with a whispering, ethereal voice that resonated throughout the world, yet only Zhang Ye could perceive it. Suddenly, he found himself frozen in place, although he had not moved. His perspective soared upward, swiftly transcending the clouds and the cerulean sky, ultimately gazing down upon the entirety of the Blue Star. This scene was one he had witnessed in dreams, as if his dreams had materialized into reality. Then, his viewpoint rapidly zoomed in, returning to Zhang Ye's body, as if nothing had changed, yet everything felt transformed. Zhang Ye looked around, his gaze finally resting on a high point in the center of the Ferris wheel. Initially, there was naught but emptiness, but now he beheld a myriad of intertwining lights. They represented the core of the spherical vortex, the point of anomalous laws. Chapter 47. the tempest gazing at the swirling lights suspended in midair. Zhang Ye's eyes widened in astonishment that he could see the lights weaving into beams, continuously entwining and rotating. At the other end of these beams lay a colossal wind disk below. Looking down, he discerned that the howling winds had taken on a hue, a peculiar shade of purple, identical to the color of the lights that Ye at that moment. The wind's voice reached him, and Zhang Ye turned to look that he saw the color of the wind that appeared as a swirling azure light. Its form ever-changing, sometimes dissipating like mist, at other times flowing like silk. When it approached Zhang Ye, it transformed into a humanoid figure of azure wind, its eyes resembling luminous orbs, playfully arching like a girl's smile. He could see that she was laughing as she extended her hand to caress Zhang Ye's cheek. He instantly felt a gentle breeze grazing the side of his face, the wind that he murmured instinctively. Meanwhile, the wind's eyes transformed into crescent moons, and her face radiated with joy. Ye, thank you. Zhang Ye was momentarily taken aback, then nodded with a face full of excitement. And oh spirit, no matter. I possess something far more extraordinary. Truly it is I. Zhang Ye then turned his gaze towards the locus of the anomaly, saying, so, all I need to do next is approach it and consume it. Correct? Yes. Leave the rest to Gaia? Excellent. Zhang Ye nodded, took a deep breath, and with his legs coiled with energy, leapt into the air. Bai, who was watching from above, let out a gasp of astonishment. Having already walked along the steel ring and jumped onto the cabin was perilous enough, yet Zhang Ye unexpectedly leapt out into the void. Fortunately, he was not seeking demise, as he soared over 3 meters. He firmly grasped the intersecting triangular steel framework of the Ferris wheel, then swung through the structure with the agility and speed of Tarzan. The thrilling maneuver made by involuntarily break into a sweat. While also feeling puzzled, wasn't Zhang Ye supposed to be rescuing someone from the cabin? Why was he suddenly swinging about? The Ferris wheel was immense, with a diameter of 110 meters, and the locus of the anomaly was situated a dozen meters above the central axle of the wheel. Zhang Ye's speed was remarkable. In mere moments, he traversed several dozen meters, rapidly approaching the point of anomaly. With a grip strength of 204 kilograms, he could support his entire weight with one hand. Furthermore, his single-arm bicep curl strength approached 100 kilograms, and that was merely a curl. If he employed the full strength of his arm, it could reach 400 kilograms, granting him ample power to execute various perilous stunts. Gripping the steel frame, a vigorous swing allowed him to cover several meters, and soon he found himself directly beneath the locus of the anomaly, preparing to ascend along the steel structure. Just then, a voice rang out from the wind. Be careful. No sooner had the words left her mouth than Zhang Ye saw the point of anomaly suddenly emit a purple beam of light. Sweeping towards him, a sharp pain pierced his brow, an ominous premonition flooding his mind. He hastily grasped the steel framework, and in the next instant, a fierce gale surged forth. To Zhang Ye's eyes, the tempest was infused with purple radiance, evidently the wind from another realm. Moreover, it was laden with pebbles and gravel, hurtling towards Zhang Ye like bullets. In his current position, he was utterly incapable of evading effectively, and the gale raced with astonishing speed, reaching several hundred meters per second. Even if Zhang Ye perceived it, visualized it, he could not respond in time. In the blink of an eye, a terrifying torrent akin to a meat grinder loomed before him. And just when Zhang Ye thought he would be reduced to mere fragments by the oncoming force, a strand of azure wind suddenly illuminated the scene. In his vision, a verdant glow surged around him, encasing Zhang Ye like armor against the onslaught of the violent airflow. As the menacing current made contact with the azure wind enveloping Zhang Ye, it was swiftly deflected to the side by the high-velocity winds, and the gravel and stones within the tempest completely bypassed him, being flung away in the process. Zhang Ye's back was suddenly drenched in cold sweat. He understood that it was the wind that had saved him. Ye, the wind is about to cease. The voice of the wind sounded urgent, and Zhang Ye noticed that the azure whirlwind enveloping his body had significantly diminished after being battered by the terrifying airflow. Numerous azure whirlwinds were converging around him, yet in Zhang Ye's eyes, most of the surrounding winds were purple, emanating from another realm. This indicated that the wind under the wind's control was but a mere fraction of the natural winds. She was using these winds to shield Zhang Ye, and once they were completely quelled, he would be utterly exposed to the winds of the other world. He needed to ascend swiftly, Zhang Ye thought to himself. But upon looking up, he discovered that the top of the steel framework he was clinging to had been severely damaged by the onslaught. In the next moment, the steel frame fractured, but Zhang Ye with remarkable reflexes, grasped the other side of the framework, preventing himself from plummeting. His chest heaved violently. He recognized this sensation that it was reminiscent of the feeling he had experienced while charging through the storm. His blood began to boil. The exhilaration triggered a surge of adrenaline. Zhang Ye's muscles swelled with vigor, and without a moment's hesitation, he scrambled upwards with all his might. There were still 15 meters to the anomaly of the loss. The weighty sound of the wind assailed him, resonating in his ears like the roar of a beast. The anomaly seemed to sense Zhang Ye's threat and unleashed another beam of law's light. The light had no effect on Zhang Ye, for the law was omnipresent and tangible. However, the terrifying airflow drawn by the law was perilous and lethal. This time, Zhang Ye did not remain passive. Upon seeing a beam of law's light hurtling towards him, he instinctively reacted, coordinating his muscles with precision, resembling a leaping cheetah, seizing hold of the other side of the steel framework. Just as his front foot departed, the rear steel frame was engulfed by the turbulent airflow. Shattered as if under a barrage of gunfire, he had narrowly escaped disaster, yet not entirely unscathed. For the wind was neither a bullet nor a laser. Its approach was vast. Although Zhang Ye evaded the frenzied airflow and flying debris in the central region, he could not escape the surging winds that followed. Even the winds at the periphery boasted speeds exceeding 100 meters per second, akin to a hurricane. Zhang Ye's hands gripped the steel framework tightly, his clothing billowing violently in the gale, stinging his face with each slap. The forceful wind nearly blinded him, and the azure winds swirling around him seemed to contribute little to his protection. In truth, the function of these winds was not to shield Zhang Ye from the intense airflow, but to guard against the debris lifted by it. The pebble the size of a fingernail hurtled towards Zhang Ye's forehead at a velocity exceeding 100 meters per second. Yet upon contact with the azure light surrounding him, the azure winds sprang into action. The instantaneous high-speed airflow redirected the pebble's trajectory, grazing Zhang Ye's cheek before striking the steel framework behind him. The steel frame crumpled instantly, and the azure glow enveloping Zhang Ye dimmed considerably. The wind's voice became intermittent. Hurry. Upon hearing this, Zhang Ye gritted his teeth, battling against the violent airflow, inching upwards with unwavering determination. The immense force of the wind compelled him to exert every ounce of strength to maintain his position. The sinewy muscles of his hands appeared as if chiseled by a knife, with prominent veins bulging forth, the skin exhibiting a flushed hue of pale red. Exhaling, Zhang Ye released a breath that momentarily formed a mist in the air, only to be whisked away by the fierce winds. The rapid currents siphoned the warmth from the surroundings, causing the temperature near Zhang Ye to plummet to single digits. At this moment, Zhang Ye was left with but one sensation: cold. The sound of clinking and clattering resonated continuously. A cacophony of gravel, pebbles, and debris lifted by the wind colliding against the Ferris wheel. The howling wind roared in his ears, yet Zhang Ye could still discern the gasps, cries, and the whimpering of children emanating from the cabins. Yezi, tu Zhong. The voice pierced through the tempest, reaching Zhang Ye's ears that he glanced downward. Below, the meat grinder-like, brownish-gray vortex rose slightly, and perhaps it was merely Zhang Ye's illusion, but he felt as though its ascent had quickened. Could it be that this anomalous law had attained consciousness, aware of its intent to devour him, and was now rising in defiance? With such thoughts, Zhang Ye pressed on, braving the gusts as he climbed higher. Chapter 48. I am coming now. The howling winds enveloped Zhang Ye, an unyielding shroud, while terrifying currents of lethal air relentlessly surged towards him. His fingers, strained from exertion, turned pale. With each meter he ascended, he had to summon every ounce of his strength, for at this juncture, the winds were no longer merely assaulting from all directions, but cascaded down from above like a waterfall. Furthermore, with each upward movement, the gaps between the steel frames widened. Zhang Ye found himself merely 5 meters from the point of anomalous law, yet the steel structures available for evasion on either side were now several meters away. Thus, every time Zhang Ye sought to dodge the encroaching lethal currents, he had to leap diagonally downward to grasp the steel frame, resulting in a frustrating pattern where for every 2 meters of ascent, he would descend 1 dot, and in such terrifying winds, even if Zhang Ye could jump 6 meters, he would not dare attempt it, for there was nowhere to gain leverage, and should he lose control midair, not even a deity could save him. Only 8 meters remained to the point of anomalous law. The winds intensified, the howling surrounding Zhang Ye akin to a monstrous roar, his skin rippling like the surface of a tumultuous sea. His eyes struggling to remain open. At that moment, another beam of law swept towards him. Zhang Ye instinctively prepared to evade, but in an instant, the beam split in two, one veering left, the other right. converging upon him. The bifurcated light became more slender, its speed accelerating, and in the blink of an eye, it sliced past Zhang Ye's body. The direct beam of law inflicted no harm, yet the ensuing gale was far more formidable. The wind too seemed to split like the law itself. In Zhang Ye's eyes, the purple winds from the other realm appeared as two lethal scythes, one left and one right, poised to cleave him. Meanwhile, the azure winds surrounding Zhang Ye, having shielded him from many of the lethal gusts, had already dimmed. How could they withstand the onslaught of winds that seemed to coalesce into blades in a moment of dire urgency? Zhang Ye's pupils dilated, and with a release of tension in his limbs, he was swept downward by the forceful winds pouring from above. In the next moment, the wild, dancing black hair atop Zhang Ye's head was severed at the tips, while the steel framework above him was cleaved through, plummeting from the sky. It was a perilous situation, yet he remained ensnared in danger. Due to the downward gusts, Zhang Ye fell at an alarming speed. Even when he managed to grasp the steel frame once more, he could not halt his descent. His hands were incessantly scraped against the steel, leaving behind a long trail of blood. With a roar of fury, he clung on desperately, and finally, after sliding down 5 meters, he came to a stop. This moment, he gripped the framework tightly with his feet while his hands trembled uncontrollably. His fingers could no longer straighten, and his palms were a gruesome mess of flesh, with the stark whiteness of his bones faintly visible at the joints. The excruciating pain gnawed at Zhang Ye's nerves, but soon, the intensity of the agony began to wane. Adrenaline surged through him again, dulling the pain, yet the rapid flow of blood rendered him unable to stem the tide. The blood acted as a lubricant, moistening the steel frame, making it impossible for Zhang Ye to ascend against the fierce winds. Continuing in this manner was untenable. He was exerting all his strength. Soon, he would be utterly spent, and if he could no longer hold on with his feet, he would plummet immediately. But now, he was a sufficient 10 meters away from the anomaly point. Unable to ascend or descend, what was he to do? Just then, a voice crackled through Zhang Ye's invisible earpiece. "Kid, we've arrived." Zhang Ye was taken aback and turned to look. The wind howled violently, the powerful currents almost coalescing into a tangible force that blurred his vision, while the swirling sand further obstructed his sight. Yet, he still perceived a towering steel beast entering the amusement park. Zhang Ye felt a glimmer of hope and immediately shouted into the personal terminal on his arm, "Fire at the lake immediately." "What? Can't hear you." Inside the tank's cabin, Meng Fifan peered through the sight, observing the tumult outside. The winds and sands whipped about, enveloping everything in a haze, barely allowing him to discern the outline of the Ferris wheel. While Zhang Ye's voice was drowned out by the roaring wind, rendering it inaudible, the terrifying gusts battered the tank's body. Even within the tank, he could hear the sound of sand and gravel colliding against the armored surface, and the vehicle itself trembled slightly. Meng Fifan couldn't help but swallow hard. This was a behemoth weighing 55 tons, yet it was still affected by the storm. If a 12-ton anomalous fire truck were to approach, it would surely be overturned in an instant. That kid was indeed right. But what exactly was the situation now? Was there someone on the Ferris wheel? Seeing that Meng Fifan could not hear him, Zhang Ye gritted his teeth and shouted, "Wind!" The moment his words left his lips, the last vestiges of azure light erupted from him, causing all surrounding winds to momentarily cease, enveloping him in a profound silence. "Fire at the lake," he bellowed, only to be swallowed by the wind once more. Hearing the suddenly clear shout, Meng Fifan wasted no time and shouted back, "-5 degrees elevation, fire at the lake." The tank rolled through the main entrance of the amusement park, directly facing the Ferris wheel, with the lake's surface faintly visible beyond it. But under these circumstances, the task was exceedingly daunting, due to the presence of adjacent structures. Although the Ferris wheel and the buildings rise several meters into the air, the view from the tank's perspective is shrouded in a gray haze, rendering everything invisible. The only means of locating the lake's position is through the amusement park map and the Ferris wheel's placement. Moreover, since the lake is situated lower down, it necessitates a negative elevation angle for firing, resulting in an extremely narrow shooting arc should the shell strike the Ferris wheel or the surrounding ground. It could potentially lead to the wheel's catastrophic collapse. Nevertheless, Meng Fifan exhibited no hesitation. His soldiers mirrored his resolve, swiftly completing the necessary adjustments. Fire. Boom. The roar of the steel behemoth reverberated throughout the entire city of. The shell erupted from the cannon's mouth, hurtling directly toward the lake and the buildings on the left. Was it off target? Not at all. Under the influence of such terrifying airflow, even for a fleeting moment, the shell was deflected slightly to the right, slipping through the narrow gap between the buildings and the Ferris wheel, before plunging forcefully into the water. Boom. The sound of the splashing water coincided almost perfectly with the cannon's discharge. The water erupted to a height of several dozen meters, caught by the fierce gusts, transforming into swirling mists. The wind speed around the Ferris wheel rapidly diminished due to the mist, which was lifted by the upward currents, forming a water tornado that enveloped the entire structure as if it were raining. In an instant, visibility improved dramatically as the dust whipped up by the gales was swept away by the mist. Meng Fifan and his companions beheld Zhang Ye, bloodied and clinging to the steel framework. At that moment, his hands were drenched in crimson, his feet wedged between the steel beams, his body oriented toward another steel support. What was he planning? Meng Fifan's eyes widened. Could this lad possibly be? Before the thought could fully form, Zhang Ye altered his posture once more, pushing off the framework with his feet, soaring toward another relatively intact beam. Colliding with it, sliding down half a meter, and finally coming to a steady halt. This entire sequence transpired rapidly, leaving Meng Fifan and the others on edge. Do not stop. Continue. Zhang Ye's voice rang out again, prompting Meng Fifan to exclaim, "Load the cannon." With the wind speed now diminished, the tank turret was adjusted slightly to the right. And then, boom, another shot fired, sending the water splashing even higher, just as the previously dispersed gusts of wind prepared to return. They were once again subdued by the overwhelming mist. Not only that, but the otherworldly winds enveloping the Ferris wheel were pierced by several wind openings, allowing the natural winds to surge in like pythons seizing an opportunity. At that moment, Zhang Ye was striving to ascend. With the wind intensity decreasing, he had to seize this chance. However, at that very instant, an anomaly in the laws erupted, unleashing a beam of light that swept over Zhang Ye. A powerful whirlwind broke through the mist barrier, hurtling directly toward him. As the wind blade descended, Zhang Ye had no choice but to release his grip and descend once more. Yet this time, fortune did not favor him. The moment he let go, another fierce gust struck, sending Zhang Ye hurtling away. His hands could not grasp the steel framework, and with no leverage, he plummeted downward, just when he believed his fate was sealed. A brilliant azure light enveloped him once again. Simultaneously, a delicate white hand grasped him. He lifted his gaze and beheld a familiar white figure. In unison, they exclaimed, "Yezi, I have arrived. Year, I have come." Chapter 49. No personal heroism. The wisps of azure wind, visible only to Zhang Ye, encircled him, providing comprehensive protection. Bai grasped Zhang Ye's hand and drew him into her embrace, holding him tightly. As she gazed at his bloodied hands, her heart ached as if suffocating. She immediately clutched him and began to climb upwards. Zhang Ye was taken aback that Bai would descend, and her climbing posture mirrored the actions he had just exhibited. However, he quickly regained his composure and urged, "Shall Bai, climb that way, quickly." Upon hearing this, Bai hesitated not a moment and ascended in the direction he indicated. A flicker of crimson light occasionally glimmered in her eyes, replaying Zhang Ye's climbing movements in her mind. Her ascent became increasingly fluid and rapid. Moreover, bolstered by her physical prowess, her climbing speed exceeded Zhang Ye's by more than double. The presence of mist diminished the threat of the terrifying gales, which were kept at bay several meters away by the wind, allowing the pair to approach the anomaly point of the laws without hindrance. In mere moments, they found themselves before the anomaly point, and Zhang Ye promptly commanded, "Stop." Bai halted at once, while Zhang Ye inquired, "Wind, should I consume it directly?" At this, Zhang Ye gazed at the anomaly point, where azure and violet lights intertwined, paused briefly, and then resolutely opened his mouth to take a bite. Initially, he thought the brilliance of this entity might scald his mouth, yet it melted instantly, akin to drinking water. As for the taste, it was utterly flavorless, devoid even of the essence of water, resembling the act of swallowing a warm breath of air. Upon ingesting the anomaly point, he immediately felt a warm current surging within him. In the next moment, spiritual energy began to converge towards Zhang Ye from all directions, forming a radius of several kilometers around him. When spiritual energy is not released or manifested through the star spirit, it remains invisible and intangible, only becoming perceivable through specialized detection equipment to the ordinary eye. It seemed as if nothing had transpired. Yet within Zhang Ye's perception, beams of blue light emerged from all quarters, continuously flowing into his being, enhancing the warmth within him, akin to being immersed in a hot spring. The pain vanished. Zhang Ye looked at his hands, which had been a bloody mess, now visibly healing at an astonishing pace, returning to their former state in the blink of an eye. But that was not the end. The blue light, along with the azure wind, swirled around Zhang Ye, as if he were the very center of a vortex. With the formation of the spiritual energy whirlpool, the otherworldly winds generated by the anomaly point began to converge towards Zhang Ye, subsequently revolving around him. During this rotation, the otherworldly wind, which appeared violet to Zhang Ye, gradually shifted from purple to blue. When it transformed entirely into azure, the whirlpool dissipated. The winds that had originally encircled Zhang Ye became even more vivacious. Even in Zhang Ye's eyes, the humanoid wind became increasingly condensed, resembling a person even more. The wind appeared quite joyful as it danced around Zhang Ye, singing a cheerful tune that lifted his spirits further. The rampaging gale dissipated. The waterspout, lifted by the updraft, scattered in the air and cascaded down, drenching both Zhang Ye and Bai, who was suspended in midair holding onto the iron frame, soaking their hair and clothes. "Yezi, your hands," Bai exclaimed in astonishment, gazing at Zhang Ye's restored hands. Could it be that Yezi possessed a powerful regenerative ability like hers? Zhang Ye chuckled. "Isn't it marvelous? I find it quite astonishing. I'll tell you all about it later. We must ascend first." "All right, Xiao Bai, please let me down. It's a bit embarrassing being held like this." Sure. Just as they believed the ordeal was over and prepared to climb down the Ferris wheel, it suddenly emitted a deep, resounding roar. Boom, boom, boom. Accompanying the thunderous noise was the violent swaying of the Ferris wheel. Zhang Ye felt it tilting. Fortunately, after a brief moment, the Ferris wheel ceased its incline. However, Zhang Ye understood that the situation was dire. The previous terrifying winds had ground the steel tripod supports beneath the Ferris wheel to a state of ruin. And now it was severely tilted. The only reason it hadn't continued to lean was that the steel supports had not yet completely fractured. Once metal fatigue set in and the steel could no longer bear the weight, the Ferris wheel would collapse directly. The consequences for those atop the towering structure, exceeding 100 meters in height, were unfathomable. Zhang Ye immediately declared, "Xiao Bai, you go down first. I will rescue them. I'll go with you." Bai insisted, but Zhang Ye shook his head. "No, they cannot see you. If you drag them out directly, they would likely panic and struggle madly. If they were to fall, so be it. But I do not wish for you to face danger while trying to help me. So please, obey me and descend first. That way, if I were to fall, you could still catch me, right?" Upon hearing this, Bai fell silent for a moment, biting her lip. "All right." Once Bai safely reached the ground, Zhang Ye swiftly crawled towards the nearest cabin. On the ground, with the winds having subsided, Meng Fifan also peeked out from the tank. Previously, due to visibility issues, he could not discern Zhang Ye's position or what he was doing. Now that he could see clearly, Meng Fifan's eyes nearly bulged in disbelief. This kid was climbing the 100-meter-high Ferris wheel with his bare hands, swinging around as if he were Tarzan. Watching Zhang Ye sway precariously, he felt a rush of fear but dared not contact him, fearing that Zhang Ye might slip and fall if he lost focus. However, he realized that Zhang Ye was intent on rescuing others, so he quickly signaled for the rescue personnel to enter. Originally, the presence of the fierce winds had prevented helicopters and other vehicles from approaching, and the sight of buildings with torn-off roofs and damaged cars strewn about evidenced the ferocity of the gales. Uncertain of the circumstances, after the tank had fired its 2 shots, the wind had subsided, allowing helicopters and fire department ladders to join the rescue efforts, under the adept command of Meng Fifan. A multitude of rescue personnel and equipment swiftly arrived on the scene. They first set about clearing the chaotic amusement park, establishing a rescue corridor before allowing the ladders to advance. Meanwhile, as the rescue operations commenced with fervor below, Zhang Ye had already ascended to the top of a cabin. Peering inside, to his dismay, he discovered 3 girls trembling in a corner, their bodies marred by numerous injuries, with shattered glass surrounding them, evidence of the significant harm inflicted by debris carried by the fierce winds. Given the proximity to the wind vortex, it was fortunate they had survived at all. The cabins below were in even worse condition, with 2 completely missing and their occupants. Zhang Ye deftly maneuvered himself into the cabin. The arrival of Zhang startled the 3 girls, prompting him to quickly reassure them. "Do not be afraid. I am a rescue worker. Please remain calm while I assess your injuries." Speaking softly, he cautiously lowered his body and approached the girls. Hearing the gentleness in Zhang's voice, the girls began to relax and nodded in response. Upon examining them, Zhang nodded. "Just abrasions. Nothing serious." He then raised his personal terminal, stating, "This is Zhang Ye. Do you read me?" "You truly are insane." Meng Fifan's booming voice resonated, a mix of amusement and irritation evident. Zhang Ye managed a sheepish smile before replying, "Captain Meng, I have located 3 injured individuals in the 4th cabin from the left of the Ferris wheel's main entrance." "Acknowledged. The ladder is on its way. You should descend quickly." Leave the rest of the rescue to us. Upon hearing this, Zhang Ye insisted, I will take a look further up. Some cabins are empty, and I can provide you with precise information. However, before he could finish, Meng Fifan interrupted. What good is your information? Now that we have helicopters, do you still need to climb up to observe? Stop indulging in personal heroics and get down here. Taken aback, Zhang Ye realized that indeed, the wind had calmed and helicopters were now on the scene. Moreover, such rescue operations were best left to the professionals. He need not have climbed up to assist. Perhaps it was a surge of adrenaline that had driven him to make such a misguided decision. Prompted by Meng Fifan's words, Zhang Ye recognized the folly of his earlier actions and hastily resolved to descend. Peering down, he immediately spotted a figure dressed in white, gazing up at him with a worried expression, her eyes slightly reddened at this sight. Zhang Ye felt a wave of self-reproach wash over him. What was he thinking, indulging in such personal heroics? He needed to hurry down and comfort his wife. Chapter 50. The future pillar. With the emergence of the spirit realm, a plethora of innovative materials have been introduced, leading to a remarkable advancement in human technology and thereby enhancing rescue methods to be more efficient and effective. Although the Ferris wheel remained perilously close to collapse, several futuristic helicopters soon arrived, equipped with specialized devices capable of forming a magnetic tether to stabilize the leaning structure and prevent its downfall. Moreover, there exists a cloud ladder that employs magnetic levitation technology, capable of ascending to heights of 100 meters for rescue operations. The skills of certain rescue personnel can also prove invaluable, such as the ability to manage the repair of the damaged steel framework of a Ferris wheel or conduct aerial rescues over short distances. Thus, the necessity for Zhang Ye has diminished significantly. Consequently, Zhang Ye obediently descended from the Ferris wheel. As soon as he touched the ground, a white figure leaped into his embrace. Sensing her trembling form only deepened Zhang Ye's feelings of guilt. At that moment, Meng Fifan beckoned to Zhang Ye. Come here, kid, let's retreat to a safe distance. Upon hearing this, Zhang Ye nodded in acknowledgement, tousled the short hair of the girl beside him, and said, Let us go outside first. We can talk at home. With a soft hum, the girl wiped her reddened eyes and took his hand as they made their way outside. Once they had retreated to a safe distance, Zhang Ye encountered Meng Fifan, who had been conversing with him. Meng Fifan was quite tall, towering over Chen Long by a considerable margin, standing over 2 meters with muscles that strained against his military uniform. As Zhang Ye approached, Meng Fifan scrutinized him from head to toe, then broke into a broad grin. With just a word, you summoned a tank. You really do have quite the clout. Zhang Ye chuckled sheepishly and scratched his head, clearly aware of the sarcasm in Meng Fifan's remark. Then, with a change of tone, Meng Fifan continued, However, your courage is commendable, though such reckless actions as climbing a Ferris wheel are not to be encouraged. It was evident that, despite Zhang Ye's remarkable act, Meng Fifan still regarded him as a child, and indeed, at 16, he was still quite young. Meng Fifan understood that this time, Zhang Ye was undoubtedly the one to credit. Without his suggestion, it was likely that he and his team would have encountered trouble while driving the lightweight, anomalous fire truck. Although the subsequent events were shrouded in uncertainty, such as the tank firing 2 rounds and then abruptly ceasing, the reason for which remained unknown, Zhang Ye had undeniably made a pivotal decision. His proposal and intelligence had garnered attention from higher authorities, especially considering it could pertain to the lives of hundreds. Thus, approval was granted for the tank to fire in the city center. While the rescue process was somewhat enigmatic, it would serve as a reference for enhancing future rescue capabilities and responses to anomalies. A testament to Zhang Ye's exceptional contributions. Fortunately, the large quantities of fluorocarbon surfactants brought in from nearby factories were not utilized. It was fortuitous that they remained unused. Had they been deployed, it would have indicated that the situation had reached a point of no return. The advisory team even concluded that had Zhang Ye's method been employed, utilizing artillery fire on the lake to create splashes that would buffer and disrupt the tension, while incorporating fluorocarbon surfactants to reduce surface tension, it could have significantly increased the chances of survival for those who fell into the water. Thus, this case is likely to be recorded in the anomalous response teaching materials. Observing Zhang Ye's youthful visage, Meng Fifan couldn't help but marvel inwardly. Truly, he is the son of a fierce beast from Huaxia. Without a doubt, the psychological fortitude displayed by Zhang Ye during their communication was not something just anyone could possess. Especially at the tender age of 16, this young man's potential knows no bounds. Captain Meng, have all the people been rescued? Zhang Ye inquired. Meng Fifan shook his head in response. Not so quickly, but it won't be long. Half of them have already been saved. However, the individuals beneath the Ferris wheel. He did not continue his sentence. Yet Zhang Ye comprehended the outcome. The passengers in the cabins below the Ferris wheel had direct contact with the whirlwind, leaving no trace of their remains. The sheer destructive power of such an environment is truly terrifying. Even now, as Zhang Ye reflects upon it, he feels a wave of apprehension. Presently, Zhang Ye only desires to take Bai home for a moment of respite. To recalibrate his emotions. Am I allowed to leave? Zhang Ye inquired. No. Meng Fifan replied with a shake of his head. Come with me to take a statement. There are matters I need to discuss with you. The person involved in the incident. As he spoke, Meng Fifan waved his hand, gesturing for Zhang Ye to follow, and then made his way toward the temporary command center of the armored vehicle not far away. Zhang Ye nodded, pulling Bai along with him. After all, no one could see her. The interior of the armored vehicle was quite spacious, accommodating 2 soldiers. Upon seeing Zhang Ye enter, one soldier gestured for him to sit across from him, prompting Zhang Ye to take a seat with Bai beside him. Please move a little toward the center. It will facilitate the recording, the soldier remarked. Zhang Ye blinked. Let us keep it this way. I'm in a hurry to get home for dinner, he jested, knowing that if he shifted toward the center, Bai would be squeezed to one side, which was unacceptable, although no one could perceive her. Zhang Ye was determined to have Bai appear in the recording, for had it not been for her intervention at the last moment, his survival would have been in jeopardy. Bai understood Zhang Ye's intent and instinctively wore a sweet smile. Yet, she remained obediently silent, quietly observing him as he took his statement. Name, Zhang Ye. Age, 16. Upon hearing that Zhang Ye was merely 16 years old, the 2 soldiers exchanged incredulous glances, each reflecting surprise in the other's eyes. Although it was apparent that Zhang Ye was youthful, he emanated a maturity that set him apart from his peers, leading the soldiers to initially believe he merely appeared young, only to discover he was indeed a child. Quite remarkable. Following this were a series of inquiries regarding the signs preceding the anomaly, the process of its formation, descriptions of the scene, and Zhang Ye's response. For the most part, Zhang Ye answered truthfully. However, he chose to withhold information regarding the anomalous points of the laws. It was not that he was unwilling to inform the authorities, but he deemed the matter too significant to make hasty judgments. Thus, he intended to consult Zhang Tianyin and Liao Jie before making further decisions. This was not due to dependence on parental figures. Rather, it was because Zhang Tianyin and Liao Jie possessed experience in dealings with the state, exhibiting greater maturity, broader perspectives, and more extensive experience, leading to more thorough execution of tasks. Such critical matters should not be approached impulsively in a bid to appear heroic. Ultimately, Zhang Ye merely stated his desire to ascend to other cabins to confirm the presence of trapped individuals and to attempt rescue. Although the effort was fraught with difficulties, fortunately, the tank arrived in time, firing a couple of rounds to halt the whirlwind. Among other details, half an hour later, the statement was complete. The 2 soldiers closed the notebook and extended their hands toward Zhang Ye. Smiling, "Thank you for your cooperation, Mr. Zhang Ye." While addressing a child as Mr. may seem somewhat incongruous, it reflected the soldiers' respect for Zhang Ye's courageous actions, without the intelligence he provided. The success of the rescue operation remains uncertain, and the rescuers themselves might also face peril. Therefore, barring any unforeseen circumstances, it is likely that upon returning, Zhang Ye will be awarded relevant honors and accolades. Zhang Ye extended his hand to clasp that of the soldier, smiling as he said, "No need for formality. Had the rescue team not arrived in time, I dare say my fate would have been grim." At this point, curiosity sparked within Zhang Ye. How could the tank arrive so swiftly? I recall the military district being quite a distance away. How did they manage to reach us so quickly? In response, the male soldier chuckled. It is not a tank from the military district, but rather one dispatched from the troops stationed at the entrance of the spirit realm. It's hardly a military secret, so it's nothing to hide. With this revelation, Zhang Ye suddenly understood. Upon his previous return from the spirit realm, a substantial military presence had been deployed at the entrance, so requisitioning a tank from there was indeed feasible. Although the entrance was underground, it was already equipped with heavy-duty cranes capable of lifting several hundred tons, effortlessly hoisting a tank. This was how the bulk of the troops ventured into the spirit realm. Moreover, the spirit realm was merely a few kilometers away from the incident site, allowing Meng Fifan and his comrades to swiftly take charge. This exemplifies the formidable strength of the nation and its remarkably rapid response. Nodding in agreement, Zhang Ye beamed. It truly is the strength of our country. Well, if there is nothing else, I shall take my leave now. Very well, the 2 soldiers replied with smiles. nodding in acknowledgement. The soldier playfully unsheathed his sword, and with that, Zhang Ye, pulling along by, sauntered out with a light step, faintly audible as he remarked, "That military uniform is indeed striking." Watching Zhang Ye depart, the two soldiers' eyes sparkled with admiration, reflecting on the potential of this future pillar of the nation. Indeed, but he referred to me as uncle, and I am merely 20. Chapter 51. Domineering as Zhang Ye and Bai emerged. Meng Fifan approached. With the anomaly resolved, the subsequent rescue efforts were entrusted to the firefighters, alleviating him of the need to oversee operations. Is it finished? He inquired. Zhang Ye nodded affirmatively. Meng Fifan continued, "Follow me for a health check." "Ah, is that necessary? I am uninjured." "How can you be certain that you haven't sustained any latent injuries?" Meng Fifan replied, his eyes wide. Previously, a rookie returned from a mission convinced he was unharmed, only to faint shortly thereafter due to internal bleeding, requiring extensive efforts for resuscitation. Upon hearing this, Zhang Ye instinctively recoiled slightly and nodded. "Very well then." He then followed Meng Fifan for the health examination. Fortunately, the process was rather straightforward. He simply stood on a device for a brief scan, which provided a comprehensive overview of his internal condition. With the advent of numerous new materials, technological advancements have significantly streamlined many processes, making injury assessment swifter and more efficient, thereby facilitating timely treatment and rescue efforts. Subsequently, a member of the medical team, glancing at the data displayed on the device, could not help but widen his eyes and adjust his glasses. Noticing this, Meng Fifan raised an eyebrow and inquired, "What is the result?" The medical team members nodded in acknowledgement, casting their gaze towards Zhang Ye. This young man possesses a muscle density 2.4 times that of an average individual, weighing in at an impressive 144 kilograms. With a bone density that is 3 times greater than that of an ordinary person, he is as robust as an ox. This. Meng Fifan was taken aback. What extraordinary physical prowess is this? Zhang Ye himself was equally astonished. How could I weigh so much? Yet, this is to be expected. As strength increases, muscle density naturally follows suit. If one does not harness spiritual energy to produce spiritual efficacy, their weight can be significantly higher than that of the average person. Take Zhang Tianyan, for instance. Without utilizing spiritual energy, his weight could approach nearly a ton. One can only imagine the terrifying density of his muscles. Such muscle density would likely render a bullet from a handgun capable of inflicting only minor harm upon impact. As for how to manipulate spiritual energy to generate spiritual efficacy, that is something Zhang Yu must explore on his own. For the application of spiritual energy is an innate ability of the human body, akin to the instinctive act of breathing. In Zhang Tianyan's words, if he were to return home and attune himself to the warm currents within his body, he would gradually learn it without the need for instruction. This spiritual instinct is one of the remarkable phenomena that have manifested since the emergence of spiritual energy. Observing Zhang Ye's various physical metrics, Meng Fifan couldn't help but swallow hard. A heart rate of merely 36 beats per minute. What does that imply? The heart rate of an average person typically ranges from 60 to 100 beats per minute. Under normal circumstances, a lower heart rate indicates a stronger heart and superior blood pumping capability. Coupled with Zhang Ye's impressive physical data, Meng Fifan was entirely convinced that this 16-year-old boy's physical condition surpasses that of many well-trained soldiers. It's absurd. This kid is just 16. After confirming that Zhang Ye's health was satisfactory, Meng Fifan nodded. "Let's go. I'll escort you back, and we can discuss a few matters along the way." Zhang Yu nodded eagerly, then exclaimed, "Can I ride in a tank?" Meng Fifan chuckled. "What are you thinking? Do you believe tanks can just roam freely in the city?" At this point, Meng Fifan grinned. "Kid, do you find that tank impressive?" "Very," Zhang Yu replied instantly, nodding enthusiastically. "Indeed. I also think it's quite magnificent. It's the HX, one main battle tank equipped with spiritual energy armor, boasting armor strength over 3 times that of the Type 99. With a maximum speed of 110 kilometers per hour on the highway, and sufficient firepower to penetrate 150 centimeters of homogeneous steel armor." "Wow," Zhang Yi gasped, his mouth agape. Bai, standing beside him, was equally captivated, her eyes sparkling as she gazed at the tank. Both youngsters found the colossal machine utterly striking. After all, who could resist a 55-ton steel behemoth? "Are you eager to ride?" Meng Fifan inquired. "Absolutely," Zhang Yu nodded, with Bai also affirming beside him, her cheeks flushed with excitement. Although no one could see her except Zhang Yi, it did not hinder her enthusiasm. "Haha," Meng Fifan laughed heartily, patting the tank's robust armor with a resounding force. "Sports cars are for girls. Real men drive tanks." Kid, have you considered joining the military? With your abilities, becoming a special forces soldier would be a piece of cake. Zhang Ye was momentarily taken aback, surprised by Meng Fifin's unexpected proposition at this juncture. He quickly seized the olive branch offered, only to toss it back in return. "That I think I'll pass." Zhang Ye shook his head. "Why?" Meng Fifin raised an eyebrow, surprised by Zhang Ye's decisive refusal. He felt it was a pity for such a promising talent not to serve in the military. "I can't sit still." Zhang Ye chuckled. "I want to go to the Himalayan mountains, to the Sahara Desert, and to the Amazon rainforest. In the future, I also wish to venture into the spirit realm, so I simply cannot remain idle. However, once I establish my own team of witnesses, I would be more than willing to serve my country." Upon hearing this, Meng Fifin laughed heartily. "Well then, it's perfectly normal for a young person to seek freedom, just like your father did back in the day." Zhang Ye was taken aback and quickly asked, "Captain Ming, do you know my dad?" Meng Fifin chuckled. "The Huaxia behemoth. Who doesn't he know him? Your father was pursued by your mother right here in our military district." Zhang Ye, isn't it supposed to be the other way around? Meng Fifin appeared somewhat nostalgic as he guided Zhang Ye towards the military jeep, saying, "Back then, your father was invited to our special forces team as an instructor. He wasn't much older than us, yet we truly respected him. His combat skills were genuine, honed not against mere humans, but against ferocious beasts. Training with him felt like facing a fierce tiger. Every move was deadly. Even now, your father's hunting ground strategies are still recorded in our lesson plans." While they spoke, the three had arrived at the military jeep. Meng Fifin gestured for Zhang Ye to get in, taking the driver's seat himself. Zhang Ye opened the door for Bai, allowing her to enter first before following suit. Bai was immensely fascinated by the vehicle. She had never even ridden a bicycle before, let alone something as formidable as this. Many common concepts were utterly novel to her at that time. Our commander was also impressed by your father's skills and wanted to recruit him into the army. But his choice mirrored yours, aiming for places that ordinary people could not reach. In your father's current words, it could be termed witnessing. Zhang Ye immediately interjected. "Yes, witnessing." Meng Fifin smiled. "Perhaps it is precisely because you have witnessed things beyond the ordinary that you stand out." Zhang Ye chuckled, recognizing Meng Fifin's affirmation and respect for witnesses, which filled him with happiness and pride. He then curiously inquired, "So how did my mother pursue my father?" Hearing this, Meng Fifin drew in a sharp breath. As if still shocked by the events of the past, "They had a fight. Your father let her win, and then she gave him a passionate kiss." Zhang Ye, yes, that gasp is exactly how we reacted back then." Meng Fifin said with a grin, "Starting the engine. You'll understand more about your father's exploits if you ever visit the military district. But I must say, your father's physical prowess back then was not as formidable as yours now. Young man, you may very well surpass your father in tenacity." Chapter 52. The game of the hunting ground. By the way, what are your thoughts on ball lightning? Suddenly, Meng Fifin inquired. Zhang Ye was taken aback, and then, with a naive expression, replied, "I just find it quite terrifying and frightening." Meng Fifin chuckled softly. "Well, that's obvious. Not just you. Anyone would feel a shiver upon encountering such a phenomenon. What I am asking is, within the ball lightning, what did you perceive?" As he spoke, Meng Fifin's gaze, penetrating through the rearview mirror, was fixed on Zhang Ye. The sharpness of his eyes imparted an extraordinary sensation to Zhang Ye, reminiscent of a powerful tiger poised to pounce, its keen eyes piercing through the darkness, locking onto its prey. Clearly, Meng Fifin belonged to the same ilk as Zhang Ye's father, a formidable individual. Yet, Zhang Ye did not avert his gaze. Instead, he met it boldly. He understood that Meng Fifin was probing for something, and diverting his attention would signify cowardice. Besides, when his father was serious, he was far more intimidating than Meng Fifin. Zhang Ye recalled a moment from when he was 7 years old, when his parents took turns carrying him across the Siberian taiga and encountered a pack of wolves. At that time, his father did nothing but stare at the wolves, which alone was enough to send them retreating. That intangible aura of intimidation was genuinely fearsome. It is worth noting that at that time, there was no concept of spirituality. Thus, in the face of Meng Fifin's sudden pressure, Zhang Ye remained unfazed. The wind was so fierce that it was difficult to keep one's eyes open. What could one possibly see? He maintained a naive demeanor and retorted, seeing Zhang Ye's reaction. Meng Fifin raised an eyebrow. Could it be that the abrupt disappearance of the ball lightning was truly unrelated to Zhang Ye? He certainly wouldn't naively believe that firing 2 shells from a tank could disperse ball lightning. Although instances of ball lightning are rare in the country, there have been numerous occurrences in equatorial nations. With over 100 documented cases, a common characteristic of these ball lightnings is that they are generated from top to bottom and typically last over 10 hours. Yet, the one that appeared in Quancheng was generated from the bottom up and lasted barely less than 40 minutes. Furthermore, its disappearance was exceedingly abrupt, devoid of any discernible pattern, leaving the seasoned Meng Fifan feeling profoundly perplexed. This led him to suspect Zhang Ye. He theorized that Zhang Ye might possess some formidable ability, capable of casting ball lightning or even invoking a series of environmental anomalies with significant effects. If this were the case, Zhang Ye would undoubtedly be the talent the nation sought. As time progresses, the world is witnessing an increasing number of anomalies, many of which possess terrifying destructive capabilities that are challenging for humanity to contend with. Indeed, the state has amassed a considerable number of talented individuals with spiritual abilities, many of whom are exceptionally powerful. However, these strong individuals are still merely human. For instance, some possess immense strength, capable of lifting hundreds of tons. Others can summon localized, powerful hurricanes that can effortlessly uproot houses, and some can increase their body's hardness to that of diamonds. In the face of the vast forces of nature today, there is little hope for victory. What was the lowest temperature recorded in Antarctica in the past? Over 90 degrees below zero. Yet now, the minimum temperature in Antarctica has plummeted to a staggering 144 degrees below zero. Even the most formidable powers of the ice element branch of the superpower system would find themselves reduced to tears in such conditions. In the vast oceans, terrifying waves often rise to heights exceeding 100 meters. Since the emergence of the spiritual realm, the natural environment of Blue Star has been undergoing rapid transformations, becoming increasingly wild and inhospitable. Perhaps in the future, humanity will give rise to those extraordinary beings who can summon clouds and rain at will. But for the time being, it is exceedingly difficult for humanity to confront these natural disasters head-on. Typically, they only react after disasters have occurred, causing destruction, and then come to the rescue and repair the damage. The challenge of prevention is daunting. Moreover, the natural environment may further deteriorate. Additionally, the emergence of anomalies is something humanity cannot contend with. Some occurrences are relatively benign. For instance, a sudden drop in temperature in a small area might freeze a stream. But after a month or two, it dissipates without causing significant harm. However, others are utterly terrifying. Take, for example, the death winds of the East African Rift Valley. There are no witnesses, as those who have seen it are no longer alive. Only through satellite imagery can one vaguely discern a dark wind sweeping across, leaving a barren landscape in its wake, uprooting the ground in swathes, with wind speeds exceeding 2,000 kilometers per hour. More fearsome than the violent hurricanes on Saturn, no one comprehends how these anomalies arise, yet inaction is not an option. Thus, the nation seeks to recruit individuals capable of countering or even eliminating these anomalies. Meng Fifan is one such individual. Otherwise, he would not be the captain of the anomaly firefighting team. However, while his abilities might suffice against certain Earth anomalies, they are utterly ineffectual against wind anomalies. It would be absurd to expect him to hurl stones at a hurricane. Although there are numerous talented individuals, the nation still faces a shortage. Many cities lack even a single super-spiritual entity to maintain order. Currently, the nation is in dire need of relevant talents, and the recent mysterious disappearance of the spherical tornado has positioned Zhang Ye as the primary suspect, prompting Meng Fifan to investigate him. Yet, Zhang Ye's recent performance has left Meng Fifan with doubts. Could it truly have been Zhang Ye? However, he quickly shook his head in denial. No, that cannot be right. Although Zhang Ye appeared quite natural, it still fell short. The first impression Zhang Ye left on Meng Fifan was one of exuberance, sunshine, and cheerfulness, traits typically associated with extroverted individuals. He also possesses formidable psychological resilience, able to calmly report situations and intelligence during communications, which attests to his capabilities. Such individuals often share a common trait: pride. This pride is not of the arrogant variety, looking down on others, but rather a confidence in one's own abilities. This essence can be observed in Zhang Tianyan. He possesses immense strength yet does not bully the weak. Instead, he is eager to assist, whether aiding the populace or the nation, and he takes great pride in these endeavors. When such individuals achieve something commendable, they are more than willing, often eager, to share their accomplishments with others. This kind of pride is admirable and elicits no resentment. Zhang Ye embodies this pride as well. Thus, logically, if he did not eliminate the spherical tornado, he would undoubtedly attribute its removal to the anomaly firefighting team. He survived the spherical tornado and aided the rescue team in dispelling it. an achievement truly commendable for a mere 16-year-old. However, in his conversation with Zhang Ye, he refrained from mentioning the spherical tornado, even deliberately avoiding any discussion about its disappearance, which was evidently at odds with his character traits. Zhang Ye had never anticipated that this seemingly rugged man possessed such a meticulous side. At that moment, Zhang Ye believed that Meng Fifan had ceased to harbor any doubts about him. In reality, Meng Fifan merely withdrew his sharp gaze, observing Zhang Ye with peripheral vision, employing a cheerful manner of communication to put him at ease. Unsurprisingly, Zhang Ye fell into the trap. During what appeared to be a relaxed exchange, Meng Fifan's psychic perception indicated that Zhang Ye's breathing had slowed. This implied that he had exhaled in relief. In other words, the disappearance of the spherical tornado indeed bore significant relevance to him, such as the instinct of a soldier, akin to that of a beast. The breath of the prey will reveal when to strike. Hunting Grounds Game Zhang Tianyan. Zhang Ye was still too young. Chapter 53. Self-awareness and mistakes. Nevertheless, Meng Fifan chose not to elaborate further. He understood that since Zhang Ye opted for concealment, there must be a valid reason behind it. Perhaps it was out of concern for safety, wishing to keep matters discreet. After all, it is widely acknowledged that the tallest trees attract the wind. Alternatively, he might have intended to consult Zhang Tianyan's opinion, as family is the most trustworthy. Regardless of the reason, Zhang Ye's ability to exhibit such composure was enough to indicate his exceptional nature. Given this, Meng Fifan would not insist unduly. The virtues and qualities of a Chinese soldier preclude them from engaging in the antics of the Americans, moreover, as a witness closely tied to the nation. These matters would likely be conveyed back in another form, further ensuring Zhang Ye's safety. Zhang Ye's home was merely a few kilometers from the incident site, and a brief conversation during the journey would soon bring them to their destination. Upon arriving at the villa's entrance, Meng Fifan turned and said, "After you return, I will report your actions. Your suggestions have saved hundreds of lives. Thus you have effectively rescued them, a significant accomplishment indeed. The higher-ups will reward you accordingly, and you may express your desires. Perhaps I can fulfill them at this moment." Meng Fifan was conveying a message on behalf of the authorities, based on the premise that the anomalies were eliminated by the anomaly firefighting team. But Zhang Ye deserves the credit. What is yours will ultimately remain yours. Simultaneously, it subtly implied that if he sought a qualification certificate for the exploration of the spiritual realm, it might be readily attainable. Meng Fifan believed Zhang Ye to be an astute individual, capable of comprehending the implications. Indeed, Zhang Ye understood perfectly, responding with a smile, "Thank you, Uncle Meng." With the crisis averted, Zhang Ye transitioned his address for Meng Fifan from Team Leader Meng to Uncle Meng, fostering a sense of closeness. Hearing Zhang Ye say this, Meng Fifan initially thought he was about to request the qualification certificate for spiritual realm exploration. However, the next moment, he was taken aback when Zhang Ye exclaimed, "I truly wish for a reward, to be transported by military transport plane to Jialagong, as we wish to parachute down." Zhang Ye's face radiated excitement. Meng Fifan was taken aback, momentarily oblivious to the "we" that Zhang Ye had mentioned due to his astonishment. He inquired, "Skydiving? You can skydive?" Zhang Ye chuckled. "I went skydiving with my dad when I was 12." Upon hearing this, Meng Fifan's mouth twitched. Such wild parenting from this fierce beast of Huaxia. That sounds feasible. But you would need your parents' consent. Meng Fifan nodded. But before he could finish his sentence, he noticed Zhang Ye had already activated his personal terminal. Liao Jia. "Hey, son. What's up?" Zhang Ye. "Mom, can I take a military transport plane and jump directly into Jialagong?" Liao Jia. "Sure. As long as the military approves." Zhang Ye. "Great. Nothing else. I'll hang up now." Liao Jia. "All right. Be safe." After ending the communication, Zhang Ye turned to Meng Fifan and said, "My mom agreed." Meng Fifan was astounded. What decisiveness! Was that cautionary remark merely procedural, apologies to caution and safety? He felt quite helpless regarding this formidable couple, not to mention Zhang Tianyan. Liao Jia was also a formidable individual, hailing from a family of ancient martial arts. It was said that she joined the army out of spite for her grandfather, and during her years in the military, her achievements were nothing short of terrifying, having broken countless records to person from an ancient martial arts lineage. Educated by both family and nation. Being emerging from the wilds, a human beast that walked out from the depths of Shenangjia, the offspring they produced would surely be quite extraordinary. Noticing Zhang Ye gazing at him with eager anticipation, Meng Fifan couldn't help but chuckle and nod. "All right then, when do we depart?" "Tomorrow morning." "That soon?" "Can't wait any longer." Zhang Ye grinned. "All right then, I'll pick you up at 8 tomorrow. Do you have all your gear?" "I do." "Good. Once they exited the vehicle, Ming Fifan leaned through the window and said to Zhang Ye, "By the way, it seems there's been some anomalies in Yunnan. Just the day before yesterday." Zhang Ye was taken aback. "The Jialigong Nature Reserve is located in Yunnan. Could this mean?" He quickly asked. "Is it within the Jialigong Nature Reserve? Is it dangerous?" "It's not in the Jialigong Nature Reserve. It's in the forest area on the old Myanmar side. It is dangerous. There has been a biological anomaly. A spirit realm on the old Myanmar side has been breached, and a large creature has escaped, which has yet to be located. However, it certainly won't be within the Jialigong Nature Reserve. The border area has already been fortified with an invisible Great Wall. Any anomalous creatures attempting to cross would trigger an alert, but there are currently no alarms, and the border is guarded by troops. So Jialigong is quite safe. I see. And what about this large creature?" Zhang Ye inquired curiously. "It's a level 4 biological hazard, Zhanshi beast. That creature killed over a dozen people on the old Myanmar side and disappeared into the forest. It has become elusive. Currently, Huaxia is also assisting old Myanmar in the search. This matter has actually been entrusted to your witnesses. You can request an electronic map from them when you return. Just ensure you don't venture into Jialigong, and definitely avoid crossing the forest border into Myanmar." "Understood. Got it." Zhang Ye nodded. After Ming Fifan departed, Zhang Ye took Xiaobai by the hand and returned indoors. The moment Zhang Ye returned home, he felt an overwhelming sense of relaxation wash over him, leading him to collapse onto the sofa. Observing this, Bai mimicked his actions and lay down beside him. The two little ones faced each other, their gazes colliding in the air. Subsequently, Zhang Ye sat cross-legged, and Bai followed suit. "Little Bai, let us have a conversation," he proposed. "MHM," she replied, noticing Zhang Ye's serious demeanor. Bai's expression mirrored his solemnity. However, in the next instant, Zhang Ye suddenly bowed his head, clasped his hands above his head, and exclaimed loudly, "I am sorry." This left Bai momentarily bewildered, unsure of how to respond. Huh? Zhang Ye lifted his gaze and spoke slowly to Bai. "I failed to manage my emotions, lost my composure, and indulged in a sense of personal heroism. At that moment, I mistakenly believed that you should not share the burden of risk with me. However, I have come to realize my error, and thus I wish to sincerely and earnestly apologize to you, as well as address some issues that exist between us and potential challenges we may face in the future." Upon hearing this, Bai calmed down, her large, watery eyes gazing at him quietly as she nodded. Zhang Ye took a deep breath and began, "Firstly, my belief that you should not accompany me into danger stemmed from my desire to prevent you from getting hurt, not from any lack of affection towards you. This distinction is crucial. Yet, it is precisely this that highlights my mistake, that I worry about you, just as you worry about me, but while you chose to support and assist me. I failed to consider your feelings. I allowed my impetuousness to cloud my judgment, drawing conclusions and making decisions unilaterally, which is wholly unacceptable. We ought to be united, yet I faltered, leading us to fight our battles in isolation. This represents a significant error on my part. I apologize. Therefore, in the future, when faced with similar situations, I will prioritize communication with you rather than making unilateral decisions. Secondly, after the crisis had passed, I should not have allowed you to wait below while I rushed off to rescue others. It may seem heroic, but it entirely disregarded your feelings and left you anxious. I acted incorrectly, profoundly, so that I once believed myself to be far superior to my peers, and I took pride in that. Yet this incident has revealed my immaturity. My lack of experience, limited perspective, and insufficient capability have transformed my pride into arrogance, which is unjustifiable. I apologize. I have come to understand that you should elevate your pride, while I ought to temper mine. I recall my parents teaching me that family comes first, while everything else follows. However, I failed to adhere to this principle. In my pursuit of personal heroism, I neglected to prioritize your well-being. I felt you were safe, yet I should have acknowledged the possibility of your vulnerability, and my thoughts should have reflected that I must consider other matters only after placing your safety as my foremost concern. I am truly sorry. Since I must take responsibility, I must genuinely consider and choose from your perspective. From now on, I shall not repeat such mistakes. At this point, Zhang Ye gazed intently into Bai's eyes, the light within them radiating sincerity. This encapsulates the error I committed and my profound self-reflection. Xiaobai, do you accept this? Chapter 54. The kiss. His voice was soft, yet each utterance of "I'm sorry" bore a weight of solemnity. Bai could sense his earnestness. There was no pretense, no justification, only a straightforward acknowledgement and understanding of his mistakes. Moreover, The notion of family being paramount indicated that he had already embraced her as one of his own. I looked into his eyes and noticed the flicker of unease within them in that moment. She understood what she needed to do, alleviate his discomfort. She reached out, gently cradling his hand, tenderly exploring the contours of his palm. As if still empathizing with the pain he had previously endured. I accept, from now on, you must include me. Upon hearing this, Zhang Ye's eyes ceased to tremble. Instead, they sparkled with surprise and fervor, though his eyes glistened with the hint of tears. The weight on his heart lifted. All right, he beamed radiantly, then added, are you hungry? I'll go prepare a meal. After such a lengthy day filled with unusual occurrences, including a spherical whirlwind, it was now afternoon, time for dinner. Zhang Ye possessed an abundance of energy, so a fortnight without sustenance was inconsequential for him, but he could not allow his beloved wife to go hungry. Consequently, he promptly rose to cook, but just as he stood, Bai grasped his arm, halting him. Without waiting for his inquiry, she suddenly pulled him forward, bringing him directly in front of her. Her small hand cupped his face, and she planted a kiss on his cheek. Zhang Ye stood frozen, staring blankly at Bai. With a playful grin revealing her pearly white canines, she teased, a promise is a promise. It's not difficult to repay. At that moment, Zhang Ye realized that this was by returning his encouraging kiss. This gesture of encouragement was something he had learned from his parents. Whenever they faced extreme adventures or challenges, they would exchange such kisses, with the understanding that they must be returned. It was a beautiful and reassuring tradition. At this instant, Zhang Ye's cheeks flushed visibly. He could not comprehend why, as he had felt completely at ease when he first kissed Bai, but now, receiving her encouraging kiss made him feel incredibly shy, his heart racing wildly. In contrast, Bai's fair complexion also turned rosy, yet she appeared utterly unbothered, her laughter radiating pure joy. Zhang Ye could not help but turn away, clutching his chest, taking deep breaths. Wind, please, cool down. Coming right up, a gentle breeze immediately enveloped Zhang Ye, bringing him a sense of relief from the heat. He then subtly turned his face to glance at Bai, only to find her seated on the sofa, her head tilted in curiosity as she gazed at him. Upon noticing his gaze, she beamed again, her eyes crescent-shaped and sweet as a moonlit night. Once more, he was struck by the directness of her charm. I shall prepare dinner now. Zhang Ye dashed into the kitchen, seemingly fleeing. However, Bai was certain to cling to him. That I'll help, she declared, following Zhang Ye into the kitchen. The kitchen, partially open in design, was quite spacious. Yet, Bai preferred to remain close to Zhang Ye, causing his cheeks to flush a deep crimson. It was stiflingly warm, yet the corners of Zhang Ye's mouth inexplicably lifted into a smile. Despite his face being flushed and burning, he felt an unusual exhilaration. This inexplicable sensation filled Zhang Ye with a sense of euphoria, as if he were soaring through the clouds. Could this be what they call a near miss with a straightforward approach? How exhilarating. Yezi. Suddenly, Bai's voice broke through his thoughts. Zhang Ye turned his head to find Bai leaning in close, her face radiating contentment and warmth. It's so cool next to you, she remarked, her silken white hair dancing in the breeze, revealing her smooth forehead, making her appear even more adorable. Yet again, it was a blow to his senses, aided by the gentle zephyr. What an impressive play. No, this simply wouldn't he do. Zhang Ye felt as though he might lose his mind. The moment he beheld Bai's slightly chubby cheeks, an overwhelming impulse surged within him, a desire to kiss her. But how could he? They were still so young, merely 16. How could they indulge in such affections? Yet the longing was undeniable. Just as Zhang Ye wrestled with his thoughts, the small devil and the little angel made their appearances once more. The little devil clenched its fist and shouted, "Who cares about being a good boy? Just kiss her." The little angel vigorously nodded in agreement. Yes, right. Kiss her. Zhang Ye was left dumbfounded. Have you two switched roles? Finally, spurred on by the encouragement of the little angel and the little devil, Zhang Ye found himself unable to resist any longer. He turned around and suddenly embraced Bai's shoulders, swallowing hard. Bai looked somewhat puzzled. Can I kiss you? Zhang Ye's voice trembled slightly as he took deep breaths. Upon hearing this, Bai blinked her large eyes and then, all at once, rose onto her tiptoes. The wind began to stir, tousling their hair, the interplay of black and white mesmerizing. Zhang Ye widened his eyes, captivated by the proximity of Bai. Her soft lips brushed against the corner of his mouth, and he felt an unmistakably tender warmth. With a gentle peck, she retreated slightly, giggling at him with a smile that radiated unparalleled sweetness and beauty, rendering Zhang Ye momentarily spellbound. Yezi. Noticing Zhang Ye standing frozen, Bai called out softly. Zhang Ye responded absent-mindedly, his face growing increasingly flushed, steam seemingly rising from his head, causing him to topple backward. Bai gasped and quickly caught him, her gaze searching his eyes, which appeared to swirl like a vortex. She touched his face, sensing the warmth of love emanating from him. Yezi, are you okay? Bai exclaimed, panic rising within her as Zhang Ye lay in her embrace, gradually breaking into a silly grin. That wasn't his intention. He truly could not withstand this. Yezi, don't scare me. Bai shouted anxiously, promptly lifting him in her arms and rushing towards the hospital. Fortunately, Zhang Ye regained his composure just in time. I'm fine, he exclaimed. But you were on the verge of fainting. That was merely the overwhelming bliss nearly sweeping me away. Zhang Ye chuckled, rising to his feet. He then remarked, Bai, a kiss of encouragement must be reciprocated, right? Bai was momentarily taken aback, and then, somewhat bewildered, she nodded, unsure of Zhang Ye's intent. Zhang Ye continued, since you just kissed me, doesn't that mean I owe you one in return? Upon hearing this, Bai's expression brightened with realization, and she lifted her delicate face, presenting her fair cheek towards him, her countenance brimming with anticipation. Seeing this, Zhang Ye felt his heart melt, almost overwhelmed by an urge to weep. How many worlds must I have saved in my past life to deserve such a wonderful girl? Then I shall repay you, he gently stated. Emichum, Bai replied, her face alight with expectation, her sparkling eyes seemingly urging Zhang Ye to hasten. Zhang Ye smiled softly, then leaned down, ready to kiss her. However, just as his lips were about to touch her tender cheek, she playfully turned her head, resulting in Zhang Ye kissing not her cheek, but her cherry-red lips. The wind began to stir once more, lifting the curtains in the living room, as light cascaded in, casting a beautiful, ethereal shadow that enveloped the two figures, creating a hazy sense of beauty. Chapter 55. The World of Jie's Dilemma. Yezi, Bai called out, looking at Zhang Ye, who was crouched on the ground with his face covered. She called out from one side and then the other. Although her small face was flushed, Zhang Ye's face was even more crimson, redder than Wukong's rear, with his ears ablaze, steam seemingly rising from his head. Small Bai, could you give me a moment? I'm flustered. Zhang Ye mumbled through his hands. Observing him in such a state, Bai thought to herself, how utterly adorable. She then crouched down in front of Zhang Ye, gently taking his hands in her small, icy ones, which instantly brought him a wave of refreshing comfort. He moved his hands away from his face and placed Bai's small hands upon his cheeks, relishing the moment. Yezi, your face is so hot, Bai remarked. Zhang Ye nodded in agreement. Yes, I feel quite is that what shyness feels like, she inquired. Indeed, as he spoke, Zhang Ye placed his hand gently on Bai's small face. Your face is quite rosy as well. Then I must be shy too. The two little ones crouched on the ground, covering their faces, before bursting into laughter. Yezi, your lips are all pouty. Ha! Bai giggled as she playfully rubbed Zhang Ye's cheek. Ha ha ha, yours are too. Hiki. Yezi, your hands are so warm, and yours are quite cool. Then you can hold my hand from now on, and we will be perfectly matched. That makes sense. They continued to laugh and chat, their previously flushed faces gradually returning to a calm rosy hue. Small Bai, this is my first kiss. What do you mean by first kiss? It means the first time one kisses on the lips. Then I also had my first kiss. Indeed, we share this moment together. MHM. All right, time to cook. What would you like to eat? Egg fried rice. Very well. Before long, the two little ones each devoured a pot of fried rice. Zhang Ye's digestive capacity today was quite remarkable. No matter how much he consumed, he always felt about 80% full. Perhaps this was related to the energy reserves within his body as long as his spiritual energy was not depleted. He would never truly feel hunger. Conversely, if his spiritual energy was not sufficiently replenished, he would not experience the sensation of being overly full. Zhang Ye was uncertain about what constituted a full reserve of spiritual energy, but it seemed unlikely that he would fill it up anytime soon, considering the infinity of it. Bai, allow me to introduce you to Feng Er. All right. Zhang Ye had called out to Feng Er numerous times, so he was aware that Bai had certainly heard him. She simply chose not to inquire further. Subsequently, Zhang Ye shared the details of Feng Er with Bai, while Feng Er gracefully circled around them, sometimes brushing against Zhang Ye's cheek and at other times playfully tousling Bai's short hair, eliciting peals of laughter from her. In this manner, Bai became aware of Feng Er's presence. However, Zhang Ye also harbored many questions regarding Feng Er. Feng Er, how can I assist Gaia next? Zhang Ye inquired. Eliminate the anomalies, Feng Er replied, her voice ethereal and melodic, akin to a song. There are numerous anomalies on Gaia. While some have vanished, the anomalies themselves remain, and new ones will emerge after a period. Thus, ye heir must venture forth to eliminate these anomalies. Only by consuming the anomalies can we truly eradicate their occurrence. Once ye heir consumes the anomalies, Gaia shall aid in enhancing your abilities. Intrigued, Zhang Ye asked, what kind of enhancement? By consuming the anomalies of the wind, ye heir can empower Feng Heir, enabling her to assist you in mastering the winds. Mastering the winds? Zhang Ye was taken aback. Like this as her words trailed off, Zhang Ye's perspective shifted to a unique vantage point where he could perceive the laws of nature, the Gaia vision. He beheld Feng Heir, the azure wind, smiling gently at him before diving into his very being. In that instant, a brilliant azure light began to radiate from Zhang Ye, and simultaneously, his senses transformed. He became attuned to the fluctuations of the air currents surrounding him. This sensation differed from the tactile awareness of the hair on his skin. The air currents felt as though they were extensions of his own limbs. Even with his eyes closed, he could perceive the currents filling the room. He sensed the dynamic of the entire space through the air flowed. As Feng Heir darted beneath the sofa, he became aware of a nail clipper hidden there, something he had searched for extensively. When Feng Heir drifted past the kitchen, he perceived the shape of the water droplets falling from the faucet. As Feng Heir circled around by, he felt her warm breath and the astonished expression on her face. Yi Zi, you are glowing. Zhang Ye opened his eyes, his expression gradually filling with excitement. Xiao Bai, look, he exclaimed, extending his hand towards a plastic cup on the table. In an instant, a whirlwind lifted the cup and gently placed it into Zhang Ye's grasp. Wow, Bai gasped in awe. Feeling the power of the wind surge within him, Zhang Ye, inspired, stood in the center of the living room and spread his arms wide. The wind began to swirl around him. With all the flowing air currents becoming an extension of his perception, his awareness of the winds expanded, allowing him to observe every nook and cranny of the villa. The perception of the wind continued to broaden. With a diameter of 10 meters, then 20, 30. Culminating at 150 meters, he is capable of perceiving and commanding the winds within this expanse. Then, Zhang Ye began to play as his fingers danced. Gentle breezes enveloped him and Bai, ultimately converging around the two of them, causing their forms to gradually lift from the ground. In that moment, Zhang Ye felt as though he were suspended in water, with all the winds cradling him and Bai. Yezi, we are flying, Bai exclaimed in exhilaration, her face flushed with excitement, mirrored by Zhang Ye's own rosy cheeks. The two little ones began to float around the room, sometimes tumbling midair, at other times gliding gracefully like fish through the sky. Once the wind and Yezi merged, Yezi could manipulate the wind like it was his own. The voice of the wind whispered in Zhang Ye's ear. Subsequently, with the wind's elucidation, Zhang Ye comprehended the power bestowed upon him by Gaia. World mediation, what is termed world mediation, in simpler terms, refers to the world exerting the forces of natural law through a medium. And that medium is none other than Zhang Ye. Upon employing world mediation, his consciousness and thoughts could merge with supernatural will, the wind, allowing any notion of Zhang Ye's to be shared with the wind instantaneously. Zhang Ye could be lifted by the wind, not because he directly controlled it, but because the wind understood his intentions and cooperated entirely. Thus, he no longer needed to express verbally to align with the wind. He could embody the wind, commanding it as if it were an extension of himself. In other words, Zhang Ye did not directly manipulate the wind, but rather, indirectly, guided it through the wind itself. As previously mentioned, since the wind could share Zhang Ye's thoughts and consciousness, it followed that Zhang Ye could also share in the wind's thoughts and consciousness. However, unlike humans, the wind is not a tangible entity. Thus, its so-called thoughts and consciousness are, in essence, its being, with each breeze constituting both its thoughts and its corporeal form. This enabled Zhang Ye to perceive everything within a certain radius of the wind through this shared connection. The efficacy of this ability varies with the environmental conditions. This leads to the introduction of a new conceptual vocabulary, wind dynamics. Wind dynamics encapsulates the overall nature and strength of the wind. For instance, within a radius of 150 meters, if there is nearly no wind, save for the slightest stirring of air, Zhang Ye could only command these minor air currents, limited to rustling leaves or stirring paper cups. Conversely, if the area were beset by tempestuous winds, Zhang Ye could wield those gales, capable of uprooting houses and lifting vehicles, The potency of the wind dynamics dictates whether the winds under Zhang Ye's command are fierce or gentle. Naturally, this is contingent upon a fundamental premise. The winds that Zhang Ye can manipulate must be natural winds. Natural winds do not solely refer to those formed by nature, excluding human-induced winds. In truth, humans are also a part of nature. Hence, even winds generated by human activity can be classified as natural winds as long as the winds originate from the native soil of Blue Star. They are considered natural winds, irrespective of their formation. The winds that blow from other realms or are formed by anomalies in the laws are referred to as the winds of anomaly, which Zhang Ye is unable to control. However, this is quite formidable, for with such an ability, and with further enhancement, Zhang Ye could effortlessly traverse the very center of a storm. Moreover, this world is not merely composed of winds. Supernatural will, metal, wood, water, fire, earth, supernatural will, heaven and earth, tremor and wind. Supernatural will, Can, Jin, Li Dui. Among these, Sun represents the wind. Therefore, the abilities that world interface can bestow upon Zhang Ye are far beyond this. Chapter 56. The Remnant-Toothed Beast in the Evening. Instead of lying on the bed, the two floated in the room, engrossed in their reading. The wind was stronger at night, and within a radius of 150 meters, Zhang Ye had dominion over the winds, effortlessly gathering them to suspend both of them in midair. Some may wonder if the winds would be too strong, causing chaos within the house. In truth, that is not the case, as Zhang Ye can control every current, guiding their direction, no matter how fierce the wind, as long as he manages the excess airflow without disturbing other objects. All is well at this moment. Only the two little ones hovered in the air, as if reclining on a soft, floating water cushion, a truly wondrous sight. By the way, wind does this world interface that require the expenditure of spiritual energy? Zhang Ye suddenly inquired. This marvelous ability seemed akin to the manifestation of spiritual power, and the utilization of spirit always demands spiritual energy, hence his curiosity. Indeed, the release of any power necessitates energy consumption. However, you need not worry about your spiritual energy being insufficient. Why is that? Zhang Ye asked, intrigued. Because all the spiritual energy on Gaia belongs to you. Upon hearing this, Zhang Ye was taken aback. Are you saying that the spiritual energy reserves of others are contained within the human body, while my spiritual energy reserve encompasses the entirety of Blue Star? Exactly. In that moment, even Zhang Ye could not suppress his astonishment. No wonder his spiritual energy was denoted as. The vast reserves of spiritual energy in this world are beyond the capacity of any machine to detect. Even if there is a limit, that limit is exceedingly formidable. Initially, Zhang Ye had assumed that there was merely an indication of the equipment's inability to detect, but little did he know. Thus, Zhang Ye felt even more elated. For this was akin to having a cheat code, absolutely flawless. Yet, after being buffeted by the winds for so long, even with Zhang Ye's robust physique, he felt slightly chilled. So, he and Wind decided to terminate the world interface and hurried to the basement with Bai Chuyang. What are we doing, Yezi? Bai asked curiously. A physical assessment. We are heading to Jialigong tomorrow, and before that, we need to accurately gauge our physical metrics, enabling better judgment and mutual support. Oh, I see. The physical assessment commenced. Although Bai could not be seen by others, the data measured by the equipment was still displayed. The assessment began. And concluded. The data is as follows. Zhang Ye, maximum sprint speed, 18.5 meters per second. Standing long jump, 7.4 meters. Standing high jump, 2.1 meters. Grip strength, 236 kilograms. Left arm curl strength, 104 kilograms. Right arm curl strength, 116 kilograms. Bite force, 361 kilograms. In comparison to previous data, it has surged dramatically. Zhang Ye understands that this is the result of facing limits and challenges, leading to enhancement. After the rehabilitation period, such enhancement has become the primary means for humanity to elevate itself. Zhang Tianyin and his companions have achieved their growth in this manner. However, Zhang Ye did not anticipate that his own improvement would be so substantial, considering it was merely the aftermath of an anomaly. Then there are Bai statistics. Maximum sprint speed, 35 meters per second. Standing long jump, 12.8 meters. Standing high jump, 5.4 meters. Grip strength, 631 kilograms. Left arm curl strength, 289 kilograms. Right arm curl strength, 311 kilograms. Bite force, 1,367 kilograms. These figures left Zhang Ye feeling a shiver run down his spine. What extraordinary physical attributes! She utterly overwhelms him in every aspect. Most alarming is her bite force. Over a ton? Zhang Ye could hardly fathom that Bai's delicate little mouth possessed such a terrifying bite strength. Surely she could chew through metal like it was mere gum. Yinzi, what do you think? Bai looked at Zhang Ye with eager anticipation. After a moment of silence, Zhang Ye nodded. It's impressive. A single punch could easily finish me. Bai. But the fact that Bai is so formidable brings Zhang Ye immense joy, for it ensures her own safety. Now, the pressure rests upon Zhang Ye. Witnessing Bai's astonishing physical data, he feels an increasing urgency to elevate himself. He wishes to protect Bai rather than be protected by her. Moreover, his ambition is to surpass Zhang Tianyin and Liao Jia. He recalls their last physical assessment at home, which took place 6 months ago. The alarming nature of their physical data remains etched in his memory. Just considering their speed alone far exceeds both Bai and Zhang Ye. He remembers that during their trials in the Lingjing, Zhang Tianyin and his team could withstand storms and attain speeds of 200 kilometers per hour, while on calm ground, they could even exceed 100 meters per second, truly capable of keeping pace with high-speed trains. Only by reaching such heights can one be deemed a true powerhouse. After the physical assessment concluded, Zhang Ye contacted the witness tower. Hello, Uncle Gao, could you prepare the equipment for trekking across Jialagong, as well as for parachuting? Yes. We need it for tomorrow's transport via cargo plane. 2 sets, please, and also the personal terminal for the witness. I'll be going with the vice captain of witness team 2. I found my own teammate. I assure you, they are reliable. I'll show you when I return. It's a 2-hour flight. Okay, understood. Alright, don't worry. I managed to get through the Lingjing, so Jialagong will be no problem. Oh, and could you send me the data on the remnant tooth beast? Just in case? Alright, that's all for now. Uncle Gao, take care. Upon returning indoors, Zhang Ye ended the call and nodded at Bai. Everything is set. Bai nodded enthusiastically, but soon a look of concern crossed her face. Noticing this, Zhang Ye gently ruffled her hair and reassured her. Don't worry, Bai then. It won't just be me who can see you. Once our team earns renown, the whole world will be able to see you. At this, Bai lifted her small face and her smile blossomed anew. Soon, the data on the remnants of the tooth beast arrived. Upon examining it, Zhang Ye felt that this creature was exceedingly formidable. The remnants of the tooth beast, including its tail, measures approximately 6 to 8 meters in length, with exceptionally dense muscle tissue, showcasing distinct muscle lines. Its skin is as dark and hard as carbon fiber, possessing remarkable camouflage capabilities. Moreover, the remnants of the tooth beast have 3 pairs of limbs, 2 pairs of forelimbs, and 1 pair of hind limbs, each adorned with scythe-like claws that are extraordinarily sharp. And its 6 limbs possess immense strength, capable of tearing through the frontal armor of a tank. The skull features a triangular plate that, contrary to being defensive, is actually sensory in nature, referred to as the sensory plate. Although the remnants of the tooth beast lack eyes, its sensory plate is covered with various sensory organs, allowing it to detect changes in airflow and temperature within a radius of several dozen meters. Its tongue resembles that of a serpent, but is more bifurcated, designed to sense airborne scent particles. The creature is named the remnants of the tooth beast due to its terrifying biting power and distinctive teeth. The biting muscles of the remnants of the tooth beast are highly developed, capable of exerting a force of up to 4 tons, and its teeth are densely packed, with each edge resembling a razor. Featuring fine serrations akin to those of a shark, the bite wounds it inflicts are notoriously difficult to heal, and its saliva contains a blood circulation toxin that can disrupt the circulatory system of living beings, causing incessant bleeding and preventing wounds from closing. Though the remnants of the tooth beast may not be the most powerful creature in the spirit realm of Old Mian, it is undoubtedly one of the most efficient hunters. Truly armed to the teeth, upon viewing an image of the remnants of the tooth beast, Zhang Ye felt as if this creature exuded an aura that proclaimed, I am a top-tier predator. What is even more alarming is that this creature is social in nature. As he looked at the image on Zhang Ye's computer, I could not help but exclaim, this remnants of the tooth beast is terrifying. Zhang Ye nodded in agreement. Indeed, it is frightening. However, it is not a significant concern. Although the remnants of the tooth beast can reach speeds of 80 kilometers per hour, in our world, its physical capabilities would diminish, and environmental factors would impose limitations, making it difficult to maneuver in a forest. You can run much faster than the remnants of the tooth beast. So if we were to encounter one, you could easily pull me along, so there is no need for alarm. Furthermore, the remnants of the tooth beast is located on the old Mion's side, and there exists an invisible great wall along the border of Huaxia. Unless it can fly, it would be detected the moment it crosses the border, and troops would swiftly suppress it. Therefore, Jialigong is quite safe, and we are unlikely to encounter it. With that, Zhang Ye shut down the computer and ruffled Bai's hair, saying, "All right, it's getting late. Let us hurry and sleep. That will set off for Jialigong early tomorrow." "Okay. Are you going to sleep by yourself tonight, or with me?" "Yezi, could you repeat that? What do you mean?" Bai leaned closer to Zhang Ye's ear and whispered something softly, causing Zhang Ye's eyes to light up. That he nodded and said, "Let me rephrase that. Little Bai, tonight, will you be sleeping with me, or will I be sleeping with you?" "I'll sleep with you." Puffed, haha. Before the words could fully escape their lips, the two little ones erupted into laughter. After completing their evening routines, they nestled into their cozy bedding. As the lights were extinguished, the room was enveloped in darkness, yet both little ones could discern the glimmer in each other's eyes, as if they shimmered brightly amidst the night. "Good night, Stubbai. Good night, Fonger. Good night." This night was serene. In this mighty nation, the night can be tranquil, secure, and remarkably beautiful. However, the same cannot be said for the land of Laomian. To locate the elusive Lingjing's remnant tooth beast, over 6,000 fully armed search teams were deployed for a thorough search. Yet, the forest was vast, and the remnant tooth beast moved with astonishing speed. Recent heavy rains had washed away its traces, rendering the search less than fruitful. Time ticked away, marked by a lack of progress. Meanwhile, atop a mountain deep within the forest, a colossal black chrysalis lay concealed in the shadows. Its form eerily resembled the curled posture of the remnant tooth beast, and within, something stirred. Suddenly, the black chrysalis emitted a series of cracking sounds. Fissures appearing on its surface, and with a sharp crack, a massive white creature emerged from its confines. Its body was semi-translucent, a milky hue, appearing soft and pliable, starkly contrasting with the dark, rigid texture observed by Zhang Ye. Its length had been reduced to approximately 4 meters, with a more streamlined physique. Rather than taking flight immediately, it remained still atop the mountain, allowing the evening breeze to rush past, hastening the hardening of its surface. As its body gradually filled with vitality, something akin to butterfly wings unfurled from its back. The surface of its body transitioned from milky white to pitch black, reflecting little light, allowing it to nearly vanish into the night. Exhibiting an exceptionally hard texture, perhaps sensing the moment had arrived, it rose slowly, its form more slender and streamlined than before. The sensory plates atop its head detected the shifts in airflow, feeling the oncoming gusts. It understood that the time had come. With a powerful whoosh, its 8-meter wingspan unfurled dramatically, strong limbs coiling in readiness, and the muscles along its spine engaged in unison. It leapt several meters into the air, its vast wings flapping initially in a somewhat awkward manner, perhaps due to its lack of prior experience in flight. Yet, it quickly regained its balance and began to find its rhythm, its wings beating powerfully as it ascended rapidly, ultimately disappearing into the clouds. Where has it gone? Suddenly, a sound akin to a diving fighter jet pierced the air, accompanied by a piercing cry reminiscent of an eagle's call. The sound traveled far, reaching the ears of the Laomian soldiers in the search party, leaving them puzzled. Do eagles hunt at night? However, they did not dwell on it, as they were preoccupied with the search for the remnant tooth beast. Unbeknownst to them, the target they sought had already soared towards the eastern continent at a speed exceeding 100 kilometers per hour. Its objective seemed unmistakable: to hunt a human child. It remains unaware of the reasons behind its actions, yet upon entering this world, it acquired a singular purpose for its newfound ability to soar through the skies. It too is perplexed. Perhaps only the cosmos holds the answers to such mysteries. Adaptation. Indeed, adaptation. When individuals traverse into other realms, they exhibit adaptability, and similarly, Blue Star must also be considered an other realm for those foreign beings. Thus, when these entities arrive on Blue Star, both adaptation and otherworldly allergies are inevitably triggered. Under the influence of supernatural forces from the alternate dimension, anomalies akin to aberrations of natural laws arise. Initially, surviving the otherworldly allergies and adaptations might merely enhance one's physical prowess and confer relevant antibodies. However, with the intervention of these anomalous laws, genetic mutations ensue. Yes, this is not evolution, it is mutation. Anomalous mutation, biological aberration, the shredded Fang beast. The supernatural will of the other realm seeks to consume Gaia. And naturally, it will not permit her immune system to develop the inaugural white blood cell of this world. One Zhang is at the forefront. Avoiding calamity does not guarantee that calamity will not seek you out. Regardless of whether Zhang Ye ventured to Galigong, he must ultimately confront this monstrous entity. The laws of the other realm continuously encircle the shredded Fang beast, which perceives this as its instinct. The laws of the other realm will guide it to its prey, and its task is to tear open its chest and devour it, or be devoured in turn. It remains that haunting dream. Yet, it can no longer be deemed merely a dream. It is more aptly described as the Gaia vision. Through the Gaia vision, Zhang Ye perceives all the spiritual realms upon Blue Star, as well as those on the verge of emergence. At this moment, he discovers that the spiritual realm poised to descend upon the Magic City has merely 8 days left on its countdown, while new white dots have appeared across the globe. Totaling 11.11 new spiritual realms are destined to arrive in the foreseeable future, though none yet show a countdown, likely still beyond the 10-day mark, just as Zhang Ye wishes to explore the world through the Gaia vision. Suddenly, his entire view of Blue Star vanishes, replaced by a line of text. Laws are being consolidated. Gaia vision is upgrading. Zhang Ye scratches his head, having not anticipated this feature required an upgrade. However, the consumption of the anomaly of laws could enhance both himself and the wind, which is indeed a form of upgrade. The Gaia realm likely absorbs more laws due to the emergence of the other realm, thus prompting its elevation. The so-called upgrade is merely Gaia presenting it in a manner comprehensible to Zhang Ye. As the Gaia vision undergoes its upgrade, Zhang Ye gradually loses his sense of autonomy, slipping into a genuine slumber. Meanwhile, a prominent figure in China is reviewing the project proposals related to the spiritual realms submitted by various corporate magnates. Suddenly, the door bursts open, and a man clad in military attire rushes in, delivering a stack of printed documents before him. "Chief," he exclaims, "we have received alarming news from the witness. The Magic City is in peril." Chapter 58. This is not gambling. It is a necessity. Gazing at the soldier before him, the commanding officer raised an eyebrow slightly. Then, as he accepted the document from his hand, remarked calmly, "Shaolin, I have told you countless times that in the face of adversity, one must remain composed and not flustered, lest chaos ensue." Upon hearing this, Lin Yongshuang promptly replied, "Understood." As the commanding officer opened the document, he inquired, "What is the situation?" He was well aware of Lin Yongshuang's capabilities. He was an impressive young man with great potential. Typically, he would not exhibit such haste, indicating that something significant must have transpired. "Is there a crisis in Magic City?" the officer pondered. Everything seemed fine. How could it suddenly be in peril? Lin Yongshuang hurriedly explained. "Just now, we received a message from the witness tower stating that during their geological survey in Magic City, they discovered anomalies and took related actions, ultimately concluding that a spiritual realm may manifest directly in the heart of Magic City." At this revelation, the commanding officer's hand paused momentarily, and he quickly extracted the document. His pupils constricted. The document contained various data regarding geological surveys and research related to spiritual realms, specifically focused on Magic City, with several entries highlighted in striking red. December 18, 4:17 p.m., witness survey personnel detected an anomaly in spiritual energy perception, noting multiple points of energy convergence, which aligns with the currently identified potential signs of a spiritual realm's emergence. Moreover, certain areas exhibited permeation of spiritual energy streams, with the underground soil becoming loose and plants thriving abnormally, likely triggering an exceptional event. December 19, 6:24 a.m., spiritual energy reflux observed along the coastal areas of Magic City, converging towards the city center, cause unknown. December 19, 9:44 a.m., witness survey personnel detected another anomaly in spiritual energy perception, with multiple convergence points moving towards the city center. As he perused the document, the commanding officer's frown deepened, for he sensed something amiss. Firstly, the document was fabricated, or rather, the data and information contained within were false. There were no genuine signs of a potential emergence. Currently, no evidence of any spiritual realm's appearance could be found worldwide. The so-called potential signs should more accurately be termed consolidated signs, which involve integrating all phenomena that precede the emergence of spiritual realms to identify anomalous elements. However, these anomalous elements were exceedingly scarce, and many had no relation to spiritual realms. Thus, no credible signs had been discovered to date. The notion of potential signs was merely a theoretical proposal put forth by the witnesses. They believed that all phenomena and developments have traceable paths. Much like nature itself, if one nurtures the environment, nature would not randomly strike back with a violent gust of wind. Furthermore, the document contained numerous hidden clues. As the head of the Star Spirit Bureau, Wan Tian possessed a keen eye and meticulous mind, allowing him to instantly discern the concealed special matters within the document. By intertwining the clandestine clues and special matters, Wan Tian received a message accompanied by a sequence of numbers. The message read, "Spirit-bound and a gamble. Success heralds the prosperity of Huaxia. A century of peace within the realm. Failure ignites turmoil. The international community revels." The meaning of this message is quite straightforward. Spirit-bound refers to the master of the spirit, which signifies a person. This necessitates an understanding of the main contents of the document, ultimately leading to the conclusion. A person's spirit may possess the ability to foresee the emergence of the spirit realm. This is a wager. Should one win, Huaxia will ride the winds and soar to great heights, ensuring peace while this individual remains in the world. As for the consequences of losing the bet, they are glaringly apparent. All actions, all deployments, all efforts would amount to nothing, rendering the international community a spectator to our folly, subjecting the nation to immense economic losses and scrutiny from global public opinion. The essence of it is, will we take the gamble? The sequence of numbers is far more straightforward. It is an identification number. Shaolin, check this ID number, Wan Tian instructed Lin Yongshuang. Upon hearing this, Lin Yongshuang promptly replied, "I have already looked it up. It's in the penultimate document." Wan Tian cast a surprised glance at Lin Yongshuang, not anticipating that he would decipher the intricacies of the document and locate the individual. Upon opening the document, he discovered it was a child. Wan Tian adjusted his glasses to IT that moment. He comprehended the situation, an involuntary smile gracing his face. This boy certainly keeps his son under tight protection. Lin Yongshuang, sensing the mood, cautiously inquired, "Are you referring to Zhang Tianyan?" "Who else could it be?" Wan Tian chuckled. "In this world, only that lad would dare to call himself the witness at this juncture." Wan Tian's expression grew serious as he declared, "The nation is in peril. Report immediately." Concurrently, he commanded all available forces to mobilize swiftly to Shanghai, to evacuate the populace. Effective immediately, Shanghai is to be brought to a halt. Ports closed, roads sealed, the city locked down. Incoming vessels are prohibited from approaching. We must ensure the maritime routes remain open, with some citizens evacuated by sea. Upon hearing this, Lin Yongshuang's face displayed astonishment. "This, Commander, are we truly going to gamble?" It should be noted that Shanghai, as one of the economic lifelines of Huaxia, bears the weight of global transportation and shipping hubs. Should it come to a standstill, the daily losses would exceed tens of billions. Gamble? In response, Wan Tian lifted his gaze to meet Lin Yongshuang's, his expression turning icy wide at once. Lin Yongshuang felt as if he were locking eyes with a ferocious tiger. The sharpness of that gaze rendered him unable to steady his nerves, and he instinctively lowered his head. "Do you genuinely believe this is a gamble?" The term witness implies immediate action on my part, a sense of urgency. Otherwise, they will disseminate related statements and incite a media storm. This is not a matter of choosing to gamble or not. To wager the populace is inhumane. This is not a gamble. It is a necessity. The witness would never jest about such matters. They are prepared to shoulder the responsibility of transferring pressure onto me for the sake of Shanghai. In light of this, how could we afford to hesitate? Moreover, at this point, Wan Tian's gaze fell upon the information regarding Zhang Ye in the document, his eyes shimmering with excitement. If this is true, Huaxia shall flourish. Thus, without hesitation, he resolved to act immediately. For only 8 days remained, and I granted him 150 hours. After the passage of these 150 hours, I envisioned the once vibrant metropolis, now a desolate city. Indeed, under the overwhelming pressure, Lin Yongshuang scarcely hesitated before promptly declaring his intent, and he turned to rush toward the exit. However, upon reaching the doorway, Lin Yongshuang paused, glancing back to inquire, "Director, what about the international situation?" In response, the director merely waved his hand dismissively, replying coolly, "Sfac." Understood. Lin Yongshuang saluted respectfully before swiftly making his way outside. As he broke free from the binding spiritual field of the director's office, He instantly vanished from sight, transmitting orders at an astonishing speed. That night, shortly after the colossal dragon had brushed his teeth and settled in for sleep, he awakened. The communication devices buzzed incessantly, the urgency and agitation palpable in every word. Yet the conveyed message remained singular: mobilize with utmost haste and evacuate the 25 million citizens of the metropolis. It was a gamble. Yet, Huaxia does not gamble, for Huaxia has never wagered its people as stakes. Huaxia only engages in serious matters. Perhaps, this is the very reason why Zhang Tianyan dared to act as he did. The wind arose that it stirred not a single hair, yet it rippled the placid waters of nations. The colossal dragon of Huaxia stirred at awakening with a fierce temperament. I am awake, and you shall not dream in peace. Consequently, Huaxia's grand maneuvers directly startled nations around the globe, prompting them to take immediate notice of Huaxia's activities. That night was eerily quiet yet tumultuously loud. Meanwhile, Zhang Ye, cradling by, slept soundly. Chapter 59. Superior equipment. As dawn broke, Zhang Ye opened his eyes to behold the figure close at hand. Her snow-white eyelashes curled delicately, igniting a flutter of excitement within him. She lay nestled in the crook of his arm, her cherubic face adorably pudgy, flushed with a rosy hue, radiating an irresistible charm, and no matter how he looked at her, he found himself utterly captivated. In the next moment, her eyelashes fluttered, and she opened her eyes, her violet-hued orbs shimmering softly. Yezi, she emitted a gentle sound, burrowing further into his embrace like a languorous kitten, affirming her attachment to him. Good morning. Zhang Yi smiled faintly. It's time to wake up. We must head to Jilagong. I nodded, rising alongside Zhang Yi, both stretching in a delightful yawn. As they raised their arms, her flat abdomen became exposed, revealing a clear outline of her abdominal muscles and a playful navel. Glancing at the time, it was 5:50. They washed up together and prepared breakfast, which consisted of steamed buns. The equipment Zhang Yi required had already been delivered to the witness tower the previous night and was stored in the warehouse. Zhang Yi led Bai into the warehouse, where he donned a complete witness suit, which included a thermal, waterproof, moisture-wicking base layer, a multi-functional jacket with survival capabilities, protective gear for knees, wrists, and elbows that allowed for unobstructed movement, and high-top special operations boots for witnesses. Additionally, there was a large-capacity backpack filled with an array of wilderness essentials, such as a tent, sleeping bag, camping lantern, flashlight, and more, all designed for 2 persons, along with an unregistered personal terminal exclusively for witnesses. Zhang Yi selected the clothing size based on his own measurements, opting for a smaller size for Bai, as her figure was slightly more petite. Xiao Bai, please change into the base layer first. All right. Bai nodded slightly, then grasped the hem of her clothing with both hands, preparing to lift it up, which startled Zhang Yi into quickly seizing her hands. Go change inside. I certainly don't want to see you undressed here. Zhang Yi exclaimed that it's all right for me. Bai replied with a radiant smile. Upon hearing this, Zhang Yi felt both touched and amused. We must prioritize privacy and mutual respect. Now, off you go, and once you're done, I'll assist you with your gear. Understood. Soon, Bai emerged, clad in a snug undershirt, and Zhang Ye's eyes widened in astonishment. He had not anticipated her development to be so remarkable. The contours of her figure were beautifully accentuated by the fitted undershirt and thermal leggings, and no longer the emaciated figure of before. She now possessed graceful, muscular lines that radiated health and vitality. Standing at a height of 1.70 meters, her long legs were irresistibly captivating. Moreover, she was quite ample, sufficient to nourish 2 children, or perhaps 3. In any case, not small at all. After admiring her for a moment, Zhang Yi helped Bai don her equipment. First, put on the windbreaker and pants. Good. Now let us secure the elbow and wrist guards. Like this. Perfect. You can store the gloves in the right pocket. There are both thin and thick options. Make sure to tighten your shoelaces and tuck your pant legs into your shoes to prevent any insects from crawling in. Done. Now press here, and the inner lining of your shoes will automatically inflate to fit your feet. Excellent. Next is the personal terminal, which you'll wear on your right forearm. It can also serve as an arm guard. It's quite sturdy and capable of deflecting bullets. I'll assist you with the registration shortly. Before long, Bai had donned her gear, transforming into an adorable yet fierce wind warrior. I must say, she truly embodies the spirit of the role. With her external appearance established, it was time to focus on the internal aspects. Primarily the various knowledge required to become a witness. Zhang Ye would teach her each detail or study alongside her. Let me introduce you to the equipment. Alright, firstly, this waist pouch contains several commonly used items, such as a glow stick, fire starter, compass, and some portable medications, essentially small tools you'll frequently need. This is the Witness Survival Knife, with two variants, Type 1 and Type 2. Compared to Type 1. Type 2 offers enhanced functionality, though it lacks the piercing ability of Type 1. Therefore, keep the Type 2 in the diagonal sheath at your chest for easy access, and it can also serve as a heart guard when not in use. Type 1 should be placed in the sheath on the left side of your thigh. Now, take note of the order for packing your backpack. First, place the waterproof inner bag inside to prevent water from entering the pack. Then, lay the tent and sleeping bag at the bottom to cushion the load. Insulation and spare clothing should be kept near the bottom, while the gas canister, small stove, and food should be centralized to maintain balance. The gaps on either side of the lower section can be filled with small food packages. Items you might frequently need should be stored in the upper section. Lastly, rain gear and waterproof bags should be placed at the very top of the backpack for easy access in unpredictable outdoor weather. The tightening straps on both sides of the backpack can be utilized to secure compact items like sleeping pads, umbrellas, trekking poles, or the tent poles. However, they must adhere to the principle of maintaining balance on both sides. The first aid kit is to be placed in a separate compartment, while the remaining sections of the backpack should be used to store smaller items. Once packed, lay the backpack flat to check for any tilting. If it is unbalanced, adjustments must be made. It is crucial to maintain a balanced weight distribution within the backpack to prevent any hazards arising from an unstable center of gravity during our expedition. Currently, the logistics personnel from the Witness Tower have meticulously assisted us in packing, ensuring everything is orderly. In the future, we must take it upon ourselves to pack without complaint, as this is closely related to our safety. There should be no room for carelessness. Understood? Yes, yes. Bai listens attentively, not daring to miss a single piece of information. Once all the gear is organized, Zhang Ye assists Bai in registering her personal terminal. The registration can be done under a temporary or permanent identity. Since Bai does not possess an identification card yet, she will initially register under a temporary identity. Upon completion, Bai will gain access to the integrated witness system, enabling a series of operations such as contacting the Witness Tower or directly dialing emergency numbers through the personal terminal. The personal terminal resembles a forearm guard, with a sleek, futuristic design. When opened, it reveals a screen that offers all the functionalities of a mobile phone and even excels in certain specific features, such as signal amplification and real-time monitoring of vital signs. With our gear fully equipped and our experience maximized, this embodies humanity's attitude towards nature. It is only with such an attitude that one earns the right to consider scaling Everest in mere shorts. Once all preparations are complete, the time has arrived. It is 7:30, and shortly, a military jeep appears at the entrance. Zhang Ye hastily pulls Bai towards it. Uncle Meng, upon seeing Zhang Ye fully armed, Meng Fifan is momentarily taken aback, then nods in acknowledgement. He can undoubtedly recognize the superior quality of Zhang Ye's equipment, which is more impressive than much of what is typically used in the military. Some might wonder if military gear is not inherently superior to civilian equipment. However, that is not necessarily the case. Military gear emphasizes reliability, durability, practicality, and cost-effectiveness. Given the vast number of soldiers in Huaxia, unlike the relatively few in America, it is impractical for every individual soldier to possess equipment worth millions. Generally, the total cost of a special forces soldier's gear in China amounts to about 500,000 to 600,000. Therefore, cost-effectiveness becomes paramount. In contrast, civilian equipment can be extravagant. With sufficient funds, one can easily surpass several million in total gear cost, and in many aspects, higher prices often indicate superior quality. Thus, Zhang Ye's ensemble is regarded as top tier. Chapter 60. Parachuting preparations. As they ride towards the military district, Zhang Ye and Bai lean against the window, observing military trucks passing by, their faces laden with curiosity. Uncle Meng, is there going to be a war? Zhang Ye inquires of Meng Fifan. Meng Fifan chuckles softly. Not at all. It is an emergency assembly. There have been significant movements lately. What kind of movements? May I know? Zhang Ye asks, intrigued. You may. It's not classified information. It is likely to be broadcasted in the morning news, Meng Fifan replies, nodding that it seems there will be a large spirit realm gate appearing in Modu. The city has already gone into lockdown. Thus, the entire national force that can be mobilized has been directed towards that location, with the aim of evacuating 25 million citizens at this point. Meng Fifan could not help but sigh lightly. You may not be aware, but at 5 o'clock this morning, the alarm clocks of all the citizens of Modu were disaster alerts. Upon hearing this, Zhang Ye was momentarily taken aback, only to soon realize that the witnesses had already taken action. With such extensive national support, how did his father and the others manage it? Zhang Ye was filled with curiosity, unaware that Zhang Tianyan had not done much. He merely forged a geological survey document and conveyed some information. The true decision-makers were the higher-ups. Is it urgent? Perhaps we should postpone for another time and send the transport planes for support first, Zhang Ye suggested. Meng Fifan, upon hearing this, couldn't help but glance at Zhang Ye through the rearview mirror, his eyes brimming with amusement. No, do not underestimate the reserves of Huaxia. They have been accumulated for so long. Do you think it was for no reason? We have ample manpower, resources, and transportation. What is lacking is merely time. Right now, it is a race against time. So when the moment comes, we will send you onto the plane, and we too must rush to the front lines. Will there be danger? Zhang Ye couldn't help but feel anxious. Danger is certainly present, but it should not be severe. The main concern will likely be the sinking and collapse of buildings in the center of Modu, as long as the people are evacuated. Casualties will be minimal. The real trouble lies with the demons and monsters that may emerge from the spiritual realm, as well as the subsequent reconstruction of the ruins. Meng Fifan understood that he could not treat Zhang Ye like an ordinary child. So he was direct about certain matters. Soon, the military district arrived, and Zhang Ye and Bai equipped themselves before disembarking. While Bai exclaimed at the sight of the military green buildings and the large transport planes parked in the distance. Zhang Ye was equally astonished, his mouth agape in shock. Gazing at those iron behemoths, a sense of pride and security welled up within Zhang. Yeah, let's go. Your plane is over there. Meng Fifan waved to Zhang Ye and said, It takes over 2 hours to fly to Jialagong from here. Have you eaten? Would you like to have a meal with us first? Our food is excellent. Upon hearing this, Zhang Ye's eyes immediately lit up. Then, can I eat a little more? Moments later, Meng Fifan and a group of comrades watched in bewilderment as Zhang Ye made his 12th trip to the food line. What is this? Is Huaxia's ferocious beast simply a gluttonous little monster? Unbeknownst to them, Bai was also holding a spoon, sharing the same meal as Zhang Ye. The two little ones ate with great satisfaction, their cheeks puffed out like two little hamsters. Bai, being more moderate, became full after a while, but Zhang Ye, intent on gathering energy, kept piling his plate high, leaving the mess sergeant quite astonished. Child, why don't you take a break? The old mess sergeant said, swallowing hard as he glanced at Zhang Ye. Then quietly turned to Meng Fifan. Xiao Fan, how long has it been since this child last ate? Meng Fifan shot him a glance and replied, A child of Huaxia's ferocious beasts cannot go hungry. He simply has a large appetite. After half an hour and consuming enough food for more than 10 people, Zhang Ye finally nodded in satisfaction. All right. I must say, the cuisine within this battalion is indeed remarkable, particularly due to the generous portions that leave one thoroughly satisfied, truly impeccable. Having had his fill, it is now time to take flight. Meng Fifan, accompanied by Zhang Ye and Bai, approached a transport aircraft and patted its fuselage. Step aboard. There will be personnel to guide you. All right. Zhang Ye nodded and, together with Bai, ascended into the aircraft. Observing Zhang Ye deftly fastening his seatbelt, Meng Fifan hesitated for a moment before uttering, Please be cautious. Okay. As he watched the transport plane gradually taxi towards the runway, Meng Fifan placed his hands on his hips and clicked his tongue. Be cautious. It seems it's merely a procedural formality. On board the aircraft, apart from Zhang Ye and Bai, there was also a fully armed squad of soldiers, 12 in total. Likely a small unit, at that moment. The soldiers curiously regarded Zhang Ye, who was fastening the seatbelt on an adjacent empty seat, wearing a perplexed expression. However, they chose not to comment, assuming he was merely practicing the rapid securing of an aviation seatbelt. Unbeknownst to them, as the seatbelt was fastened, it seemed to vanish into thin air, completely disregarded by their attention. Your name is Zhang Ye, correct? Inquired a soldier seated opposite him. I am Chun Yujia, your guide and companion for this mission. Upon hearing this, Zhang Ye, having secured Bai's seatbelt, immediately extended his hand, greeting, Hello, Uncle Chen. Chen Yujie was taken aback for a moment before chuckling, shaking Zhang Ye's hand and replying, Uncle, I'm only 23. You should call me brother. Brother Chen, Zhang Ye said with a charming innocence. Observing this endearing young lad, Chen Yujie, with a grin, inquired. "I've heard you've been parachuting since a young age." "Indeed, I jumped with my parents when I was 12. "Are you capable of executing an independent jump?" "Absolutely." "Very well." Chun Yuji nodded, then gestured for a nearby soldier to present a parachute pack. "This is your equipment. Due to your weight exceeding 125 kilograms, you will require a specialized parachute pack." Zhang Ye waved his hand dismissively. "I have my own, a witness parachute that can withstand even 500 kilograms. Produced by Witness, it is undoubtedly a superior product. Would you care to place an order? I can offer you group discounts and internal pricing." At this, the soldiers within the cabin erupted into laughter. Recognizing Zhang Ye's playful banter, they refrained from further comment, instead stating, "We will be parachuting from an altitude of 1,200 meters. Are you certain you can handle it?" "I can, but will you be jumping alongside us?" Zhang Ye inquired, casting a curious glance at the fully armed soldiers. "We have a mission, and it just so happens we will be accompanying you." Qin Yujie replied with a smile. Choosing not to elaborate, he then proceeded to confirm various parachuting details with Zhang Ye, such as aerial communication gestures and connecting to the squad's channel. Ultimately, Chun Yujie concluded that Zhang Ye was indeed capable of parachuting and demonstrated a commendable level of proficiency, evident from the meticulous checks conducted prior to the jump. Upon further inquiry, it was revealed that when he first jumped at the age of 12 with Zhang Tianyin and the others, he was already performing solo jumps, while prior to that age, he had participated in tandem jumps with Zhang Tianyin and the team. Zhang Yi found himself securely nestled in the embrace of either Zhang Tianyin or Liao Jie as they embarked on the exhilarating journey of skydiving. By that point, Zhang Yi had already begun his training. Thus, in terms of parachuting experience, he could no longer be considered a novice. It is noteworthy that the minimum age for international skydiving is merely 12, which elicited a collective gasp of astonishment from those present. Simultaneously, the soldiers expressed a profound curiosity about Zhang Yi, pondering what the witnesses typically engaged in, the nature of their missions, and the extent of their prowess. It was during this inquiry that Zhang Yi discovered that several members of this group of soldiers were, in fact, admirers of the witnesses, filling him with an undeniable sense of pride. Truly, they were remarkable. Chapter 61. Accompanying skydiving, the transport aircraft had taken flight. Observing Zhang Yi animatedly conversing with a group of soldiers, I felt a pang of envy. However, she was not disheartened, for at that moment, Zhang Yi was holding her hand, and the very topic of their conversation was her. "You have a girlfriend at 16? Chun Yujie exclaimed in astonishment. "I'm still single." Zhang Yi chuckled. "She is not merely my girlfriend. She is my wife. We are destined to marry." A few of the single soldiers looked on with envy, inquiring, "Is she beautiful?" "Without a doubt, she is the most stunning person in the world. Moreover, let me tell you, she is incredibly formidable." "How formidable?" "She can lift two of me with one hand." "And your parents? Are they aware?" "Oh, they will definitely love her when the time comes." As he spoke, feeling the warmth of his hand, Bai's gaze shimmered with emotion, and her smile never faltered. It was truly delightful. The soldiers regarded Zhang Yi with envious eyes. That It 16, achieving such heights, with a beautiful fiancée beside him, he was undoubtedly a winner in life. Who wouldn't he be envious? At this moment, the sensation of weightlessness caused by the aircraft's ascent had dissipated, indicating that they had reached a cruising altitude of 10,000 meters. Outside the cabin, the temperature had plummeted to around -60 or 70 degrees, with the pressure being approximately 1/5 that of sea level. Zhang Yi harbored a desire to attempt high-altitude skydiving. However, it remained merely a fleeting thought, as Zhang Tianyin had informed him that to undertake such a feat, one must be able to withstand various harsh conditions, including extreme cold, low pressure, and oxygen deprivation. While individuals today possess superior physical attributes compared to the past, theoretically enabling high-altitude skydiving, considering that it was Bai's first jump, Zhang Yi did not voice such aspirations. Furthermore, the military would never permit a child to engage in high-altitude skydiving, even with protective measures. Some matters are non-negotiable when it comes to life and death. In due course, Bai would accompany Zhang Yi during the jump, securely positioned in front of him, as he executed the skydiving process. Interestingly, Bai's physical prowess far surpassed that of Zhang Yi. Logically, her muscle density and bone density should be considerably greater, implying she would be significantly heavier. Yet, remarkably, her weight was akin to that of an average girl, alleviating Zhang Ye's concerns about the parachute's capacity to support their combined weight. Zhang Ye speculated that Bai had likely mastered the instinctual operation of her spiritual energy, enabling her to reduce her weight. He was deeply curious about Bai's abilities. Bai has already demonstrated her formidable physical prowess and exceptional energy conversion efficiency, along with her invisible qualities, which are presumably linked to her spirit. Zhang Ye is profoundly curious about the nature of her spirit. Although he has inquired with Bai, she remains unable to provide an answer, as she has never awakened her spirit and possesses no tangible sensations regarding it. Strangely, her physical capabilities have simply improved over time. Zhang Yi suspects that Bai's invisibility to others is indeed a result of her spirit. If it is a spirit, it ought to be controllable. Zhang Yi resolves to investigate this matter further, as it may enable him to render Bai visible. As time passed, Zhang Yi and Bai nestled together and drifted into slumber, while the soldiers regarded them with gentle eyes. Zhang Yi exuded a pleasant aura. Despite his background, which could easily be deemed privileged, he differed significantly from typical wealthy youths. That he was amiable, playful, and exuded a sunny disposition, entirely devoid of any off-putting qualities. If they were tasked with protecting someone like him, they would do so with great enthusiasm. One soldier extended his hand, channeling his spiritual energy, and the surroundings grew quieter, allowing Zhang Yi and Bai to sleep more soundly. The journey of over 2,000 kilometers swiftly passed in their dreams, and when Zhang Yi was roused, only 15 minutes remained until their destination. Having enjoyed a refreshing nap, both Zhang Yi and Bai awoke revitalized. Upon opening his eyes, Zhang Yi noticed the soldiers had already risen. Observing this, he promptly unfastened the safety belts for himself and Bai, pulling her into his embrace to secure her snugly. "We will disembark first. Please wait a moment, and I will join you," Chun Yujie remarked with a smile. Zhang Yi obediently nodded as the rear door of the cabin opened. The transport aircraft had descended to an altitude of 1,200 meters, where the external temperature and pressure were comparable to that at the surface. However, as the door swung open, a fierce wind rushed in, prompting Zhang Yi and Bai to don their goggles. "We're going down. You need to be cautious, little one." A soldier turned back to Zhang Yi with a grin. Then his expression became serious. "Go." As the command was issued, the soldiers leaped out of the cabin in rapid succession, exhibiting remarkable training. Soon, the cabin door closed, leaving only Zhang Yi, Bai, and Chun Yujie inside. "Brother Chun, are you guys special forces?" Zhang Yi inquired. "Sort of," Chun Yujie nodded. "How will you reunite with them later?" Zhang Yi asked again. "I can fly," Chun Yujie replied with a smile, his body glowing with a soft light as he hovered in midair before gently descending moments later. "Wow!" Both Zhang Yi and Bai exclaimed in awe. "Surely, you didn't think we would let you jump alone. We must ensure your safety." Chun Yujie's expression turned slightly serious. "Do not assume that your abilities exempt you from taking necessary precautions. Young man, there is still much you need to learn to at this." Zhang Yi sheepishly scratched his head, realizing why Meng Fifan had agreed so decisively. There were indeed preparations in place. Indeed, although Zhang Yi has displayed formidable qualities in various aspects, he remains a mere 16-year-old child. Given this, the notion of complete trust is inherently absent. The reason Zhang Tianyin and Liao Jie feel at ease is solely because they are aware that the nation will safeguard Zhang Yi. Moments later, the hatch opens once more. "It's nearly time. You go ahead first. I will follow closely behind. Should anything arise, communicate with me through the team channel, and I shall ensure your safety." "All right," Zhang Yi nodded, then awkwardly made his way to the hatch alongside Bai. Out. At the command, Zhang Yi and Bai leaped from the edge of the cabin, a powerful sensation of weightlessness causing Bai's eyes to widen, her body tensing slightly. However, Zhang Ye's voice soon pierced through her ears. "Xiao Bai, calm yourself, then spread your arms like I do to maintain balance." The wind was so vigorous that Zhang Yi had to shout for Bai to hear him. Yet, the wind soon enveloped them. The gusts swirling around Zhang Yi and Bai diminished the ferocity of the winds before them, allowing for direct conversation. Upon hearing this, Bai nodded, gradually relaxing her body and mirroring Zhang Yi by extending her arms. Their previously erratic descent began to stabilize, ceasing its rotations and sways. "How does it feel?" Zhang Yi inquired with a smile. "That it's exhilarating," Bai exclaimed, her youthful face alight with excitement. The sensation of confronting the gale made her blood surge with vitality. In this moment, she beheld the vast and boundless expanse of the land of Huaxia before her, to her left and right. The azure horizon met the sky, adorned with clouds as pure as her own spirit. Below lay a verdant sea, undulating gently, shrouded in mist, ethereal and dreamy. In the distance, the wisps of smoke from the new tribe's villages curled upwards alongside the slender, winding highways. Gazing upwards revealed the resplendent sun. This realm was breathtakingly beautiful. Chapter 62. Enraptured woohoo. In the heights, Zhang Ye let out a joyous howl. Upon witnessing this, I joined in with equal fervor. Woohoo! A gentle breeze swept in, carrying Zhang Ye and Bai as they glided through the air like birds. Woohoo above, Chen Yujie looked down at Zhang Ye, utterly astonished. What is this? How can he fly like that? At that moment, Zhang Ye, surrounded by the wind, seemed to possess a pair of invisible wings, granting him the freedom to change direction at will in the sky. With the wind swirling around him, he could, whenever he desired, command the gusts to halt his and Bai's descent, lifting them into the air. As he performed flips and spins in the sky, Chen Yujie was left in a state of shock. He was a wielder of a special flying branch of spirit power. His spirit, known as short flight, allowed him to soar freely for a brief time. With an aerial duration of approximately 30 seconds, the speed contingent upon his spirit energy output. Beyond 30 seconds, he could no longer fly autonomously and could only glide. It was precisely because of this ability that he could navigate the skies with such ease, allowing him to become a seasoned combat parachutist at a remarkably young age. Thus, he could discern the extraordinary difficulty of Zhang Ye's aerial maneuvers. What Zhang Ye was executing defied logic on many levels. For instance, as he spiraled through the air, it was not Zhang Ye himself who was rotating, but rather he executed a circular motion around a point suspended in midair. His entire being resembled that of a roller coaster, plunging downwards, then gliding along a trajectory that ascended, ultimately forming an almost perfect circle. It was as if an invisible track allowed him to alter the downward force and elevate his height once more. As Chen Yujie watched Zhang Ye perform such maneuvers without entangling the guiding parachute, he felt a mixture of anxiety and admiration, silently exclaiming in his heart how remarkable it was. Chen Yujie surmised that this must be the work of Zhang Ye's spirit. Perhaps it possessed formidable aerial maneuverability, for such feats could not be accomplished otherwise. Yet, the reality was simply that the wind was cradling Zhang Ye aloft. One could not deny the thrill and exhilaration of the experience. However, amidst the enjoyment, one must not forget their mission. Thus, Zhang Ye readjusted his posture and dove downward. A glance at the personal terminal on his forearm revealed his altitude, currently at 850 meters. At this moment, Zhang Ye was plummeting at high speed. The standard parachute deployment height ranges between 400 to 800 meters, with the minimum safe height for a round parachute being 150 meters. And for a wing parachute, 200 meters. The wing parachute offers greater maneuverability but comes with a higher level of difficulty, making it challenging to control without several hundred jumps of experience. Zhang Ye, including the jumps his parents had taken him on, had only accumulated around 70 to 80 jumps. Hence he opted for the round parachute. As his altitude diminished, Zhang Ye could discern the mountainous terrain below. He decided to land in a relatively open area of the mountains, planning to deploy his parachute at 300 meters. Subsequently, Zhang Ye refrained from checking his personal terminal again, instead relying on his visual estimation to gauge his distance from the ground. Only by doing so could he truly hone his skills. When the altitude fell below 400 meters, the personal terminal would alert him through his invisible earpiece, so he merely needed to remember the visibility and sight distances at various heights. 400 meters. 350 meters. 300 meters. The mechanical female voice of the personal terminal echoed in his ears, and at that very moment, Zhang Ye pulled the parachute cord. The crimson round parachute unfurled instantly. Emblazoned with the logo of the witnesses, his descent speed began to decelerate, and upon witnessing Zhang Ye successfully deploy his parachute, Chen Yujie sighed in relief and opened his own parachute to descend. Although he possessed the ability to fly, conserving spiritual energy was crucial before commencing their mission. Currently, there were limited methods to rapidly replenish spiritual energy, consuming otherworldly ingredients rich in spiritual energy, gaining enhancements, or simply waiting for the body to naturally absorb the ambient spiritual energy for recovery. Soon, after taking a moment to appreciate the breathtaking aerial scenery, Zhang Ye and Bai also touched down successfully. As Bai unfastened her harness and jumped onto the grass, the equipment hanging in front of her made her appear somewhat bulky and endearing, swaying like a penguin with the weight of 2 large packs. After stowing the parachute and organizing his gear, Chen Yujie was close to landing. However, He did not descend alongside Zhang Ye. Instead, he drifted away with his parachute, and his voice resonated through the team's communication channel. You should know where you are, right? Upon hearing this, Zhang Ye glanced at the electronic map on his personal terminal and nodded. Yes, Gangshan. Well, you all can go on your way now. I must return to reunite with my team. All right, goodbye, Chenggu. Farewell, and may you have a safe journey. With that, Chun Yujia floated effortlessly in midair, tidied up the parachute cord, saluted Zhang Ye, and swiftly soared into the distance, his speed already exceeding 200. Typically, such flying abilities possess formidable aerial maneuverability. As long as the psychic energy output is sufficient and the body can endure it, not only can one surpass 200 kilometers per hour, but even break the sound barrier. Watching Chun Yujia depart, Zhang Ye nodded towards Bai. All right, let us be on our way. Yes. Opening the electronic map to confirm the route, Zhang Ye found himself approximately 2 kilometers off from the D1 waypoint. However, it was of little consequence. This electronic map was created by the logistics personnel of the witnesses, as proposed by Zhang Ye. The D1 waypoint is Gangshan, and the next destination is D2, Chichi Natural Village. Requiring a trek of about 20 kilometers, this is the journey Zhang Ye intends to undertake today. Upon arrival, he would either camp in a tent or stay at the Chichi Forestry Nature Conservation Station. In truth, a 20-kilometer hike in the wilderness poses no challenge for Zhang Ye and Bai at this stage. It could merely be considered a warm-up. Nevertheless, Zhang Ye understands that his parents chose Jialagong for his first witnessing mission, not primarily for training, but for witnessing. The scenic landscapes, the grandeur of nature, the towering mountains, and the rugged peaks. All these must be traversed on foot and witnessed through his own eyes. Training, then, is merely a byproduct of the witnessing experience. If the intent were solely to train, they could have simply sent Zhang Ye to a military camp without the need to travel such a distance. Hence, during these 20 kilometers, Zhang Ye must not rush or hurry. He should take his time to absorb everything along the way and attune himself to the sounds of nature. This, indeed, is what Zhang Ye longs for. Hand in hand with Bai, he leisurely strolls along the beautiful mountain path, greeting locals, perhaps even acquiring some local specialties. When encountering a brook, he pauses to splash water, feel the breeze, and cultivate his spirit. If he spots wildlife, he captures a photo with his personal terminal, and with a stroke of luck, might even take a selfie. Strolling through the woods, listening to the wind's song, inhaling the fragrance of the grass, and feeling the earth's moisture, he occasionally shares a laugh with Bai, creating an atmosphere ripe for a gentle peck. How delightful this all is! This was Zhang Ye's initial thought. But upon turning his head, he spotted a great tiger in the nearby thicket, its mouth agape, eyes fixated upon him. Tiger, here comes the little brother Zhang Ye. Oh no. Chapter 63. The first encounter with the fierce tiger. Bai exclaimed excitedly, pointing at the magnificent tiger. She had only seen them in newspapers and books, never imagining she would encounter a real tiger. At this moment, Zhang Ye felt a twinge of panic. Although Jialagong Nature Reserve was said to harbor tigers, it had been many years since any had been sighted. Most hikers had only encountered remnants like tiger bones. While actual tiger tracks were virtually non-existent, many speculated that the tigers in Jialagong had gone extinct, and even if they hadn't, their numbers were surely exceedingly scarce. Who would have thought that just moments after setting foot here, he would turn around to find one? Zhang Ye felt that upon his return, he ought to purchase a lottery ticket. In the event of encountering a tiger in the wild, what should one do? First and foremost, one must grasp the nature of big cats, which often share common behavioral traits. For instance, it is generally observed that a feline's curiosity surpasses its appetite. Hence, one must avoid provoking its curiosity. This entails evading eye contact with the tiger while remaining oriented towards it, and cautiously and slowly retreating. Under no circumstances should one turn and flee, for exposing one's back is perceived as a sign of weakness by big cats and most predators, potentially inciting their hunting instincts. Furthermore, it is imperative that the tiger does not sense any lack of threat from you, nor should it view you as a potential meal. It is advisable to possess a sharp object or any means of self-defense, even if it is merely a cast iron pan, ensuring that the tiger can see your defensive weapon while you maintain a vigilant watch over its movements, all the while discreetly backing away. If the tiger rises and fixates its gaze upon you, it signifies that you have entered its alert zone. At this juncture, it is crucial to remain motionless. Do not bow your head, lean forward, or attempt to escape. as such actions will only bolster the tiger's confidence in subduing you. As a creature at the pinnacle of the food chain, the tiger embodies an innate pride, and even a modicum of confidence bestowed upon it may incite its predatory tendencies. Should the tiger turn away or lie down, only then may you cautiously retreat. However, if it continues to stare at you, the only recourse is to engage in a test of patience for confronting it head-on. That would be a grave folly. The tiger's striking force can reach 1 ton, a concept that many remain oblivious to. It is akin to a single swipe capable of reducing your head to pulp. Even a strike to any part of the body could result in immediate incapacitation or even fatality. Moreover, the tiger's imposing size is formidable. When standing, it surpasses the average adult male in height and weighs over 300 pounds. Its physique comprised entirely of sinewy muscle. One can only imagine the daunting prospect of facing a 2-meter-tall, 300 to 400-pound muscle-bound behemoth. The threat posed by a tiger only escalates with its size. It is challenging for the average person to confront such a formidable beast directly. Many who have never witnessed a true tiger lack comprehension and, fueled by a natural sense of superiority, often make reckless remarks that it is only upon encountering this colossal creature that one can truly appreciate the immense pressure akin to a mountain bearing down upon them. If one can remain steady under such circumstances, they possess commendable fortitude. At this moment, the tiger lies a short distance away, beneath a tree's shade, its striking orange and black stripes becoming conspicuous, yet when concealed within the foliage and shadows, it achieves an extraordinary level of camouflage. Were it not for Zhang Ye's enhanced vision, he might have failed to detect it at first glance, approximately 20 meters away by Zhang Ye's estimation. The tiger's body length ranges between 2 to 3 meters. With paws larger than his own face, even while propped on its forelimbs, its formidable musculature is evident, hinting at the explosive power contained within. This is an adult tiger, and based on Zhang Ye's understanding of the distribution of wild tigers, one can first exclude the Siberian and South China tigers. The Northeast tiger, also known as the Siberian tiger, primarily inhabits the northeastern regions, Siberia, and Korea. It is a creature that thrives in cold climates, making its presence in the Jeollagong Nature Reserve of Yunnan highly improbable. The South China tiger has been declared extinct in the wild, further diminishing the likelihood of its appearance. Thus, the most plausible candidates are the Bengal tiger and the Indo-Chinese tiger. Considering its size, Zhang Ye surmises that it is likely a Bengal tiger, the second largest subspecies of tiger, boasting a similarly massive physique. In contemporary times, human physical prowess surpasses that of the past. Yet simultaneously, the physicality of animals may also have intensified. Therefore, even if Zhang Ye were to possess extraordinary strength, he would not dare to confront this majestic creature. However, I might be capable of doing so. Which is why, after an initial moment of panic, Zhang Ye regained his composure and took the opportunity to observe the stunning feline. Tigers are undeniably magnificent beings, and this holds true for most members of the feline family. At that moment, the tiger fixed its gaze upon Zhang Ye, gradually rising to its feet. The sheer enormity of its form instilled a palpable sense of pressure within Zhang Ye, even from 20 meters away. Is this truly the king of the mountains? Such admiration welled up within him. Just as Zhang Ye prepared to capture a photograph with his personal terminal, his pupils suddenly constricted. The tiger, initially lying down, was obscured from the waist down due to the angle of view, but as it stood, the lower half of its body was revealed. Smeared with blood, a significant portion of flesh was missing from its thigh, the skin hanging loose, exposing the stark whiteness of its femur. Perhaps due to the excruciating pain, its hind leg could not touch the ground, hanging limply in midair, its body trembling slightly as it stood. A gust of wind carried a nauseating stench to Zhang Ye's nostrils. His brow furrowed in concern. Had this formidable creature been injured in a struggle with another beast, what could inflict such grievous wounds upon this colossal entity? Moreover, this was the periphery of a nature reserve, a place bustling with human activity. Ordinarily, tigers would not venture into such areas in that moment. Zhang Ye pondered whether this magnificent creature had been engaged in a territorial dispute with another tiger, resulting in its injuries. Yet, something felt amiss. Why was the injury located on the hind leg while the front seemed relatively unscathed? It is well known that tigers favor swiping with their forepaws during confrontations, which should have left marks on the front. Upon closer inspection, the wound appeared to trail backward, as if the skin had been caught by sharp claws and then torn away. What kind of animal could inflict such a wound? A bear? That too seemed unlikely. While bears have long claws, they are relatively blunt, relying more on brute strength than on serrated claws, making it improbable for them to create a gaping wound of such magnitude. Furthermore, only black bears inhabit Zhejiang, and a black bear would stand no chance against a tiger of this size, nor would it dare to provoke one. Could it be the work of another tiger? Though their claws are indeed sharp, the damage should manifest on the front rather than the rear. Unless, perhaps, this tiger had turned to flee, only to be struck by another tiger's paw as it escaped. However, as previously mentioned, tigers are inherently proud creatures, rarely retreating without a fight. If they do flee, it is only when they are overmatched, and they would never expose their backs to a foe. Yet, judging by the nature of the injury, it is evident that this tiger had not engaged in a frontal clash. Therefore, only two possibilities remain. Either this wound was not inflicted by an animal, but rather resulted from a human trap, or perhaps from scraping against the sharp edge of a rock while descending a cliff. Alternatively, it could be the work of a creature so terrifying that even a tiger would turn tail and flee upon sight. This being merely struck the tiger with a single blow, severely injuring it and driving it deep into the forest. What other creature could instill such fear in a tiger and possess such formidable claws? The answer is the fearsome remnant-toothed beast. In an instant, the corners of Zhang Ye's mouth began to quiver, gradually lifting into a semblance of a smile. His heartbeat quickened, and the flow of his blood surged, his fists involuntarily clenched, knuckles cracking with a series of audible pops. It seemed as though he was becoming exhilarated. Chapter 64. Let me help you beside him, I observed Zhang Ye, who was trembling, her small face filled with confusion. Is he afraid? No, that couldn't be right. Fear could not manifest in such a manner. He appeared rather joyful, even excited. Meanwhile, the tiger's fur bristled as it suddenly became agitated, its pupils fixed intently on Zhang Ye. Filled with trepidation and unease, it sensed something. Initially, this human exuded a sense of familiarity. And as a ferocious beast, even with such a feeling, it would never dare to approach. At most, it would refrain from attacking. Yet now, it perceived an overwhelmingly familiar aura emanating from Zhang Ye, the essence of wildness. Such a force is invisible and intangible, yet when confronted with entities possessing a particular presence, one can always sense it in this moment. The tiger felt it acutely that it was as if Zhang Ye was no longer the feeble human it had encountered before, but rather a beast unlike any it had ever seen, merely one that had yet to fully mature. Nonetheless, even in its nascent state, it radiated an immense aura of intimidation that the king of the mountains and forests. It had always been the one to instill fear in other beings, never the reverse. Reluctant to bow before Zhang Ye, it bared its teeth, issuing a low, guttural growl as a warning in the throes of heightened emotion. The flow of blood increased, and the recently risen tiger's wounds began to bleed profusely once more. Overcome by dizziness, its body trembled as it collapsed again. Deep within its essence, pride screamed that it could not submit. That dark creature had already forced it to retreat once. It could not afford another retreat. When a wounded beast is cornered, there remains but one path to tread: utter madness. This is the struggle for survival, the hope to continue living, the wildness that resides in its very bones. Even a feeble rabbit, when cornered, will bite. How much more so a magnificent tiger? The fallen tiger's body trembled incessantly, yet the next moment, it rose slowly once more, as if bolstered by a mysterious force. A glimmer of light began to flicker in its eyes. Gazing at the formidable tiger before him, Zhang Ye suddenly fell silent. His body ceasing its tremors, and the breathtaking smile upon his face softened, he took a step forward, slowly approaching the tiger. Roar! The tiger's roar echoed through the mountains and forests, deafening in its intensity. Creatures within miles were startled, and even those laboring in the distance felt a shiver run through them. The tiger glared fiercely at Zhang Ye, its elongated fangs fully bared. Its claws had emerged, sharp as daggers, leaving white streaks upon the massive boulder beneath it. The muscles of the beast were taut, as if poised to rend Zhang Ye's throat and indulge in his life's essence. The menacing low growl it emitted resembled the roar of an engine. Even from a distance of 20 meters, Zhang Ye could feel the gust of a bloody wind approaching. Any ordinary creature would likely quail at the sound of this tiger's roar. Yet, Zhang Ye remained unfazed, continuing his slow advance towards it. In a rush, attempted to shield him, but Zhang Ye raised a hand to signal her to remain still. Upon seeing this, halted, her violet eyes fixated intently on the ferocious beast. As a flicker of red glimmered deep within her pupils that a breeze swept through the air, the tiger paused momentarily, its tense form gradually relaxing, even retracting its extended claws back into its paw. Its gaze upon Zhang Ye shifted, imbued with a newfound curiosity. It sensed something. He sensed it 2.1 meter, 0.2 meters. He approached inch by inch, drawing ever closer. 0.2 meters, 0.1 meter. At last, he stood directly before it. The tiger, perched atop the boulder, looked down at him, its expression softened by a gentle smile reminiscent of a spring breeze, devoid of any hostility. Confusion lingered in its eyes as it lowered its head. Inching closer to him, Zhang Ye, in turn, extended his hand slowly. The tiger sniffed at his palm, then gently nudged it with its moist nose before sitting down, gazing at him without a trace of menace. Zhang Ye exhaled in relief. To stroke a tiger? Certainly not. This was no domesticated feline. It was a true beast of the wild. His outstretched hand was not an invitation for affection, but rather a gesture of peace. Look, I bear no claws. I pose no threat. I shall not harm you. The tiger understood his intent, its wariness easing slightly, which brought Zhang Ye joy. Then, he lightly leaped onto the boulder that belonged to the tiger. The beast, witnessing this, bared its teeth and emitted a low growl, clearly asserting, "This is my domain." However, it swiftly retracted its display of dominance, realizing that this was not its territory. It was merely a displaced creature, ejected from its realm. That a hint of sorrow glimmered in its eyes. Though Zhang Ye could not discern its sadness, he inferred from its pinning ears that the tiger's spirits were undoubtedly low. Who could feel buoyant with a couple of pounds less on their hindquarters? He spread his arms wide, signaling that he posed no threat. "Let me see your wounds." Zhang Ye indicated towards the tiger's injury. "Allow me to assist you." The tiger followed his gesture to its own wound, a flicker of pain surfacing in its eyes. Zhang Ye cautiously moved towards its flank, soon drawing near. The tiger continued to watch him, until, whether understanding his intent or succumbing to fatigue, it collapsed onto its side, gasping for breath. Zhang Ye realized that the tiger had lost a considerable amount of blood. Yet, he could not administer a transfusion. The only course of action was to cleanse its wounds and administer antibiotics. Wild animals possess remarkable physical resilience. As long as they do not succumb to infection, their ability to regenerate blood remains largely intact. Zhang Ye began to examine the wound, casually capturing several photographs with his personal terminal. Upon closer inspection, the injury was far more severe than he had anticipated, from the left thigh to the buttock. Flesh had been nearly torn away, revealing 3 distinct claw marks, with clear impressions visible even on the exposed bone. This single claw had penetrated deep enough to graze the bone. This further corroborated that the damage was inflicted by a saber-toothed beast, not a bear, as bears possess 5 claws while the forelimbs of a saber-toothed cat only bear 3, yet are as sharp as a razor. "Shall Bai, the medical kit," Zhang Ye called over his shoulder. The red glow in Bai's eyes had already faded. Upon hearing his command, it nodded promptly, swiftly removing its backpack and tossing the medical kit to Zhang Ye. As he caught the kit, Zhang Ye began to retrieve alcohol, hydrogen peroxide, anti-inflammatory medication, and antibiotics, softly stating, "I will tend to your wound now. It may hurt a bit, so please refrain from slapping me suddenly." Zhang Ye was well aware that it could not comprehend his words. He merely sought to soothe it with a gentle tone, reassuring it of his benign intentions. One must not underestimate wild animals. In truth, they simply direct their intelligence towards survival. Hearing Zhang Ye's soothing voice, the tiger glanced at him briefly before lying back down, adopting a posture of indifference. Suddenly, a breeze caressed its ear, causing it to twitch. Its eyes, which were on the verge of closing, snapped open in surprise as it looked at Zhang Ye once more, before settling back down. This time, however, it extended its hind leg, seemingly to facilitate Zhang Ye's treatment of its injury. Zhang Ye felt a flicker of confusion, only to hear a voice carried by the wind. "I have conveyed the meaning of Ye air to it. It understands now." Zhang Ye was taken aback. Wine possessed such an ability? Yet, upon reflection, he realized that sound transmission is merely the result of vibrations in matter causing air to resonate. If wind could directly manipulate air vibrations, simulating a tiger's roar was certainly within the realm of possibility. However, the language of ferocious beasts tends to be rather simplistic, lacking the complex nuances found in human communication. Thus, the message conveyed by wind was equally straightforward. "I am here to help you. Do not strike me." Chapter 65. Shifting perspectives, gazing at the tiger before him, Zhang Ye felt an overwhelming sense of wonder. He recalled the teachings of Zhang Ye to revere nature and life, to regard all beings on the same level as oneself, and in doing so, one could come to understand them. Initially, he had been somewhat bewildered, but now clarity dawned upon him. In no wonder his father always emphasized the importance of harmonious coexistence with nature. The moment the tiger exposed its belly and wound to him, Zhang Ye experienced an unprecedented sensation. It was a trust profound enough to entrust one's life. Perhaps it was mere sentimentality on his part, or perhaps it was simply a choice born of desperation. Yet this very choice ignited within Zhang Ye a powerful resolve. He could not allow it to perish. His expression grew increasingly serious. He first retrieved a syringe. Having learned from past encounters, he was now better prepared, as the medical kit contained anesthetics that would prove useful. Although this tiger has grasped his intentions, should it experience excruciating pain, the instincts of wild animals will invariably surpass rational thought. If it were to respond with an instinctive reaction and strike Zhang Ye, the consequences would be dire. Thus, Zhang Ye must be thoroughly prepared. Regarding the method of anesthesia, he has acquired a rudimentary understanding, yet it suffices for the task at hand. With only a small vial of anesthetic available, enough for a single person to undergo general anesthesia, he can administer the entire dose without concern for excessive quantity. Drawing the anesthetic into the syringe, Zhang Ye directly punctures the wound of the tiger. There is no need to fear that the pain from the needle will provoke an instinctive reaction, as the enormity of the tiger's wound renders any discomfort from the puncture negligible. After a brief pause, the anesthetic will take effect. During this interlude, Zhang Ye disinfects his hands with alcohol and proceeds to examine the wound. The size of the wound precludes suturing, and some flesh has been torn beyond repair, necessitating its removal. Zhang Ye also notes the conspicuous redness and slight purplish hue at the edges of the wound. Consequently, he extracts a sample of the tiger's blood for analysis on his personal terminal. Once the anesthetic has taken effect, the results reveal an allergic reaction, just as he suspected. The culprit is indeed the remnant toothed beast. This otherworldly creature undoubtedly harbors microbes or substances on its claws, and contact with the tiger's wound would certainly elicit an allergic response. Gently patting the tiger's abdomen, Zhang Ye declares, "I am about to commence. You must endure." With that, he draws his survival knife, disinfects it, and begins to sterilize the rotting flesh surrounding the wound before excising it. The overpowering stench and the gruesome visual assault make Zhang Ye feel somewhat queasy. Yet he must persevere. Taking a deep breath, he begins his work. That he first tends to the areas surrounding the wound, shaving off the fur to facilitate his operation, then proceeds to remove the decayed flesh in the center. Before long, strips of dark red flesh are severed from the wound. Thanks to the anesthetic, the tiger is now somewhat disoriented and exhibits no reaction. Zhang Ye places the severed flesh aside, by assisting him by passing tools and wiping away his sweat. In no time, he has excised over 2 pounds of rotting flesh and blood clots. The formerly dark red wound has transformed into a vibrant crimson, with the necrotic tissue and clots removed, leaving behind a substantial injury where a segment of the tiger's stark white bone is partially exposed. This flesh must regenerate on its own. Having completed this arduous task, Zhang Ye finds his hands and clothes drenched in blood. Lacking proper hemostatic tools, he improvises a tourniquet, binding it at the base of the hind leg to stem the bleeding. The effectiveness is modest, yet it offers some benefit. For now, this will suffice. The good news is that the wound has ceased its profuse bleeding, and the muscle tissue exhibits a healthy, deep pink hue. The tiger's breathing remains steady, indicating that it is likely to survive. The resilience of wildlife is indeed formidable. After completing the disinfection, Zhang Ye retrieves a small vial of a more advanced anti-allergic agent from his personal terminal. This agent is potent enough that a mere half vial suffices for an average person over 5 days. Thus, administering an entire vial to the tiger should aid it in overcoming the allergic reaction. If it can endure the allergic response, its bodily functions will improve, further facilitating the healing of its wound. After utilizing several rolls of gauze, Zhang Ye finally completed the bandaging of the wound. Once this task was accomplished, he tidied up his belongings and turned to Bai, saying, "Xiao Bai, let us together move it to a well-ventilated and dry location. That spot is quite suitable. Here, the ground is marred with blood and rotten flesh, and it cannot be cleaned immediately. It will deteriorate and cause contamination. The tiger cannot remain in this place." The two youngsters then hoisted the large tiger and made their way to a distant area with better airflow. Upon setting the tiger down, Zhang Ye inspected the bandages, noting the absence of excessive bleeding or oozing of tissue fluid. After confirming its vital signs, he nodded. This was all he could do. Whether it could survive would depend on itself. As he spoke, he turned to look at Bai, only to find her gazing at him with admiration. "Yezi, you are truly impressive," Bai exclaimed with a radiant smile, having refrained from interrupting Zhang Ye earlier. She could no longer contain her excitement, her eyes sparkling with reverence. She thought that the way Zhang Ye had meticulously performed the procedure on the tiger was incredibly handsome, caught off guard by Bai's compliment. Zhang Ye felt a flush of bashfulness. He humbly replied, "Well, I merely followed common sense and intuition, ensuring that I wouldn't make things worse. Beyond that, I cannot guarantee anything." While speaking, he glanced around. "Let us spend the night here," he suggested. "Da? Aren't we going to D2? Bai asked in surprise. Zhang Ye looked at the tiger and chuckled. "This little tigress is currently too fragile. If we leave, she will lack the security she needs." "Tigress?" Bai inquired curiously. "Indeed," Zhang Ye replied, sheepishly rubbing his nose. It wasn't that he had a morbid curiosity. It was simply that the wound was so extensive that he had inadvertently noticed certain characteristics while tending to it. "What about the mission?" Bai asked. Hearing this, Zhang Ye smiled and sat down on the grass. Bai joined him at his side. The gentle mountain breeze caressed their faces, carrying the unique, refreshing fragrance of the wilderness. "Xiao Bai, our witnessing mission is not primarily about the task itself, but about the act of witnessing. My parents encouraged me to trek through the Jialigong Mountains not to merely accumulate steps for prestige, but to bear witness to the grandeur of nature and to experience things I have never personally encountered. It is about broadening our horizons, enriching our experiences, enhancing our character, and strengthening ourselves. That is the true essence of witnessing. Though we have just arrived, already." He paused, turning his face towards Bai, flashing a radiant smile that glowed in the sunlight. In this brief moment, we have encountered more than many people might in their entire lives. I have also learned a great deal. At the very least, I have acquired practical experience in treating a tiger's wounds, have I not? So, there is no need to rush. We can take our time. Nature is the finest teacher, and the lessons she imparts must be savored to uncover their profound wisdom. In response, Bai nodded, seemingly understanding, and then nestled against his shoulder. In truth, the mission held little significance for her. As long as she could be with him, that was enough. Subsequently, Zhang Ye recalled something and operated his personal terminal a few times. Soon, the voice of Zhang Tianyin resonated. "Hello? Ye, what's the matter? Dad, are you aware of the spherical tornado situation?" "Yes, we will discuss it in detail once we return." "All right. Dad, I wish to apply for a shift in positioning." On the other end, Zhang Tianyin glanced at his personal terminal in astonishment and inquired, "What positioning do you wish to change?" Zhang Ye turned his gaze towards the tranquil Jialigong forest and articulated deliberately, "Hunter." Listening to Zhang Ye's words, Zhang Tianyin found himself momentarily speechless, his mouth agape. "Dad, hello? Is the signal poor?" It was only when Zhang Ye's voice echoed through the invisible earpiece that Zhang Tianyin regained his composure, unable to restrain himself from saying, "You are merely a member of the Witnesses Preparatory Camp, not yet officially recognized, and you wish to transition to a hunter? Is that not permissible?" "It is permissible, but it is not merely a matter of whether it can be done." As Zhang Tianyin spoke, he abruptly paused, his expression growing grave. "Wait, you are already in Jialigong, correct?" "Yes. There has been a biological anomaly in old Myanmar. A remnant-toothed beast has emerged, and you have discovered traces of it in Jialigong." Zhang Tianyin's gaze sharpened. "So, your intention to transition to a hunter is to hunt the remnant-toothed beast?" In an instant, he grasped the implications and deduced the situation. "Absolutely correct." On the other end, Zhang Ye nodded. "Yes, I rescued a tiger. And the wounds on the tiger were most likely inflicted by the remnant-toothed beast. The tiger is severely injured and couldn't have traversed hundreds of kilometers, crossing the border from China to Jialigong. Thus, this tiger must be from within Jialigong, and the remnant-toothed beast must also reside there." Upon hearing this, Zhang Tianyin furrowed his brow, saying, "Do you understand what you are about to face? Although the remnant-toothed beast is not the strongest in the spiritual realm, it is undoubtedly the most ferocious, the most brutal, and the apex predator with the highest hunting efficiency. While they are known to be social creatures, their pack behavior is solely for the purpose of hunting beings that are dozens of times larger than themselves. Together they are formidable, alone, they are equally impressive. Do not think that just because you are a mere aspiring explorer without a rating, Even a bona fide level 4 comprehensive evaluated explorer would not dare to be complacent against them. So, have you genuinely considered your decision to hunt it? In response, Zhang Ye shook his head. No, Zhang Tianyan's frown deepened, and he added, if that is the case, then you cannot. Before he could finish, Zhang Ye interjected, but I can feel it. What? Zhang Tianyan was taken aback, his voice gradually tinged with excitement. Are you saying? Zhang Ye nodded emphatically. I can feel it. It is my prey. Dad, I remember you saying that some creatures, once encountered, make it clear that they must be hunted without hesitation. I can feel it now. The heartbeat races, and without taking a deep breath, I tremble all over, as if my body is engulfed in excitement. Listening to Zhang Ye's words, Zhang Tianyan's eyes glimmered, his furrowed brow gradually unfurling, a smile slowly gracing his face. What is humanity? It is the most wondrous, unique, and formidable being in this world. Yet, humanity is also a part of nature. Raising the question, should humans be the prey or the hunter? Is it a matter of hunting or being hunted? In the natural world, neither role is absolute. The identities of prey and predator can shift in an instant. However, with the continuous advancement and empowerment of human society, humanity has begun to detach itself from this paradigm. While some humans may fall prey to certain creatures, those very creatures are doomed to perish. Thus, that humanity stands as the arch nemesis of any being. Countless animals possess the capability to slay humans, yet they cannot be deemed true adversaries, for those animals can also be easily vanquished by humans, contingent upon humanity's willingness and the price it is prepared to pay. Therefore, before any being emerges capable of annihilating the entirety of human society, humanity's true adversary can only be another human. In the natural realm, humans assume a role akin to that of deities. In the eyes of all living beings, human firearms, aircraft, and colossal iron beasts represent an overwhelming force. Hence, humanity reigns supreme over the natural world, becoming the apex predator. Nevertheless, some entities, equally transcendent of nature and nearly defying its laws, have begun to emerge. Their strength is terrifying, effortlessly tearing through human armored divisions, inflicting immeasurable casualties and losses. These beings are diverse. Some possess immense power and intelligence comparable to that of humans, yet they do not oppose humanity. Instead, they remain concealed within the natural realm, coexisting peacefully with it, refraining from using their formidable power to disrupt ecological balance. In fact, some remarkably unique ecosystems have arisen due to their presence. These can be termed as spirits. Conversely, others are different. They indulge their desires without restraint, possessing insatiable appetites, leaving desolation in their wake and severely damaging the natural ecology. Utterly disregarding other beings, focused solely on their own satiation. These can be referred to as aberrations. Aberrant creatures, destructive to nature, will inevitably be rejected by it. Yet, among the vast human populace, the most powerful predators will always give rise to a few exceptional individuals. They are born as hunters. When you encounter one, you instinctively know you must slay it. For this is the will of the great natural order. Whether they be spirit beasts, aberrant creatures, or hunters, they have existed long before the day of restoration, and have persisted for ages. Listening to Zhang Ye's introspective musings, Zhang Tianyan couldn't help but smile with joy, for he understood that Zhang Ye was akin to him. Now, let us observe how this little beast will grow and to what heights it will ascend. Are you ready? Zhang Tianyan's voice was calm, yet one could faintly discern the mirth within. Zhang Ye nodded earnestly. I am ready. Since you have chosen to transition from a mere observer to an active hunter, it is imperative that you comprehend the following. In the same event, hunting and being hunted must occur simultaneously. It is impossible to ascertain whether you are the hunter or the hunted. Now that you have opted to become a hunter, you must also be prepared to be hunted. I ask you, are you ready? I am ready. Zhang Ye nodded. Then I inquire, what preparations have you made? Zhang Tianyan asked. Zhang Ye. I have called the military. Zhang Tianyan. Zhang Tianyan couldn't help but chuckle. You rascal, breaking the mold. Huh? I thought you were going to venture out to hunt the chip-toothed beast by yourself. Zhang Ye laughed heartily. I'm not foolish. I can't win a fight, nor can I outrun it. So I can only call for military support, seeking assistance from the state to get by. I have already informed Brother Chun, who brought me here, and he will soon arrive with a team. The surrounding border troops will also coordinate in the operation. I estimate there will be tens of thousands to capture it. The chip-toothed beast, you dot impressive. Encountering you is truly the worst luck of its life. Zhang Tianyan laughed heartily. Zhang Ye wore a proud expression. Of course, as you taught me, humans are social creatures. And hunters do not necessarily fight alone. Zhang Tianyan nodded in satisfaction. Indeed, effectively utilizing the resources around you to achieve the right timing, location, and manpower is paramount. Only then should one consider direct confrontation with oneself and the prey. However, as I mentioned earlier, in the same event, hunting and being hunted occur simultaneously, so your current role as a hunter is merely a facade. Only upon successfully completing the hunting action can you truly be called a hunter. Thus, you must actively participate in this endeavor, and the chip-toothed beast must ultimately be captured or slain by you. Only then can you be regarded as a genuine hunter, capable of shifting roles at will in the future. Upon hearing this, Zhang Ye exclaimed with excitement. So this is a hunter's assessment, right? Zhang Tianyan chuckled. Close enough. But remember, any chip-toothed beast that can enter Blue Star and move freely has undoubtedly survived the foreign hypersensitivity and adaptation. It will be significantly stronger than ordinary chip-toothed beasts and may even undergo certain mutations, acquiring new abilities. You must be adaptable, understand? Understood. Chapter 67. The Rules Cutting Off Communication, by Curiously Asked. Yezi, what is a hunter? You may also understand it as a predator, Zhang Ye explained. However, I do not consider myself a true hunter, for I have yet to successfully slay my own prey. A hunter must possess formidable personal qualities, but they also need to engage in collaborative efforts, adapting to various extreme environments and hunting grounds. One could say that a hunter is an observer who has incorporated the element of hunting. Do not underestimate this element. In reality, there is much to learn. For instance, how one might discern and locate prey through the traces it leaves behind, as well as how to utilize all available resources in the surroundings, and how to cope when hunting alone, among other considerations. Naturally, as social beings, humans thrive in groups, making teamwork essential for hunters, akin to a pack of wolves, which ensures a significantly heightened efficiency in hunting. Do you know my father's hunting success rate? I do not know, Bai replied, shaking his head with a look of curiosity. Zhang Ye chuckled. I am also unaware. Bai continued. He has never disclosed his success rate. However, he has mentioned that to become a competent hunter, one must achieve a success rate of over 70%. I and my father's team, every remarkable individual, upon transitioning to a hunter, manages to attain a success rate exceeding 70. Thus my parents' rate must surely be higher. My ambition is to reach 90%, if not a full 100. This implies that since I have defined this remnant tooth beast as my quarry, I must capture or slay it. Otherwise, my hunting success rate will never again be able to reach 100%. Furthermore, although I have already contacted Chen Gu and the others, I must also play a pivotal and decisive role in this operation. Or else the ultimate kill of the remnant tooth beast must be mine for it to be considered a complete hunting endeavor. This is the code of the hunter. What are the rules for witnesses? Bai exclaimed in astonishment before inquiring. Zhang Ye smiled and replied. In simple terms, there are several aspects. First, on land, one must not disrupt the natural ecosystem, nor engage in wanton slaughter. Efforts should be made to avoid harming wildlife and interfering with any ongoing hunting and hunted events. Second, in the ocean, any catch must be released. While diving, not a single creature should be touched. One may observe, but without any survival factors intervening. One should refer to the first rule. Third, one should hold a deep respect for nature and express gratitude for all that it provides. These essentially summarize the rules which govern our coexistence with nature, whether as hunters or in any other capacity. Adherence to these rules is paramount. A hunter must likewise strive to avoid harming other beings and damaging the environment during the hunt. Only by adhering to these principles can one proudly declare, I am a witness. Wow. Then will I be able to say that in the future? Bai asked, her eyes sparkling as she gazed at Zhang Ye. Zhang Ye tousled her hair and replied with a smile. Absolutely. As long as we abide by the rules, we will all be able to say it in the future. Now, let us set up the tent. After we finish our meal and prepare, we shall take turns keeping watch until Chen Gu and the others arrive, at which point we can commence our hunting mission. All right. Before long, an adorable army green tent appeared upon the grass. From within, the tent appeared semi-transparent, while from without, it bore camouflage colors. Thus Zhang Ye need not worry about losing sight of who and at this moment. Hunia lay beside the tent, soundly asleep, her snores resonating loudly. Likely due to respiratory issues stemming from adaptive responses, though there appeared to be no significant harm. Zhang Ye conducted another inspection of her condition, Noting substantial improvement, the two little companions then prepared a hearty meal in a small pot, additionally setting aside a high-calorie energy bar for Hunyu to enjoy upon awakening. After satisfying their hunger and thirst, they busied themselves with their personal terminals, taking selfies, engaging in lively conversations, and delighting in their merriment. Though fatigue soon set in.as twilight descended, Zhang Ye and Bai reclined within the tent, gazing through its translucent top at the sky. The nocturnal vista here unveiled celestial wonders that escaped the gaze of many urban dwellers. It was not overly dark. The crescent moon shone brightly, surrounded by a tapestry of twinkling stars, creating an enchanting realm that subtly formed a sea of stars. Suddenly, the two observed tiny sparkling lights meandering through the sky. They paused in astonishment. Was that a shooting star? Upon closer examination, it was not. Instead, they beheld a multitude of fireflies, each glowing with a soft green luminescence. In these times, fireflies had become a rare sight. Yet, at this moment, countless points of light began to appear in the surrounding grasslands, fluttering upwards into the night and shimmering in the darkness. The clusters of emerald lights, set against the night's backdrop, resembled spirited little fairies, vibrant and endearing, captivating both Zhang Yi and Bai. Even Hunyu stirred from her slumber, lifting her head to gaze at the luminous display above, her demeanor serene and devoid of any fierceness. Perhaps this was the rare gentleness of the king of the forest. After a few glances, she nestled back down and soon drifted into a fragrant sleep, evidently no longer on guard against Zhang. Yet he smiled softly, saying, "You rest. I'll keep watch, and after an hour, it will be your turn." "All right." The tranquil night breeze caressed gently, the sounds of chirping insects and distant bird calls creating a symphony of life, occasionally interrupted by the calls of foxes and monkeys, which imbued the forest with vitality. When they called, it was a sign of safety. When they fell silent, caution was warranted. The night breeze continued to whisper softly, stirring Zhang Ye's dark hair as it carried the scent of the remnants of a beast. Could it fly, struck by lightning? Had its wings been broken? Poor creature. Meanwhile, Zhang Tianyan navigated through the wilderness. The vegetation here was extraordinarily dense, with towering trees reaching heights of over 100 meters and thick enough for several people to embrace. This was the most perilous and mysterious forest in all of Huaxia, Shenangjia. Due to the region's unique magnetic field and the perpetual mist that hovered overhead, even satellites failed to capture images of this place. At this moment, Zhang Tianyan was alone, leaping from treetop to treetop, while the witness team awaited outside the forest. His speed was astounding. Each leap was both light and swift, as if he were not merely jumping but soaring. After an indeterminate duration, he finally reached the depths of Shenangjia, arriving at the edge of a vast, deep pool. Beside the pool stood an ancient stone tablet, inscribed with 3 characters in archaic script, vaguely decipherable. Qianlongtan. Zhang Tianyan paused at the water's edge, steadied his breath, and seated himself on the bank, gazing at the exquisite nightscape, a gentle smile gracing his face. Nyang, I have returned at the depths of that serene blue abyss. A pair of immense azure eyes opened. She lifted her head, seemingly capable of piercing through the thousands of meters of water to behold the figures upon the shore. Her gaze was filled with benevolence. Chapter 68. Second Mother. Gazing into the tranquil cerulean depths, Zhang Tianyan slowly inhaled a deep breath. The surrounding mist, dense and ethereal, coiled around him, visibly resembling a dragon composed of vapor that had grown. He sat relaxed by the water's edge, casually picking up a nearby pebble and casting it into the abyss. With a melodious plop, the mirror-like surface of the water rippled in concentric circles. Not long ago, he had a dream of launching, just like I did back then. His voice was calm, almost whispered like that as he spoke. He continued to collect stones from his side, tossing them into the water like a child at play. But the distinction lay in the fact that nature ultimately did not choose me. It chose him instead. In truth, I sensed it even when his mother was pregnant. For that night, I too had the dream. I dreamt that launching was watching him, launching was waiting for him. Yet, I could not comprehend why. Are some individuals truly born with a mission? Why him, and not me? His voice echoed in the stillness of the mountain gorge, his eyes glistening with unshed tears. Second Mother, I am somewhat concerned for him. He is still young. He should not bear such burdens. For all these years, I have not faltered, fearing that one day nature would indeed choose him. I wish to shield him from those dangers. They are not burdens he should endure at this time. Second Mother, what am I to do? In that moment, he resembled a bewildered child, seeking answers from his parents. At that instant, the mist dissipated, the placid surface of the water suddenly quivered, droplets dancing upon it, and the tremor could be felt for miles around the deep pool. Accompanying the vibrations was a profound and steady low murmur. It resembled the song of a whale, yet bore the echo of an eagle's cry. This resonance penetrated Zhang Tianyan's mind, and he understood. You cannot protect him as nature's guardian. Therefore, protect him as a father. Zhang Tianyan paused, then spoke in a somber tone. But how long can I protect him? I cannot be by his side at all times. What frightens me is not the dangers from other realms or nature itself. Rather, it is people. They will inevitably discover the truth, and when that time comes that I dare not contemplate. Second mother, is there a way for me to substitute for him? The murmur returned. Yenner, nature's choices are never one-sided, nor are they enforced. Her choice of him signifies that he, too, has responded to her. This is his choice as well. You must trust him. Do not allow the specter of unmanifested events to unsettle your resolve. Upon hearing this, Zhang Tianyan let out a wry smile, remarking, I initially thought I had mastered everything you taught me, but it appears that the pursuit of knowledge knows no bounds. His soft murmurs were tinged with amusement. And then he continued, by the way, Ernyang, it seems that Ye's hunting instincts have awakened. Oh, isn't he only 16? Indeed, one would expect such abilities to emerge around the age of 20. That only suggests that his talents far surpass yours. This is what they call surpassing the master. Zhang Tianyan beamed with pride. In that case, let us find an opportunity to bring him over. It has been 15 years since I last saw my grandson. Yes, in the blink of an eye, he is already 16. Zhang Tianyan mused. He then rose to his feet and said, I believe it is time to prepare for him. With that, he waved towards the deep pool. Ernyang, I shall take my leave for now. Next time, I will bring Ye to visit you. The water's surface rippled as enormous bubbles ascended from below, accompanied by a soft murmur. Be safe. Zhang Tianyan flashed a grin and swiftly ran off. Beneath the deep pool, a colossal presence lifted its head, gazing at the surface with eyes full of tenderness. 15 years had flown by in an instant. The child who was once nurtured by the 5 deities now had his own family and children. It was truly a poignant reflection. Upon returning to the team, Liao Jie immediately approached Zhang Tianyan, playfully wrapping her arm around his neck. What did our mother say? She chuckled. No major issues. We just need to find a time to bring Ye over. No major issues. Liao Jie frowned, but I still have my concerns. Before she could finish, Zhang Tianyan affectionately ruffled her hair and planted a kiss on her cheek. Rest assured, he is my son. In the future, he will undoubtedly surpass me, so there is nothing to fear. If anything arises, we will handle it together. If we cannot protect him, we will turn to Ernyang. And if she cannot, we will seek out uncle. In any case, Ye will surely be fine. And if we protect him for a few more years, he will undoubtedly be stronger than us. Hearing this, Liao Jie felt her worries ease slightly, and she turned to give Zhang Tianyan a gentle kiss, as the couple embraced and walked out together. The other members of the witness team looked on, devoid of desire or envy. They had grown accustomed to it. Every time there was an event, they were inundated with displays of affection, and with Ye now 16. These two were still in the throes of romance. They felt no jealousy. Truly, as for the mention of Ernyang, they did not comprehend, but they refrained from asking, for when they joined the witnesses, Zhang Tianyan had clearly stated that these matters were secrets, and they would learn when the time was right. The trust among the witnesses was formidable, with an unspoken understanding that they would protect one another with their lives. Thus, they simply pretended not to hear, knowing that they would eventually be informed when the time came. Meanwhile, deep within the Jialigong forest, the void-rending toothbeast was fracturing. It was breaking apart both physically and spiritually. At that moment, the beast's wings twisted grotesquely, its membranes tearing like ragged cloth. In the distance, several trees lay broken, and a long trench had formed, resembling the scene of a tragic plane crash. Moments ago, it yearned to soar in pursuit of its prey, unsuspecting of the impending danger as dark clouds suddenly gathered. It merely considered that flying in the rain would be more arduous. In its world, acid rain was a commonplace occurrence, and it harbored no fear. However, before the rain could descend, a bolt of thunder struck with ferocity, sending it plummeting, crashing through several trees before it finally came to a halt. Alas, its wings were inevitably broken, one of its forelimbs fractured, and its body marred with numerous wounds. But the ordeal was not yet over. The thunder, seemingly with a mind of its own, unleashed a relentless barrage upon it, striking 3 or 4 times. Were it not for its uniquely resilient anatomy, it might have been reduced to ashes. Yet, this very resilience resulted in further injury. Its skin charred in places. Fortunately, it eventually discovered a cave, providing refuge from the merciless strikes of lightning. Regrettably, the tiger residing within the cave reacted with astonishing swiftness. It barely had time to deliver a slap before the beast fled. Already weakened from its injuries, it could not withstand further exertion, missing the opportunity to replenish its energy. Now, it could only rest and recuperate for a while, before embarking on a hunt later, waiting to regain its strength to pursue the human offspring. However, this delay would inevitably cost it precious time. Unbeknownst to it, a formidable mechanized force was swiftly advancing towards its location. Chapter 69. Jungle Pursuit. At this moment, Zhang Ye held a survival knife, contemplating whether it could penetrate the resilient hide of the ferocious beast. Beside him, Bai had nestled into her sleeping bag, a look of contentment on her face as she leaned against him, their hands intertwined tightly. Suddenly, through the translucent tint, Zhang Ye noticed a distant point of light rapidly approaching, while the voice of Qin Yujie crackled in his invisible earpiece. "I've arrived. Where are you?" Zhang Ye, upon hearing this, promptly roused Bai and activated the bright flash mode on his personal terminal, directing it towards the sky as the terminal's positioning was limited to a certain range. This method was necessary for precise location confirmation. Soon, the light descended, revealing Qin Yujie. Zhang Ye then observed that Qin Yujie's combat suit had fully deployed, resembling a single soldier exoskeleton. He plummeted from the air, landing with a thud, half kneeling and bracing himself with one hand, creating a small shockwave around him, reminiscent of a scene from an action movie, exceedingly impressive. Upon spotting Zhang Ye, Qin Yujie broke into a grin. "Sunbathing, are we?" "Absolutely." Zhang Ye and Bai nodded in agreement. Having indulged his momentary vanity, Qin Yujie was about to discuss serious matters. However, as he approached, he noticed a massive creature rising nearby. The tiger, eyeing Qin Yujie, displayed a heightened sense of wariness and tension, its body taut. In contrast, Qin Yujie merely raised an eyebrow, displaying little surprise, for Zhang Ye had already apprised him of the situation during their earlier communication. "Brother Qin, are you alone? The others will follow. My mobility is superior, so I came ahead. As he spoke, Qin Yujie addressed the squad channel. "We need to initiate a search. The location has been shared in real time. Let us move swiftly." "Understood." Afterward, Qin Yujie turned to Zhang Ye and remarked, "For the time being, this tiger should pose no problem. Subsequently, we shall contact the animal protection personnel." He then added, "Zhang Ye, you should keep your distance from here. Leave the rest to us." However, Zhang Ye shook his head in disagreement, stating, "I wish to partake in the operation." Qin Yujie was somewhat taken aback and responded with a shake of his head. "That's not permissible. It is far too dangerous. This is a level 4 rated beast with sharp teeth, and you are merely a child." Yet Zhang Ye grinned broadly, deftly flipping the survival knife between his fingers before precisely sheathing it. "If you refrain from treating me like a child, all will be well. Rest assured, Brother Chun, I shall not be a hindrance. Moreover, I can share the intelligence regarding the sharp-toothed beast that the witnesses possess." Upon hearing this, Qin Yujie felt a flicker of temptation. Although the state has its own intelligence-gathering systems, the vast number of spiritual realms and creatures makes intelligence collection exceedingly complex and challenging. Thus, much of this work is entrusted to private or guild exploration teams. The government is willing to invest a certain amount to acquire relevant information from these exploration teams, establishing a contractual relationship. As one of the few level 5 rated exploration teams in the country, the intelligence held by the witnesses is undoubtedly invaluable. Being frontline explorers, their information is the latest and most accurate. If collaboration could yield such intelligence, it would indeed be advantageous. Considering Zhang Ye's overall capabilities, which even surpassed those of an average soldier, Qin Yujie deliberated before finally nodding. "Very well, but you must prioritize your safety above all else. Do not act recklessly. Understood?" "Understood," Zhang Ye replied. "Now, let us trace back along the tiger's path to see if we can locate any signs of the sharp-toothed beast." "Agreed." Zhang Ye nodded and then approached the tiger girl. She harbored a favorable impression of the human who had saved her, at least refraining from baring her teeth. "Tiger girl, let us first seek out the one who harmed you. Do not wander off, as help will arrive soon." The wind carried Zhang Ye's intentions to the tiger girl. Upon hearing that Zhang Ye intended to confront her assailant, the tiger girl's excitement surged. her eyes igniting with a fierce and vengeful light. The forest sovereign believes in repaying kindness and avenging grievances. She yearned to rend the culprit with her own claws. Suddenly, she rose to her feet and let out a roar that echoed skyward. A palpable wave of energy erupted from her, and then, with a swift leap, she vanished into the forest, her speed akin to the wind. This fierce tiger had begun to change. Zhang Ye gazed in astonishment at the tiger girl rapidly disappearing from view. He was momentarily taken aback, yet he realized there was no point in chasing after her. He decided to pursue the sharp-toothed beast instead. With that, he gathered his belongings and took Bai's hand. Walking alongside Chun Yujia deeper into the Zheligong Mountains, the trio first arrived at the massive rock where the tiger girl had previously lain. The remnants of flesh and blood had darkened, emanating a foul stench. Behind the colossal stone, a distinct animal trail can be discerned, left by Hunia during her passage. Bloodstains mar the path, while nearby, several branches, disturbed and broken, bear traces of crimson as well. Following this animal trail in reverse would suffice. As a soldier of the Anomaly Elimination Unit, Chun Yujia possesses formidable skills. Thus, this pursuit poses no significant challenge for him, although Zhang Ye is familiar with the relevant knowledge. His lack of practical experience leads him to follow closely behind Chun Yujia alongside Bai, observing and learning. Before long, Zhang Ye encounters a predicament. Ahead lies a thicket, marked by bloodstains, yet to the front and both sides. Dense foliage obscures any discernible path that a tiger might have taken, rendering Zhang Ye unable to ascertain from which direction the tiger approached. Perhaps sensing Zhang Ye's confusion, Chun Yujia, while observing, remarks, "Have you noticed this thicket? The bloodstains are directly above it and appear to be in a dripping pattern, indicating that the tiger must have leaped over rather than brushed past. However, there are no signs of trampling in the thicket ahead or on either side. So we should first look upwards to as he speaks." Chun Yujia gestures for Zhang Ye to raise his gaze. Indeed, they spot clear claw marks and flecks of blood on the trunk of a large tree, approximately 3 to 4 meters above the ground. Skillfully ascending the tree, Chun Yujia continues, "The terrain of the jungle is exceedingly intricate, so it is not always necessary to move along the ground. This tree is quite large, with its robust trunk bending horizontally, allowing the tiger to leap up from the slope on the other side and then descend along the trunk. Following the curvature of the trunk, they soon discover a grassy slope, and upon leaping over, the familiar animal trail and bloodstains reappear. Zhang Ye, astonished, exclaims, I've learned something. Bai, equally impressed, gazes with wide eyes, finding the experience utterly fascinating. Chun Yujia nods in acknowledgement, stating, "Tracking through such complex terrain requires a certain level of logical reasoning and reverse deduction. Pay close attention. These skills will prove invaluable to you that if you feel it is insufficient." Chun Yujia chuckles. "You could always join the unit, and I shall personally instruct you." Upon hearing this, Zhang Ye offers a sheepish laugh. Clearly, Chun Yujia, much like Meng Fifan, has extended an olive branch to him. Yet, Zhang Ye merely nods in a non-committal manner. "I'll consider it if the opportunity arises." Chun Yujia smiles and resumes the pursuit. Chapter 70. Silence, Brother Chun. How do I send you the data on the fang-toothed beast? Just connect to my personal terminal. My personal serial number is. Alright, it's sent. Take a look. Good. Chun Yujia opens the military personal terminal on his arm and reviews the information, nodding. This is more detailed than what we have in the unit. It will suffice. The data indicates that the fang-toothed beast possesses an exceptionally strong territorial instinct. Currently, the beast is within Zheligong, likely seeking a place to establish its lair, provided it is not in a state of fleeing from pursuit. Please be vigilant and observe if there are any suitable locations for a den. Understood. The difficulty of tracking is considerable, as Hunia initially bled profusely from her wounds. However, as the bleeding continued, clots formed, thickening the blood, resulting in relatively few drops remaining. The traces were intermittent, making the pursuit rather troublesome. Nevertheless, thanks to Meng Fifan's formidable tracking abilities, they managed to follow the signs for several kilometers. The night had deepened, and had it not been for the unusually bright moonlight and the enhanced vision of the trio, it would have been nearly impossible to distinguish between the bloodstains and the animal trails. At this moment, they had arrived at a small waterfall that it seemed that the creature had replenished its moisture here, and since ferocious beasts typically prefer to establish their lairs near water sources, it was plausible that the tiger's den lay in the vicinity, warranting a search along the nearby animal paths. Zhang Ye gazed at the claw prints on the ground and remarked that the remnant-toothed beast might seize Tiger Girl's den as its own. Chun Yujin nodded in agreement, and the three of them waded across the small river. Unbeknownst to Zhang Ye, not far away in the thicket, a colossal creature lay in wait, its bristles subtly quivering as it sensed the surrounding airflow. Its sleek, dart-like head captured the heat radiation emanating from Zhang Ye and his companions. It was akin to thermal imaging, revealing two humanoid heat signatures merely a few dozen meters away, one of which was its intended target. Just as Zhang Ye reached the riverbank, he suddenly froze in place. Shen Yujie, noticing Zhang Ye's abrupt halt, felt a pang of confusion and was about to inquire when Zhang Ye raised a hand, signaling him to remain silent, prompting immediate alertness. The surroundings fell into an eerie silence. The once vibrant chorus of insects and birds had vanished. This was not an auspicious sign, yet in some respects, it was also a favorable indication. At that moment, Zhang Ye sensed his heart rate quickening, his body once again ignited with excitement. Zhang Tianyan had mentioned that such sensations indicated that one's senses had detected something, perhaps a sound, a scent, or an image caught in peripheral vision that the brain had overlooked. This something was likely the traces left by what he deemed his prey. Although the brain had ignored it and failed to provide cognitive feedback, this perception had been etched into memory, providing a physical response. Zhang Tianyan referred to this as the hunting sensation rhythm. Normal individuals also possess this feedback mechanism, albeit less pronounced. They may not focus on so-called prey. For instance, a fleeting glance from the corner of the eye may prompt a sudden turn of the head, leading to the discovery of a misplaced key. This encapsulates the essence of bodily perception feedback. Zhang Ye crouched, scanning his surroundings. What traces left by the remnant-toothed beast had he overlooked? Or perhaps, Zhang Ye's pupils suddenly constricted, his complexion paling, rendering him somewhat unnerving amidst the darkness. Observing his expression, Chun Yujie's heart skipped a beat, and he couldn't help but furrow his brow, signaling him to inquire about the situation. Zhang Ye glanced around cautiously before speaking in a normal tone. The remnant-toothed beast is nearby, likely observing us in the shadows that we must not exhibit any signs of having detected danger. His voice was calm and composed, laced with a hint of mirth, as if the situation were trivial. Yet his words sent chills down Chun Yujie's spine. He instinctively prepared to observe and remain vigilant of his surroundings, yet was halted by Zhang Ye's gaze. Quickly regaining his composure, he chuckled. Have you spotted it? No, but I can sense its presence. My perception must have detected something. Yet I consciously overlooked it. I require a bit of external assistance. Fear not. I recall that the Tsangkong beast possesses a particular trait when hunting alone. It targets solitary prey. As long as we remain together, it is highly unlikely to strike in the short term. He spoke. Zhang Ye casually operated his personal terminal, his movements appearing so nonchalant that he seemed utterly oblivious to the imminent danger lurking nearby. Meanwhile, the Tsangkong beast, concealed in the shadows, slowly crouched down, biding its time. Although it dwarfed the two humans significantly, it did not underestimate them. It was the most cunning, perceptive, audacious, yet simultaneously cautious hunter of that world. And it was precisely for this reason that its success rate in hunting was unparalleled. Now, the duel between two predators commenced. However, the adversary that Tsangkong beast aimed to outmaneuver was not Zhang Ye. Hey Dad. Yes, this kid certainly does not play by the rules. What's wrong? The Tsangkong beast is nearby. I can't locate it, but the hunting instinct has been triggered. Strangely enough, this sensation is rather extraordinary. Any suggestions? Upon hearing Zhang Ye's voice, Zhang Tianyan smiled. The Tsangkong beast was close, and this lad was still able to maintain his composure. Impressive indeed. That he nodded and advised. Be mindful of the darkness. The Tsangkong beast tracks its prey through thermal energy and the fluctuations of airflow. Pay attention to all ventilated areas with good visibility in the dark. Furthermore, the activation of the hunting instinct has another prerequisite. You are also considered its prey. Therefore, it is watching you. Upon hearing this, Zhang Ye's heart raced violently. Yet he quickly suppressed the instinctive fear that surged within him. In other words, it was within his line of sight. Stay calm. Do not let your heartbeat quicken, or else your body temperature will rise, and it will realize you have sensed its presence. Zhang Tianyan continued. Zhang Ye nodded, beginning to take slow, deep breaths while relaying his father's words to Bai and Chun Yujie. Chun Yujie immediately adjusted his breathing rhythm to prevent an increase in body temperature. Bai, though unnecessary, followed suit since her thermal feedback was imperceptible to the Tsangkong beast, yet she felt compelled to do so. The three of them began to move about, striving to appear as natural as possible while constantly observing the well-ventilated, darkened areas that Zhang Tianyan had mentioned. Eventually, Zhang Ye identified 3 such shadowy spots. It was too dark. He still couldn't discern anything. Furrowing his brow slightly, he felt a whispering breeze brush past, accompanied by an ethereal voice in his ear. "Year, don't forget about me." Zhang Ye was taken aback, then sighed with a wry smile. Perhaps he was indeed too tense, as he had completely forgotten he could seek Feng'er's assistance. He nodded. "Feng'er, can you locate it?" "What?" Chen Yujia, beside him, looked a bit bewildered. Feng'er responded. Just as the words left her lips, Gaia's vision activated. In the expanse of his vision, everything began to brighten slightly, and Zhang Yi discerned the presence of numerous violet glimmers surrounding him. This was not the wind of another realm, but rather the laws of that realm. The proximity of these laws indicated that the cleft-toothed beast was indeed nearby. The sensation of wind began to expand. Subsequently, a silhouette of the cleft-toothed beast, composed of swirling air, emerged clearly within Zhang Ye's perception, located at a distance of 42 meters in the darkness, at the 3 o'clock position. Chapter 71. The Hunting Plan. Upon hearing this, Chen Yujia glanced over with the corner of his eye, seeing only an expanse of darkness. "How did you discover that?" he inquired. Just as Zhang Yi was about to respond, the violet laws of the other realm suddenly fluctuated, enveloping him and causing his wind perception to become muddled. "Year, the laws of the other realm are beginning to resist. I can no longer perceive it." As the wind spoke, Zhang Yi found himself unable to sense the location of the cleft-toothed beast. "Why is this happening?" Zhang Yi asked. "Because the cleft-toothed beast is a point of law anomaly, and Gaia cannot exert power upon such points." Upon hearing this, Zhang Yi began to piece together some understanding. It was precisely because Gaia could not directly act upon points of law anomaly that he was needed as a medium to eliminate them. If the cleft-toothed beast were indeed a point of law anomaly, did that mean that I must consume the cleft-toothed beast? Zhang Yi raised an eyebrow in inquiry. "Not necessarily. Consuming the point of law anomaly itself suffices. However, if Year wishes to eat, he may do so. Could it be toxic?" Zhang Yi swallowed hard. "Even if it were toxic, it would not matter. Gaia will assist Year. As long as it contains energy, Year can consume anything." "Is that so?" Zhang Yi nodded. Meanwhile, Chen Yujia, standing nearby, was increasingly astonished. "Don't scare me. Who are you actually talking to?" Seeing Zhang Yi talking to himself sent chills down Chen Yujia's spine. Although he was a soldier, it was a misconception that soldiers are devoid of fear. Everyone has their fears, and coincidentally, while Chen Yujia was unafraid of dangerous armed assailants or terrifying creatures from other realms, he was fearful of such invisible phenomena. Observing Chen Yujia's reaction, Zhang Yi couldn't help but chuckle softly. Then added, "I can converse with the wind. Talking to the wind. Is it akin to the perception branch of the enhancement system? The wind whisper?" "Yes, quite similar, though perhaps a touch stronger." Zhang Yi smiled mysteriously. After Zhang Ye's explanation, Chen Yujia nodded, his unease dissipating, and his expression turned serious. "Only you can perceive the location of that creature. What do you plan to do next? Share your thoughts with me." However, Zhang Yi shook his head. "No, I cannot sense it now. That creature is capable of shielding my perception." "Hiss." Chen Yujia inhaled sharply, then raised his firearm, declaring, "Then let's be straightforward. I'll fly up and deal with it. You stay back." "No." Zhang Yi immediately countered, "That creature can fly as well." "What? The cleft-toothed beast can fly? Are you joking?" "The creature before us, a toothy beast, is no ordinary specimen. It is a variant that has traversed into our world and undergone mutation. Now known as the Void-Toothed Beast, it has developed wings, endowing it with formidable aerial maneuverability." Zhang Ye's expression was grave. Although it had recently been struck by lightning during its flight, its recovery was remarkably swift. Its wings had healed somewhat. While they could not sustain prolonged flight, brief ascents were certainly within reach. Thus, rashly taking to the skies might render one no match for it. Chen Yujia felt a tightening in his brow. "Did the wind inform you of all this?" "Indeed." Zhang Yi nodded, raising his thumb in admiration. "The wind is simply the best." The wind chimed in. Chen Yujia was left speechless, as he absorbed Zhang Ye's words. His frown deepened. They had already drawn the attention of the toothed beast. And worse, it was a flying variant. Zhang Yi and his companions found themselves in an exceedingly perilous situation. Their allies could not fly and would not arrive for at least another hour. The border defense forces would also require time to respond, leaving them vulnerable to an imminent attack from the beast. Though one of the tooth beast's tendencies is to hunt solitary targets, that does not imply it would patiently wait that it could just as easily take the initiative to drive its prey away from the group, effectively isolating them. Should the tooth beast fixate on Zhang Ye, who appeared weaker, and launch an attack, it would spell grave danger. Conversely, if the beast chose to flee, be it into the depths of the mountains or out of the forest and into human settlements, it would lead to immense complications and peril. His reason for hastily departing without waiting for reinforcements was precisely to avert such scenarios. The existence of this creature, even for a minute, posed an increased threat to the world. These dangers did not solely arise from the beast itself, but also from the alien microorganisms and viruses it carried. Once adapted to the blue star environment, they could potentially wreak havoc and provoke a new wave of epidemics. Thus, upon detecting an anomaly crossing the invisible Great Wall, the authorities acted with urgency to dispatch multiple teams to capture it. Within moments, he made a decisive choice that he retrieved a handgun from his side and thrust it into Zhang Ye's hand. Here is the insurance. Once you disengage the safety, aim and shoot. It's a straightforward process. You should manage it. Zhang Ye was taken aback and quickly inquired, "You're not planning to distract it, are you?" Shun Yujie chuckled. "You guessed correctly. There's a reward waiting for you when I return." With that, he raised his rifle. "When I fire, you turn and run without looking back, understood?" Before he could finish, Zhang Ye covered his mouth, exclaiming, "You're uttering a death flag." "Fear not. I have a plan," Zhang Ye replied, glancing at Bai beside him with a smile. "Xiao Bai, it's our turn to take the stage," Shin Yujie interjected. "Who are you talking to now?" Zhang Ye grinned. "I told you about my wife. However, due to her unique nature, others cannot see her." Shun Yujie blinked in surprise, then looked toward Zhang Ye's side, unable to contain himself. "Is that true? Why would I deceive you?" "Xiao Bai, give him a light smack on the head." "Huh?" Shin Yujie was taken aback, and in the next moment, thud, Shin Yujie pressed his forehead, gritting his teeth. "I believe it. This girl has such strength. She is called Bai, and serves as the vice-captain of our witness team now." Zhang Ye, smiling, remarked, "That mangled-toothed beast has already marked me as its prey. In other words, it is targeting me. Therefore, Brother Chen, you cannot divert its attention. It has set its sights on me, and I can feel it. If you rush out now, it will immediately bypass you to come after me, and the situation will become even more perilous. Hence, we require a plan." "What plan?" Qin Yujie inquired. At that moment, this veteran, who was 7 years Zhang Ye's senior, found himself instinctively led by Zhang Ye. Perhaps, at that instant, Zhang Ye did not seem like a mere 16-year-old child to him. No one could perceive Xiao Bai, not even the mangled-toothed beast that Tio verify this. "All you need to do is step away from me for a moment, allowing me to remain with Xiao Bai. If the beast attacks, it would indicate that it too cannot detect Xiao Bai's presence and has defined me as isolated. This way, we can execute the subsequent plan. Brother Chun, at that time, you will ignite this. Then do this. And Xiao Bai will do that. Yes, with this pistol, disengage the safety. And then. Overall, that's the plan." After hearing the plan, Shin Yujie almost immediately shook his head in denial. "No, it's too dangerous. How can I let you attract its attention?" Zhang Ye reassured him. "Do not worry. I am not alone. Xiao Bai is here. Xiao Bai possesses greater physical strength than I do. Even if she cannot fight, she can still run. The dense vegetation here, coupled with the fact that the beast's wings have not fully recovered, limits its flight to short distances. Even if the plan fails, we can still escape." However, Chun Yujie remained somewhat hesitant, for in his understanding, such perilous tasks should not fall upon a child. "We are already near the outskirts of Jialigong. Should this beast shift towards human settlements or flee into the deep mountains, it would spell great trouble. If we do not act now, it will vanish before help arrives. Brother Chun, you wouldn't want to be haunted by this flying beast. Unable to sleep at night, would you?" Gazing at Zhang Ye's resolute expression, Qin Yujie clenched his teeth. "Let us do it." Chapter 72. The hunt begins at this moment. The loud conspiracy of Zhang Ye and his companions puzzled the mangled-toothed beast. What were these humans chattering about? Nevertheless, the beast paid little heed. On one hand, it could not comprehend them, and on the other, it was confident in its ability to hunt Zhang Ye and its instinctual perception. Zhang Ye did not pose a significant threat. Moreover, it had an inkling that by devouring Zhang Ye, it would gain immense strength, akin to sprouting wings. Zhang Ye held tremendous allure for it. It must consume him before the other creature arrives. Once he is in its belly, he would belong to it. Thus, at this moment, it could hardly contain its excitement. Suddenly, It observed Chen Yujie unexpectedly darting towards another section of the forest, and soon he vanished from sight. As Chen Yujie's thermal feedback disappeared, the mangled-toothed beast grew exhilarated. The prey was isolated. It was time to move. The colossal figure glided through the darkness with an elegant grace, its massive form seemingly out of place in this world. Often brushing against the flora and producing faint sounds, barely audible over the gentle murmur of the flowing river. From a divine perspective, it resembled a panther poised for the hunt, stealthily maneuvering into the blind spots of its prey, striving to approach Zhang Ye from behind in utter silence. Meanwhile, Zhang Ye, crouched by the riverbank, splashed water on his face, blissfully unaware of the imminent peril lurking nearby. Yet, the instinct of the hunt had already awakened within him. Zhang Ye could feel his heartbeat quickening, a surge of excitement and trepidation causing his body temperature to rise slightly. The creature, sensing the heat radiating from Zhang Ye, was taken aback. Was it possible he had been discovered? Nevertheless, the creature, known as the residual tooth beast, was no longer inclined to wait that it was a mere 20 meters away from Zhang Ye, a distance that, with its explosive speed, could be traversed in less than a second. At that moment, the vulnerable human juvenile was destined for doom. Thus, it coiled its powerful hind legs, its streamlined body arching in preparation, muscles harmoniously tensing, before launching forth like an arrow released from a bow. In an instant, it positioned itself behind Zhang Ye, its upper body rising slightly, front limbs extending with razor-sharp claws, and its fearsome maw gaping wide, resembling a net of death descending upon Zhang Ye. In that split second, Zhang Ye's heart raced past 200 beats per minute. Boom! A thunderous sound erupted, accompanied by a splash of water. Had it struck? No, the residual tooth beast had missed entirely, plunging into the shallow river, sending a cascade of droplets into the AIR. In contrast, Zhang Ye had already sprinted 10 meters away at that critical moment. Bai, ever vigilant of their surroundings, had yanked Zhang Ye to the side, perfectly avoiding the creature's assault. However, due to Bai's considerable strength, the pull had dislocated Zhang Ye's shoulder as he ran. He pressed against his shoulder. Crack. The dislocation was reset. His gaze sharpened. The residual tooth beast's attack confirmed that it was indeed oblivious to Bai's presence. Thus, the plan commenced. Shao Bai, disperse, Zhang Ye commanded. Understood. Bai immediately darted to the side, still clutching the handgun Zhang Ye had handed her, her eyes glinting with a faint crimson light. 2 points forming a line. Aiming and shooting. She repeated this mantra in her mind. The residual tooth beast, having missed its strike, let out a piercing roar and charged towards Zhang. He could now see that this beast was even more slender and streamlined than the records had indicated. Its wings, folded against its back, resembled a shark's fins, aiding in aerodynamics and enabling rapid directional changes during its sprint. Thus, in the blink of an eye after its failed pounce, it had pivoted and was now pursuing Zhang Ye, its speed significantly surpassing his. As the predator closed the gap, it opened its cavernous maw, its forked tongue capturing the scent molecules emanating from Zhang Ye. Closer, closer, just a little bit more. It was exhilarated, sensing that if it merely extended its neck a fraction further, it could sink its teeth into Zhang Ye's head. Beneath them, the shallow river mirrored the frantic chase of man and beast. At this moment, only 2 meters separated them. With a single step, a splash erupted from the water. Time seemed to slow down exponentially. From a divine perspective, Zhang Ye was sprinting ahead, while merely 2 meters behind him. The gaping maw of the fat tooth beast was poised to strike, its jagged teeth visible within its cavernous mouth. However, to one side, Bai had already raised her handgun. The splashes of water fell into her eyes. Yet she remained unfazed, her gaze fixed with unwavering determination. The sight was aimed directly at the sensory plate of the fangtooth beast. Bang! The sudden gunshot echoed unexpectedly. The creature, on the verge of sinking its teeth into Zhang Ye, abruptly jerked its head aside. A large chunk of its skull's sensory plate shattered, green blood erupting forth. This was no ordinary handgun. It was a weapon designed for the elite forces tasked with anomaly eradication. Thus its firepower was formidable. The kinetic energy from that single bullet altered the trajectory of the fat tooth beast's head, its body momentarily stiffening in response, before veering uncontrollably towards the side. Zhang Yu swiftly dodged to the other side, only to witness the beast careening headlong into a large tree. With a resounding crash, the half-meter-thick trunk trembled precariously, emitting a sound of splintering wood under the strain. Bai, undeterred, had already set her sights on the creature. her eyes glinting with a crimson light. The moment the fang-toothed beast lost control, she had surged forward. Now standing before it, the beast fell. It attempted to roll over, oblivious to Bai's gun barrel aimed squarely at its gaping mouth. Bang, 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 3 shots rang out in rapid succession. Yet, it did not perish. All 3 bullets struck true, yet none penetrated its skull, for at the last moment, the beast sensed the fatal threat and hastily twisted its body. Presenting its back and head towards Bai. Of her 3 shots, 2 struck its head, while 1 hit the sensory plate. The bullet that impacted the sensory plate obliterated yet another sizable chunk, reducing it to merely half its original size. However, the 2 bullets that struck its head inflicted minimal damage. The skull of the fang-toothed beast was extraordinarily tough, devoid of eyes. Its head was smooth and elongated, harder than steel, causing the bullets to ricochet harmlessly away, leaving only dents and marks. Without a heavy sniper rifle, it would be nearly impossible to inflict true penetrating damage to its head. This was a result of evolutionary adaptation for survival in the course of hunting. The most vulnerable area to attack was the head, thus only the most resilient fang-toothed beasts could endure. Iron-headed beasts, indeed. Ahem. Returning to the matter at hand, it was precisely because of the beast's ludicrously hard forehead that Zhang Ye instructed Bai to aim for the sensory plate instead of targeting its head directly. Xiao Bai, retreat. Zhang Ye's voice rang out, causing the crimson glint in Bai's eyes to swiftly fade as she dashed toward him without hesitation. Upon reaching Zhang Ye's side, Bai revealed her pearly white fangs. Her cheeks flushed with excitement. That was exhilarating. Hee, there's even more excitement to come. With that, Zhang Ye grasped Bai's hand as they sprinted towards their designated location. Well, in truth, it was Bai leading the charge, as her speed far surpassed Zhang Ye's. Meanwhile, the fang-toothed beast, having endured several gunshots, struggled to rise once more. The sensory plate of the remnant-toothed beast has diminished significantly, resulting in a drastic decline in its perceptive abilities. At this moment, it can no longer detect the fluctuations of the airflow. It can only rely on its rigid head to sense thermal feedback and on the forked tongues within its mouth to perceive olfactory elements. The beast appears somewhat dazed on one hand. Although the 2 shots from Bai did not inflict penetrating damage, they did leave it feeling disoriented. On the other hand, it is perplexed about the nature of the entity that has attacked it. However, it soon emits a furious roar once again. It does not engage in contemplation. It is consumed by anger, intent on exterminating Zhang Ye and devouring his heart and liver. Thus, it resumes its pursuit with all 6 limbs, accelerating toward the direction Zhang Ye has fled, moving so swiftly that only a blur remains. Meanwhile, Zhang Tianyan's voice resonates in Zhang Ye's earpiece. With the sensory plate disabled, it can now only rely on thermal and olfactory cues for positioning. Make the most of this. Indeed, the strategy to target the sensory plate was conceived by Zhang Tianyan. At this moment, the formidable creature of Huaxia is meticulously instructing its young predator on the art of effective hunting. This, too, is a testament to a power that the creatures of Blue Star, beyond humanity, lack. The inheritance of wisdom. Chapter 73. The hunt continues. The remnant-toothed beast, having plunged into the thicket, abruptly slows its pace, for it has lost the thermal feedback from Zhang Ye. It opens its maw wide, several forked tongues extending outward to capture the olfactory elements in the air. The bifurcation of its tongue enables it to discern the direction from which the scent particles drift, allowing it to ascertain the path its quarry has taken. Swiftly, it identifies a direction and hastens its pursuit. Alas, this is not its domain. Everything is not as grand as it perceives. Thus, as its massive form moves rapidly, it inevitably brushes against the surrounding foliage, producing a cacophony of sound in the distance. Zhang Ye lies prone on the ground, his body encrusted with mud, rendering him a sight of filth, save for his clear, penetrating eyes. Before him lies a relatively open expanse of land, at the center of which rests a small pile of dry wood, accompanied by flammable materials for quick ignition. These were tasks Zhang Ye had instructed Chen Yujie to prepare before his departure, and the time for their utility has now arrived. Closing his eyes, he attunes his ears to the symphony of sounds around him. In this moment, his auditory acuity reaches its zenith. Since his wind perception has been rendered ineffective, he must rely on his own senses. Before long, he hears it. The sound of snapping branches emanates from the woods to his left front. It's coming. Ignite. At his command, Bai, who had been crouched beside the woodpile, swiftly takes a knife and scrapes it against the magnesium rod. sending sparks flying, which land on the flammable materials, instantly transforming the woodpile into a small bonfire. Once this task is accomplished, Bai retreats to the side. His pistol raised, Zhang Ye's gaze sharpens. World interface, wind. The ethereal breeze merges with him in an instant, granting him the power to command the wind. In the next moment, under his indirect control. The airflow rapidly converges around the small fire. Bolstered by the currents, the flames blaze fiercely, and the rising heat is enveloped by the air currents, forming a humanoid silhouette of thermal energy above the bonfire. Comparable in size to Zhang Ye himself. At this moment, the approaching saber-toothed beast once again sensed the feedback of thermal energy. It was exhilarated. The prey lay just ahead. It quickened its pace. The intensity of the thermal feedback was palpable. The prey must be terrified. Closer, closer. Now was the time. It leapt forward, its limbs unfurling like a net of death, lunging towards the humanoid thermal feedback. However, it missed. Its foreclaws grasped at emptiness as it sailed over the campfire, capturing nothing at all. What was happening? In a flurry, it turned around, only to find that the humanoid thermal feedback had vanished, replaced solely by the searing heat radiating a pungent odor from the flames. Through this temperature, it realized that this was not a living creature, but rather a hotspot akin to a geothermal spring or lava, which in its understanding were to be avoided at all costs, for they could spell doom. Yet just moments ago, it had distinctly perceived, before it could comprehend. Suddenly, the air around the fire coalesced once more, this time materializing into 3 humanoid forms, enveloped in warmth, forming 3 distinct thermal signatures. Meanwhile, Zhang Ye had risen, his body encased in mud, with his thermal radiation diminished to the utmost degree. In the saber-toothed beast's perception, he nearly blended into the surrounding environment. He surged forward, his body akin to that of a cheetah, wielding the enhanced one-type survival knife in a reverse grip, slashing fiercely at the side of the saber-toothed beast. Due to prior lightning strikes, the beast's exterior had become somewhat charred, diminishing its defenses. Even though its regenerative abilities had been significantly bolstered by the laws of this other world, it could not return to its complete form. Thus, this strike sank 3 inches deep, carving out a wound the length of a forearm at its flank. While this injury was not fatal to the saber-toothed beast, merely a light wound at worst, it elicited a surge of acute pain. Roar, the saber-toothed beast, in distress, swiftly turned to retaliate with a claw. Yet, in its thermal feedback, Zhang Ye's presence was not pronounced, and compounded by Zhang Ye's immediate retreat after the strike, the claw once again swiped at nothingness. In the next moment, a humanoid thermal feedback suddenly appeared in the opposite direction of Zhang Ye. The saber-toothed beast instinctively elongated its neck to bite down, only to taste a mouthful of hot air. The humanoid thermal feedback dissipated rapidly, reappearing elsewhere, within a few meters surrounding the small fire. The humanoid thermal currents drifted like phantoms, darting and flickering, sometimes leaping laterally, sometimes swiftly coalescing, drawing the saber-toothed beast's entire attention, rendering it unable to launch an effective assault on the true Zhang Ye. Meanwhile, Zhang Ye continued to move, his grip firm on the survival knife. Just as the saber-toothed beast turned to swipe at a humanoid thermal feedback, Zhang Ye's gaze sharpened, and he struck once more. Still targeting the side, he executed another swift cut and retreated. The beast's flank suffered yet another injury, 2 wounds now oozing blood. Though these wounds posed no significant threat, Zhang Ye had achieved his objective. He had no illusions of defeating the colossal saber-toothed beast with his mere survival knives. His sole aim was to create distractions. The saber-toothed beast was remarkably swift, bursting with explosive power, and its metabolism was equally rapid, which signified that during high-speed movements or intense exertions, its body temperature would soar. Thus, the remnant-toothed beast must rely on the pores located on both sides of its body for thermoregulation. Concurrently, these pores are pivotal to its respiratory system. Zhang Ye's 2 strikes are akin to delivering a pair of blows directly to your nostrils. Blood surges forth, flooding the exhaust vents, consequently rendering the beast's breathing exceedingly arduous. This world is fundamentally dissimilar to the one inhabited by the remnant-toothed beast. In its native realm, the organisms tend to be of considerable size due to the elevated oxygen levels in the environment, whereas the oxygen concentration on Blue Star is relatively low, necessitating the beast to exert greater effort in respiration for oxygen intake. Zhang Ye's 2 strikes exacerbate the difficulty for the beast to both inhale and dissipate heat, thus incapacitating it from engaging in prolonged, vigorous activity. This is precisely the outcome Zhang Ye desires. And this, of course, is a lesson imparted by Zhang Ye. Master the prey, and you shall master victory. At this moment, Zhang Ye's pupils constrict, his gaze fixated on the remnant-toothed beast, every muscle in his body taut. Adrenaline surging, with his heartbeat racing at a staggering 230 beats per minute. His body temperature gradually rises, and the mud coating him begins to dry and flake away, while his thermal feedback starts to register within the beast's perception. However, this was all anticipated by Zhang Ye. The utilization of mud to obscure thermal radiation would not last long, but he possesses a strategy. By synchronizing with the humanoid thermal currents, Zhang Ye becomes an elusive phantom within the beast's line of sight. An enigma of real and illusory, leaving the creature bewildered. The damage inflicted upon the exhaust vents is insufficient. Zhang Ye presses on. Like a leopard circling its prey, he deftly evades the remnant-toothed beast's attacks. Seizing an opportunity to inflict 2 more cuts at its side. 1 strike, 2 strikes. The beast's massive tail sweeps toward him. Zhang Ye sinks his body low, narrowly evading the tail's wrath, sliding several meters on his knees before rising to deliver another blow. Each movement is executed with unparalleled fluidity. The wind swirls around him, continuously dissipating heat to minimize his thermal feedback. In stark contrast, the beast's immense bulk becomes a hindrance at this juncture. The number of wounds on its flanks multiplies, and its desperation escalates. Yet, this is not the end, for they are united in this hunt. At this moment, the second hunter has entered the fray. Bang! The gun fires, and a gaping wound erupts from the beast's side exhaust vent. As a pale figure closes in, its crimson eyes glimmer, devoid of any emotion. The barrel is thrust directly into the gaping wound. Bang! Bang! Chapter 74. Sacrifice? 2 shots. The bullets, imbued with high-velocity rotational energy, penetrate the beast's abdomen, resulting in a detonation that delivers catastrophic damage to its internal organs. This is no mere assault on the remnant-toothed beast's respiratory system. It is a direct countdown to its demise. The instantaneous devastation drives the beast into a frenzy. Its colossal form twists, its tail sweeping through the air, while its claws lash out at the injured side. However, the pale figure has already positioned itself atop the beast, leveraging the moment to leap backward, executing a complete rotation in midair before landing gracefully. This entire sequence unfolds with the elegance of instinct, fluid and harmonious. Meanwhile, Zhang Ye swiftly distances himself from the rampaging remnant-toothed beast. At this moment, the cursed beast had abandoned all restraint, rampaging and destroying everything within its perception. The small fire pit was effortlessly sent flying by its claw, ceasing to produce any warmth. The heat gradually dissipated, and Zhang Ye's thermal feedback became strikingly apparent. In an instant, the cursed beast locked onto Zhang Ye's position and lunged toward him without hesitation. Observing the imminent danger, Zhang Ye swiftly retreated, while Bai joined him, urgently pulling him away. Bai's speed was astonishing, rendering the cursed beast incapable of catching up. The injuries inflicted by Bai's 2 shots caused a violent reaction due to the excessive interaction between the cursed beast and the material world, compounded by the damage to its heat dissipation and respiratory systems. It could only endure for a maximum of 1 hour. Within this hour, it would gradually weaken until it could no longer move, ultimately leading to its demise. Thus, the only option left was to consume Zhang Ye to attain enhancement. This instinct compelled it to survive, devour him, survive. With a piercing shriek, the cursed beast's colossal wings unfurled from its sides, transforming instantaneously from a dorsal fin-like structure into a pair of massive wings that it yearned to ascend. Flying was swifter than running. If it could take to the skies, a single dive would suffice to rend Zhang Ye asunder. But could Zhang Ye allow it to ascend unscathed? The air currents within a radius of 150 meters swirled relentlessly. Even if the wind was not strong at this moment, it would still exert a significant influence on the cursed beast. The downward gusts created a pressure that required the cursed beast to exert itself fully to rise slowly. No, this breeze alone would not deter it. But the surrounding laws of the otherworldly realm encircled it, and at this moment, the wind was minimal, leaving little to manipulate. What to do? This remained within the realm of anticipation. Bang! A gunshot reverberated, providing the answer. 300 meters above, Chen Yujie, through his scope, wore a sly grin. You shall not fly. The rifle in his hand began to fire in rapid succession, each bullet striking precisely at the joints of the cursed beast's wings. The only hard parts of the cursed beast, aside from its claws, were its carapace, head, and tail. The rest of its form was relatively vulnerable. Typically, it could withstand bullets with its resilient skin and extraordinarily dense muscles. However, it was crucial to note that it had recently been struck by lightning, which had carbonized its outer layer, significantly reducing its defenses. Consequently, these shots directly damaged the connections of the cursed beast's wings, rendering it unable to control them. One wing went awry, and under the influence of the air currents, the cursed beast, having barely ascended a few meters, plummeted to the ground in a disheveled heap. This inflicted further injury upon the cursed beast, intensifying its fury. It began to frantically self-mutilate, tearing at its own wings. Since it could no longer fly, it thought that shedding this pair of wings would make it faster. Such was the ferocity of a top-tier predator, merciless to its enemies and equally ruthless to itself. It stomped on its own wings, twisted its head, and with a savage bite, it tore one wing away. Bones and flesh included. In like manner, the other wing was soon severed. Blood gushed forth, only to quickly dry and form scabs, while its body began to secrete substances akin to adrenaline, enhancing its physiological functions once more. With a furious roar, it charged forward. In this moment, its speed surpassed even the swiftness of White. Moreover, its form was extraordinarily agile. Even while traversing through the dense jungle, it maintained a remarkable velocity. Witnessing the ferocity of the beast, Zhang Ye felt a surge of dread. Without hesitation, he began firing while hastening towards Zhang Ye. With only 30 seconds of airborne time, 10 seconds had already elapsed. Time was of the essence, regrettably, due to the thick foliage and the beast's incredible speed and agility. Only a handful of his bullets struck their target, yet those few rounds merely embedded themselves into its flesh, inflicting no substantial harm. Thus, he made a swift decision to stow his weapon, channel his energy, and propel himself towards Zhang Ye. After all, the beast had already sustained severe injuries. It would not last long, and even if it did, it could hardly escape. First, he needed to distance Zhang Ye from the danger, then regroup with the main force to confront the beast together. As he approached Zhang Ye and he observed Zhang Ye with one hand extended forward, as if something were pulling him, nearly lifting him off the ground. Undoubtedly, it was the wife he had mentioned. However, there was no time for further discussion. He descended rapidly, intending to lift both youngsters and make haste away from the peril. With his energy output maximized, he could reach speeds exceeding 300, and even a fleeting moment would suffice to cover a significant distance. Yet, just as he prepared to reach out, a thunderous roar erupted. An overwhelming sense of crisis surged within Zhang Ye as he turned to behold the source of the sound, his face paling in an instant. The beast was enveloped in a faint red glow. Strikingly visible in the darkness of night, its speed surged dramatically, closing the distance with alarming rapidity. With a powerful leap, its massive maw and razor-sharp claws were bared, and the trajectory of its attack seemed all but certain to connect. At that moment, Zhang Ye and had only just turned to look back, realizing too late the imminent danger. In a split second, Zhang Ye unleashed a furious roar, altering his flight path, and crashed into the beast's embrace. Firing relentlessly at its abdomen, Zhang Ye turned in horror, his pupils dilating, urging to halt. Yet Zhang Ye bellowed, "Go!" As he shouted, he summoned a tremendous burst of energy, illuminating himself with a brilliant radiance, generating an immense thrust that forcefully propelled the leaping beast backward. With a thunderous crash, accompanied by a primal roar, a colossal tree was obliterated by the impact, and Zhang Ye had exhausted his ammunition. There was no time to reload. At that moment, the beast's head was pinned beneath the broken tree, its claws thrashing wildly, tearing at Zhang Ye. Fortunately, his equipment bag shielded him from the claws, though it would not hold out for long. Zhang Ye desperately sought to ascend anew. How had it not been for the exoskeleton and the protective gear he donned, that grip might have effortlessly torn him asunder. Yet, as it stands, his injuries were far from trivial. Despite possessing formidable physical attributes under such an impact, Zhang Ye could scarcely ascertain how many bones had fractured, and his internal organs had sustained severe damage. Upon hitting the ground, blood gushed forth profusely. The only recourse left for him was to prop himself up as best as he could against a tree, while hastily replacing the magazine. With such grievous wounds, escape was an impossibility, and he surmised that Zhang Ye and could not have fled far. Thus he resolved to fight back with all his might. Bullets erupted once more, echoing through the woods alongside his furious roar. The muzzle's fiery glow illuminated the inky darkness of the night. Chapter 75. Sacrifice is not an option under the relentless barrage of gunfire. The mutilated beast sustained numerous additional wounds. Yet, the creature persisted in its struggle, swiftly extricating its head from beneath the tree before turning its form to crawl toward Chen Yujie. However, Chen Yujie's formidable firepower impeded its movement, compelling it to raise its forelimbs and lower its head to shield itself from the bullets, though they continued to strike its body indiscriminately. Even so, it pressed forward, undeterred by the onslaught, closing the distance to a mere few meters from Chen Yujie. Before long, one magazine was expended. Chen Yujie swiftly reloaded with one hand, unleashing another torrent of fire. But in that fleeting moment, the gap between him and the beast diminished to 2 meters. He could now distinctly perceive the foul stench emanating from the creature's maw. With a cold smirk, Chen Yujie retrieved a grenade from his waist, his finger poised on the safety pin. His voice resonated through the channel. "Kid, listen closely. This explosion will be spectacular." Just as he was about to pull the pin, Zhang Ye's figure materialized within his line of sight, delivering a fierce kick to the beast's flank, accompanied by a thunderous roar. "Spectacular, my foot. Have you watched too many god-slaying shows?" This kick was not solely Zhang Ye's. It was also augmented by Bai's simultaneous strike. The combined force of their explosive kicks, along with the sudden surge of air, sent the creature hurtling through the air, crashing violently against a distant tree. As it landed, Zhang Ye rushed to Chen Yujie's side, snatching the grenade from him, pulling the pin, and tossing it away, before dragging Chen Yujie to take cover behind a tree. Boom! A deafening explosion reverberated, causing the towering tree to tremble violently, leaves cascading to the ground. But that was not the end. Xiao Bai, apply pressure to his wounds. With that, Zhang Ye tore 2 more grenades from Chen Yujie's possession. Initially, the agile beast could evade the grenades, rendering them ineffective, but now that I won't let you escape unscathed, you wretched creature. With another 2 grenades hurled, Zhang Ye did not wait for the detonations. He swiftly reclaimed Chen Yujie's firearm, reloading it with fresh ammunition. Boom, boom. The 2 explosions resounded, and Zhang Ye leapt up, standing atop a nearby stone, unleashing a barrage of gunfire ahead. Chen Yujie stared in awe at Zhang Ye. The muzzle's glow cast a fierce light upon his face, revealing the glint of ferocity in his eyes. In that moment, Chen Yujie felt utterly captivated by his bravery. In a swift moment, yet another magazine was expended. Zhang Ye gazed at the battered form of the rancid-toothed beast before him and exhaled a heavy breath. At this juncture, the creature was reduced to merely half of its original body. 2 of its 4 forelimbs severed, its jaw fractured, and its skull cracked open, exposing its brain matter. It was still not dead. With its remaining forelimbs clawing at the ground, it attempted to crawl towards Zhang Ye. Witnessing such a creature sent a chill down Zhang Ye's spine. Even in death, it sought to rend a piece of flesh from him. Such ferocity was truly terrifying. No wonder the higher-ups were so anxious to eliminate this beast. If it were to wreak havoc, the consequences would be dire. Fortunately, there was only one of them. With this thought, Zhang Ye returned to procure another magazine, intent on putting an end to the creature once and for all. However, just as he prepared to reload, a peculiar, eerie roar echoed through the air. "Onkaka! Onkaka!" Startled, Zhang Ye leapt onto a rock for a better view, only to see the rancid tooth beast propping up its upper body with its remaining limbs, disregarding the internal organs spilling from its severed torso, tilting its head back as it emitted a piercing sound from the orifice of its throat. Zhang Ye's heartbeat quickened once more. The voice of Zhang Tianyan crackled through his earpiece. "Stop it. Hurry." Without hesitation, Zhang Ye raised his weapon and pulled the trigger at such close range. There was no need for aim. The bullet penetrated the side of the beast's already fractured skull, sending its head flying in an instant, silencing it forever. Thus, the rancid tooth beast met its demise, its body left in a state of utter ruin. Yet, Zhang Ye's heartbeat showed no signs of slowing. Rather, he felt an inexplicable sense of foreboding. This was the burgeoning sense of danger he was cultivating. Get away from there. The rancid tooth beast does not emit such sounds when acting alone. Old Mian is up to no good. There is more than one rancid tooth beast. At these words, a shiver ran down Zhang Ye's spine, and he swiftly turned to lift Chen Yujie, intending to distance themselves from the area. But the voice of the wind echoed in his mind. "Year, it's coming." In the distance, the faint sound of cracking branches reached his ears. The effects of the hunting rhythm intensified, and Zhang Ye realized there was no time to spare. However, this also indicated that the beast was indeed targeting him with a clear intent. Thus, the alien realm was honing in on him, which explained the beast's unmistakable focus. Yet, Zhang Ye had no time to ponder these thoughts. He leaned down towards Chen Yujie and said, "Brother Chen, save yourself first. We will divert its attention." While speaking, he retrieved several magazines from Chen Yujia's possession and reloaded his weapon. Turning to Bai with a smile. "Little Bai, let us go meet it." "All right," Bai replied, her grin not one of fear but of exhilaration. She returned the unloaded handgun to Chen Yujia, drew the survival knife from her thigh, and took the last grenade from him. Throughout this, Zhang Ye did not afford Chen Yujia the chance to speak. After Bai secured a tourniquet around Chen Yujia's thigh to staunch the bleeding, she swiftly followed Zhang Ye as they raced away into the distance. You all. Chen Yujia was in a state of frantic anxiety, yet the severity of his injuries rendered him incapable of intervening in the escape of Zhang Ye and Bai. He could only watch helplessly as Zhang Ye and his invisible little wife swiftly disappeared from sight. As a soldier, how could he allow two children to protect him? But now, his wounds were so grave that he suspected he had injured his bones and lacked the strength to rise. Gritting his teeth, he endeavored to stand, but time and again he failed, resorting to pounding the ground in a fit of rage, his face a mask of resentment. However, this fury was soon quelled as he beheld a colossal creature slowly pass before him. Was it the rancid tooth beast? No, it was a mighty tiger. From the bandages on its hind legs, Chen Yujie recognized it. It was the very tiger that Zhang Ye had saved, Hunio. Hunia turned her head slowly to glance at him. That singular gaze instantly drenched Chen Yujie's back with cold sweat. He was certain that this tiger was no longer the same. The most apparent change was its size. It had grown significantly. The bandages on its hind legs had been stretched to the point of tearing, revealing wounds that had begun to heal, new flesh sprouting forth. Its shoulder height had surged from approximately 1 meter to 1.3 meters, its muscles rippling with explosive power, emanating an aura of dominance. Previously, Chen Yujie had felt little threat from it, but now he was certain that even at his peak, this tiger could dispatch him in an instant. How had it undergone such transformation in such a brief span? Chen Yujie was unaware, but he understood that this tiger was intent on pursuing the rancid tooth beast. After merely casting a glance at Chen Yujie, Hunyu disregarded him, leaping onto a nearby boulder to gaze at the remains of the rancid tooth beast, her eyes ablaze with hatred. Dead, she could not bear the thought of not tearing it apart with her own claws. She was unwilling. Yet soon, a familiar roar echoed from the distance, and she turned her head sharply, her eyes flashing with ferocity. Another one. Her lips curled back, revealing her formidable fangs, glinting ominously. With a sudden leap, she sprang several meters ahead, swiftly pursuing the source of the roar, swift and silent. Chapter 76. Instinct. At this moment, Zhang Ye was racing through the forest, the wind swirling around him, reducing air resistance and pushing aside the vegetation in his path. Allowing him to exceed his usual speed, he was sprinting across the terrain at full throttle. However, even at such velocity, he could not shake off the massive creature trailing closely behind. A glance over his shoulder revealed the rancid tooth beast pursuing him relentlessly. Maintaining a distance of roughly 10 meters, it was not that the rancid tooth beast could not catch up. Rather, it was toying with him, driving him onward. This was a predator's hunting strategy. The rancid tooth beast had determined that Zhang Ye could not outlast it. So it kept him at bay, neither too close nor too far. In the grasslands, wolves employ a similar tactic to hunt gazelles, often choosing the early morning when the gazelles are burdened with full bladders. The wolves strike as the gazelles prepare to relieve themselves, startling them into a frantic escape, thereby preventing them from urinating. In the midst of their full-speed flight, with muscles taut, the gazelles cannot naturally relieve themselves, forcing them to hold it in. Eventually, in their desperate sprint, their bladders burst, and the wolves have their meal. The hunting method of the remnant tooth beast exhibits a striking similarity, albeit substituting stamina for the bladder. Running at full speed is no less demanding than a leisurely jog, as the depletion of stamina is exceedingly substantial. Once Zhang Ye's endurance crumbles, gasping for breath and foaming at the mouth, the prey will undoubtedly fall into his grasp. However, the nearly 200,000 calories of energy stored within Zhang Ye's body is not to be underestimated. He can perceive a warm current coursing through him during his frantic dash, rendering him impervious to fatigue. It is evident that this energy is being rapidly consumed. As long as his reserves remain intact, exhaustion will elude him. Thus, in terms of endurance, Zhang Ye harbors no fears. Yet, it is clear to Zhang Ye that the remnant tooth beast trailing behind him possesses certain peculiarities. The previous beast had mutated wings due to the laws of this otherworldly realm, whereas this one is wingless. Instead, its skin exhibits a camouflage hue, capable of shifting colors like a chameleon in response to its surroundings, and its form has become more compact and streamlined, allowing for swifter movement. This adaptation is clearly a result of evolution to thrive in the jungle environment, a transformation induced by the laws of this foreign domain. Biological anomaly, hunting remnant tooth beast. These otherworldly laws are truly repugnant. Zhang Ye can almost ascertain that these laws are specifically targeting him. Otherwise, why would both remnant tooth beasts pursue him with such fervor? They are evidently influenced by these foreign laws, Gaia and the otherworld. Or rather, certain factions of it are in opposition, and as a chosen individual of Gaia, he is naturally regarded as an adversary, belonging to the highest priority category. Speaking of laws, the previous remnant tooth beast may have perished, but the anomaly within its body remains. Zhang Ye contemplates returning to consume it later, curious about the potential transformations it might undergo. Might it sprout wings as well? Of course, now is not the time for such musings. After pursuing for so long, it is apparent that the remnant tooth beast has sensed something amiss. Is this human cub not fatigued? This is a full-throttle sprint, covering dozens of kilometers. The heart of an ordinary creature would falter. Yet this youth continues to leap and run. This cannot persist. The remnant tooth beast resolves to alter its hunting strategy. It begins to accelerate. Zhang Ye feels the beast drawing ever closer, a smirk tugging at the corners of his mouth. Excitement illuminating his expression. So, it couldn't resist after all. However, having run such a distance, Brother Chen should be safe now. Therefore, Zhang Ye ceases his flight. The night wind howls, and the air currents within a radius of 150 meters begin to swirl violently. Zhang Ye leaps, propelled by the fierce wind, and lands upon a tree trunk, ascending to the canopy. The remnant tooth beast stands momentarily stunned, while Zhang Ye hovers in midair, a triumphant grin upon his face, dumbfounded. Behold, I can fly. His extensive run was not in vain. He had been observing the terrain as he sprinted. He sought out areas where the wind was strong, specifically heading towards open, elevated ground. At this moment, the wind speed here reaches strong gale, capable of gathering air currents sufficient to lift Zhang Ye. Upon ascending, Zhang Ye immediately raises his firearm, aligning the sights with the beast's sensitive plate. Bang! The sound of the gunshot rings out. It is a miss, not due to Zhang Ye's lack of accuracy, but because the remnant tooth beast evaded. At the precise moment Zhang Ye pulled the trigger, the ferocious beast, sensing imminent danger, swiftly leaped aside, narrowly evading the bullet. Such remarkable reflexes and explosive power caused Zhang Ye's heart to skip a beat. Instead of remaining grounded and watching Zhang Ye with trepidation, the beast emitted a fierce roar and vaulted upward. Climbing a towering tree, its sickle-shaped claws dug deeply into the bark, allowing it to ascend with astonishing agility. Observing this, Zhang Ye hastily fired his weapon, but to little avail. The creature remained unscathed. Its hide is tough as crocodile skin, absorbing the impact of the bullets, which were rendered ineffective against its powerful musculature. Moreover, the beast's climbing speed was prodigious. With each leap, it covered several meters, effortlessly evading the incoming projectiles before swiftly closing the distance to Zhang Ye. In less than 5 seconds, it had scaled over 30 meters. Then with a powerful thrust, it surged to the treetops. At this moment, it was still several dozen meters away from Zhang Ye, seemingly unable to launch an effective attack. Yet, in the next instant, it unfurled its 6 limbs, revealing membranous wings reminiscent of a flying squirrel. Zhang Ye found himself enveloped by a whirlwind, and as the creature glided through the air, propelled by the gusts, it hurtled towards him with alarming speed. This was the manifestation of its ability to sense airflow, and the sight nearly caused Zhang Ye's eyes to bulge in disbelief. The beast taunted silently, as if to say, "Did you think I couldn't fly?" Realizing the peril as the creature lunged towards him, Zhang Ye swiftly altered his trajectory, plummeting downwards just in time to narrowly escape the beast's lethal bite. With nimble agility, he landed and sprinted away, while the creature executed a graceful arc in midair before turning back to dive towards him once more. Zhang Ye sought to manipulate the raging winds to his advantage. Yet once the beast took to the skies, its innate laws began to manifest, conjuring winds from another realm that countered the natural breezes of Blue Star. Empowered by this otherworldly wind, the beast gained an even swifter momentum. As the distance between them diminished, it appeared Zhang Ye would soon be caught in its grasp when, suddenly, a white figure darted past a nearby tree. It was Bai, for Zhang Ye was not alone in this battle. As the beast began its ascent, Bai had already scaled the towering tree, and now, as the creature glided down, it found itself directly in her path. Without hesitation, Bai propelled herself upward. Her formidable physical prowess provided her with tremendous kinetic energy, the recoil from her leap causing the very tree she had traversed to emit a thunderous crack. Launching into the air, she delivered a knee strike directly to the beast's flank, causing its previously straight form to bend like a drawn bow. In that instant, Bai's lithe figure seemed to gain an immense weight, unleashing a tremendous force that caved in the beast's side, sending it crashing into another tree. In midair, her eyes glinted with fierce determination. Her hands a blur as she wielded two survival knives, their movements a mere haze, accompanied by a cacophony of slicing sounds. The beast's hide, while resilient, could not withstand such a relentless barrage of rapid, slicing strikes akin to a cutting machine. In the blink of an eye, the remnants of flesh and blood were smeared across the side of the beast. Only then did the creature bend its forelimbs and extend its claws, attempting to strike at the invisible entity. Yet, Bai had already propelled herself off its body with a nimble backward leap. The beast was sent soaring through the air, crashing into a colossal tree, which trembled under the impact, before it plummeted into the thicket, emitting a pained roar. Meanwhile, Bai completed a graceful turn in the air and descended towards Zhang Ye. He swiftly opened his arms, and she landed securely in his embrace, their posture reminiscent of a prince cradling a princess. Zhang Ye's mouth fell agape, his face alight with excitement. "Xiao Bai, you are simply extraordinary." In response, Bai blushed, a playful smile gracing her lips as she mimicked his earlier modesty, lifting her chin proudly. Of course. Chapter 77. The slumbering beast roar. Suddenly, a thunderous roar erupted, prompting Zhang Ye to hastily lower Bai to the ground and raise his rifle, unleashing a barrage in the direction from which the roar had come. The remaining half of the magazine was quickly expended. As he replaced it with the last magazine, Zhang Ye prepared to continue firing, but in the next instant, he felt a surge of air. His pupils constricted sharply, as though sensing something, and he instinctively pushed Bai aside. In fact, Bai's reaction was even swifter. Just as he turned, she had already grasped his hand and retreated explosively to the side, creating a distance of over 3 meters. The next moment, the massive form of the beast lunged from the foliage, its gaping maw nearly opening to a full 180 degrees, aimed squarely at the spot Zhang Ye had just occupied. Had he not evaded in time, that bite would have cleaved him in two. Upon landing, the duo slid another 2 meters away before quickly rising to face the beast. The creature, propelled by its momentum, collided with a nearby tree, causing it to sway violently. Yet, the beast remained unscathed, its protruding head having left the tree dented and battered. Glancing at its side, which Bai had previously slashed with dual blades, Zhang Ye was astounded to witness the wounds visibly healing at an astonishing rate. His pupils trembled in disbelief. What manner of healing speed was this? In a mere span of seconds, fresh skin had already begun to form over the wounds. Was this a consequence of the otherworldly laws, or an anomalous mutation arising from them? The previous beast had taken to the skies, while this one employed a guise of camouflage, gliding, and rapidly regenerating. It was confounding. Zhang Ye felt an overwhelming sense of difficulty in confronting this beast, whose threat loomed larger than that of the previous flying creature. Of course, this was also due to the fact that the airborne beast had been struck by lightning. Otherwise, its threat would have been even greater. The beast slowly turned its head, baring its lip to reveal a mouth full of jagged teeth. In that moment, Zhang Ye felt as if he were gazing upon a sinister grin. The sheer terror of its demeanor instilled a chilling sensation along his spine, compelling him to lower his gaze, avoiding direct eye contact, even though it bore no eyes. Yet, this feeling was swiftly dispelled, replaced by a surge of exhilaration and restlessness. At that moment, Zhang Ye found himself harboring a fearsome thought: close combat, to rend it apart with his own hands. The instant this thought emerged, he shook his head vigorously, striving to banish it. Meanwhile, Zhang Ye's body began to undergo certain transformations. His heartbeat quickened once more, soaring to an astounding 300 beats per minute. Zhang Tianyan, who had been monitoring Zhang Ye's vital signs through his personal terminal, felt a sudden constriction of his pupils. Although Zhang Ye's heartbeat had previously been rapid, it had never exceeded 250 beats per minute. However, it now surged past 300 beats within mere seconds. Zhang Tianyan understood the gravity of this situation. Zhang Ye was in peril. The chip beast was also in jeopardy. "Year, activate the shoulder camera." Zhang Tianyan's voice resonated in Zhang Ye's earpiece. Taken aback, Zhang Ye promptly pressed the button on his shoulder strap, activating the small camera that resembled the shoulder device. Through its perspective, Zhang Tianyan immediately beheld the scene before Zhang Ye, his brows furrowed even deeper. Not due to the chip beast's peculiar mutation, for he had witnessed more extraordinary phenomena, but rather because the current posture of the beast was amiss. At this moment, the chip beast was merely 7 to 8 meters away from Zhang Ye, a distance well within its attack range. Yet, instead of launching an immediate assault, the beast exhibited a menacing display, baring its teeth and emitting a low, rhythmic growl from its throat. Its body was taut, muscles coiled, and claws embedded in the earth's detritus, but it refrained from attacking. which exceeded the 3-second rule typical of its kind. Once it adopts an offensive stance, the chipped beast will not linger for more than 3 seconds. This implied that the chipped beast was not genuinely poised for attack. Rather, it sought to intimidate. How could an adult chipped beast possibly intimidate a mere 16-year-old child? It should have engaged directly instead. When a ferocious beast conveys a message of intimidation, it signifies that the creature itself feels disturbed, even fearful of you. Hunting ground strategies. The conservation of fear. Zhang Ye. Thus, in this moment, the chipped beast was unsettled. It was anxious because of Zhang Ye. This further solidified Zhang Tianyan's hypothesis. Ye, remain still. Just tell me how your body feels, Zhang Tianyan inquired calmly. Given its intimidation, the chipped beast would not initiate an attack before Zhang Ye made any movements. Zhang Ye, drenched in sweat, let it drip from his chin as he replied. It's very hot. My vision is becoming somewhat red, and my heartbeat seems exceedingly rapid. The personal terminal has issued a warning. Something feels off. Dad, what is happening to me? Upon hearing this, Zhang Tianyan inhaled deeply and responded. The redness in your vision is due to excessive congestion in the eyes, resulting in ruptured capillaries, but it's not serious. The crucial issue is your heartbeat being too fast. You must find a way to calm down. It is imperative that your heartbeat does not surpass 500. Simultaneously, be aware that if your heartbeat dips below 300, the chipped beast may very well launch an attack. Therefore, your task is to slow your heartbeat as much as possible, minimizing both psychological and physical stimuli. Do not entertain thoughts of tearing this chipped beast apart, and avoid any notions of bloodshed or violence. Prepare yourself for whatever may come. Zhang Ye, utterly perplexed, then asked, how should I respond? Report your equipment. Zhang Tianyan replied succinctly. Zhang Ye quickly replied, an unknown model of rifle with formidable firepower. A full magazine containing 40 rounds, 2 survival knives, and a grenade from Xiaobai, along with 2 additional survival knives. By the way, perhaps due to Ling's peculiar nature, the remnant-toothed beast is unable to perceive Xiaobai. Unable to see? Zhang Tianyan was taken aback. Completely invisible? Yes, apart from me. No one else can see it at present. Zhang Ye nodded affirmatively. Zhang Tianyan raised an eyebrow, deep in thought. A presence that the remnant-toothed beast cannot see has the potential to launch a surprise attack against it. However, this hinges on the condition that the remnant-toothed beast fails to react, or if it does, is unable to counteract. Even though it cannot see, as a top predator in this world, the remnant-toothed beast possesses an incredibly keen sense of danger. This was evident when Bai shot it 3 times at close range and shattered the air around it. Even without visibility of the attack's origin, it can swiftly sense danger and instinctively react. Currently, this remnant-toothed beast is in a state of alert, its body tense. Shoving a grenade directly into its mouth is evidently futile, as it would also respond at AS for timing the detonation. Are we playing a game here? With a digital countdown. For 2 individuals unaccustomed to firearms, just knowing how to throw a grenade would be commendable, let alone timing it perfectly. Forget about it. Otherwise, they might not even need the remnant-toothed beast. As the grenade could easily take Zhang Ye and Bai away in a mere 3 seconds, Zhang Tianyan contemplated numerous strategies and ultimately reached a decision. Ye, you need a surprise attack. Have your Xiaobai cooperate with you. Ideally to insert the grenade into its abdomen. Zhang Tianyan outlined a concise plan for Zhang Ye. The term your Xiaobai was well received by Zhang Ye, who nodded contentedly, aimed it on the other side. The remnant-toothed beast felt a jolt in its heart. What was with the muscles on that human's face? Why was the corner of his mouth curling upwards? Was he baring his teeth in intimidation? At that moment, the remnant-toothed beast felt even tenser, for it sensed that Zhang Ye's body temperature was exceedingly high, and above his head, a faint anomaly was forming. It was this anomaly that instilled in it a sense of threat and unease. In its perception, Zhang Ye seemed to oscillate between the form of a human cub and that of some wild beast. That beast was terrifying. Chapter 78. The Hunt's Desire. That's more or less the situation. Do you understand? Understood. All right. I will end the communication now to allow you to focus entirely. I hope you can personally call me back shortly. Otherwise, your mother and I might have to consider having a second child. Zhang Ye. Also, since you chose to let her accompany you on this adventure, you must protect her. This is your duty as a man. Do you understand? Zhang Tianyan stated earnestly. Understood. Zhang Ye nodded vigorously. After ending the call, Lao Jie, who had been listening intently, quickly approached. What did he say? Zhang Tianyan shook his head. The situation is not favorable. There is more than one remnant-toothed beast. The other has already been hunted. But this one will also fall prey to him. for his hunting desire has been awakened, and once fully roused, the remnant-toothed beast will face dire consequences. Upon hearing this, Liao Jie furrowed his brows. The so-called hunting desire refers to the craving for pursuit, which may also be interpreted as purgatory. However, this particular craving for hunting diverges from the instinctual hunting desires of ordinary wild animals. It resembles more a manifestation of capability. This capability is possessed solely by those endowed with bloodlines, an ancient trait that can be traced back to primordial times. When not fully awakened, the hunting desire enhances the physical functions of the hunter, elevating various attributes, and can be regarded as a positive buff. Yet, if fully ignited, reason becomes shrouded by this frenzied urge for slaughter, transforming the hunter into a ferocious beast that knows nothing but the annihilation of all living beings within sight. This is precisely why Zhang Tianyin sought an opportunity to meet with Ernyang, for she could assist Zhang Ye in suppressing and mastering this violent thirst for bloodshed. Liao Jie had witnessed the terrifying nature of a fully awakened hunting desire during the second expedition of the Witness Squad into the spirit realm. They encountered an assault from otherworldly beasts, and at that time, the witnesses were not as formidable as they are now, leading to Liao Jie suffering severe injuries. Subsequently, Zhang Tianyin's hunting desire was completely unleashed, and the beast was utterly torn to shreds. The creature, exceeding 8 meters in length, left behind no remnants larger than a palm. Ultimately, it was Zhang Tianyin's formidable willpower, coupled with a dozen calming injections from Huaxia reinforcements, that restored his rationality. Had Zhang Ye succumbed to a similar frenzy, the remnant-toothed beast would have undoubtedly perished, but it would have inflicted tremendous harm upon Zhang Ye as well, for in a state of 100% hunting desire, all safety valves within the human body are activated, instinctively driving the spiritual energy to its utmost limit, bestowing immense power upon every movement while simultaneously ravaging oneself. Zhang Ye is still young, merely laying the groundwork at this age. Should he awaken his hunting desire to full capacity now, even if he were to survive, he might find himself confined to a wheelchair once more. Thus, with these thoughts, Liao Jie began to worry and promptly inquired, "Darling, how long will it take to fly to Jialagong from here?" Zhang Tianyin replied, "A little over 2 hours." Shaking his head, he continued, "Do not fret. He will come through this. We must have unwavering faith in Ye. The hunting desire serves as a final safeguard, at least ensuring his survival. Since he has chosen this path, he must learn to bear the consequences. What you need to do now is prepare the medicinal herbs, so that when he returns sore all over, you can prepare a medicinal bath for him. The Liao family's medicinal baths are truly exceptional. We should prepare 2 portions. Upon hearing this, Liao Jie blinked, then quickly realized, nodding, 2 portions, right? Very well, but 1 bathtub should suffice. Zhang Tianyin remarked, "I feel as though you were committing a crime." Liao Jie chuckled. Hee. Meanwhile, Zhang Ye gazed at the remnant-toothed beast, his expression grave. At this moment, the beast appeared somewhat impatient, for as time passed, Zhang Ye remained in a state of stasis, with his body temperature and heart rate beginning to decline. Gradually, the personal terminal's warning in his ears ceased, indicating that his heart rate had dropped below 300 beats per minute. It was at this moment that Zhang Ye felt his body returning to normal. His temperature and heart rate began to decrease, and his slightly reddened vision started to clear. As his body cooled and his heart rate slowed, the residual toothed beast exhibited increasing impatience, evidently sensing a diminished threat, and began to stir restlessly. "This is the plan. Do you understand?" Zhang Ye relayed the strategy to Bai. Bai nodded vigorously. "Understood. You know how to use the grenade, right?" "Yes." "All right. I will count down from 3, and then we act. Ready, go." 3.2.1. Bang! The sound of the explosion coincided almost perfectly with the gunshot, as the bullet hurtled toward the beast's sensory plate. Simultaneously, Bai darted to the side, clutching a grenade tightly in her hand, her eyes beginning to gleam with a crimson light, her expression gradually turning cold, her focus razor-sharp. However, the bullet still failed to strike the beast. As if possessing foresight, the beast lowered its body sharply before the gun had even discharged, the bullet narrowly grazing its sensory plate before soaring off and striking a tree behind it. A roar erupted as the beast surged forward with all 6 limbs, barreling straight toward Zhang Ye. Fortunately, he had already mapped out an escape route. The moment he fired the shot, he swiftly dodged to the side, narrowly evading the beast's lunge. Rolling to absorb the impact, Zhang Ye did not pause for even a moment, quickly propelling himself forward. The air enveloped him once more, fluctuating around him, serving to cool his body while simultaneously disrupting the airflow to hinder the beast's ability to track him through scent and movement. Of course, the effect was limited, merely causing the beast to hesitate momentarily in its pursuit. Yet, that hesitation afforded Zhang Ye a distance of 7 or 8 meters from it. The wind acted like a cone, parting the vegetation ahead and reducing air resistance, propelling Zhang Ye onward. This enabled him to navigate through the dense underbrush with minimal reduction in speed, while the beast found its pursuit continually obstructed by the thick foliage. Zhang Ye deliberately chose to weave through the densest patches of vegetation, which constrained the colossal creature's movements. Although the residual toothed beast had undergone abnormal mutations to adapt to Blue Star, shrinking from over 6 meters to about 5. It remained a behemoth, easily hindered by the complex terrain. As he slipped through a gap between two trees, the beast's paw clawed at the air, becoming ensnared in the branches, forcing it to take a detour. Thus, Zhang Ye maintained a consistent distance from the beast. Meanwhile, by stealthily maneuvered along the side, her gaze fixed on the beast while ignoring the obstacles ahead. Even so, she adeptly avoided any impediments in her path. Her speed surpassed that of both the beast and Zhang Ye, yet she moved with utter silence, traversing miles of wilderness without a single leaf or blade of grass clinging to her. Within her mind, a voice echoed suddenly, "Psychic energy fluctuations have been eliminated. Suppression chip is functioning normally." Chapter 79. A critical moment. The chilling roar of the remnant tooth beast echoed relentlessly behind Zhang Ye. His gaze sharpening with each passing moment, the heartbeat that had slightly calmed began to quicken once more. Soon, his vision took on a faint crimson hue, his body temperature soared, and the incessant alarms from his personal terminal rang in his ears. Heartbeat too rapid, 302 beats a minute. Body temperature excessively high, 42.7 degrees Celsius. Such a heartbeat and temperature, in an ordinary person, would suffice to induce cardiac failure or a fainting spell. Yet, Zhang Ye felt an inexhaustible surge of power coursing through him. The higher his temperature climbed, the more pronounced the warmth within him became, as if the energy reserves within were depleting at an accelerated pace, providing him with an even greater impetus. His senses sharpened significantly, and both his strength and speed exhibited a remarkable enhancement. Sweat evaporated rapidly from his skin, only to be swiftly cooled by the currents of air surrounding him. Strangely, he found himself relishing this sensation. The reddened vision did not obstruct his sight. Rather, it intensified his focus, rendering everything more lucid. At this moment, he was overwhelmed with the desire to turn and thrust the barrel of his gun into the maw of the remnant toothbeast, to plunge the two survival knives deep into its flesh, and to shred its innards. Such brutal thoughts, once ignited, proved impossible to extinguish. However, he refrained from acting on them, for he remained steadfastly aware of his plan to create an opportunity for an unexpected chance. Ahead loomed a centuries-old tree. Observing this, Zhang Ye slightly reduced his speed, narrowing the distance between himself and the remnant toothbeast. The proximity seemed to invigorate the beast, which began to accelerate, swiftly closing the gap to less than 5 meters, 0.4 meters, 0.3 meters, 0.2 meters. Now, Zhang Ye suddenly lunged forward, executing a sharp turn. For an ordinary person, such a maneuver at this speed would be unbearable for the ankles. Yet, Zhang Ye managed to withstand it. In that instant, his body moved with unparalleled coordination, as if he instinctively knew how to dissipate and harness the force of the turn to aid his rapid change of direction. Coupled with the fierce currents of air, he pivoted nearly at a right angle. As he adjusted his stance, the gun's muzzle was already elevated, not seeking precision, but merely aiming to provoke the remnant tooth beast further. In a fleeting moment, he discharged 2 rounds. One bullet grazed the beast's flank, while the other struck the side of its head. The bullet, as anticipated, ricocheted off the hard skull of the remnant toothbeast. Yet it provoked a significant response from the creature, which, taken by surprise, lunged forward without a moment's thought. Its saliva contained lethal toxins. Should it bite Zhang Ye, even a mere scratch from its teeth would spell certain death. However, in its frenzied charge, the remnant tooth beast ultimately missed, its outstretched claws merely tearing the hem of Zhang Ye's garment as it passed by, crashing headlong into the ancient tree. It still held its mouth agape, and with a single bite, it sank its sharp teeth deep into the trunk, the force of its jaws driving home with such intensity that it dislocated its jaw, leaving its mouth ensnared upon the colossal tree. The remnant-toothed beast immediately attempted to extricate itself using its forelimbs, but at that very moment, an unseen white figure surged forth, plunging a blade into the exhaust vent at its flank. That a swift incision appeared, and the beast trembled, letting forth a terrified roar from its swollen throat, its body thrashing with increasing desperation. The pain was not merely physical, it was the palpable sense of a mortal threat. Its body arched, hind limbs raised, delivering a powerful kick towards its side, The scythe-like claws of its rear limbs sliced through the air with a chilling whistle, aimed directly at the face of the white figure. Just as the figure was in the process of removing the safety pin from a grenade, intending to insert it into the gaping wound, it noticed the perilous situation. The pupils of its eyes contracted sharply, and it swiftly leapt backward, simultaneously flinging its arm with force. The grenade hurtled towards the wound of the remnant-toothed beast. At this angle, at this distance, in the span of a fleeting moment, the grenade would surely embed itself within the beast's injury. This was the last of its kind in this realm. Should it perish, Zhang Ye's safety would be assured for the time being. However, how could the will of this otherworldly domain allow such a wish to come to fruition? In that instant, the anomaly of the laws within the beast erupted, unleashing countless threads of law that converged upon the wound. Cells began to divide at a terrifying velocity. All parts of the remnant-toothed beast, influenced by the laws, were rapidly healing at an alarming pace. In the blink of an eye, the once massive wound had completely closed, even as the grenade remained airborne. In the next moment, the grenade struck the beast's side and was catapulted away by its unyielding hide. While the anomaly within the beast expelled a thread of law that swept across the grenade, the surface of the grenade remained unscathed, yet the laws accelerated the chemical reaction within it. The grenade, which would have taken several seconds to detonate, began its explosive process immediately, and Bai was merely 3 meters away from it. Her gaze was fixed on the grenade, her mind rapidly calculating the probability of survival at such a distance from a direct detonation. Survival rate, 6.1. Time seemed to stretch interminably. Bai observed as the surface of the grenade fractured, flames slowly erupting from within, with countless steel beads poised to be propelled outward with terrifying force. She was in the midst of a leap, her body suspended in the air, devoid of any means to brace herself. How could she evade it? Yet, she felt it. Her eyes shifted to the side, and she saw Zhang Ye bursting forth from the thicket, his arms encircling her waist. She also noted the urgency etched upon his face, his mouth agape as he called out her name. She gazed at him, and her previously racing thoughts suddenly slowed, as if relaxing in response to his arrival. Survival rate, 100. Little by, boom. A cry was followed closely by the explosion of the grenade. In that fleeting moment, Zhang Ye embraced Bai, positioning himself protectively in front of her as their bodies curled in midair, taking refuge behind the massive tree. The grenade detonated. Countless steel beads shot forth like bullets in all directions. Beneath the grenade lay the fearsome remnant-toothed beast, unyielding in the face of peril. However, its most formidable defenses were its head, carapace, and lethal claws. As such, the steel pellets failed to deliver a fatal blow. In the aftermath of the explosion, the beast's carapace was a gruesome sight, blood and flesh mingling in a chaotic display. Yet this was merely superficial. Its internal organs had only sustained minor shock. Nevertheless, its sensory plates were utterly obliterated, and its cranium had become slightly concave, a result of the steel pellets being deflected rather than penetrating. The most grievous injuries were inflicted upon its tail and flanks, which bore gaping wounds torn open by the steel projectiles. Despite the explosion originating from above, the sensory plates along its sides and the upper region of its shoulders had also suffered significant damage. This detonation had left the remnant-toothed beast severely wounded. For an ordinary beast of its kind, such injuries would render it incapacitated, if not fatal. Yet, this was no ordinary specimen. It was a remarkably mutated remnant-toothed beast. In the wake of its injuries, the anomalous law points within its body activated once more, triggering a hyperaccelerated metabolic process. The embedded steel pellets were swiftly expelled by the contracting muscles or, in some cases, remained lodged within. The wounds began to heal rapidly. Even the tail, which had nearly severed, was rejoined in a matter of moments. This astonishing recovery took less than 10 seconds. And it was once again a formidable creature. At that moment, the large tree shielding Zhang Ye and Bai was similarly riddled with craters, while the two of them crouched behind it, gasping for breath. Just before Bai had thrown the grenade, Zhang Ye had glimpsed the agitated law points within the remnant-toothed beast's body through Gaia's vision, prompting his swift reaction. Otherwise, the consequences would have been dire. "Are you all right?" After the explosion, Zhang Ye quickly lifted his head to assess Bai's injuries. Bai shook her head. "I'm fine." But before she could finish her sentence, her pupils dilated. Zhang Ye's shoulder was drenched in blood. It wasn't just his shoulder. His calf and the side of his waist bore wounds inflicted by the steel pellets, blood slowly seeping through his clothing. The wind, after all, had diminished in its ferocity. Even with the air swirling around Zhang Ye with all its might, it could not deflect every incoming steel pellet. He had been wounded. Seeing Bai unscathed brought Zhang Ye some relief. but it was short-lived as he heard the sound of splintering wood. It was the remnant tooth beast tearing its jaws from the trunk of the tree. Zhang Ye's peripheral vision caught the movement, and his expression changed drastically. He quickly pressed Bai's chest down, forcing her to remain on the ground as he lowered himself as well. Almost instantaneously, a massive claw swept above them, crashing violently against the tree. The tree, already riddled with numerous holes from the steel pellets, could not withstand the beast's strike, which possessed over 2 tons of force. It splintered and began to topple toward them. Before Bai could react, Zhang Ye kicked her side, propelling her along the ground. The trunk, which should have struck her upper body, instead collided with her thigh due to Zhang Ye's timely intervention. This was the only course of action available to him, for if he had pulled Bai toward him, she would either meet a fatal blow from the falling tree or come face to face with the remnant tooth beast. Conversely, should he have pushed her away, the worst outcome would be a broken leg from the trunk's impact. Both scenarios posed a threat, yet the latter significantly increased Bai's chances of survival. Thus, in that fleeting moment, Zhang Ye made the most prudent choice. At this moment, Zhang Ye gazed at the enormous claw that had fiercely swiped towards him. His eyes gradually engulfed in a vivid crimson hue. Hunting desire. 15. Chapter 80. Danger. A tree of generally low density, standing 15 meters tall and 30 centimeters wide, could weigh approximately 500 gene. The tree before him was relatively taller and possessed a higher density, reaching over 1,000 gene. When such a tree fell, it would directly crush Bai's thigh. Fortunately, the ground here was not composed of gravel, but rather had a soft humus layer to act as a cushion. Coupled with Bai's muscle and bone density, which far exceeded that of an ordinary person, her thigh did not suffer a fracture under the immense weight. However, the side of her thigh that came into contact with the trunk was bruised. And with the 1,000 gene tree pressing down on her leg, Bai found it difficult to move. The pain seemed non-existent, for her face bore not a trace of agony, but rather a look of panic. As she lifted her upper body, she beheld the remnant tooth beast swinging its sharp claws towards the prone Zhang Ye. Yezi. Boom! The strike sent dust swirling, yet it failed to hit Zhang Ye, as in a split second. He kicked off the broken stump, propelling himself backward just in time, the claw narrowly missing him and crashing between his legs. A chill ran down Zhang Ye's spine, causing beads of cold sweat to surface on his forehead. Without hesitation, he rolled backward, but the relentless remnant tooth beast lunged forward, snapping its jaws. Having just turned his body, Zhang Ye crouched low, realizing he was about to be caught in a deadly bite. In that instant, his pupils constricted, and instinctively, his body reacted, retreating instead of advancing, slipping beneath the remnant tooth beast's chin and plunging into its embrace, gripping its neck tightly. The beast, taken aback, bit into the dirt, then straightened up, its claws swiping towards Zhang Ye's neck. Zhang Ye quickly released his grip and fell to the ground, scrambling to the side with hands and feet, while the beast's claw inflicted multiple wounds across his chest. At that moment, the remnant tooth beast found Zhang Ye to be akin to a slippery slug. Despite the close proximity and perilous assault, it could not land a blow. In an instant, he propelled himself several meters away, using the momentum to roll and rise to his feet. Yet, as soon as he stood, he was forced to dodge to the side once more. The beast's claws grazed the tips of his hair, striking fiercely against another tree, causing the massive trunk to shudder and erupt into a flurry of wood chips. Seizing the opportunity, Zhang Ye rose and turned to aim his gun, only to discover that the weapon, which had been hanging by his side, had absorbed a steel pellet that had dented it at the waist. Firing it now would likely result in a catastrophic explosion. With no other choice, Zhang Ye hurled the gun like a flying axe towards the remnant tooth beast, which promptly snapped its jaws around it. The powerful weapon was instantly reduced to shattered fragments. Drawing 2 survival knives from his chest and thigh, Zhang Ye began to maneuver around the massive tree, although his perception of pain was diminished at that moment, allowing him to evade the intense agony coursing through him. He was acutely aware of his injuries. The steel pellet had lodged itself in his left shoulder, making it difficult for him to raise his left arm above his head, likely indicating a fractured collarbone. His waist had only suffered a graze from the pellet, which was not a significant concern. The crux of the matter lies in the fact that the muscles of the right calf have been torn by a steel ball, rendering it exceedingly difficult for him to exert force. Consequently, he can only maneuver around the tree, exploiting the cumbersome disadvantage of the colossal beast to elude its grasp. Time has elapsed significantly. The military forces are undoubtedly en route, and with the recent thunderous explosion, it is reasonable to anticipate their imminent arrival. 10 minutes? 20 minutes? Zhang Ye is uncertain, yet he recognizes the imperative to delay, whilst maintaining a distance from Bai. the beast cannot perceive by, and thus will not strike at her. As long as he remains far from her, her safety can be assured. With a ferocious roar, a tempestuous wind howls behind him, the sound swirling in Zhang Ye's ears. Lower your head. Without hesitation, he bends down, rolling to evade. The beast swipes again, its massive paw missing, growing increasingly irate. With an injured collarbone, turning his head is a challenge. The wind now serves as his eyes. Alas, this is not an open plain. The dense foliage restricts the winds, preventing him from harnessing their strength to ascend. Thus, he and the beast continue to circle within the forest, dodging perilous attacks by the narrowest of margins. However, the intensity of the exertion, coupled with environmental factors, results in an ever-increasing number of wounds on his body. In a roll, his shoulder grazes a sharp stone. In a side lunge, he brushes against a shattered tree. His arm now riddled with splinters that pierce his flesh, inflicting excruciating pain. The vigorous activity exacerbates his injuries, his heart races faster, the flow of blood intensifies, and the wounds bleed profusely. For an ordinary person, such a volume of blood loss would have led to unconsciousness long ago. Yet at this moment, the energy stored within Zhang Ye's body manifests once more, transforming directly. Gaia's laws and spiritual energy circulate within him, accelerating his metabolism, generating blood, providing an inexhaustible supply of stamina, and, to some extent, healing his injuries. Meanwhile, Bai, hearing the continuous roars emanating from the jungle, is consumed by anxiety. Yezi, she yearns to push aside the massive tree pinning her down. But in her current position, she finds no leverage. Moving this 1,000-pound behemoth is no small feat. Moreover, the tree has fallen precisely between two other trees, making it impossible to push it forward. She can only lift it to extricate her trapped thigh. Lying flat, she attempts to raise the immense weight. Even with her considerable strength, this proves unfeasible, as the challenge lies not in power, but in the mechanics of exertion. After several attempts yielding no success, she finds herself weeping not from pain, but from the distress of Zhang Ye's plight. The veins in Bai's neck and forehead bulge as she strains, her fingers nearly embedding themselves into the trunk. The tree begins to show signs of being lifted, alleviating some of the pressure on her leg. Yet, it is still insufficient. Bai manages to pull her thigh free by a mere few centimeters. But her arms can no longer endure the strain, and the trunk descends once more. Determined, she begins to push against the tree, striving to liberate herself from its weight. Bit by bit, she bears the excruciating pain of the massive wood pressing and rubbing against her. Inching her way out from beneath. At long last, she succeeds, but at the cost of her thigh, now drenched in blood. The muscles were bruised, and the compression had obstructed blood circulation, leaving her legs in a state of paralysis. She could only grasp a nearby sapling with her hands to prop herself up. Inching her way toward Zhang Ye's location, her speed gradually increasing. The crimson glow in her eyes became increasingly pronounced. Yazai, hold on. I'm coming. Suddenly, a thunderous crash resonated as Zhang Ye was propelled away, crashing into an ancient tree that had stood for a millennium. The tree was vast, its roots sprawling like a pair of clasped hands delving into the earth. And Zhang Ye found himself ensconced within this palm, spitting blood. Just moments ago, he had narrowly evaded a swipe from the remnant toothbeast, but this time, the beast had grown cunning. After missing its initial strike, it twisted its body and lashed out with its tail. Zhang Ye barely had time to raise his arms in defense before he was sent flying. The impact nearly shattered his arms, and he collapsed against the roots of the colossal tree, sliding to the ground in agony. Unsure how many bones had fractured, his arms hung limply at his sides, utterly powerless to lift, even if he forced himself upright. The survival knife in his hand would have surely fallen to the ground were it not for the wrist strap. Drip. The sound of blood cascading to the ground. At this moment, Zhang Ye's eyes were veiled in a crimson hue, the blood within forming a thin film over his gaze. Yet his vision remained remarkably clear. The background was drenched in red, but the silhouette of the remnant toothbeast stood out, sharply illuminated against the deep crimson and darkness, rendering it increasingly distinct. Though it was the dead of night, the dim light was almost entirely captured by his eyes, granting him a clarity akin to daylight. Pain seemed to dissipate from his body. And in that instant, Zhang Ye felt as though he had entered a state of intense focus. All surrounding sounds faded away. There were no alarms blaring from the terminal, no rustling leaves stirred by the wind, no howls of disturbed beasts. Only the sounds of the remnant toothbeast remained, as if the world had narrowed down to just him and the creature before him. He widened his eyes, observing the remnant toothbeast that had turned to approach him, its head slightly tilted, its expression appearing somewhat dazed. Hunter or prey? A voice suddenly echoed in his mind. To hunt, or to be hunted?